Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 2412 to Chapter 2597. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly got up and walked towards the door of the light screen. The three beasts followed closely behind her. In this kind of battle, contracted beasts were the default existence. As expected, Bailey Hongzhuang smoothly walked through the door of the light screen, and the figure on the other side gradually revealed itself. Bailey Hongzhuang did not recognize the other party, but her sharp eyes saw the other party's identity card, Wang Yujing of the Wang family. The Wang family was also an aristocratic family of cultivators. They were not weak, but Bailey Hongzhuang had never come into contact with anyone from the Wang family. This Wang Yujing in front of her was obviously the successor of the Wang family. Bailey Hongzhuang sized him up slightly and knew that the other party's strength was not simple. After Wang Yujing saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he was obviously shocked. He had some understanding of the successors of various large forces, but he was completely unfamiliar with this woman in front of him. After exiting the door of the light screen, they arrived at the tournament stage. The two figures immediately appeared on the tournament stage. At this moment, a red ripple appeared between Bailey Hongzhuang and Wang Yujing. There was a row of words written on the ripple. Tournament rules: the winner will obtain the other party's identity card, but cannot take the other party's life. The loser will leave, and the winner will continue to wait. Concise and comprehensive, it also told Bailey Hongzhuang and Wang Yujing that this tournament was imperative. Looks like this is an elimination round. After Wang Yujing saw the small words, he could not help but chuckle. Even if he did not understand what was going on previously, he should have understood after seeing this. A light of understanding flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Obviously, the winner would stay here and fight with the other winners on the tournament stage. Once they lost, they would probably leave this underground tunnel. Cultivators would use this method to obtain the identity card, but they would not lose their lives. This was an excellent guarantee. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not know that this rule only existed among the heirs. It did not exist among ordinary cultivators. Since the reward for this competition is to obtain an identity card, I wonder what the outcome would be if it was someone who had already lost their identity card. Bailey Hongzhuang muttered to herself. Lan Qingyan's identity card had already fallen into her hands. As such, what could Lan Qingyan use to participate in the competition? If she didn't have an identity token, then wouldn't the other party gain nothing from defeating her? Wang Yujing was obviously not in a hurry to fight. They needed to figure out the situation first. If you don't have an identity token, you shouldn't be qualified to participate in the competition, Wang Yujing said slowly. This kind of competition is fair. Since they will leave once they lose, those without identity cards should have already determined that they will lose from the very beginning. They should not have come here at all. Although he didn't know the real answer, Wang Yujing was extremely certain when he said this sentence. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's possible. If it was really like this, then what would happen to Lan Qingyan after she entered this underground tunnel? In fact, Lan Qingyan was also extremely depressed. She had been walking non-stop, and this tunnel seemed to have no end. It was simply exhausting all of her patience. In a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Wang Yujing had already understood everything. This place was to give them a fair chance to fight. Putting aside many uncertain factors, there would definitely not be a third party in this battle. They also didn't have to worry about the situation of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It could be said that this place allowed the cultivators to display their full strength. I'm the Wang clan's young master, Wang Yujing. May I know who you are? Wang Yujing sized up Bailey Hongzhuang for a moment. Although he already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's name and that she was from Limitless Palace from her identity tablet, he didn't know what was her identity in Limitless Palace. In the previous few battles for supremacy, Limitless Palace had sent their disciples to participate. However, when he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had an extraordinary bearing, he had some doubts in his heart. I'm Limitless Palace's young palace master, Bailey Hongzhuang. Nice to meet you. Bailey Hongzhuang also knew the deeper meaning behind Wang Yujing's question. Although they were about to be opponents, there was no enmity between Limitless Palace and Wang clan. Therefore, she was very polite when she spoke. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's answer, Wang Yujing couldn't help but be surprised. After that, he revealed a look of understanding. So that's the case. Sorry for the disrespect. Wang Yujing cupped his hands and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a brighter gaze. He didn't expect Limitless Palace's young palace master to be such a beauty. It was really unexpected. Young palace master Bailey, since we're already at this stage, why don't we exchange some pointers? Please. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Wang Yujing seemed to be in a fighting stance at the same time. They weren't people who liked to waste time. Now that all the arrangements were made, there was no meaning in wasting time here. The winner still needed to continue, and the loser should leave this place. The three beasties took advantage of the situation and stood behind Bailey Hongzhuang. This was also a chance for them to perform. Their master's age meant that they were at a disadvantage in this battle, so they had to do their best. After all, this was the first time Master had appeared in front of everyone as the young palace master. If he performed well, his reputation would undoubtedly be much better. Wang Yujing also had his own contracted beast. It was a Utilion with red fur all over its body. It was huge and had a majestic aura. Normally, this U-tiger was Wang Yujing's mount. No matter where it went, it would always attract the attention and envy of many people. Yu Hushi also came up behind Wang Yujing, but when Wang Yujing saw the three contracted beasts behind Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't help but look surprised. The white demonic beast seemed to be quite capable. Although it wasn't as impressive as Yu Hushi, he could tell that it wasn't simple. However, why did Bailey Hongzhuang bring the other two little fellows that looked like pets? The most important thing was that every cultivator only had one contract beast. What was the use of Bailey Hongzhuang having two more? This situation was a little strange. However, Wang Yujing didn't take it to heart. As the young master of the Wang family, he had seen many people and things. Many people would have some strange fetishes. Although this action seemed a little strange, it wasn't that hard to accept. The battle broke out in an instant. Wang Yujing and Bailey Hongzhuang's origin energy surged out of their bodies, and a surging aura spread out. Blue Realm Level 5, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately determined Wang Yujing's cultivation level, but the result was undoubtedly much better than she had expected. She was worried that Wang Yujing was at Blue Realm Level 7 like Lan Qingyan and the others. If that was the case, the situation would be a little difficult. When she was fighting with Lan Qingyan, she immediately used her strongest move. Because the gap between their cultivation levels was too big, if it wasn't for Bai Shi's sneak attack, it would have been very difficult for her to defeat Lan Qingyan. If Wang Yujing had also reached Blue Realm Level 7, it would be equally difficult for her to win. However, since he was at Blue Realm Level 5, it would be much easier. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's whole body relaxed a bit. After all, there were strong and weak cultivators participating in the Battle of Zhuolu. Lan Qingyan and the others were considered to be extremely powerful among the many teams in the Battle of Zhuolu. When Wang Yujing felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation was only at the third level of the Blue Realm, his whole body relaxed, and his eyes were filled with a smile. Previously, he thought that Bailey Hongzhuang looked very young, so he was afraid that her strength wouldn't be very strong. Blue Realm Level 3, this battle was definitely going to be a win. Bailey Hongzhuang took a step forward and without a word, the energy of the blood aura field exploded. The blood aura field was the most effective in a battle of a higher level. Moreover, Wang Yujing's strength was only 2 levels higher than hers. It was not difficult for her to suppress him. Wang Yujing, who was originally very happy, changed his expression when he saw the blood aura field. He was filled with indescribable shock and astonishment. Boom! Wang Yujing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. In a short moment, his strength had been forcibly suppressed to Blue Realm Level 3, the same cultivation level as Bailey Hongzhuang. Wang Yujing couldn't help but be slightly flabbergasted when she saw this. The advantage in cultivation actually vanished just like that. Bailey Hongzhuang did not give Wang Yujing any time to be stunned. Her figure flashed, and her right hand clenched into a fist. She struck out fiercely at Wang Yujing. Bang! Wang Yujing also punched out to block Bailey Hongzhuang. However, when Wang Yujing's fist came into contact with Bailey Hongzhuang's fist, the ominous feeling in his heart intensified. A heart-wrenching pain came from his right hand. It was as if a flame had burned his arm, and it continued to burn along the wound. This was the first time that Bailey Hongzhuang used the power of the icy cold fire. She only felt that when she was fighting, using the icy cold fire to wrap her fist was undoubtedly a very convenient way of fighting. Wang Yujing quickly retreated a few steps. When he saw the wound on his hand, the way he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang changed. He underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. Even though this woman's cultivation level was only Blue Realm level 3, her trump card was really amazing. The blood aura field was something that none of the heirs except for Bewitching had. He did not expect that there was a second person who had it now. The icy cold fire was also an extremely precious treasure. Even as the heir of the Wang clan, he did not have the ability to own it. Bailey Hongzhuang had actually obtained it at such a young age. Could it be? Wuji Palace's foundation was so powerful? Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. No one knew when the next battle would end. Hence, the sooner she finished this battle, the more time she would have to recover her battle strength. Wang Yujing saw how quick Bailey Hongzhuang's attacks were and did not dare to be negligent. Bailey Hongzhuang's battle strength was clearly much stronger than her cultivation. He had been blinded by this fact from the start. If he still dared to underestimate her now, he would be digging his own grave. While Bailey Hongzhuang was pursuing her victory, the three beasts were lazily watching Yu Hushi in front of him. Xiao He glanced at Yu Hushi lazily, then turned to Baisher and said, "Baisher, you should be able to deal with this kind of trash in a matter of minutes, right?" Baisher nodded, his expression filled with disdain. "It's a piece of cake." In the next moment, the white lion's roar rang out. Roar. The roar of a beast king caused Yu Hushi's body to tremble uncontrollably. He prostrated himself on the ground as if he was worshipping the beast king. In front of the beast king, no matter how awe-inspiring he usually was, he could only bow his head in submission. He did not dare to even think of resisting. Baisher had no interest in teaching this fellow a lesson. He waved his hand and Yu Hushi crawled off the stage, trembling. Clearly, he had lost the right to fight. Wang Yujing could not help but pay attention to the situation of his contracted beasts during the battle. Currently, he was slightly inferior in comparison to Bailey Hongzhuang. If Yu Hushi's battle had ended, he would be able to lend him a helping hand. However, Wang Yujing's gaze swept across the stage. When he did not see Yu Hushi's figure, he could not help but be dumbfounded. Has Yu Hushi disappeared? That's impossible. After taking a closer look, he realized that Yu Hushi had already appeared below the fighting ring. He was prostrating himself on the ground, and his huge body was still trembling. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. Naturally, Wang Yujing knew that only Yu Hushi would behave like this when he encountered a demonic beast of a much higher level than him. However, none of Bailey Hongzhuang's three contracted beasts seemed to be able to do this. No matter how doubtful Wang Yujing was, it was obvious that he could not get an answer at this time. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang's attack once again landed on Wang Yujing's body. At the same time, the three beasts also appeared behind Bailey Hongzhuang. After seeing this scene, Wang Yujing also knew that he was no match for Bailey Hongzhuang. Even though he was very unwilling, there was nothing he could do. In the end, Wang Yujing chose to admit defeat. After all, since the outcome of the battle had already been decided, it would be meaningless to fight to the death here. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of situation he would encounter after leaving the martial arts stage. It was better for him to preserve some of his strength. Young Palace Master Bailey is indeed powerful. I admit defeat. A dejected look appeared on Wang Yujing's face. He had actually lost to a level 3 Blue Realm cultivator. If this news were to spread, he would be humiliated. Bailey Hongzhuang cupped his fists. Young Palace Master Wang, thank you for letting me win. Just as the victor was about to be decided, Wang Yujing's identity card was handed to Bailey Hongzhuang by an invisible force in the next moment. Without the identity card, Wang Yujing's figure almost disappeared in the next moment in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the light screen. However, the situation in front of her changed again. In Bailey Hongzhuang's line of sight, a brand new passage suddenly appeared, apparently guiding Bailey Hongzhuang to continue moving forward. It seems that it's leading me to my next opponent. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curved into a playful smile. The layout of this Shuolu battle was really interesting. However, she didn't know where Wang Yujing would go after she failed. Would she continue to walk in this path, or would she appear on the surface? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know what the arrangement was, nor did she know when she would be able to meet up with the other cultivators in the team. She thought that they were going through the same battle. She could only hope that everyone would do well. This path was much shorter than the one Bailey Hongzhuang had taken before. After walking for about an hour, Bailey Hongzhuang saw another red light screen. However, the light screen was currently closed, and her next opponent had yet to arrive. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang sat down with her legs crossed and started to rest. Although she wasn't injured in the previous battle, she had used up some of her primary energy. After this battle, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that with her current strength, she should be able to deal with cultivators of Blue Realm level 5 to level 6. As for those of Blue Realm level 7, she would have to give it her all if she wanted to win. The final result was uncertain. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had always thought that since she was already here, she might as well take things as they came. He would go as far as he could go. He did not have to go all the way to the last step. At least, she was sure that she was in the middle among the heirs. She wouldn't be at the bottom. What happened next was just as Bailey Hongzhuang expected. After resting for a day, her opponent appeared again. After she won again and received an identity badge, she walked into a new path and began her next journey. As the number of battles increased, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that her opponent's strength was increasing. At first, Wang Yujing was the weakest. As her opponent's strength increased, Bailey Hongzhuang's battle became more and more difficult. Every heir had their own powerful trump card. Bailey Hongzhuang had also seen many powerful moves in the process of fighting, and her trump cards were also constantly displayed. The three beasts also helped Bailey Hongzhuang a lot. Her opponent's contract beasts were often defeated by White Lion. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were responsible for creating a diversion so that her opponent wouldn't be able to guard. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang could be said to have defeated all her opponents. Comparing notes with the strong, Bailey Hongzhuang had also gained a lot. As her potential was stimulated again and again, Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation level directly broke through to level 4 of Blue Realm. Bailey Hongzhuang was already struggling with her strength at level 3 of Blue Realm. However, after her breakthrough and the increase in her combat power, she continued to hold on. After obtaining 10 identity badges in this battle, Bailey Hongzhuang had many wounds on her body. The opponents she encountered were getting stronger and stronger. She had to give her all in every battle, so naturally, her injuries were piled on top of her injuries. However, throughout this process, her coordination with the three beasts had also improved. Fortunately, as a cultivator's power increases, the amount of time they could rest in between battles would also increase. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the identity badges she had obtained. She had obtained a total of 10 identity badges in this battle. In addition to the 2 identity badges she had obtained previously, she now had a total of 12 identity badges. She believed that her gains were considered to be rather good. She was aware of her own limitations in the following battles and knew that her chances of winning were very slim. This was because she had already given her all in the 10th battle and had won by a narrow margin. The opponent in the next round would definitely be much stronger than the previous one. It was almost impossible for her to win by luck. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not intend to admit defeat without a fight, so she intended to give her all in this battle. As for how far she could go, it would depend on her own luck. Anyway, this battle would not take anyone's life. She would take it as a chance for her to learn from each other and understand her opponent's power. Master, the door of the light screen has opened. While Bailey Hongzhuang was cultivating, the three beasts noticed the ripples in the door of the light screen and could not help but remind her. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang exited her cultivation state. She looked at the flickering door of the light screen and composed herself. What will come will come. Let's go in. The three beasts nodded and immediately followed Bailey Hongzhuang into the light screen. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang saw the person who had walked out of the light screen, she was completely stunned. Then, a surprised and excited smile appeared on her devastatingly beautiful face. She never thought that she would meet someone whom she had not met outside in this battle arena. When Bewitching saw Bailey Hongzhuang, his handsome face was filled with joy as well. Wife, I haven't seen you in so long. I've missed you so much. Bewitching's lips curved into a devilish smile. His long and narrow eyes slightly raised, revealing a bit of teasing and love. Upon closer inspection, one could see the seriousness in his eyes. Since Bailey Hongzhuang left the assessment competition and stayed in Tiangang's sect to cultivate, Bewitching had been accompanying Bailey Hongzhuang all the time. They had not been separated for such a long time. Hearing Bewitching's cynical words, Bailey Hongzhuang wrinkled her nose and glanced at Bewitching, but her eyes were shining with a bright smile. "You've been talking nonsense ever since you arrived." Bewitching chuckled and walked slowly to Bailey Hongzhuang. "Isn't that because my wife is too beautiful?" Bailey Hongzhuang's cheeks flushed red. Faced with Bewitching's praise, she was shy and did not know what to say. "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you." This guy was always able to say these words like a gentleman. She was completely convinced. Bewitching reached out and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang into his arms. "Wife, tell me, have you missed your husband during this time?" Bailey Hongzhuang pouted and pretended to be disdainful. "I'm too lazy to miss you." "Are you telling the truth?" Bewitching stared at Bailey Hongzhuang's limpid eyes. "You really didn't miss me?" When she said this, Bailey Hongzhuang turned her eyes away with a guilty conscience. Ever since the Battle of the Deer, she had been hoping to meet up with Bewitching as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they had been arranged to be far away from each other and she had never had the chance to meet up. For so long, Bewitching had been by her side every day and she had long gotten used to it. Now that they had been apart for such a long time, she really felt that something was missing. However, she did not want to admit it at a time like this. Otherwise, Bewitching would be even more pleased with himself. "My wife, you don't miss me?" Bewitching frowned and pretended to be displeased. "You should be punished." Before Bailey Hongzhuang could react to Bewitching's sudden words, Bewitching's kiss had already landed on her lips. He tossed and turned, indulging in her sweetness. As if to punish Bailey Hongzhuang for her dishonesty, Bewitching's kiss was less gentle and more domineering and punishing. He kissed her fiercely. He had missed the person in front of him so much these past few days and this little one actually dared to not miss him. This would not do. Bailey Hongzhuang pushed her hands against Bewitching's chest but realized that it was useless. That was because the man's hands were too strong and she had no way of resisting. She could only endure everything with a red face. The three beasts, who had been prepared to go all out, had already covered their eyes with their paws. However, they still peeked through the gaps. "Bewitching is really too much. He always catches me off guard like this. I'm going to grow a needle's eye." Little Black covered its eyes and stomped its feet. Its white fur had now turned completely pink. It was bright red. "Then why are you still peeking?" Xiaobai glanced at Xiaohei. Every time, Xiaohei would mutter to herself while sneaking glances at her. "Look at how popular you are now." Upon hearing this, Xiaohei glared at Xiaobai. "How are you any better than me? You're not usually so dark. How dare you say you're not popular? Both of you are the same." White Lion glanced at the two of them. "Be quiet, or Master will find out." After Bewitching let go of Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but gasp for air. At the same time, she looked at the person who was laughing in front of her with shame and indignation. "Bewitching. Good girl." Bewitching blinked. Facing the embarrassed Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt even more tender affection for her. Bailey Hongzhuang was completely speechless. This fellow's skin was indeed as thick as the city walls. The moment she turned around, Bailey Hongzhuang saw Xiaohei, who had turned completely pink. The shame and indignation in her heart grew even stronger. Where was her prestige as the master of this place? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang turn around, the three beasties were so scared that they quivered. They quickly turned around and lowered their heads, facing the wall to reflect on themselves. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at this scene speechlessly. She was also helpless towards these three beasts. Bewitching lowered his voice and chuckled softly. He pulled Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand and pulled her into his embrace. "My wife, have you encountered any danger since the deer chasing battle?" These days, he had been worried about Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. Now that he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was safe and sound, he could finally relax. "Fortunately, I've managed to avert danger. I met Lan Qingyan," Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. As soon as these words came out, Bewitching's expression couldn't help but change. What happened? He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang hated Lan Qingyan, but he didn't expect the two to meet so soon. Once they met, it wouldn't end well. At that time I was refining elixirs. Lan Qingyan asked me to hand over the identity token and elixirs to them. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. After interacting with Lan Qingyan, she had a better understanding of Lan Qingyan, but she was even more disdainful of Lan Qingyan. She would definitely trample this kind of person under her feet. After the Battle of Zhuolu ended, she would gradually appear in front of the Lan family. Then, you two fought. Bewitching knew Bailey Hongzhuang's character very well. Even if it was someone else who said this to Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely not let it go. Moreover, this person was Lan Qingyan. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's right. Baisha is more powerful. He crippled one of Lan Qingyan's hands. Her identity token also fell into my hands. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang took out Lan Qingyan's identity token. A smile appeared on her lips. Bewitching was also stunned when he saw this identity token. He knew that Lan Qingyan's strength had probably reached the 7th level of the Blue Realm. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was actually able to obtain Lan Qingyan's identity token. This was a little too surprising. He was originally worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would be at a disadvantage after meeting Lan Qingyan. He didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to be wronged, and he didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to be wronged because of Lan Qingyan. All these years, Bailey Hongzhuang had suffered enough because of Lan Qingyan. However, he did not expect his wife to be so powerful. The first time she came into direct contact with Lan Qingyan, she had already snatched Lan Qingyan's identity token. I didn't expect my wife to be so powerful. Bewitching gave Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. His wife was really capable. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her chin proudly. Of course. It's been so many years. I'm no longer that helpless baby. It's time for things to change. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly thought of something and asked, Beichen, what is the relationship between Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Yitian? Ouyang Yitian? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. The relationship between the Lan family and the Ouyang family has always been quite close. Ever since we caused a ruckus at the Yu family a few days ago, there has been some animosity between the Lan family and the Yu family. On the contrary, the Lan family is getting closer and closer to the Ouyang family. According to the information I received, Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Yitian are likely to become a family. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. So that's how it is. You met Ouyang Yitian? If it wasn't for Ouyang Yitian's appearance, Lan Qingyan would have died in my hands. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light. Very quickly, she revealed a relieved expression. However, this is also good. Lan Qingyan can still be my stepping stone. Back then, Lan Qingyan had stepped on her body to become the future head of the Lan family. In a few days, she would step on Lan Qingyan's body to take back everything that belonged to her. Bailey Hongzhuang did not hide anything from Bewitching. Instead, she told him everything that had happened. After knowing that Mo Yunjue had once again helped Bailey Hongzhuang resolve the crisis, Bewitching's eyes changed slightly, his expression unfathomable. It seems that I really should thank Mo Yunjue. Ever since the Yu clan's incident, Bewitching no longer opposed Mo Yunjue as before. Instead, he admired him a little more. Bewitching didn't admire many people in his life, and there were even fewer people of the same generation. However, Mo Yunjue was one of the people he admired. Because Mo Yunjue was a true gentleman. Even though Shirtian Tower was a hidden and dark existence in the eyes of many people, Mo Yunjue was indeed a true gentleman who acted openly and aboveboard. As a man himself, he was very clear about Mo Yunjue's feelings towards Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Mo Yunjue had never stepped in from the beginning to the end. Just this point alone was enough to make him admire him. With Mo Yunjue's level of excellence, if he also participated, he would probably be a formidable opponent. And now, he also respected the friendship between Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Yunjue. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. If Yunjue didn't appear, then it would be a lot more troublesome. We have to thank him properly. Bewitching touched Bailey Hongzhuang's head, his eyes slightly narrowed. Wife, Mo Yunjue is very good, but in your heart, you have to remember that I am the best. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but smile. That will depend on how you perform. Wife, don't worry, I will definitely perform well. Di Beichen patted his chest, with a look of wife, just watch how I perform, which made Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. The next moment, Di Beichen took the identity card from his waist and said, Wife, since you are here, I naturally have to present this identity card with both hands. For him, nothing was more important than Bailey Hongzhuang. Although this identity card was related to the results of Tiangang sect, he wanted to pamper Bailey Hongzhuang more. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen's actions and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A faint and charming smile appeared on her lips. Are you sure you want to give this identity card to me? Di Beichen blinked his charming eyes. My whole body belongs to you, not to mention this identity card. Looking at Di Beichen's funny look, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Di Beichen, you are really the most thick-skinned person I have ever seen. So I think I am the one you love the most. Di Beichen shrugged his shoulders. He was not ashamed, but rather proud of it. Okay, you are right. Bailey Hongzhuang was helpless for a while, but many times, because you like this person, no matter what he does, you will like it. Beichen, you should keep this identity card. Bailey Hongzhuang took her identity card. I will give you my identity card. Wife. Di Beichen frowned, but Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation followed. With my strength, I have already done my best to get to this point. If the opponent who appears now is not you, I am afraid I will fail in this game. If you give me the identity medallion, I will only fail in the next round of the competition. If you continue to challenge, you will be able to get more identity cards. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a bright and moving smile. She had absolute confidence in Di Beichen's strength. Even Ouyang Etienne would not be Di Beichen's opponent. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile was mischievous as she smiled sweetly at Di Beichen. Di Beichen raised his brows and said, Please speak, my wife. I'm asking you to fight on my behalf and we'll split the rewards equally. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her chin and her expression was smug and arrogant. You have to return my identity token to me. Once she said this, Di Beichen's handsome and elegant face could not help but break into a brilliant smile, revealing his white and neat teeth. So I'm fighting on your behalf. What? You're not convinced? Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes like a cat waiting for an opportunity to strike. As long as Di Beichen dared to say anything, she would immediately explode. Di Beichen quickly shook his head and stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's soft and silky hair affectionately. How would I dare? Since I'm fighting on your behalf, all the rewards naturally belong to my wife. My wife, just you wait, your husband will obtain a few more identity tokens for you. Bailey Hongzhuang's coquettishness was fatal to Di Beichen and he was willing to do anything for her. However, he also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had said this because she wanted him to accept the identity token without any psychological burden. Bailey Hongzhuang's words were very reasonable. It would be best if they could obtain as many identity tokens as possible. Based on the current time of the Battle of Zhuolu, even if he made it to the end, the Battle of Zhuolu should not be over yet. The Tiangang sect's reputation has long resounded throughout the mainland. Even if they did not perform well in this Battle of Zhuolu, it did not mean much. However, his wife wanted to use this opportunity to make a name for herself. As her husband, he naturally had to do his part. He wanted everyone to know that Bailey Hongzhuang was his woman. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles. Good luck, I'll wait for you outside. Di Beichen reached out his hand and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang over, planting another kiss on her lips. We've just met and we're about to part again. I really can't bear to part with my wife. Bailey Hongzhuang puffed up her cheeks. She had always been bullied by Di Beichen's shameless actions. This was not in line with her character. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang stood on her tiptoe and pecked Di Beichen on the lips. I can't bear to part with you, humph. However, after doing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's back, Bailey Hongzhuang's back, Bailey's Z's, Bailey S's, she's Z's, Bailey Hongzhuang, Bailey S. Hiss, Hongzhuang's S and S's. Her. Or looks like I should hurry up and marry her. After Bailey Hongzhuang handed over her identity token, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a wave of energy wrap around her. Then, she disappeared into the light screen. The three beasties were naturally with Bailey Hongzhuang. Previously, they were curious about where they would go if they failed. Now, they understood. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw everything in front of her again, she realized that she was still underground. However, there was a small hall in front of her, and there was still a light screen in front of her. The light screen was currently in a closed state. It was obvious that it had not been opened. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but feel a little puzzled. Could it be that there would be another competition after she failed? Young Palace Master. Joyful voices rang out behind Bailey Hongzhuang. They sounded very familiar to Bailey Hongzhuang. So, everyone is here. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everyone in surprise. She was still worried about how to meet up with everyone after leaving this place. She didn't expect to meet everyone the moment she came out. This gave her a pleasant surprise. When everyone saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had arrived, a smile appeared on their faces. It was as if they had seen a relative that they hadn't seen for a long time. The joy of reunion filled everyone's heart. Previously, when everyone walked into a different passage, everyone was a little afraid. After all, they didn't know what they were going to face next. They also didn't know when they would be able to reunite with their teammates. But now, it seemed that they were worried for nothing. This underground arena had already arranged everything for them, so they didn't need to worry at all. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at everyone. Including her, there were a total of 8 cultivators. There were still 2 disciples who hadn't appeared. Long Xianjing noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze and took the lead to explain. Young Palace Master, after we lost the competition, we came here. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She immediately understood. It seems that everyone will come here after the competition. After saying that, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on the light screen. She was already very familiar with this light screen. Before they met the corresponding conditions, it was impossible for them to leave this light screen. Let's wait until everyone has gathered and then we can leave. Everyone nodded. They also felt that this should be the case. How's everyone's harvest? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled at everyone. The total number of identity cards that everyone obtained was the result of Limitless Palace. Everyone reported their results to Bailey Hongzhuang. Long Xianjing and the other disciples who were stronger naturally obtained more identity cards. As for the weaker disciples, they came out earlier. However, overall, Limitless Palace's results were still very good. However, during this process, Bailey Hongzhuang faintly felt that something was wrong. In that case, Yan Aoshuang was the third last to come out, Long Xianjing was the second last, and I was the last to come out. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. Although they didn't know why Bailey Hongzhuang asked this question, they still nodded. It was indeed a good idea. As for the other 2 disciples, how many matches do you think they can last? The strength of the opponents encountered by the other disciples naturally couldn't be compared to the opponents encountered by Bailey Hongzhuang, but their strength was definitely not weak. If they hadn't come out by now, it meant that they had participated in the competition more times than Bailey Hongzhuang. This seemed a little strange. Hearing this, the expressions of Long Xianjing and the others changed. Their expressions became unsightly. Young Palace Master, what do you mean? Yan Aoshuang immediately understood and could not help but ask in a low voice. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say anything. She just looked at everyone and found that everyone had the same expression. At this moment, White Lion's voice suddenly rang out. Master, the light screen is moving. Looking at the movement on the light screen, everyone understood what was going on. It turned out that Bailey Hongzhuang was the last cultivator to come out. As for the other 2 who didn't come out, they probably wouldn't have the chance to come out again. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looked at each other. This situation was undoubtedly something none of them wanted to see. Yan Aoshuang sighed, participating in this competition is inherently dangerous. It's already good that so many of us can come out safely. They had already understood the risks of participating in the Battle of Zhuolu long before they came. Overall, their team's current situation was already much better than expected. Master, isn't it forbidden to take people's lives in this competition? Why would something like this happen? After seeing this scene, Xiaohei couldn't help but lower her voice and whisper into Bailey Hongzhuang's ear. Previously, when Master was fighting, her opponent had also fallen into danger. However, there was a wave of energy that protected them and brought them away. I'm afraid. The rules are different. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice could only be heard by the three beasts. She didn't want the other cultivators to know about this as it would undoubtedly make them unhappy. To the various major powers, the loss that they couldn't bear was the death of their successor. As for the other cultivators, as long as the number didn't reach a certain level, it would be within the range that the major powers could bear. Therefore, if it didn't take lives, it should only be targeted at the successor. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the three beasts couldn't help but be stunned. However, they quickly understood what Bailey Hongzhuang meant. Speaking of which, this world was originally unfair. Most of the time, such rules were tacitly agreed. The cultivators of Limitless Palace all sighed. Their expressions revealed a hint of helplessness. A faint feeling of sadness lingered in their hearts. No matter what, they had been teammates for such a long time. They didn't expect that the previous separation would really be the last time they would see each other. It was inevitable that they would feel a little sad. Bailey Hongzhuang also felt a little sad in her heart. However, the previous situation had separated all of them. The rest of them were also helpless. As cultivators, they should be used to this kind of situation. Let's go out first. Bailey Hongzhuang suggested. Everyone was in good condition now, and their injuries were almost healed. She and Bewitching didn't fight at all, so naturally, they weren't injured. Since the door to the light screen had been opened, they decided to go out and take a look. Everyone quickly collected their emotions. None of them knew what kind of danger they would encounter next, so they had to brace themselves to face everything that was about to come. Then, everyone walked out of the light screen door. When everyone walked out, they felt a burst of clamor that spread to their ears from all directions. Another team came out. Could it be Limitless Palace's team? Yo, this Limitless Palace's leading disciple is very beautiful. 8 left. That's not bad. Before Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could clearly see the situation in front of them, they heard many people talking about them. After taking a closer look, they realized that in front of them was an extremely large and bright hall. There were many teams of cultivators gathered in the hall. This situation had obviously exceeded the expectations of all the cultivators in Limitless Palace. They originally thought that they would appear on land after exiting the light screen door. They did not expect that they would suddenly appear in a large hall. Moreover, there were more than 10 teams in front of them. This number was somewhat frightening. Bailey Hongzhuang swept her gaze around. Among these teams, there were quite a number of people who had been defeated by her. It seemed that these people had gathered together after their defeat and came to this large hall together. In that case, wouldn't it mean that all the teams would appear in this large hall in the end? In a short moment, countless thoughts ran through Bailey Hongzhuang's mind as she pondered over the current situation. However, in the face of everyone's scrutiny and discussion, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest maintained their silence. They directly chose an empty space in the large hall and sat down. This large hall was extremely large and the number of cultivators it could accommodate was also extremely shocking. Therefore, even though there were so many teams gathered in the large hall, it still appeared to be somewhat spacious. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest did not have the slightest bit of weakness. From the current situation, the teams that came out later were usually the strongest. At least, among the teams in front of them, they had enough to be proud. From the moment they appeared in this large hall to the moment they sat down, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a venomous gaze following her closely. Almost without looking, Bailey Hongzhuang knew who the owner of this gaze was. Thinking about it, among the teams in this battle for deer, only Lan Qingyan would be able to hate her so bitterly. Her line of sight turned. As expected, Lan Qingyan was fiercely glaring at Bailey Hongzhuang. As Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head, their gazes immediately collided. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly looking at her, Lan Qingyan was stunned at first. Then, she fiercely glared back. Originally, she did not know what had happened. She thought that her own team being the first to arrive in this large hall was something to be happy about. However, when the other teams appeared one after another, she then understood the reason behind this. As it turned out, she did not even have the qualifications to participate in this competition. when had their Lan clan's team not achieved excellent results in the battle for deer vying? This time, it was actually the last place. Moreover, with so many people gathered here, she couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. It was simply too embarrassing. She still remembered that when everyone first saw her, they were all surprised that she had lost an arm. They even had some doubts about her identity. This was simply infuriating. Bailey Hongzhuang was the mastermind behind all of this. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. She naturally knew about the situation that Lan Qingyan had encountered previously. It was truly wonderful. No wonder Lan Qingyan looked at him as if she couldn't wait to eat him up. To make such a high and mighty Lan Qingyan suddenly fall from her pedestal, this kind of feeling would indeed drive people crazy. However, she still hoped that Lan Qingyan's psychological quality would be better. Otherwise, there were many things that he hadn't done yet, and Lan Qingyan already couldn't take it and went crazy. Then, there wouldn't be anything fun left. When Lan Qingyan noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's contemptuous gaze, she was about to explode in anger. This woman actually dared to mock her. She really wanted to tear this woman apart. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally noticed that Ouyang Etienne's figure was not here. It seemed that Ouyang Etienne's strength was not bad. He had persisted until now and had not failed. Without Ouyang Etienne, with Lan Qingyan's current state, she was undoubtedly a soft persimmon. She did not need to care at all. Young palace master, is this the end of the Battle of Zhuolu? Yan Aoshuang looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. This situation was somewhat different from what she had imagined. She had thought that this Battle of Zhuolu would be abnormally dangerous. Although the things they had experienced before entering the underground passageway were indeed very dangerous. However, in the underground passageway, it was completely a fair competition. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a light of contemplation. Then, she shook her head and said, "It shouldn't be. Right now, only half of the Battle of Zhuolu has passed. The other teams that are still fighting will appear one by one. It definitely won't take half a month. I'm afraid that there will be other tests later. It's just that we don't know about them for now." Although she was not the founder of this Battle of Zhuolu, Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to confirm this point based on her previous life's experience. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the Limitless Palace disciples, who were originally rather doubtful, nodded their heads. If this was really the case, then they would have to be ready for the next test at any time. Right now, there are so many teams gathered here. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. No one will be the first to start a conflict. Everyone, rest assured and cultivate here for the time being. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. If there were only a few teams here, then the possibility of a big fight was not small. But now that so many teams were gathered together, it was actually a lot safer. Not only that, from the moment Bailey Hongzhuang came to this hall, she felt that the elemental energy in this hall was very rich. It was the same as when they were cultivating in the passageway. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to cultivate. As far as the eye could see, there were many groups of cultivators meditating and cultivating to pass this period of waiting. Pei Yifan and the others nodded. They were originally a little uncertain in their hearts, but after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, they seemed to have found their backbone and no longer had to worry. As everyone began to cultivate, Bailey Hongzhuang also closed her eyes. Now that there were so many people here, he might as well cultivate properly and save himself some trouble. "Hey, do you know the name of the female disciple leading the Limitless Palace this time? Her looks and temperament are heaven-defying." The gazes of many male cultivators landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Previously, before Bailey Hongzhuang arrived, they had already sized up all the girls present. In the end, they were still certain that Bailey Hongzhuang was the most beautiful. In fact, Lan Qingyan's outstanding appearance was also well known. Although Lan Qingyan's broken arm had affected her beauty, her outstanding appearance still couldn't be ignored. However, after Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, everyone's gazes were immediately attracted to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang was even better than Lan Qingyan. Everyone's eyes lit up. Most importantly, Lan Qingyan was the young mistress of the Lan family. They couldn't have any thoughts at all. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was only a disciple of Limitless Palace. They had hope. When Wang Yujing heard some people's discussion about Bailey Hongzhuang, he immediately revealed Bailey Hongzhuang's identity. Although he lost to Bailey Hongzhuang, he only admired Bailey Hongzhuang and did not resent her. With Wang Yujing's words, all the cultivators who had been discussing stopped. Their gazes all landed on Wang Yujing, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Since when did Limitless Palace have a young palace master? Is what you said true? Wang Yujing nodded. I was defeated by her. What do you think? Once these words came out, the crowd no longer doubted him. As the young master of the Wang clan, Wang Yujing naturally would not joke about such matters. What's more, he was defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang. If Bailey Hongzhuang was not the young palace master of Limitless Palace, Wang Yujing would not have been defeated by her. I didn't expect Limitless Palace to have a young palace master. Young Master Wang, if you didn't tell us, I'm afraid something bad would have happened. Hearing this, the crowd's expression changed slightly. Although these words were unpleasant to hear, it was undeniable that it was the truth. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally heard the crowd's discussion. Originally, she planned to reveal her identity directly to avoid trouble. She did not expect Wang Yujing to help her solve this problem. It seemed that although Wang Yujing's strength was not strong enough, his character was still quite good. In the past, she had experienced this kind of trouble. However, when her appearance and identity matched, there were fewer people who dared to continue provoking her. Lan Qingyan's appearance had also inherited the Lan clan's excellent genes. However, Bailey Hongzhuang could guarantee that Lan Qingyan had never been harassed like this before. This was the influence brought about by status and power. Lan Qingyan, who was already extremely unhappy, became even more unhappy after hearing the crowd's discussion. This Bailey Hongzhuang actually stole all the limelight. She originally planned to perform well in this battle of vying for the throne. However, she did not expect to get off on the wrong foot and let Bailey Hongzhuang gain the upper hand. After this battle of vying for the throne was over, Bailey Hongzhuang's name would probably become famous. When that time came, it would be even more difficult for her to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang. Thinking of this, Lan Qingyan's gaze could not help but fall on Baisher, who was beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was not enough to injure Lan Qingyan. If not for this damned contract, Bailey Hongzhuang would have died by her hands. By Lan Qingyan. Baisher glanced at Lan Qingyan lazily. There was only one thought in its mind, and that was to bite Lan Qingyan's head off the next time. Then, this fellow would not be so annoying. Comzazazaz. Usually, everyone would be cultivating in silence. Only when a new team appeared would everyone pay more attention. Now that more than half of the teams had come out, the remaining teams would come out one after another in the next few days. The next day, when Bailey Hongzhuang was cultivating, the quiet main hall suddenly erupted with a burst of discussion. Look, isn't that Ouyang Etian? The Ouyang clan's cultivators have also come out. I heard that Ouyang Etian's cultivation has reached level 7 of the Blue Realm. Since he has come out, I'm afraid it will be over soon. Lan Qingyan, who had been in a bad mood for a long time, felt a lot better after seeing Ouyang Etian. Over the past few days, although there were a few cultivators she had interacted with on a daily basis, she could always feel their curiosity and schadenfreude when they saw how serious her injuries were. She had always been a proud peacock. How could she endure other people's schadenfreude? Even if they didn't show it directly, it was still something she couldn't bear. On the contrary, Ouyang Etian was different. Ouyang Etian understood the whole story, so she didn't have to worry about Ouyang Etian having such emotions. Qingyan. Ouyang Etian smiled after seeing Lan Qingyan. He was really worried about Lan Qingyan before, but now that he saw that Lan Qingyan was safe and sound, he was relieved. Although Lan Qingyan's right hand couldn't grow out now, it could still recover after returning to the Lan family. Etian, at this moment, Lan Qingyan saw Ouyang Etian as if she had seen a relative, so even this form of address became a bit intimate. Feeling the change in Lan Qingyan, Ouyang Etian was surprised and happy at the same time. It seemed that the best effect could only be achieved when a woman needed comfort. In the past, he had never enjoyed such treatment from Lan Qingyan. The other cultivators also changed their expressions after seeing the intimacy between Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etian. The strength of the Lan family and the Ouyang family was not weak. If these two families were united by marriage, their strength would increase again. For the major forces, the alliance between two forces could cause some subtle changes, so they had to pay more attention to it. Judging from the expressions of the two, this marriage was most likely inevitable. Qingyan, how have you been these days? Ouyang Etienne asked Lan Qingyan's situation with concern. Young palace master, Ouyang Etienne has appeared. Lan Qingyan's arrogance has risen again. I'm afraid they will come looking for trouble. After seeing this scene not far away, Yan Aoshuang couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly, inexplicably making people believe in her. Don't worry, there are so many people here. Even if they want to make a move, they have to think twice. What's more, I have something on Lan Qingyan. The disciples of Limitless Palace were a little worried, but after seeing Bailey Hongshuang's indifferent appearance, they were relieved. Previously, they also saw the young palace master force a medicinal pill into Lan Qingyan's mouth. It couldn't be a good thing. Bailey Hongshuang then closed her eyes to cultivate. The current situation was different from when she was on the ground, so she didn't have to be too worried. Hey, look, that Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etienne are walking towards the direction of the Limitless Palace cultivators. After seeing Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etienne's actions, a cultivator's voice. Oh, isn't the relationship between Lan family and Limitless? Is Lan Qingyan going to look for trouble? There is a good show. Everyone looked at the aggressive Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etienne with interest. On the other hand, Bailey Hongshuang continued to cultivate as if she didn't notice anything. Bailey Hongshuang, stop pretending. Get up. The disciples of Limitless Palace withdrew from their cultivation state and glared at Lan Qingyan in front of them. Bailey Hongshuang slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the aggressive Lan Qingyan in front of her, but she still had the appearance of a calm cloud. Lan Qingyan, now that your helper is here, are you looking for trouble again? As soon as she opened her mouth, Bailey Hongshuang didn't hold back and directly gave her a resounding slap. Yesterday, Lan Qingyan didn't dare to look for trouble. Today, she relied on Ouyang Etienne's appearance and dared to look for her. Wasn't this because she didn't have the confidence? When the surrounding cultivators saw that Bailey Hongshuang and Lan Qingyan were so angry when they met, they were all stunned. It seemed that this conflict was bigger than they thought. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's sarcasm, Lan Qingyan's face turned green and white. Unfortunately, she was powerless to refute. It was really infuriating. Bailey Hongshuang, stop talking nonsense. What did you feed me just now? Quickly hand over the antidote, otherwise, I'll let your entire team die here. Currently, there were only 8 disciples of Limitless Palace left. The Lan clan's cultivators were all here because they didn't have the qualifications to participate in the competition. In addition to the Ouyang clan's cultivators, this number was really not small. However, in the face of Lan Qingyan's threat, Bailey Hongshuang only sneered. Your threat is useless against me. Previously, you also said that you would kill me. Wasn't the one who ended it decisively with your own hand? Looking at the furious face in front of her, the sarcasm in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes deepened. Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. Almost everyone was secretly guessing who broke Lan Qingyan's hand. However, no one thought that it was related to Limitless Palace's young palace master. Before this battle of Shualu, they didn't even know that Limitless Palace had a young palace master. Even though they had seen Bailey Hongshuang yesterday, everyone still had doubts about her strength. After all, Bailey Hongshuang's age was really young and her qualifications were shallow, so many people did not take her seriously. However, after knowing that Bailey Hongshuang had broken Lan Qingyan's hand, the situation had changed. They weren't clear about Bailey Hongshuang's strength, but they were very clear about Lan Qingyan's strength. The fact that Lan Qingyan could suffer such a huge loss in the hands of Bailey Hongshuang was enough to prove how strong Bailey Hongshuang was. What's more, after Bailey Hongshuang appeared yesterday, Lan Qingyan didn't dare to make any moves. It was only until Ouyang Etienne appeared that Lan Qingyan dared to find trouble. Who was strong and who was weak could be seen at a glance. Suddenly, no one dared to underestimate Bailey Hongshuang. It seemed that Limitless Palace's young palace master had the same temperament as Limitless Palace's palace master. Thinking back, Yu Linfeng was also an unknown person. However, no one expected that once he appeared, he could no longer be ignored. Obviously, Bailey Hongshuang was also such a person, after Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etian felt the change in the attitude of the other cultivators, their faces turned ugly. Almost at the first moment when everyone exclaimed, they already understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was using them as stepping stones. She wanted to use their reputation to make her name known. The cultivators of Limitless Palace instantly felt the change in the other people's view of them. They couldn't help but admire Bailey Hongzhuang in their hearts. Young Palace Master's methods were really amazing. In this short period of time, everyone knew that Lan Qingyan was defeated by young Palace Master. Moreover, she lost miserably, truly mighty and domineering. After Ouyang Etian saw that Lan Qingyan was so weak in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't help but say, "Bailey Hongzhuang, quickly hand over the antidote." He didn't want to let others see him as a joke for no reason. Hee hee. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, but the curve of her lips revealed a bit of coldness. "You want me to hand it over and I'll hand it over? If I want you to die, you'll die?" Even if they really fought, she wouldn't shrink back. What's more, the other party was just clamoring. It would be strange if she paid attention to it. Bailey Hongzhuang. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ouyang Etian was also angry. These words jumped out of his mouth one after another. Less nonsense. If you dare to make a move on me here, I don't mind fighting to the death with you. Unless, Lan Qingyan doesn't want to live anymore. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slightly raised, revealing a bright and charming smile. The reason why she could be fearless was naturally because she had enough confidence. Lan Qingyan's heart was also depressed. She didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang gave her to eat. From the moment she ate it until now, there was no reaction. Sometimes, she even suspected that what Bailey Hongzhuang gave her to eat was a useless elixir. She just wanted to use this method to make her afraid. However, she was really worried. If it was really poison, then wouldn't she be in trouble? She, Lan Qingyan, still had a great future. She absolutely couldn't lose her life like this. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's fearless and unyielding attitude, Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etian glanced at each other with a gloomy face. Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction was not beyond their expectations. However, they had also thought of a way to deal with it. The next moment, Ouyang Etian's voice resounded throughout the hall. "Heroes, this is a private matter between us and Limitless Palace. I hope that no matter what happens next, everyone will not interfere. My Ouyang clan and Lan clan will definitely remember everyone's help at this moment." As soon as he said that, the expressions of the cultivators present changed a little, but no one said anything. Although Limitless Palace's strength wasn't weak, it had only been established for a short period of time. Regardless of background or influence, it couldn't be compared to the Lan family and Ouyang family. Offending these two great clans for the sake of Limitless Palace was undoubtedly not a good deal. Everyone present was smart. As long as they didn't have a strong relationship with Limitless Palace, they wouldn't stand out at this moment. It seems like the Ouyang family and Lan family are preparing to join forces to deal with Limitless Palace. I'm afraid Limitless Palace's team is in trouble. Everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. 2 against 1, the result could be determined without even looking. The cultivators of Limitless Palace were also nervous. If they were to fight here and the other forces didn't care, they would be in trouble. Lan Qingyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang proudly. She wanted to see who else could help Bailey Hongzhuang. She didn't believe that Mo Yunjue would appear so coincidentally this time. "Bailey Hongzhuang, if you don't hand over the antidote now, I will make your entire team disappear." Lan Qingyan's eyes were malicious and resentful. She had already thought it through. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang handed over the antidote, she would take Bailey Hongzhuang's life at the first opportunity. She would never allow Bailey Hongzhuang to continue living in this world. Ouyang Etian also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang coldly. At this point, Bailey Hongzhuang had no other choice. However, from the beginning to the end, Bailey Hongzhuang only looked at Lan Qingyan indifferently and turned a deaf ear to her threats. She was very clear that as long as she didn't hand over the antidote, both sides would be tied. The advantage on the surface was not much of an advantage. Even if the other teams didn't make a move, what could they do? Could they torture her in front of everyone here? They couldn't do it, so they couldn't win. Moreover, this poison was originally specially prepared for Lan Qingyan. It was to let Lan Qingyan have a taste of pain. How could she make an antidote? That was something she didn't need. Okay, however, her poison had an incubation period. It would only explode after the Battle of Zhuolu ended. At this moment, a voice that surprised everyone suddenly rang out. Young Lord Lan has such a big temper, making the entire team disappear at the slightest provocation. But I'm afraid it's not as simple as you said, right? Shang Guanying saw Lan Qingyan's hooting as soon as she came out, and her heart was already filled with dissatisfaction. As a woman, Shang Guanying understood Lan Qingyan very well. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, she couldn't stand Lan Qingyan's behavior. In this Xianxia continent, there were many capable cultivators, but Lan Qingyan was so arrogant. She felt unhappy just looking at her. Most importantly, when she saw that the person Lan Qingyan was threatening was Bailey Hongzhuang, she couldn't stand it anymore. What a joke, Bewitching wasn't here, so it wasn't Lan Qingyan's turn to bully Hongzhuang, when Xiran was helpless when he saw his wife's temper rise again. But after seeing that the person Lan Qingyan was threatening was Bailey Hongzhuang, his temper also rose. Hongzhuang was his good brother's wife. How could he let her be bullied by others? Lan Qingyan turned around and saw the aggressive Shang Guanying. Her expression changed. She also didn't have a good impression of Shang Guanying. Usually, they just didn't like each other. She didn't expect Shang Guanying to take the initiative to mess things up. Shang Guanying, this is our business. We don't need you to interfere. Lan Qingyan said coldly. She was already confident of victory, but now another person appeared to disrupt the situation. She didn't want any more changes. The other forces' expressions became more interesting when they saw Cloud Sword Sect, who had just appeared from the light screen, start to disrupt the situation. Is there any conflict between Cloud Sword Sect and Lan family? There doesn't seem to be any conflict. It's just that Lan Qingyan and Shang Guanying don't see eye to eye. But they haven't had any conflicts before. What's going on today? When Bailey Hongzhuang saw Shang Guanying and when Xiran suddenly appear, she was also a little surprised, but then a smile appeared on her face. When Xiran and Shang Guanying were good friends of Bewitching who grew up together. She also regarded these two as good friends. Although everyone was too busy a few days ago and didn't have much time to get together, this friendship existed. Shang Guanying winked at Bailey Hongzhuang mischievously. Her impression of Bailey Hongzhuang had always been good, but previously everyone was preparing for the Battle of Zhuolu, so she didn't have time to go to Tiangang sect. What do you mean this is your business? Shang Guanying looked at Lan Qingyan with dissatisfaction. Hongzhuang is my good friend, her business is my business. As soon as Shang Guanying finished speaking, the surrounding cultivators finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Shang Guanying didn't specifically look for trouble with Lan Qingyan, but because Lan Qingyan was looking for trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang, so she came forward. No wonder Shang Guanying was so angry. It turned out that she saw her good friend being bullied. Cloud Sword Sect was quite an extraordinary existence among many forces. They didn't expect that the young palace master of Limitless Palace who suddenly appeared was actually a good friend of Cloud Sword Sect's young palace master's wife. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang had existed for a long time, but they had never understood her. Once again, he said, her business is my business. Hearing this, Lan Qingyan's temples throbbed. Why was it that every time she looked for trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang, there was always someone who came to disturb the situation? How come she didn't know that people in the cultivation world were so loyal? Or was it that Bailey Hongzhuang's popularity was unexpectedly good? No matter which one it was, she couldn't believe it. No matter how loyal cultivators were, when these two forces collided, if it wasn't a life-and-death friendship, then it was impossible to stand out. First, there was Shurtian Tower, now there was Cloud Sword Sect. Didn't Bailey Hongzhuang just become the young palace master of Limitless Palace? When did she make these friendships? Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etienne had 10,000 questions in their hearts, but they simply couldn't think of an answer. When the disciples of Limitless Palace saw that the people of Cloud Sword Sect suddenly came to help, they were also stunned for a moment. The popularity of the young palace master was unexpectedly good. Although Limitless Palace had some dealings with Cloud Sword Sect, they were completely unaware that the relationship between Shang Guanying and Bailey Hongzhuang was already good to such an extent. Originally, they had thought that they were going to participate in the Battle of Zhuolu because they were isolated and without help. Who would have thought that they would have quite a few helpers? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded at Shang Guanxing and Wen Ziren. She was very grateful for their help. Shang Guanxing, this is a personal grudge between me and Bailey Hongzhuang. She broke my arm and poisoned me. Are you sure you want to be our public enemy because of her? Lan Qingyan's voice was cold and hard. At this point, she absolutely couldn't continue to give in. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to make Bailey Hongzhuang hand over the antidote. After Shang Guanxing knew what Bailey Hongzhuang had done, she couldn't help but be stunned. She really couldn't see that Bailey Hongzhuang could do such a thing. She had known Lan Qingyan for so long, but she had never seen Lan Qingyan so unlucky. However, it felt good. So what? Shang Guanxing raised her eyebrows. Since when did the grudges between cultivators only depend on one person? I don't believe that you didn't make a move against Hongzhuang. It's just that you're not capable enough. Once these words came out, Lan Qingyan's face suddenly darkened by another layer. She only felt that everyone's gaze towards her had turned into ridicule. After Wen Ziren saw that Shang Guanxing's words were so sharp, he secretly gave her a thumbs up in his heart. His wife really hit the nail on the head. No matter when she spoke, she was always so mighty and domineering. This was the first time he saw Lan Qingyan's face so ugly. But after seeing that Lan Qingyan's other arm had disappeared, he could only sigh. The might of Bewitching's wife was really not one bit inferior to his own wife. Shang Guanxing, don't go too far. Lan Qingyan's face was ashen, so what if you all join? Be careful not to suffer a great loss. Lan Qingyan was simply about to explode. In the past, Shang Guanxing didn't have the chance to be so arrogant in front of her. She didn't expect that now she actually joined forces with Bailey Hongzhuang to ridicule her. It was really abominable to the extreme. Hearing Lan Qingyan's reason, Shang Guanxing sneered, let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? When she said this, Shang Guanxing secretly glanced at Wen Ziren. In fact, she had her own selfish motives. Cloud Sword sect and Lan family didn't have any dealings with each other. Although she didn't like Lan Qingyan for a long time, both sides had never fallen out with each other. After all, the major forces absolutely wouldn't fall out with each other because of the personal grudges between the two. Now it just so happened that Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan were direct enemies. No matter how one looked at it, their Cloud Sword sect had to stand on Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she would completely fall out with Lan Qingyan. How could Wen Ziren not know his wife's little scheme? However, although he often argued with Shang Guanxing, in his heart, he still doted on Shang Guanxing. Now that the conflict between Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan had reached such a stage, it was obvious that there was no room for negotiation. With his iron friendship with Bewitching, there was no doubt about it. Moreover, the Tiangang sect had already become enemies with the Lan clan. Could it be that his Cloud Sword sect would still be afraid? Seeing Shang Guanxing's resolute attitude, Lan Qingyan was completely speechless. She didn't know what kind of charm Bailey Hongzhuang had to make others do this for her. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etian looked at each other. Both of them were calculating in their hearts what their chances of winning were if they were to really fight. If Lan Qingyan's right hand was fine, then even if they were to really fight, victory would still be within their grasp. However, her battle prowess had been affected, so the odds of her winning were now 50-50. Among the spectating teams, there was clearly no team that was willing to help them. This was a little awkward. At this moment, another voice suddenly rang out, breaking the original deadlock. However, this situation made Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etien's faces turn black again. Young Palace Master Bailey. A joyful voice suddenly rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Isn't this the Sun Moon Palace's team? The Sun Moon Palace has been very low-key in recent years. They didn't even participate in the last battle of vying for supremacy. I thought they wouldn't participate this time either. How did the Sun Moon Palace's people know Bailey Hongzhuang? It seems that Bailey Hongzhuang isn't a simple person. When did our information become so limited? The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. They had always thought that they were well informed. No matter what happened, they would always try their best to grasp the news firsthand. However, the young palace master of Limitless Palace had actually befriended so many forces without them knowing. This made them speechless. They had always thought that Limitless Palace only developed on its own and didn't have much contact with the other forces. But now, it seemed that they had been doing everything in secret. The disciples of Limitless Palace stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of them. At this moment, they were completely convinced by their young palace master. They completely didn't know that their young palace master's network was so wide. Moreover, from this situation, it seemed that every force's relationship with their young palace master wasn't just ordinary. Lan Qingyan had quite a number of acquaintances here, but at this moment, no one stood up to fight alongside Lan Qingyan. Just from this point, they could see their young palace master's ability. Originally, they felt that they were isolated and helpless in this battle of vying for supremacy. But now, their morale seemed to have risen in an instant. Their worries and lack of confidence completely dissipated in a short period of time. Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etian were also in disbelief. Bailey Hongzhuang's network was a little too shocking. Wasn't the Sun Moon Palace always hidden from the world? Among all the forces here, there weren't many forces that were familiar with the Sun Moon Palace. How did Bailey Hongzhuang even know people from the hidden Sun Moon Palace? What on earth did you do when you were a nobody? Lan Qingyan didn't like the Sun Moon Palace. Because she knew that Mu Lingbing was an outstanding disciple of the Sun Moon Palace who later married Lan Yunxiao. Ever since Mu Lingbing's disappearance, Sun Moon Palace had made trouble for the Lan family, but in the end, nothing had been done. As a result, the Lan clan and the Sun Moon Palace had changed from a marriage alliance to a completely different relationship. Because the Sun Moon Palace had been hidden from the world all these years, she didn't feel much about it. She didn't expect that the Sun Moon Palace's team would also participate in the battle for deer pursuit this time. She felt a little strange as she watched. Miss Gu. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded at Sun Moon Palace's Gu Zhiqin. Gu Zhiqin was the niece of the Sun Moon Hall's great elder, Gu Jinghe. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang had met her in the Sun Moon Palace. However, at that time, she had focused all of her experience on her grandmother's illness, so they hadn't interacted much. This time, the Sun Moon Palace's participation in the battle for the throne of martial arts must have been specially arranged by her grandmother to lend her a helping hand. Gu Zhiqin's face rippled with a happy smile. Before she participated in the battle for the throne of martial arts, she had received an order to spare no effort to help Bailey Hongzhuang. When she found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had actually become the young palace master of Limitless Palace, she was extremely shocked. The palace master's granddaughter was truly amazing. Not only was her medical skills strong, her strength was astonishing, and her fortune was also extraordinary. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang and the others came to the Sun Moon Palace, Gu Zhiqin had learned from Gu Jinghe about what the palace master and the others had gone through. She also hated the Yu clan and the Lan clan's actions to the extreme. She knew that Bailey Hongzhuang wanted revenge, and she also hoped that she could help Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, she was able to achieve what she had today without the help of the Sun Moon Palace. Returning the favor was what she should do. Young Palace Master Bailey, it seems that you have encountered some trouble. If you need our Sun Moon Palace's help, just say the word. We will definitely not refuse. Gu Zhiqin didn't show too much intimacy with Bailey Hongzhuang because she didn't want the Lan clan to discover their relationship. Therefore, Gu Zhiqin's words only made everyone think that Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to have helped the Sun Moon Palace before, so the Sun Moon Palace came to repay this favor. Shang Guanying and Wen Ziren looked at each other. They didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang had so many helpers. Ouyang Etian and Lan Qingyan's faces were gloomy. The change in the situation was completely beyond their expectations. Originally, they had a 50-50 chance of winning in a 2-on-2 situation. Now, the Sun Moon Palace had joined in. From Gu Zhiqin's words, they knew that the Sun Moon Palace would definitely not just stand by and watch once they started fighting. In this way, it would be 3 against 1. They would lose without a doubt. The originally sure-win situation had unknowingly turned into a sure-lose situation. The two of them couldn't figure it out. Most importantly, compared to the previous situation, the current situation was a little awkward. Not to mention that there was no point in continuing to persist. If they wanted to give up, it would be too shameful. If Bailey Hongzhuang refused, they would lose even more face. Haha, Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etian are dumbfounded. Xiao He laughed proudly. She didn't deliberately lower her voice. It wasn't like only Lan Qingyan was allowed to find helpers. Their master didn't find helpers, but if they did find helpers, Lan Qingyan, this hateful person, couldn't be compared to them. Lan Qingyan, this person, other than relying on numbers, has no ability at all. If Ouyang Etian wasn't here, I'm afraid she wouldn't even have the guts to talk to master. Xiao Bai didn't mind stabbing another knife. There was no need to show mercy to a person like Lan Qingyan. Not only did Xiao He Hongzhuang, but almost everyone present Lan Qingyan looked at her with pity. What goes around comes around. Who would have thought that Lan Qingyan would also fall into such a situation? Lan Qingyan, if you want to fight, start now. I don't have time to waste it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked condescendingly at Lan Qingyan, the contempt in her words was obvious. Limitless Palace's cultivators also puffed out their chests and looked at Lan Qingyan proudly. Their imposing manner wasn't any weaker than Lan Qingyan's aggressive manner. Seeing this, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but look at Ouyang Etian beside her. She really didn't know what to do in this situation. Ouyang Etian also felt very awkward. Usually, it was more common to see two teams working together at this time. However, it was a little strange for three teams to work together. Obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest would not give them a way out. This kind of embarrassing situation was also unfamiliar to Ouyang Etian. Lan Qingyan, weren't you clamoring to make us disappear? Why are you mute now? Yan Aoshuang looked at Lan Qingyan provocatively. From the beginning to the end, it was Lan Qingyan who had been finding trouble with them. Moreover, every time, she would clamor to annihilate all of them. It really made people unhappy. That's right. Every time she comes, her arrogance scares people to death. It's as if everyone is afraid of her. Hit her. If you have the ability, then do it now. Pei Yifan and the rest were not polite at all. They just wanted to slap Lan Qingyan's face. Previously, she relied on her own strength to snatch their things. Now that it was their turn to be powerful, they naturally would not let Lan Qingyan be happy. Bailey Hongzhuang looked coldly at Lan Qingyan. She noticed Lan Qingyan's expression that looked as if she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She also felt a kind of happiness spreading in her heart, but more of it was hatred. Her parents had survived under the ridicule and sarcasm of Lan Qingyan's family all these years. That kind of humiliation was enough to make them commit suicide. However, in order to be able to see her again, her parents had been struggling at death's door until now. Thinking of how Lan Qingyan had looked at her father and mother with contempt, Bailey Hongzhuang felt her chest burn with anger. She hated that she couldn't tear Lan Qingyan's body into 10,000 pieces. However, before she took Lan Qingyan's life, she wanted Lan Qingyan to suffer the same kind of humiliation. Lan Qingyan, you wanted to snatch my things first. It's normal for me to break one of your arms. Originally, I wanted to mind my own business, but you kept finding trouble with me. You even made up this groundless lie, saying that I fed you poison. If I really fed you poison, do you think you would still be alive now, even if you're the young master of the Lan family? It's too much to bully others like this. Do you really think that I, Bailey Hongzhuang, am a vegetarian? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Lan Qingyan with burning eyes. The flickering anger in her eyes could not wait to devour Lan Qingyan. His words left Lan Qingyan in a daze. That astonishing aura left her in a daze. The previous Bailey Hongzhuang had never revealed such an attitude. It really scared her. Everyone only knew that Bailey Hongzhuang broke one of Lan Qingyan's arms, but they did not know what happened. Now, after listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation, they finally understood. So, Lan Qingyan was the first one who took the initiative to find fault with Bailey Hongzhuang. However, they did not expect Lan Qingyan to accuse Bailey Hongzhuang of poisoning her. This was a little sinister. Lan Qingyan was dumbfounded when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang pouring all the dirty water on her. Bailey Hongzhuang was the one who fed her poison. Why was Bailey Hongzhuang pretending to be innocent? The disciples of Limitless Palace were also stunned. However, after thinking about it carefully, they realized that only the two of them knew about the incident. No one from the other forces saw it. Therefore, no matter what, there was no evidence. They could just let them talk nonsense, at this time, the disciples of Limitless Palace naturally stood on Bailey Hongshuang's side without hesitation. They immediately started to support her. They wanted to anger Lan Qingyan to death. Ouyang Etian obviously didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang to make such a false accusation. But from the looks of others, he knew that almost everyone believed in Bailey Hongshuang. In fact, even he and Lan Qingyan didn't know what Bailey Hongshuang fed her. At least, until now, Lan Qingyan didn't show any signs of discomfort. Could it be? Bailey Hongshuang really just fed Lan Qingyan a pill that had no effect at all, and only wanted to use it as an opportunity to make Lan Qingyan feel fear. After knowing all this, Shang Guanying looked at Lan Qingyan with disdain. She didn't like Lan Qingyan for a day or two, but she didn't expect Lan Qingyan to become even worse. Bailey Hongshuang, if it wasn't for your contract beast, would you cripple my hand? Stop dreaming. Lan Qingyan was unconvinced. In terms of strength, Bailey Hongshuang wasn't her opponent. This was something she was absolutely unwilling to admit. Ouyang Etian saw that Lan Qingyan completely missed the point, and his face became ugly. At this moment, Lan Qingyan said such words. Wasn't this the same as tacitly agreeing to Bailey Hongshuang's previous accusation? This wasn't a good thing. Sure enough, at this moment, everyone already understood everything. Bailey Hongshuang looked coldly at Lan Qingyan. Don't talk nonsense. Since there is already a grudge between us, why don't we have a good contest and see if you disappear or I disappear? Taking advantage of the situation, this was something Bailey Hongshuang was very good at. Now that she had the upper hand, there was no reason for her to let Lan Qingyan leave so easily. When these words came out, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but panic. From the situation when Bailey Hongshuang fought with her earlier, she knew that Bailey Hongshuang didn't have any scruples about her. If Ouyang Etian didn't appear, then she would have already become a ghost under Bailey Hongshuang's sword. Now that the three parties were fighting, she and Ouyang Etian would be in danger. Shang Guanying and Gu Zhiqing stood beside Bailey Hongshuang without saying a word. Their attitude couldn't be more obvious. As long as they took action, they would not hesitate to form an alliance with Limitless Palace. When the other teams saw that the show was getting more and more exciting, the interest in their eyes also became more and more intense. To them, no matter which team fell, it was a good thing. Young Palace Master Bailey, if this matter gets out of hand, it won't benefit either of us. Why don't we each take a step back? Ouyang Etian sized up the situation for a moment and decided to lower his attitude. Where there is life, there is hope. If he were to die here, that would be the most unwise move. Listening to Ouyang Etian's words, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master Ouyang's words are really interesting. I remember that not long ago, you were still threatening my life. Why didn't you say that we should both take a step back? Don't you think it's funny that you're saying such things now? Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Previously, Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etian's attitude was completely planning to take Bailey Hongshuang's life. Now it became friendship first. It was a bit ridiculous. No matter how unwilling Lan Qingyan was, she knew that she could not anger Bailey Hongshuang at this time. Otherwise, she would be the unlucky one. Fortunately, she had Ouyang Etian to help her. If she was alone, she really wouldn't know what to do. Although she felt very embarrassed, Lan Qingyan was still very grateful to Ouyang Etian. After all, she wasn't the only one who was embarrassed. She felt better in her heart. Young Palace Master Bailey, since things have developed to this point, it will be difficult for us to explain when we go back. Why don't you give us a condition and we'll let this matter go? Ouyang Etian's expression was calm. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. He believed that between the two, Bailey Hongshuang would agree as long as she was smart enough. Shang Guanying and Wen Ziren looked at each other. This Ouyang Etian was really a character. Once the Ouyang clan and Lan clan were connected by marriage, it would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. Lan Qingyan's strength was very strong, but her personality was more arrogant and didn't think deeply. However, with Ouyang Etian by her side, it was completely different. Bailey Hongshuang sized up Ouyang Etian. It seemed that Ouyang Etian really knew how to deal with this kind of matter. A condition? Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "That's fine too." Ouyang Etian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang was willing to relent, even if they had to pay a price, it was nothing. After all, they would have a chance to settle accounts in the future. As long as it's something that my Ouyang clan and Lan clan have, young Palace Master Bailey can just say it. After the Battle of Zhuolu is over, we will definitely give it to you immediately. Lan Qingyan's eyes regained some spirit. This stalling tactic was really wonderful. As long as the Battle of Zhuolu was over, she would definitely let Bailey Hongzhuang know the price of offending her. If she didn't personally torture Bailey Hongzhuang to death, she wouldn't be called Lan Qingyan. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes and looked at the spirit in Lan Qingyan's eyes. She didn't need to think to know what Lan Qingyan was thinking. Unfortunately, she, Bailey Hongzhuang, wouldn't let Lan Qingyan have a good time. There's no need to be so troublesome. You can give me what I want. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into an enchanting and charming smile, only, it depends on whether Lan Qingyan is willing or not. Young Palace Master Bailey, please say it. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. They didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang wanted. Although Shang Guanying was somewhat unwilling to let go of Lan Qingyan and the others, this was still Bailey Hongzhuang's matter. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang was willing, she naturally wouldn't have any objections. My request is very simple. I don't need any treasures. As long as Lan Qingyan kneels down and kowtows to me, I will let you go. How about it? Her understated words were full of playfulness and ridicule. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was full of indifference. She didn't care about any treasures. What she wanted was to make Lan Qingyan unhappy. As soon as this was said, almost everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to make such an excessive request. Based on Bailey Hongzhuang's previous performance, this didn't seem like something she would say. The cultivators of Limitless Palace looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. They didn't expect their young palace master to have such a domineering side. The other party was Lan Qingyan of the Lan family. Even the palace master had an uninterested attitude towards the Lan family. They didn't expect their young palace master to directly slap them in the face. They only felt that the relationship between their young palace master and Lan Qingyan was really predestined. From the moment they met until now, they were at each other's throats. If this continued, the hatred between the two parties would only grow deeper and deeper without any signs of easing up. Shang Guanying and Wen Ziren were also dumbfounded. Shang Guanying always felt that she had a violent temper and would never swallow her anger. However, Di Beichen's wife usually had a very gentle appearance. She didn't expect her words to be even more domineering than hers at this time. Let Lan Qingyan kowtow and apologize. Lan Qingyan probably never dreamed that it would be such a request. The moment Lan Qingyan heard Bailey Hongzhuang's request, she completely exploded. Bailey Hongzhuang, you've gone too far. Even if we really fight, you may not be able to gain much. Such a request is simply impossible. Lan Qingyan's face was ashen. She was really angered to death. Even if she died here today, she would never let Bailey Hongzhuang humiliate her like this. Ouyang Etienne's face was also as gloomy as water. Bailey Hongzhuang's action was completely equivalent to rejecting his request. Instead, she used this point to humiliate Lan Qingyan. He couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan should have known each other during the Battle of Zhuolu. He didn't know why the conflict was so deep, as if there was already enmity. If it was an ordinary person, even if there was a conflict between the two parties, it was impossible to make it to the point of no return. Facing Lan Qingyan's angry and hateful gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang was so calm that it was frightening. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged and sneered, since you don't want to, then there's no need for this negotiation. Just do it. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately took out her azure glaze sword. Clearly, she was going to have a duel with Lan Qingyan. At this moment, everyone finally understood that Bailey Hongzhuang had no intention of letting Lan Qingyan off. She wanted to have a direct confrontation with Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan turned her head to look at Ouyang Etienne. At this moment, she no longer had any room to retreat. If she really kowtowed and apologized, she would never be able to raise her head in front of Bailey Hongzhuang in the future. Not only did this humiliate her, but it also humiliated the entire Lan family. Ouyang Etienne was also hesitant in his heart. The relationship between the Ouyang clan and the Lan clan was indeed very good, but if he really had to risk his life for Lan Qingyan, he had to consider it. If he were to lose his life here, he would never be willing to do so. However, if he abandoned Lan Qingyan at this time, it would be equivalent to letting Lan Qingyan die. At this moment, the light screen door flashed again. Everyone's gaze fell on the light screen door. They didn't know who was coming. If there was a team that was willing to help Lan Qingyan and the others, then the situation would be different again. However, when Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etian saw who was coming, their faces turned ashen. Shirtian Pavilion, this was definitely the team that Lan Qingyan didn't want to see the most. If Shirtian Pavilion's team hadn't appeared before, how could they fall into such a situation now? Originally, their situation was already extremely bad when it was 2 against 3. Now that Shirtian Pavilion had appeared, it had become 4 against 2. If there was still a glimmer of hope before, now the situation was simply courting death. The worst thing was that this hall was completely sealed. Once they started fighting, they didn't even have a place to escape. In other words, they could only fight to the death here. Thinking of this, Lan Qingyan's heart turned cold. Her footsteps couldn't help but tremble. This was definitely the most difficult situation she had ever encountered. She didn't know what to do at all. Ouyang Etian's face also turned purple. Now, it was a completely dead end. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to take their lives, it was a simple matter. The cultivators of Lan family and Ouyang family were dumbfounded. They seemed to have seen their own future. From now on, they would never see the sun again. In fact, it could be said that 10,000 alpacas were galloping in their hearts. If this group of guys had appeared earlier and showed that they knew Bailey Hongzhuang, they wouldn't have come up to provoke them at all. However, this group of guys only came out after they had provoked the conflict. They all suspected that this was specially arranged. Wasn't this deliberately tricking them? After Limitless Palace's cultivators saw that Shirtian Pavilion's team had also appeared, their expressions became very interesting. Was it destined that Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etian would be unlucky today? Sure enough, Mo Yunjue also revealed a smile after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, you're also here. As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators present were dumbfounded at the same time. My God, isn't this the people of Shirtian Pavilion? Looking at this situation, Bailey Hongzhuang's relationship with Shirtian Pavilion is also very good. Who is this Bailey Hongzhuang? Why haven't I heard any news about her all these years? Bailey Hongzhuang seems to have appeared out of nowhere, but why do so many cultivators from different forces know her? Everyone was confused. This feeling made them feel as if they were completely outdated. Since Bailey Hongzhuang was familiar with so many forces, it proved that Bailey Hongzhuang had existed for a long time, but why didn't they know about it? Moreover, Shirtian Pavilion had always been mysterious and had never shown an extremely close relationship with any force. However, the attitude of the young master of Shirtian Pavilion towards Bailey Hongzhuang was completely different from others, which was enough to prove how close the two were. At this moment, everyone started to sympathize with Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan had poked a hornet's nest, however, no matter if it was before or now, it was Lan Qingyan who took the initiative to provoke her. It had nothing to do with Bailey Hongzhuang. Previously, they had clearly seen that Bailey Hongzhuang had been quietly cultivating and had no intention of looking for trouble. However, Lan Qingyan had directly hooted the moment she arrived, which caused this conflict to arise. Under such circumstances, even if it were them, they would not let Lan Qingyan go. After all, everyone had a temper. When the crowd saw this team, their eyes lit up. This was because this team was an extremely powerful existence among all the forces in the Xianxia continent. In every battle of vying for the throne, this team could almost always achieve excellent results. Moreover, the fact that they only appeared at this time had already proven their strength. This team was the Tiangang sect. Look, the identity card on Bewitching's waist is still there, which means that he didn't lose in this competition. Could it be that he's the final winner? This Bewitching's strength is really getting more and more powerful. In the early years, when he obtained the blood aura inheritance, his fame was already very shocking. In these years, every time he appeared, he was stronger than the last time. He's the most powerful among our younger generation. The strength of the Tiangang sect has always been very strong. I heard that Beichen's degree of hard work in cultivation is also incomparable to ordinary people. Didn't you see that Beichen has never participated in the activities that we usually hold? Gazes fell on Beichen. The strange thing was that these gazes did not contain sarcasm or dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they were more of admiration and envy. Even if everyone present was a proud son of heaven, everyone still admired those cultivators who were extremely strong and had good character from the bottom of their hearts. This Beichen was one of them that everyone admired. As the young palace master of the Tiangang sect, he was unusually hard-working in his cultivation. He rarely showed off, but his improvement in strength was even more so. In these years, almost no one had heard any bad news about Beichen. Moreover, previously, Beichen left after being suppressed, and then suddenly emerged as a new force. His thunderous methods were also praised by the younger generation. The moment Lan Qingyan saw Beichen, she was completely stunned. Even if she only caught a glimpse of him in the past, she still remembered this face deeply. Even if a few months had passed, she had never forgotten this handsome face. The moment she saw Beichen, she was certain that this was the man she had seen in the Yu clan. She had thought that she would never have the chance to see him again in this lifetime. She never thought that they would meet again in the battle for dear pursuit. Plop, plop, Lan Qingyan's heart couldn't stop beating. This handsome face that she admired, this man that she couldn't forget for a long time, was actually Tiangang Zong's young lord. At this moment, Lan Qingyan's entire body was wrapped in excitement, as if she was stepping on the clouds. Her heart was jumping with joy. Tiangang sect, this kind of power was a very extraordinary existence. It was just that the Lan family and the Tiangang sect didn't interact much. However, the Tiangang sect had never been absent from any of the events held by the various forces in the Xianxia continent. They were always in existence that couldn't be ignored. If she could be together with the young sect master of Tiangang sect, presumably the entire family would not object. Lan Qingyan felt that after waiting for so many years, she had finally met the person she wanted to marry the most. This was the man who was worthy of her, Lan Qingyan. Compared to Beichen, this Ouyang Etienne was obviously not enough. Thinking of this, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but move a few steps away, subconsciously drawing a clear line between her and Ouyang Etienne. At this time, Ouyang Etienne was not in the mood to pay attention to Lan Qingyan's actions. As a man, when he saw Beichen, he couldn't help but feel a sense of jealousy in his heart. This man, whether it was appearance, background or ability, was impeccable, and his degree of excellence was beyond people's reach. In fact, since Beichen obtained the inheritance of the blood refining tower a few years ago, he had already established his position that no one could surpass. Almost all the heirs present had gone to the blood-ground abyss when they were in the Crimson Realm in order to obtain the inheritance of the blood refining tower. For so many years, no one had succeeded, so everyone was accustomed to it. However, Beichen succeeded. The blood refining tower had existed for so many years, and there were only a few people who succeeded in obtaining the inheritance. Therefore, Beichen's position was unshakable. They had all passed through the blood refining tower, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to succeed. Even if they wanted to deny it, there was no room for denial. Therefore, everyone could only sigh in admiration. Beichen, Lan Qingyan muttered this name in her heart. Thinking back, when she went to the blood refining tower, she remembered this name. Tiangang Zong's young lord, she had always held a kind of admiration for Beichen. Although she didn't know what Beichen looked like at that time, the strong were admirable after all. It was just that she didn't expect that the Beichen she admired would coincide with the person she admired. This was simply a great surprise. She kept looking at Beichen, hoping that Beichen's gaze would fall on her. After all, there were very few women in the younger generation who could compare to her in terms of reputation and appearance. At this time, Lan Qingyan hated Bailey Hongzhuang even more. However, if it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang and her contract beast that destroyed her arm, she should now be in a perfect posture in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. It's so lively here. Beichen smiled as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him. When he came out of the holographic door, he immediately saw Bailey Hongzhuang. Although it had only been a short time, Beichen had a rough idea of what was going on. It seemed that the conflict between his wife and Lan Qingyan had erupted again. Young Palace Master D, I am Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan looked at Bewitching with joy. In the past, she had never come into contact with Bewitching. Now that she knew, she naturally would not let go of this opportunity. She believed that Bewitching must have some understanding of her. If Bewitching could also have a good impression of him, perhaps the current situation could be resolved. Bewitching originally wanted to walk to Bailey Hongshuang's side, but was suddenly interrupted by Lan Qingyan. His heart was somewhat surprised. One had to know that he and Lan Qingyan had never interacted before. Young Lord Lan, what's the matter? Bewitching said lightly. I have always admired young Lord D's strength and character. Today, after meeting you, I would like to make friends with young Lord D. Lan Qingyan's face rippled with a gentle and shy smile. This was the first time she took the initiative to greet a man, but it didn't feel forced at all. She only felt that her face was boiling and her heart was burning. However, as long as she, Lan Qingyan, liked someone, she would never let them go easily. Bailey Hongshuang was also surprised by Lan Qingyan's attitude. According to her understanding, Lan Qingyan and Bewitching did not have any interaction at all. Why would Lan Qingyan take the initiative to contact Bewitching now? As a woman, Bailey Hongshuang could clearly see that Lan Qingyan liked Bewitching. If not, with Lan Qingyan's personality, why would she reveal such a shy expression? Even when she was with Ouyang Etian, Lan Qingyan did not have such an expression on her face. Master, what's the situation? Xiao He was also a little dumbfounded by the situation in front of her. Lan Qingyan's sudden action was really unimaginable. Could it be that this woman wants to hook up with Bewitching? No matter how you look at it, she can't be compared to our master. Xiao Bai could not help but say. Not only Bailey Hongshuang, Wen Ziren and the others were also surprised by Lan Qingyan's sudden action. Without thinking, they knew that Bewitching was on their side. Could it be that Lan Qingyan's brain was damaged? She actually wanted to curry favor with him at this time, however, they were not anxious people. They might as well take this opportunity to see what Lan Qingyan was going to do. The disciples of Limitless Palace who did not know what was going on were a little worried. They were afraid that Bewitching would help Lan Qingyan and the others. This situation was a little bad. Pei Yifan and the others looked at Bewitching in astonishment. They were not unfamiliar with Bewitching's appearance. Previously, when the young palace master was cultivating with them, they had seen Bewitching. However, there was no news of him after that. Then, Mo Yunjue appeared. They thought that something had happened in between. After all, cultivators were also human. It was normal for lovers to change. However, now that Bewitching had appeared again, and the young palace master's contract beast had said that she had a sweetheart, they had already guessed it in their hearts. However, if that was the case, then what was Lan Qingyan doing now? Bewitching glanced at Lan Qingyan and said in a gentle voice, Young Palace Master Lan, this won't do. When these words came out, Lan Qingyan could not help but be stunned. She did not know what Bewitching meant. She took the initiative to express goodwill, but Bewitching actually rejected. Not only Lan Qingyan, the other teams were also a little. Logically speaking, since Lan Qingyan took the initiative to express goodwill, Bewitching should not have rejected her. Tuza's words Tuz, S.A. Bachin, is to Tuza's. At this time, Tian S.S.S., and to Tuza's is a sect. Was sex SSSS Bachin's SSS Bachin was helps Bachin's. Hearing this, Lan Qingyan finally understood. Previously, she was wholeheartedly immersed in the joy of seeing Bewitching and did not think of other things at all. At this moment, hearing Tian's reminder, she remembered this layer of relationship and could not help but feel somewhat depressed. In the past, she and Shang Guanying did not see eye to eye. She felt that Shang Guanying was jealous of her. However, there was no friendship between their Lan family and Bachin's sect, so even if there was a conflict, she did not care at all. However, she never thought that her sweetheart would be Bewitching. Now that the situation had come to this, it was a little awkward. However, Bewitching's following words stunned everyone present for a moment. Since young Lord Lan is my wife's enemy, she is naturally my enemy as well. It's impossible for us to be friends. Bewitching's expression was cold and emotionless. His words were even colder and colder. Lan Qingyan snatched away everything that belonged to Hong Zhuang and made Hong Zhuang live such a painful life for so many years. He only hoped that Hong Zhuang would be able to take back everything that belonged to her as soon as possible. Towards Lan Qingyan, he only had disgust. Moreover, Lan Qingyan had already taken the initiative to find trouble with Hong Zhuang. He was already very dissatisfied that she wasn't able to appear by Hong Zhuang's side at that time. Now that both parties were gathered together, he wouldn't give Lan Qingyan any face. Hearing Bewitching's words, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but look at Bewitching in astonishment. Her mind couldn't understand what he meant. Bewitching already had a wife, but there were only so many people present. Who could Bewitching's wife be? Lan Qingyan was confused. Shangguaniying was Xiren's wife. It was impossible for her to have any relationship with Bewitching. Could it be Gu Zhiqin? But looking at Gu Zhiqin's appearance, she didn't look like someone who was in a relationship with Bewitching at all. Finally, Lan Qingyan's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. If Shangguaniying and Gu Zhiqin weren't, then the only possibility left was Bailey Hongzhuang. Lan Qingyan wasn't the only one who thought so. Many people's gazes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. If that was the case, then Bailey Hongzhuang's identity was a little shocking. The next moment, Bewitching gave a signal with his eyes. Xiao Feilin and the rest behind him all bowed towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Greetings to young sect master's wife. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. However, during this process, many people realized what was going on. I know, this Bailey Hongzhuang is the rumored wife of Bewitching. I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. It was rumored that the woman from the Tiangang sect who defeated the medicine sect in the pill refining competition was called Bailey Hongzhuang. That's right. It was her. I didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace. Suddenly, the way everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang changed. Previously, they had no idea when Bailey Hongzhuang had appeared. Now, they finally connected the dots. He didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang was the genius alchemist whose reputation had spread far and wide. He also didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang had such an identity. The words young sect master's wife made Lan Qingyan completely dumbfounded. However, the person whom all the Tiangang sect cultivators were bowing to was obviously Bailey Hongzhuang. From the looks of it, Bailey Hongzhuang's existence in Tiangang sect had already been acknowledged by everyone. The person whom she had admired for so long was actually Bailey Hongzhuang's husband. How was this possible? Lan Qingyan felt that the most fantastical thing in the world had happened right in front of her eyes. A strong sense of jealousy emerged in her heart. Why would a man like Bewitching fancy Bailey Hongzhuang? Other than her outstanding looks, what else could Bailey Hongzhuang compare to her? Turning her gaze, Lan Qingyan only saw the happy and warm smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. Her expression was extremely gloomy. After seeing the jealousy and disbelief in Lan Qingyan's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang was even more certain that Lan Qingyan liked Bewitching. If not, Lan Qingyan would definitely not have such an expression. From Bailey Hongzhuang's point of view, this matter was somewhat strange. Previously, when Lan Qingyan was with Ouyang Etienne, she did not feel out of place. Moreover, she did not feel that Lan Qingyan had another sweetheart. However, the moment Bewitching appeared, Lan Qingyan's expression changed. Could it be that Lan Qingyan liked Bewitching from the beginning? It was just that they did not have any interaction. Bailey Hongzhuang could not understand, but she was too lazy to think about it. Lan Qingyan had snatched everything that belonged to her. Now, she was even coveting her man. However, she was no longer the powerless baby. It was impossible for Lan Qingyan to snatch anything from her. Bewitching slowly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. His handsome face was filled with concern and pampering. Wife, is there anything you need? As he spoke, Bewitching's ruthless gaze swept towards Lan Qingyan. His meaning was obvious. If Lan Qingyan dared to hurt his wife, he would definitely not let Lan Qingyan off. Feeling the ruthlessness in Bewitching's eyes, Lan Qingyan was also shocked for a moment. She could not help but take 2 steps back. Her heart was flustered. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly and shook her head. Originally, someone wanted to find trouble with me. However, it was never easy to find trouble with me. As soon as he said that, all the cultivators present sighed. Bailey Hongzhuang's simple words revealed a strong sense of arrogance. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did indeed have the qualifications to be so arrogant. As the young palace master of Limitless Palace, the wife of Heavenly Dipper Sect's young sect master, and at the same time, she had a very good relationship with him. Many people present did not have this kind of confidence. At the very least, now that they knew about Bailey Hongzhuang's background, no one had the intention to offend Bailey Hongzhuang. If he were to offend them, it would be the same as poking a hornet's nest. He would be in endless trouble. Not to mention other things, just the combination of Limitless Palace and Tiangang sect was not something that ordinary forces could deal with. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Lan Qingyan could only put on a gloomy face. If she could, she really wanted to find a hole to hide in. First, she failed to humiliate Bailey Hongzhuang and was humiliated by Bailey Hongzhuang instead. Now that she had finally met someone she liked, he turned out to be Bailey Hongzhuang's husband. She, Lan Qingyan, was a proud daughter of heaven since she was young. She had never envied anyone. Now that she was facing Bailey Hongzhuang, she really felt a sense of envy. Ouyang Etienne did not speak at this moment. The disparity in strength between both sides was too great. No matter what method he thought of, it was useless. Most importantly, what Lan Qingyan did just now really made his heart cold. He knew that there was a certain gap between himself and Bewitching. However, Lan Qingyan actually tried to curry favor with Bewitching in front of him. This was simply not taking him seriously. As a man, the most important thing was face. He felt that at least. Just now, his face was completely trampled under the soles of her feet. As a man, he admitted that he could not be compared to Bewitching. However, this kind of humiliation was still unbearable for him. When Xiran teased Bewitching with a smile on his face. After not seeing Bewitching for a while, the changes between Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were really great. As a good friend of Bewitching for many years, he actually only knew about Bailey Hongzhuang's identity as the young palace master of Limitless Palace after the Battle of Shuolu. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang actually had a relationship with the Sun Moon Palace and the Heavenly Slaughter Tower, which was a little surprising. However, the only thing that didn't change between Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang was their relationship. They were still as lovey-dovey. Bewitching had now completely fallen in love with her, and had completely become a slave to his wife. However, as soon as he appeared, the essence of protecting his wife was vividly displayed. At this moment, who didn't know how much he doted on Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching looked at Wen Xiran with a smile. At most, I won't drive you away the next time you come to my Tiangang sect. With that, Bewitching glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Wife, what do you think?" It was as if he would do whatever Bailey Hongzhuang said. Everyone present was fiercely shown off by Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, even if they didn't understand before. At this moment, when they saw Bewitching's doting appearance, they knew how much Bewitching liked Bailey Hongzhuang. It should be known that Bewitching had never shown such an attitude when he appeared before. Moreover, for so many years, Bewitching had never been close to any woman, let alone acknowledge the other party's identity. Bailey Hongzhuang was the only person Bewitching had acknowledged for so many years. Ying and I are good friends. Do as you see fit. Wen Xiran's face instantly stiffened. He sighed in his heart that he really couldn't let the two women get too close. Now, he was going to lose his refuge in Tiangang sect. Shangguan Ying gave Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. The friendship between women was that simple. When Lan Qingyan saw the intimacy and tacit understanding between Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, she couldn't help but clench her fists. She felt like she was about to go crazy. Previously, Bewitching had rejected her so cleanly, and now he was pretending to be so intimate with Bailey Hongzhuang. It was really abominable. However, no matter how angry Lan Qingyan was, there was nothing she could do. Now all the initiative was on Bailey Hongzhuang's side, and she could only passively accept it. Bewitching handed the identity card to Bailey Hongzhuang and said with a smile, "Wife, this is your identity card. I'll return it to you now." Bailey Hongzhuang very naturally took the identity card and once again tied it to her waist. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel envious. Their identity cards had been taken away. They didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang's luck to be so good. The person who took her identity card was Bewitching, and now he could return it to her. However, the next scene made everyone even more amazed. They saw Bewitching take out a few identity cards from his Xianxia bag. "This is your husband's spoils of war for you." Looking at the identity cards in Bewitching's hand, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips opened into an enchanting smile. To her, she didn't like to accept other people's gifts, except for Bewitching. Because Bewitching's kindness to her was something she was willing to accept. "Since you're so sincere to give it to me, then I'll accept it." Lan Qingyan looked at the way Bewitching doted on Bailey Hongzhuang and her heart went crazy with jealousy. This identity tablet would affect the ranking of the battle for deer. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang was Bewitching's sweetheart, Bewitching giving these identity tablets to Bailey Hongzhuang was too magnanimous. If she asked herself honestly if it was Ouyang Etian, he would definitely not give these identity tablets to her. Just this point alone was enough to see the difference between the two. At this moment, Lan Qingyan really wished that she was the one that Bewitching truly cared about. With such status, background, and strength, it was enough to become the perfect lover in any girl's heart. At this moment, she also understood that Mo Yunjue probably only liked Bailey Hongzhuang wholeheartedly. However, whether it was Bewitching or Mo Yunjue, they were both 1 in a million candidates. Why would they like Bailey Hongzhuang? All along, Lan Qingyan knew that she had a lot of suitors. It was just that she felt that these suitors' standards were not enough, so she did not have anyone that she liked. However, whether it was Bewitching or Mo Yunjue, they were both men that could move people's hearts. She just couldn't understand, in what way was she inferior to Bailey Hongzhuang? Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's relationship was already so good, yet Mo Yunjue was still willing to protect Bailey Hongzhuang. Wasn't this a bit too strange? Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang was the only woman in the world? Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on Lan Qingyan's face that was twisted with jealousy. Her heart also felt a sense of satisfaction. In the past, Lan Qingyan's parents were jealous of everything that her parents had, so they used all kinds of despicable means to snatch everything away. And now, Lan Qingyan was actually jealous of her like her parents. Perhaps, this was really fate's arrangement. "Young Lord Lan, the choice I gave you is still valid. Either you kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your mistake, or I will take your life. You choose." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a mocking and contemptuous smile. Previously, Lan Qingyan was unwilling, but the current situation did not allow her to be unwilling. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's choice again, Lan Qingyan's temple throbbed. Every time she heard it, it was a kind of humiliation. However, in the current situation, the opponent's strength was too strong. She had no choice. Calm D. Is young lord. Your wife's words. Ars. Lord Yeza's. However, Bewitching shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "No matter what my wife says, she is always right. I will always support her. Since young Lord Lan has offended my wife, you should pay the price. If it was me, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the chance to choose." Bewitching's voice was cold and ruthless. If it wasn't for Hongzhuang wanting to personally take revenge, he would have taken Lan Qingyan's life long ago. Why would he wait until now? After everyone heard Bewitching's words, they completely understood the extent of Bewitching's love for Bailey Hongzhuang. This was completely unreasonable. There was no need for any reason. His wife was right. Anyone who went against his wife deserved to die. The standard of judgment was that simple. Lan Qingyan stared blankly at Bewitching. She had always heard that Bewitching was a fair person, but she never knew that Bewitching had such a side to him. Now, whether it was Bailey Hongzhuang or Bewitching, their attitude was very clear. They were taking advantage of their power to bully others, but so what? When Xiran and Shang Wannying looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. In their impression, this was not the style of Bewitching and Shang Wannying. Bewitching had always been elegant and tolerant. Bailey Hongzhuang was even more gentle and free. But from the current situation, could it be that there was some enmity between them and Lan Qingyan that no one else knew about? Among everyone, only Mo Yunjue understood all of this. This time, Bewitching's attitude did not disappoint him. This woman, Lan Qingyan, had hurt Hongzhuang for so many years. If it was him, he would do it even more thoroughly. However, no matter what, Hongzhuang's mood was the most important. Lan Qingyan only felt that she was standing on the edge of a cliff. The familiar faces around her suddenly became unfamiliar to her, making her feel aghast. With this look, Lan Qingyan's gaze once again fell on Ouyang Etian. She was not willing to lose all her dignity and confidence in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. If anyone could save her from this situation, then that person would definitely be her savior. However, Ouyang Etian, who had been helping Lan Qingyan previously, was indifferent after feeling Lan Qingyan's gaze. Everything that Lan Qingyan had done previously had already made him lose the heart to help her. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang had been targeting Lan Qingyan from beginning to end. She did not have any demands on him. Since that was the case, he did not need to care anymore. Seeing the indifference on Ouyang Etian's face, Lan Qingyan's feet almost stumbled. She had actually lost her last helper. The cultivators of the Lan clan could not help but glare at the cultivators of the Ouyang clan. They had always been allies. How could they turn against each other at this time? However, the cultivators of the Ouyang clan had the same expression as their young master. Not only did Lan Qingyan's previous actions reduce their anger, their hearts were also filled with displeasure. Now, their young master's actions had helped them vent their anger. In the past, Lan Qingyan had always treated their young master with indifference. They had thought that Lan Qingyan's personality had always been like this. However, the initiative that Lan Qingyan displayed towards Bewitching just now was clearly not the case. Could it be that until now, Lan Qingyan had only been using their young master as a stepping stone? For a moment, Lan Qingyan was completely isolated and without help. From beginning to end, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a light and moving smile. Looking at Lan Qingyan's face that had undergone a wonderful transformation, she hoped that Lan Qingyan would be able to remember this feeling. Lan Qingyan, have you made your choice? Bailey Hongzhuang casually asked. Lan Qingyan raised her eyes and glared at Bailey Hongzhuang. Her black pupils had now turned red, like an angry lion. She tightly bit her lips until scarlet blood overflowed. In the end, she could only helplessly spit out 2 words, "I'll kneel." When she said these 2 words, Lan Qingyan only felt that the blood in her body was about to stop flowing. She had lived with the arrogance of a proud daughter of heaven for 22 years. Now, she had to take the initiative to abandon her. This kind of humiliation almost drove her crazy. A strong hatred rose in her heart. In the future, she will definitely return this humiliation to Bailey Hongzhuang in every possible way. Bailey Hongzhuang saw the familiar hatred in Lan Qingyan's eyes, but she remained indifferent. This hatred had been buried in their family's hearts for 19 years. If the hatred in Lan Qingyan's eyes was a seed, then the hatred in their family's hearts was a towering tree. Now, Lan Qingyan believed that she was the victim because she had experienced too little. However, it wouldn't be long before she would let Lan Qingyan familiarize herself with this feeling. Then kneel. Bailey Hongzhuang looked down at Lan Qingyan. Her pair of deep and bright eyes didn't contain the slightest bit of warmth. The 3 beasties also looked on coldly from the sidelines. This feeling made their hearts incomparably happy. Lan Qingyan's left hand clenched into a fist. She forced herself not to let the tears of humiliation overflow from her eyes. She was not willing to show any signs of weakness in front of this damned woman. She remembered Bewitching for so long, but when they really met, Bewitching actually treated her like this. Her pair of red eyes stubbornly and maliciously looked at the 2 faces that she hated. She would remember these 2 people and repay them 100 times in the future. Bang! In the next moment, Lan Qingyan suddenly knelt in front of Bailey Hongzhuang in front of everyone. Is this enough? Lan Qingyan clenched her silver teeth. Words that were filled with forbearance and anger jumped out from the gaps of her teeth. You haven't apologized yet. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold and indifferent, but it ruthlessly smashed into Lan Qingyan's heart. Lan Qingyan raised her head and glared fiercely at Bailey Hongzhuang. This woman was too much. However, the indifferent and amused faces around her made her feel helpless. She could only endure this humiliation. I'm sorry. After saying this sentence, Lan Qingyan only felt that her entire body was about to become empty. She was not willing to continue staying in this place that made her suffer so much humiliation. Lan Qingyan, next time you see me, you better take a detour. Otherwise, the next time you lose your dignity, it's your life. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly threw down a sentence and then shifted her gaze, as if even spending a second on Lan Qingyan's body was a waste of time. Lan Qingyan saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had already started to chat with other friends. She had endured such a great humiliation and was completely ignored. Her entire body turned ice cold. She sized up the cultivators around her, only to find that everyone had already retracted their gazes, as if what had happened just now was just a good show. She had suffered all kinds of humiliation, but now she had become an existence that was ignored by everyone. How ironic was that, the most dazzling thing was the joyful smile on Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's faces. At this moment, she no longer had any expectations for Bewitching. She swore that she would make Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching fall into a state of eternal damnation. However, this hatred, whether it was Bailey Hongzhuang or Bewitching, did not care at all. Bewitching, your strength has increased a bit during this period of time. Wen Xiren sized up Bewitching. Although he was not Bewitching's opponent before, their cultivation was the same. Bewitching's battle strength was very abnormal since he was young. In addition, he had the blood chi field. This battle strength was not something that cultivators of the same level could compare with. However, he felt that Bewitching's cultivation had already surpassed his. Hearing this, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. The reason why their cultivation could improve so quickly was because of the existence of the desert world. If it wasn't for the extra time, they wouldn't have been able to improve so much. However, the Chaos Ring was too heaven-defying and it wasn't suitable for more people to know about it. This was Bewitching's selfishness. He didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to take any risks. That's to remind you to cultivate properly and not be lazy. Otherwise, you'll be left behind by me. Bewitching's sexy thin lips curled up as he teased Xiren. When Xiren rolled his eyes, his expression filled with helplessness. Anyway, he couldn't figure out how Bewitching cultivated. This cultivation speed was too heaven-defying. Fortunately, he didn't have any thoughts of competing with this perverted guy. Otherwise, he would be angered to death. Shangguaninging looked at Bewitching and Xiren with a smile. They grew up together and had a good relationship. Even though their strength couldn't be compared to Bewitching, she knew that Xiren was serious about cultivation. Hongzhuang, I didn't expect you to be the young palace master of Limitless Palace. Seeing you in the Battle of Xuelu really surprised me. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I only knew that I would be participating in the Battle of Xuelu with this identity 3 months before it started. When she said this, Shangguaninging and Xiren were a little surprised. Looking at the situation, Bailey Hongzhuang probably became the young palace master of Limitless Palace not long ago. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was indeed outstanding. It was definitely a wise choice for the palace master of Limitless Palace to choose Bailey Hongzhuang. Bewitching did not continue the conversation with Xiren. Instead, he looked at Mo Yunjue beside him. Regarding Mo Yunjue, Bewitching had originally rejected this fellow's appearance, but now, his thoughts had clearly changed. Young Master Mo, you've helped Hongzhuang once again. I must properly thank you. Bewitching smiled faintly. Mo Yunjue's expression was indifferent. Don't worry about it. He had volunteered to help Hongzhuang, so he didn't need any thanks. As for Bewitching, his feelings were also very complicated. The two men looked at each other and didn't say much. Everything was conveyed without words. It was because they loved the same woman that they interacted with each other. Bailey Hongzhuang's charming face bloomed with a bright smile. Her gaze landed on Mo Yunjue's identity token. Yunjue, did you also win until the end? In her opinion, there should be a final result for this competition. However, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue both had their identity tokens. This was a little strange. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's question, Mo Yunjue smiled faintly. Because we tied in the end, so this is the result. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. Ever since the competition ended, she didn't know much about Mo Yunjue. She didn't expect Mo Yunjue's strength to rise so quickly. He was indeed a proud son of heaven. When Xiren and the rest found out that Bewitching and Mo Yunjue had tied, their hearts were filled with surprise. This meant that among all the contestants, the two of them were the strongest. In addition, both of them liked Bailey Hongzhuang. This relationship was really complicated. After Lan Qingyan saw that everyone no longer cared about her existence, she led her team to the depths of the main hall. Now, she only wanted to be alone for a while. It would be best if everyone disappeared from her sight. Ouyang Etian also led his team to the other side. Just as he expected, Bailey Hongshuang's target was Lan Qingyan. It had nothing to do with him. Putting himself in danger for such a Lan Qingyan was truly an unwise move. Wife, have you been staying here since you came out? After resolving the disturbance caused by Lan Qingyan, Bewitching also began to be concerned about the current situation. Bailey Hongshuang nodded lightly. Since the end of the competition, everyone has been gathered here. The surroundings are sealed and there is no place to go out. I think we should wait for everyone to come out before there will be other tests or competitions because the time for the Battle of Shuolu hasn't arrived yet. After listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, Wen Xiren and the others had a better understanding of the situation. Bailey Hongshuang's words were indeed reasonable. If there are no accidents, Mo Yunjua and I should be the last ones to come out. Bewitching's eyes, which were as deep as the sea, were filled with thoughts. Since the time wasn't up yet, there must be other things waiting for them. The previous Battle of Shuolu had never ended early. They were only halfway through now. Everyone couldn't help but think in their hearts. Now that everyone had come out, why hadn't there been any changes in the main hall? However, not long after everyone pondered, a fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the main hall. Seeing this, everyone became alert. It seemed that they would soon know what was going to happen next. Following the tremors in the main hall, the earthquake-like feeling came again. Fortunately, after experiencing the previous incident, everyone was not as nervous as they were the first time. They only looked into the distance, wanting to know what was going on. However, the intensity of the tremors that followed far exceeded everyone's expectations. The entire hall collapsed with a loud bang. Rubble continued to fall as if a huge disaster was about to engulf everyone at any time. Some cultivators with weaker mental fortitude couldn't help but scream. Everyone tried their best to stabilize their bodies. Under such circumstances, there was no way for them to understand the situation. Bewitching leaned against the wall with both hands, holding Bailey Hongshuang in his arms to ensure that Bailey Hongshuang would not be hurt. Wife, are you afraid? Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongshuang in his arms with concern. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and shook her head. As long as you're by my side, I'm not afraid. In the crook of Bewitching's arms, she only felt an indescribable sense of security. It was as if even if the sky were to fall, she would be able to face it calmly. Lan Qingyan was originally in the depths of the main hall. She didn't expect such a thing to suddenly happen. She immediately screamed and ran out. However, when she saw Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang being lovey-dovey with each other, a strong sense of jealousy and unwillingness emerged. Bailey Hongshuang, that hateful woman. What right did she have to enjoy all of this? Bewitching's heartfelt concern and doting stung her eyes, fueling her anger. She wanted to kill Bailey Hongshuang and end their happiness. After the hall regained its tranquility, everyone finally relaxed their tense hearts. Bewitching confirmed that there was no danger before letting go of Bailey Hongshuang and said, there shouldn't be any more disturbances now. Bailey Hongshuang nodded her head slightly, her exquisite jade-like face revealed a bright smile. Let's go and see what's happening in the depths of the main hall. Hearing that, Bewitching naturally held Bailey Hongshuang's hand and walked towards the back of the main hall. When Limitless Palace's cultivators saw that their young palace mistress and Bewitching had such a good relationship, they all felt happy for Bailey Hongshuang. Bewitching was truly one in a million. Everyone walked towards the back of the main hall at the same time, wanting to know what they were going to do next. Only, when everyone saw the situation at the back of the main hall, everyone's face revealed a look of surprise. They saw a huge stone tablet erected at the back of the main hall. On the white stone tablet, there was a mysterious and complicated picture. Just by looking at it, one would have a shocking harvest. That's a primal chaos tablet. Seeing this scene, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue exclaimed at the same time. When they said that, all the cultivators present were shocked. Primal Chaos Tablet, that was the famous Primal Chaos Tablet. When Bailey Hongshuang knew that it was a Primal Chaos Tablet, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. Primal Chaos Tablet, it was a law born from heaven and earth. Comprehending the Primal Chaos Tablet would greatly increase a cultivator's strength. Only, this Primal Chaos Tablet was a treasure. Usually, one wouldn't have the chance to see it. They didn't expect that there would be a primal chaos tablet here. This was too shocking. When the three beasties found out about the primal chaos tablet, they couldn't help but look at each other. This battle of Xuelu was really extravagant. They even had a treasure like the primal chaos tablet. I finally understand why so many cultivators want to take part in the battle of Xuelu. This kind of opportunity isn't something that can be found in the outside world. Some cultivators couldn't help but sigh. They weren't successors, so they couldn't compare to the cultivation resources of the successors. If he hadn't participated in the battle of chasing deer, he probably wouldn't have been able to see a primal chaos tablet in his life. After everyone saw the primal chaos tablet, they couldn't help but want to go closer to take a look. However, the moment they got closer, they realized that there was an invisible barrier in front of them, making them unable to move an inch. The distance here is still so wide. Why can't we get closer? Could it be that they are protecting the primal chaos tablet so they don't want us to get close? Everyone was confused and did not understand the situation. Could it be that the Battle of Xuelu had already ended and the remaining time was for them to comprehend the primal chaos tablets? If that was the case, it was not unacceptable. Just as everyone was discussing, a message suddenly appeared in the air, allowing everyone to understand everything. Study the primal chaos tablet. Every time a cultivator comprehended a level, they would be able to take a step forward. Based on each cultivator's comprehension level, a certain number of identity cards would be awarded. Seeing this, a look of understanding appeared on everyone's faces, and many people's hearts were once again rekindled. Originally, they thought that they had already lost the battle of vying for supremacy. Who would have thought that a new opportunity would appear in front of him? Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest glanced at each other and sat down on the ground to look at the primal chaos tablet. This was an extremely mysterious power, containing the laws of heaven and earth, as well as the understanding towards the usage of elemental energy. The mysterious diagram had endless transformations, and in everyone's eyes, it was a different existence. Everyone sat on the ground excitedly as though they were injected with chicken blood. The chance to comprehend the primal chaos tablet was something that could only be chanced upon. Originally, everyone felt that the remaining 1.5 months was a little long, but now they were hoping for more time. As long as they could comprehend more, it would be very beneficial to their future cultivation. Lan Qingyan's heart also had a trace of excitement. Everyone thought that she was Bailey Hongzhuang's defeated opponent, but in reality, she was only in such a state because she was ambushed by a demonic beast. In terms of strength, Bailey Hongzhuang was not her opponent. Not only that, in terms of talent, she was confident that Bailey Hongzhuang could not compare to her. She wanted to use this to turn the tables. The moment everyone saw the primal chaos tablet, it was as though they were completely sucked in. That mysterious power filled their minds. Just by looking at it a few times, the amount of information was extremely shocking. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Everyone turned their gazes, only to see that man covering his eyes, blood flowing out from the gaps of his fingers. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw this scene. A treasure like the primal chaos tablet, the amount of energy it contained was too shocking. Even with their cultivation, if they stared at the tablet for too long, they would suffer a backlash. The energy would cause their brains to explode. Wife, you cannot comprehend the primal chaos tablet for too long. Once you feel that your brain cannot take it, you must immediately stop. Do you understand? Bewitching hurriedly reminded Bailey Hongzhuang. They were all immersed in the joy of seeing the primal chaos tablet, and neglected the things they needed to pay attention to. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. The other cultivators also paid more attention after this lesson, although looking at it a few more times was good, but they did not want to get injured because of it. In that case, there would be even less time. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at it for a few minutes and then closed her eyes to comprehend the obscure and mysterious information. These seemingly chaotic patterns had a kind of amazing power. It was as if the more they looked at it, the more they understood about the source of elemental energy. No wonder they say the primal chaos tablet is a gift from heaven and earth. Its strength is truly shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Her lips curled into a happy smile. She had gained a lot from participating in the Battle of Xuelu this time. The three beasts were equally shocked by the primal chaos tablet's effects. This tablet was of great help to them as well. The treasures nurtured by the heaven and earth are truly incredible. Not long after I looked at this tablet, I felt like I was about to break through. White Lion's face was full of emotions. His cultivation had improved quite a bit recently, but he was still a distance away from a breakthrough. However, after looking at the Primal Chaos tablet for a while, it felt that its bottleneck had loosened. If he continued to cultivate like this, he believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through. This is really a good opportunity. We have to seize it. Seeing that Baisher, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai were able to reap such rewards, Bailey Hongshuang's mood was extremely good. You guys must not spend too much time comprehending this tablet, otherwise there will be a negative effect. Bailey Hongshuang reminded the three beasties. According to her previous understanding, if a cultivator or demonic beast tried to comprehend the Primal Chaos tablet beyond their ability, they would very likely explode from the mysterious energy and become a fool. That would be terrible. So everyone had to act according to their ability and not be greedy. The three beasties nodded, understanding the severity of the matter. Master, don't worry, we will take note of our limits. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. Right now, all the tablets we see are mysterious and complex diagrams that are constantly changing. After we comprehend some of them, some of the diagrams will be fixed. This is progress. Bewitching and the rest were surprised when they heard Bailey Hongshuang's explanation. Most of them only knew of the existence of the tablet, but they didn't know how to judge their own comprehension. At this moment, after Bailey Hongshuang's introduction, their hearts were clear. Hongshuang, I didn't expect you to have some understanding of the tablet. Shangguaning Ying's eyes shone with excitement and shock. In the past, I only thought that the tablet only existed in legends, and didn't really understand it. It said that the tablet is formed from many pictures that contain the laws of heaven and earth, but because we don't understand them, we see many complicated pictures. After we comprehend a part of it, we can see one of the pictures clearly. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a smile. The tablet had a long history, and 1,000 years ago, it was a treasure that everyone chased after. However, this thing could only be chanced upon and not sought, and would only appear in some secluded places. She only had some understanding after listening to her family's elders, but seeing the situation of the Primal Chaos tablet today, it shouldn't be wrong. Hearing that, when Xiren and the rest revealed looks of understanding. So it's like that. Mo Yunjue looked deeply at Bailey Hongshuang, his deep eyes flashed with a complicated light, and then disappeared. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the tablet for a while before closing her eyes to comprehend it. Such a thing couldn't be forced. This kind of origin power had a feeling of returning to simplicity. It was as if something that was originally very complicated suddenly became simple in front of this origin power. It was as if the clouds and fog had been lifted to reveal the sun. While Lan Qingyan was comprehending, she was also paying attention to Bailey Hongshuang's actions. When she saw Bailey Hongshuang stop comprehending for a while, she was mocking. Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation level was lower than hers. The time she spent looking at the tablet naturally couldn't be compared to hers. In the entire Lan family, no one could compare to her in terms of comprehension, and because of that, she was able to sit on the young master's seat from young until now. The entire hall fell into silence. Everyone was fully immersed in their comprehension and cultivation, unwilling to waste even the slightest bit of time. Bailey Hongshuang and the rest were even more so. They were all people who would be in closed-door cultivation for a long time, and this kind of cultivation wasn't boring at all to them. A day passed, and suddenly a wave of energy surged out from the crowd. Everyone couldn't help but shift their gazes. When everyone saw that the first to break through was Bailey Hongshuang's contracted beast, their faces were filled with shock. I didn't think that Bailey Hongshuang's contracted beast would also have a blue realm cultivation. You really can't judge a beast by its appearance. Everyone looked at White Lion in shock. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, many of them had contracted beasts. However, they didn't expect White Lion to be so strong, a blue realm contracted beast. How many resources would it take to cultivate it, and now, this contracted beast had broken through. This was really enviable. When Lan Qingyan saw that the contracted beast she hated the most was actually breaking through, the hatred in her eyes grew even stronger. If it wasn't for this despicable contracted beast, she wouldn't have ended up in this state. Bailey Hongshuang looked at White Lion in surprise. White Lion's cultivation speed was extremely fast. It was really a good helper for her. The elemental energy in the hall was very dense. It was enough to replenish the elemental energy that everyone needed to break through. Not long after White Lion broke through, a few other cultivators began to break through. These were usually cultivators who weren't far from breaking through or had been stuck at a bottleneck. Now that they had gained some insights, it was as if they had been enlightened. Their cultivation was finally able to break through. Bailey Hongzhuang was now a Blue Realm Level 4 cultivator. It hadn't been long since she broke through. Hence, she wouldn't be able to break through in a short period of time. She carefully comprehended the Primal Chaos Tablet's power. The vast diagrams appeared in her mind, giving her different hints. Gradually, Bailey Hongzhuang felt as if she had walked into a vast universe. Countless stars sparkled around her. This was the most original power of heaven and earth. Her body seemed to be enveloped by a chaotic yet clear power. It was indescribably comfortable. This was an unprecedented feeling. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that the power in her body had disappeared. Her entire body was like cotton, as light as air. She walked among the stars, feeling the power of the origin. She was free and unrestrained. When Bewitching and company saw Bailey Hongzhuang's situation, they were all stunned. Because they discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was fixated on the Primal Chaos Tablet. One had to know that everyone would basically look away after an hour of meditation. After a long time, everyone's brain capacity was somewhat unable to bear it. But Bailey Hongzhuang just stared straight at the tablet, as though she was completely immersed in it. Beichin, Hongzhuang has been staring at this tablet for 2 hours already. Will something happen to her? Shang Guanying looked at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly. She had only watched for a little more than an hour before she couldn't bear it anymore. However, Hongzhuang had been watching for so long. It would be terrible if something went wrong. Beichin's handsome brows furrowed. His deep as the sea eyes were filled with worry. He felt that Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to have entered a very strange state. Because Bailey Hongzhuang's expression didn't seem to be uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, she was extremely happy. I feel that Hongzhuang seems to have entered a very strange state. It's best if we don't disturb her first. Beichin pondered and said. This feeling seemed a little like an epiphany. Epiphany was a very strange state that belonged to cultivators. It could only be encountered and not sought. When Mo Yunjue saw Bailey Hongzhuang in such a state, his handsome eyes flashed with contemplation. Hongzhuang's current state is very rare. I'm afraid she's comprehending something. No one is to disturb her. Mo Yunjue's voice was gentle, but it contained a warning. If she was disturbed and left this state, it would be Bailey Hongzhuang's greatest loss. Hearing Mo Yunjue's words, Beichin and the rest looked at each other. They had the same thought. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't in danger, they wouldn't allow anyone to disturb this strange state. Because Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were sitting in the first row and they had lowered their voices when speaking, the other practitioners didn't know that Bailey Hongzhuang had entered into such a state. However, after Bailey Hongzhuang entered into a state of comprehension, Beichin and the rest discovered that Xiao He and Xiao Bai on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders were also staring at the Primal Chaos Tablet. Their expressions were exactly the same as Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Bailey Hongzhuang's comprehension was shocking. Who would have thought that her contracted beast's comprehension was also so shocking? Beichin's eyes were filled with admiration and joy. He understood Hongzhuang's comprehension very well. In his opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang was a natural practitioner. Her talent in cultivation was extremely shocking. If Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't endured everything that she shouldn't have and had started cultivating early like Bailey Hongzhuang, then Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation would probably be the strongest amongst them. This point, he definitely wasn't exaggerating. Even after wasting so much time previously, Bailey Hongzhuang's current speed was extremely terrifying. After the Battle of Zhuolu ended, it would not be long before Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation would catch up to Lan Qingyin's. By then, it would be the day when Bailey Hongzhuang would go to the Lan family. Now that the day was getting closer and closer, Beichin's heart was filled with anticipation. He looked forward to the day when Bailey Hongzhuang would be the center of attention. He wanted to see her take back everything and no longer have any regrets. Time passed by slowly. In this silent hall, everyone seemed to be unable to feel the passage of time. Every minute and every second was something they cherished. Bailey Hongzhuang's epiphany took longer than Bewitching and the others had expected. Baisher had successfully broken through to Blue Realm Level 2 and returned to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. However, when everyone saw White Lion who had broken through, their gazes could not help but change. Look, doesn't that contract beast have the word king on its forehead? It was unknown which cultivator exclaimed. Immediately, everyone's gaze landed on Baisher. The word king on White Lion's forehead was usually covered by Bailey Hongzhuang. However, after the breakthrough, the word king was revealed again. A king on its forehead. Could this demon beast be a beast king? I heard that a beast king looks like this. Furthermore, this demon beast is so powerful. Perhaps it really is a beast king. Wang Yujing's eyes were filled with shock when he heard everyone's guesses. Previously, when he fought with Bailey Hongzhuang, his contract beast was trembling. He couldn't understand it. His contract beast's level wasn't weak. Over the years, it had helped him solve a lot of problems. It was his left and right arm in battle. However, after fighting with White Lion, it had completely admitted defeat. It was a little too strange. After Lan Qingyan heard that White Lion was a beast king, she couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. Beast king? Are you kidding me? Lan Qingyan laughed hysterically, her eyes filled with ridicule. A beast king is a powerful existence among the monsters. How could it be a contracted beast of a cultivator? Are you all stupid? A beast king was the king of all monsters, the most powerful existence among the monsters. Even if a beast king was in its infancy, its strength was still extremely terrifying. For so many years, there had never been any news of a beast king being contracted by a human. As a noble beast king, it was impossible for it to submit to a cultivator. Hearing Lan Qingyan's words, the people who were originally in shock regained their senses. Just as Lan Qingyan said, a beast king couldn't be contracted by a cultivator. They might have been overthinking it. Indeed, this should be another monster, right? The cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. If this was really a beast king, then Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was too terrifying. If she could contract such an existence, then how much effort did she have to put in the beginning? They couldn't imagine how terrifying it was. Beichen, what kind of beast is Hongzhuang's contracted beast? When Xiren and Shang Wannying couldn't help but look at Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast's performance was too outstanding, making them somewhat curious. Although they felt that the possibility was very small, looking at White Lion's appearance, they really felt that it was very similar to the legendary Beast King. Hearing this, Beichen glanced at White Lion and said, "That's right, White Lion is a Beast King." Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang had always hidden White Lion's identity because she was worried that she wasn't strong enough to protect White Lion. But now, Bailey Hongzhuang was no longer the same as before. She no longer needed to worry as before. She already had the ability to protect White Lion and had enough confidence that no one would dare to covet White Lion. Hearing this, Xiren and Shang Wannying couldn't help but gasp. It seems that they have underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. She was even able to form a contract with a heaven-defying existence like the Beast King. This was enough to show just how powerful Bailey Hongzhuang was. If it was a person who didn't have enough talent and strength to form a contract with a Beast King, even if the Beast King couldn't resist, the contract wouldn't be established. Mo Yunjue also glanced at Baisher. Back then, he had made a deal with Bailey Hongzhuang because of Baisher. Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang had contracted the Beast King, but she didn't know the Beast King's identity. Now that he thought about it, it was really interesting. Are you saying that White Lion is really the Beast King? Shang Guanyin couldn't help but exclaim. This news was too shocking. She had never thought that she would be able to meet a Beast King one day, let alone a contracted one. No wonder White Lion was so powerful and could bite off Lan Qingyan's arm. Everyone who had just calmed down their suspicions couldn't help but be stunned after hearing Shang Guanying's exclamation. So it seems that White Lion is really the Beast King? Oh my god! It's really the Beast King. How did Bailey Hongzhuang form a contract with it? I knew that Limitless Palace's palace master was so powerful. The successor he found is definitely not simple. Lan Qingyan, who was originally ridiculing the crowd, couldn't help but be stunned after seeing this scene. She immediately said, "This is impossible." It was impossible for a beast king to submit to a cultivator. This was common knowledge. In the long history of Xianxia continent, there had never been a record of a beast king being contracted. How could Bailey Hongzhuang do it? Even if it's to raise Bailey Hongzhuang's status, you wouldn't go so far as to spread such a groundless rumor, right? Lan Qingyan couldn't help but mutter, but her voice wasn't soft. Her mood was very complicated. On one hand, she wanted to confirm that this was impossible. On the other hand, she didn't dare to directly clash with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. After all, the previous scene had already made her lose face. She didn't dare to repeat it again. However, seeing everyone putting such a big hat on Bailey Hongzhuang's head and letting Bailey Hongzhuang steal the limelight, she felt a little dissatisfied. This sentence undoubtedly asked the doubts in everyone's heart. They had only heard of a beast king, but had never seen its true appearance. Therefore, even if they felt that White Lion and a beast king were somewhat similar, it was difficult to be certain. Shang Guanyin frowned and looked at Lan Qingyan with dissatisfaction. "Lan Qingyan, do you think everyone is like you who has nothing better to do? Is there a need to lie to you about this kind of thing? Even if White Lion isn't a beast king, its strength is still much stronger than your contracted beast. Who would make such a meaningless joke?" As Bailey Hongzhuang's friend, she was also very happy to see Bailey Hongzhuang have this kind of opportunity to steal the limelight. At their position, stealing the limelight was a way to increase their influence. They didn't expect Lan Qingyan to be like a ghost that wouldn't go away. She would run out to question everything. Following Shang Guanying's words, everyone's expression couldn't help but change a little. These words were extremely persuasive. With Bailey Hongzhuang's situation, there was indeed no need for her to use her status as a contracted beast. Since even Bewitching said so, then this matter was most likely true. What kind of existence is a beast king? Such a thing has never happened in the Xianxia continent. Lan Qingyan couldn't help but say. Shang Guanying looked at Lan Qingyan mockingly. Aren't all the impossibilities in this world created by cultivators? Doesn't that mean that it will be impossible in the future? Once these words came out, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but choke. She didn't know what to say. White Lion raised its head proudly and looked at the crowd proudly. It was a true beast king. In the past, it had been hiding its identity because its master had always kept a low profile. But now, there was no need for it to hide. It was the beast king. When the cultivators from Limitless Palace found out about White Lion's true identity, they were completely dumbfounded. They had always felt that White Lion's identity was extraordinary. They never imagined that White Lion's identity would be so extraordinary. Bewitching and the others did not intend to explain further. No matter what Baisher's true identity was, or whether others believed it or not, it did not affect them at all. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, she had been in a state of epiphany and was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. 3 days later, Xiao He and Xiao Bai finally came out of their state of epiphany. When Shang Guanying and the others saw that Xiao He and Xiao Bai had regained consciousness, they immediately wanted to ask what had happened. When they saw this scene, Shang Guanying and Wen Ziren felt helpless as well. Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beasts were about to break through. Xiao He and Xiao Bai didn't dare disturb Bailey Hongzhuang when they realized that they were about to break through. Instead, they quietly jumped off Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and went to the other side to break through. After such an epiphany, they were very clear about how great the benefits of this epiphany were. They were still quite a distance away from breaking through, but they didn't think that they would be able to break through now. They believed that their master's gains would be even greater than theirs. When the other 2 blue realm auras burst out, everyone was speechless when they saw that the ones about to break through were Bailey Hongzhuang's other 2 contracted beasts. That contracted beast from before was a beast king, so it's understandable that its strength is heaven-defying. Then, what species are these 2 Yao beasts? Why are they so strong? A cultivator couldn't help but be speechless. Wasn't this a little too shocking? Wang Yujing didn't want to say anything else. It was no wonder that his contracted beasts had admitted defeat before the battle even began. It was a good thing that the 2 furballs hadn't joined in at the time. Otherwise, his contracted beasts wouldn't have survived. Thinking of this, Wang Yujing couldn't help but thank Bailey Hongzhuang for showing mercy. After all, he had spent a lot of resources and effort to nurture his Yao beasts to their current level of strength. These two Yao beasts are even weirder than the Beast King. I've never seen powerful Yao beasts that look like that. I've never seen Yao beasts like that, either. Putting aside the fact that Bailey Hongzhuang's Yao beasts are powerful, I really can't understand their origins. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang had undoubtedly become an expert in contracting Yao beasts in everyone's eyes. They had no idea how Bailey Hongzhuang had managed to nurture such contracted beasts. The amount of resources and energy needed to cultivate a contract beast of this level was already terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang had cultivated 3 of them. How did she do it? Shang Guanying and Xiren couldn't help but look at Bewitching. Bewitching, what species are Xiaohe and Xiaobai? Now, they only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang really couldn't be judged by her appearance. Many things that they usually overlooked now seemed to be not to be underestimated. Bewitching glanced at Xiaohe and Xiaobai, but what he said made Xiren and Shang Guanying feel helpless. This? I don't know. Not to mention that he didn't know, even Bailey Hongzhuang herself didn't know. These 2 furballs that came out of the Chaos Ring were completely different from ordinary Yao beasts. Even if they flipped through all the books, they couldn't find any records of them. Back then, he and Bailey Hongzhuang had spent a lot of effort on this matter, but in the end they could only helplessly give up. Seeing that Bewitching was serious and didn't seem to be joking, Shang Guanying and Xiren could only helplessly sigh at Bailey Hongzhuang's luck. If ordinary cultivators saw Xiaohe and Xiaobai, they probably wouldn't be interested in them at all. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had managed to cultivate them to such an extent. It was really amazing. Lan Qingyan didn't say anything after seeing this scene. Previously, she didn't think much of Xiaohe and Xiaobai, but now, it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang's 3 contracted beasts weren't simple goods. Time passed slowly. Xiaohe and Xiaobai successfully broke through, and stood guard beside Bailey Hongzhuang with Baishir. 10 days had passed, and Bailey Hongzhuang didn't show any signs of coming out of that state. Everyone couldn't help but worry. Luckily Bailey Hongzhuang's breathing was stable, and didn't show any signs of uneasiness, so everyone could only stand guard by the side. Only, no one noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang's primal chaos ring was flickering with specks of light, intertwining with the primal chaos tablet, and Bailey Hongzhuang became the link between the 2. In this period of time, there were many cultivators breaking through, and there were many cultivators trying to advance, but in the end, it was all to no avail. Because, comprehending the primal chaos tablet was too abstract, every time everyone thought they had comprehended quite a bit, they would realize that it was just their own thoughts when they took a step forward. Originally, everyone thought that comprehending the primal chaos tablet wasn't a difficult thing, but after trying it out, everyone completely understood. To comprehend the primal chaos tablet, it was definitely not easy. Bailey Hongzhuang only knew that she had entered an extremely strange state. Her body and mind were greatly improved. The increase in cultivation might not be huge, but she could feel countless amounts of star energy flowing through her body, transforming her body. This kind of transformation was more effective than any kind of medicinal pill. It was as if even his aptitude had been improved. Not only that, she could feel the star energy flowing into the primal chaos ring in her hand. When she first saw the primal chaos tablet, she had a familiar feeling in her heart, and now that she thought about the primal chaos ring, she finally understood everything. Primal chaos tablet, primal chaos ring, both were named after primal chaos. There must be a certain connection between them. Ever since she got the primal chaos ring, she had never seen anything related to the primal chaos ring, and now that she finally saw it, it was a powerful existence like the primal chaos tablet. No wonder the primal chaos ring was a god tool. Just from this connection, one could see how extraordinary it was. She didn't know where she was going in this sea of stars, and could only walk forward aimlessly. She didn't know how far she had walked. This vast universe was endless, as if she would never reach the end. Unknowingly, half a month had passed, and the cultivators in the hall still didn't have any progress. The cultivators who had originally harbored hopes of obtaining an identity token had lost all hope at this moment. There was only half a month left until the end of the Battle of Shuolu. Even if they used up all of this time, they might not be able to achieve a breakthrough. However, at this moment, Bewitching and Mo almost at the same time. After sensing each other's actions, they couldn't help but look at each other, and then a smile on their lips. It seemed that there were many similarities between the two of them. As Bewitching and Xianxia stood up, everyone who was cultivating or comprehending couldn't help but look at the two of them. Ever since they started comprehending, Bewitching and Xianxia had never moved. Could it be that the two of them wanted to try and advance? Contrary to what everyone thought, Bewitching and Xianxia both took a step forward very smoothly. At the same time, 3 identity cards appeared in front of Bewitching and Xianxia out of thin air. Obviously, taking a step forward would give them 3 identity cards. Bewitching and Xianxia took the identity cards in front of them and put them into their Qianquan bags. Then, they sat down again and began the second round of comprehension. When everyone saw that Bewitching and Xianxia had succeeded, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. They didn't expect the two of them to succeed so easily. It seems that Bewitching and Xianxia are equally matched in terms of strength and talent. They actually managed to comprehend at the same time. Sure enough, there is still a big gap between geniuses. No matter how we try, we fail. They succeed as soon as they try. No wonder we can't compare to them in terms of cultivation. Comprehension ability was extremely important on the path of cultivation. Cultivators with high comprehension would often get twice the result with half the effort when cultivating. On the other hand, cultivators with low comprehension would need to put in more effort to reach the same level. It was precisely because of this that cultivators with high comprehension had always been envied by others. When Xiran and Xianxia couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that these two guys were really destined to be rivals. Whether it was identity, background, strength, or appearance, these two were extremely outstanding existences. Usually, it was impossible to determine the winner or loser. If there was really a winner or loser, it could only be said that Bewitching had won Bailey Hongshuang's heart. However, the winner or loser couldn't be determined in such a way. In the past, Xianxia had never appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Therefore, everyone didn't know much about Xianxia. After this battle of Zhuolu, everyone thoroughly knew how powerful the young master of the heaven-devouring tower was. Just as the commotion calmed down, another figure suddenly stood up. Everyone turned their gaze to the white figure. However, when they saw the person, clearly, everyone's expression became somewhat complicated. This person was none other than Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan arrogantly glanced at the crowd. She was too lazy to bother with these guys, even though her performance in the Battle of Zhuolu this time was extremely poor. In terms of comprehension, she was not inferior to others at all. The most important thing was, she felt that this tablet seemed to have some sort of connection with her, which was why her comprehension speed was faster than others. Lan Qingyan shouldn't be here to play to the gallery again, right? After everything that had happened, the image of an expert that Lan Qingyan had established in everyone's hearts had completely disappeared. Instead, it was that claptrap that left a deep impression on everyone. Perhaps Lan Qingyan was doing this on purpose to attract everyone's attention. Ouyang Etian couldn't help but look at Lan Qingyan with a complicated expression. He had known Lan Qingyan since young and naturally knew that Lan Qingyan's perception wasn't bad. However, comprehending the primal chaos tablet was indeed not a simple matter. Whether Lan Qingyan could really do it, he wasn't certain. The next second, Lan Qingyan attempted to take a step forward. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Lan Qingyan actually succeeded. When Lan Qingyan saw the 3 identity tablets in front of her, a thick smile appeared on her face. At this moment, she finally turned the tables. Lan Qingyan proudly glanced at the crowd and then haughtily retracted her gaze. She wanted to let everyone know that even if she, Lan Qingyan, failed miserably this time, her talent and potential were not to be underestimated. Among the cultivators present, many of them had been defeated by her. Lan Qingyan is the young lord of the Lan clan and the inheritor of the Rainbow Pearl. Her ability is not to be underestimated. Bailey Hongshuang hasn't made any moves until now. Looks like in this aspect, Bailey Hongshuang is not Lan Qingyan's opponent. Lan Qingyan has been famous for a long time. Moreover, I heard that every time, the Lan clan's Rainbow Pearl possessor is a genius. This is the reason why the Lan clan has always been standing strong. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The wind had changed a lot. Previously, Lan Qingyan was bullied so badly that no one felt anything. Now that they thought about it carefully, Lan Qingyan was ultimately not an easy person to deal with. After Lan Qingyan turned the tables, the Lan clan's cultivators who were originally covered in dirt all revealed smiles. This was the glory that belonged to their Lan clan. Look at how proud Lan Qingyan is. If Hong Zhuang wasn't in this state, she would definitely be stronger than Lan Qingyan. Shangguan Yingying looked at Lan Qingyan unhappily. Normally, she couldn't stand Lan Qingyan's arrogant and proud look. That was why she was in conflict with her. Every cultivator who participated in the battle for deer chasing was a powerful cultivator. Only Lan Qingyan was unbelievably arrogant. When Xiran patted Shangguan Yingying's shoulder. Why are you angry with her? Based on her situation, no matter how good her performance is now, she won't have good results in the battle for deer chasing. Moreover, Hong Zhuang hasn't even started to perform. Hearing this, Shangguan Yingying nodded her head in satisfaction. She felt that Bailey Hong Zhuang must be fated with the primal chaos tablet for her to be able to enter this state. Otherwise, why couldn't others enter this state? Lan Qingyan proudly turned around to look at Bailey Hong Zhuang and was prepared to mock her. However, she saw that Bailey Hong Zhuang's gaze was fixed on the primal chaos tablet as if she didn't even notice her existence. Lan Qingyan couldn't help but frown. She had been sitting at the back and didn't know that Bailey Hong Zhuang had already entered this strange state. Stop pretending. I'll see when you can comprehend it. Lan Qingyan coldly snorted and then turned around to continue comprehending the primal chaos tablet. She wanted to regain all the dignity that she lost. After Di Bei Chen and Mo Yunjue saw that Lan Qingyan was also enlightened, they sighed in their hearts. Bailey Hong Zhuang and Lan Qingyan could be said to be destined enemies, but in their eyes, no matter how good Lan Qingyan was, she could not be compared to Bailey Hong Zhuang. When the three beasts saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel anxious. They didn't want their master's limelight to be stolen by Lan Qingyan. This was something that they had painstakingly snatched back. How could they let it be snatched away? It was a pity that their master had entered this state and they didn't know when she would regain her senses. Bailey Hong Zhuang walked forward aimlessly. She found that as the power of the stars continued to pour in, the power from the primordial chaos ring was getting stronger and stronger. She could have broken through long ago, but this power had been accumulating. Right now, Bailey Hong Zhuang was like a traveler in the desert who had finally found her way. No matter what was in front of her, she had to go and investigate. Bailey Hong Zhuang immediately quickened her footsteps and kept getting closer to the front. She wanted to know what was in the primal chaos tablet that attracted her. This was a very long journey. Even though Bailey Hong Zhuang had already used her fastest speed, she still walked for a very long time. Finally, Bailey Hong Zhuang saw a ball of dazzling light in front of her. The moment she saw this light, Bailey Hong Zhuang understood. In front of her was a dazzling rainbow light. It was like a rainbow god pearl. It was dazzling and exceptionally dazzling. Bailey Hong Zhuang suddenly understood why she would see such a star. It was because these stars were also dazzling with rainbow light. Could it be that the rainbow god pearl and the primal chaos tablet were related? Bailey Hong Zhuang's eyes flashed with deep astonishment. All along, she only knew that the rainbow god pearl could help cultivators increase their cultivation speed and increase their strength. As the Lan family's heirloom, Bailey Hong Zhuang had always felt that the rainbow god pearl was extremely mystical. Only, she had never thought much about the reason. She only thought that the Lan family was blessed by the heavens, which was why they had such an heirloom. If I can enter this world, then can Lan Qingyan also enter this world? Bailey Hong Zhuang couldn't help but think. Lan Qingyan had snatched away her rainbow god pearl. Now that she was the owner of the rainbow god pearl, she should be able to come here too. Looks like there was really an ill-fated relationship between them. Bailey Hong Zhuang looked at the huge ball of light in front of her. It was like a rainbow god pearl that had been magnified countless times. Her heart was filled with emotions. Suddenly, a surge of energy shot from the huge ball of light onto her body. Bailey Hong Zhuang immediately discovered that this was an extremely familiar power. It was exactly the same as the power of the rainbow god pearl, but it was much stronger than the power of the rainbow god pearl that she possessed. The mysterious power intertwined with the rainbow divine pearl in Bailey Hong Zhuang's body, and the rainbow light spun around her like ribbons, making it hard for people to see clearly. Under this huge force, Bailey Hong Zhuang could not resist at all. She could only accept it passively. Seven-colored energy flowed through her body and finally gathered on her seven-colored divine pearl. Gradually, she discovered that the power of the rainbow divine pearl in her body was constantly increasing and sublimating. It was as if it had met its main body and was rapidly growing. This discovery made Bailey Hongzhuang exclaim endlessly. Could this be the secret of the Lan family's inheritance? Was all of this related to the primal chaos tablet? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know how Lan family's number. One person obtained the rainbow god pearl, but she was incomparably certain that person definitely had a huge connection with the primal chaos tablet. Maybe, this primal chaos tablet was placed here by the Lan family. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes and calmly absorbed this energy. She knew that this energy was extremely beneficial to her. It could even shorten the time she needed to go to the Lan family. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was calmly cultivating, the cultivators in the hall felt a vigorous energy explode from Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the hall, there had been no movement. Almost everyone present had achieved a breakthrough in their cultivation except for Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that they knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation was only at level 4 of the Blue Realm, everyone's expression became a little more interesting. Previously, when Lan Qingyan broke through, everyone knew that she had broken through from level 7 of the Blue Realm to level 8 of the Blue Realm. Almost everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was on par with Lan Qingyan's, or even slightly stronger than Lan Qingyan's. However, this aura could not be faked. Bailey Hongzhuang was actually so much weaker than Lan Qingyan, since there was such a huge difference in their strength. How did Bailey Hongzhuang defeat Lan Qingyan? For a moment, everyone could not figure it out. Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation is only at level 4 of the Blue Realm, but why was there such a huge commotion when she broke through? I don't know. The fluctuation was a little shocking, but her cultivation is indeed at level 4 of the Blue Realm. I really can't figure it out. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang's combat strength is much stronger than her cultivation? No matter how much stronger she is, she can't possibly defeat a cultivator who is 3 or 4 levels stronger than her, right? Everyone shook their heads. Although it was possible to fight with someone who was at a higher level, it was impossible to do so if the level was too high. However, there were many cultivators present who had fought with Bailey Hongzhuang before, so they did not find it strange at all. Bailey Hongzhuang has the blood aura. It's normal for her to fight with someone who is at a higher level, a young master from an aristocratic family said slowly. When he had fought with Bailey Hongzhuang, he had seen Bailey Hongzhuang use the blood aura. He had also found it unbelievable. However, after knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were a couple, he felt that this matter was much easier to accept. As soon as this was said, the cultivators who were unaware of the situation could not help but widen their eyes. This news was too shocking. The elemental energy in the surrounding air surged madly towards Bailey Hongzhuang's body. The dense elemental energy was so dense that it seemed to have solidified as it continuously poured into her body. When Lan Qingyan saw Bailey Hongzhuang's breakthrough, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. This situation was really shocking. Even when she broke through to the 8th level of the Blue Realm, there wasn't such a terrifying movement. Why was Bailey Hongzhuang's breakthrough so strange? The weirdest thing was, ever since she took a step forward, every time she turned back to look at Bailey Hongzhuang would look at the tablet with a burning gaze, as though she had never shifted her gaze. Although she didn't know what had happened, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Boom, Bailey Hongzhuang's breakthrough speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she had broken through to Blue Realm level 5. After that, Bailey Hongzhuang continued to stare at the tablet as though nothing had happened. Even Bewitching and the others couldn't help but feel puzzled after seeing this situation. They didn't know what kind of strange state Bailey Hongzhuang had entered, so they couldn't determine what was going on. 3 days later, Bailey Hongzhuang broke through again. Her cultivation level had broken through from Blue Realm level 5 to Blue Realm level 6. After witnessing Bailey Hongzhuang's breakthrough speed, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to increase her cultivation level by 2 levels. She had surpassed everyone's cultivation speed. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10 days left until the end of the Battle of Zhuolu. With these 6 identity tablets plus the 3 identity tablets they obtained the first time, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue obtained a total of 9 identity tablets. Looking at the two's gains, everyone was envious. This time, the strongest person in the battle of vying for the throne would definitely be Bewitching and Mo Yunjue. Not only that, when Xiran and the other talented cultivators also successfully crossed the first step. From this situation, everyone could determine the difference between the inheritors and normal cultivators. This was because those who successfully comprehended were mostly inheritors. However, there were also some talented cultivators who successfully comprehended. On the second day after Bewitching and Mo Yunjue successfully comprehended the second picture, Lan Qingyan also successfully took a step forward. Lan Qingyan felt that comprehending the Primal Chaos Tablet was much easier than comprehending other things. Originally, she thought that her comprehension speed was already fast enough. She didn't expect Bewitching and Mo Yunjue's comprehension to be so high. Although her heart was unwilling to admit it, Lan Qingyan also understood that Bewitching and Mo Yunjue's status was so high. It was really inseparable from the two people's cultivation talent. Luckily, the other cultivator's speed couldn't be compared to hers. This made her feel better. After all, she was the only girl who comprehended to such a degree. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, she couldn't be bothered to find out what kind of state Bailey Hongzhuang was in. At least, she hadn't comprehended anything yet. There were only 7 days left. Once the time was up, Bailey Hongzhuang would have no chance. Originally, she didn't have a single identity tablet. But now, she obtained 9. Although her results weren't outstanding, at least she wouldn't be at the bottom anymore. The three beasties and Bewitching couldn't help but worry when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang immersed in such a state. Logically speaking, with Bailey Hongzhuang's perception, comprehending the Primal Chaos Tablet shouldn't be a problem. Bailey Hongzhuang had already obtained quite a number of identity cards. Coupled with the identity cards she had obtained here, her ranking was definitely quite high. However, if Bailey Hongzhuang was always in this state, she would miss this opportunity. No matter what, Hongzhuang being able to raise her cultivation by 2 levels here is not bad. Bailey Hongzhuang's gentle voice was filled with a little sigh and helplessness. Although the result was a little unsatisfactory, compared to the others, Bailey Hongzhuang still gained a lot. I'm just curious about what kind of state Hongzhuang has been in all this time. It seems to be different from the state Xiaohe and Xiaobai were in previously. According to Xiaohe and Xiaobai's description, they had entered a state of enlightenment. It was like being enlightened. Their cultivation had opened up a whole new world. That was why they had broken through so smoothly. If Bailey Hongzhuang was also in enlightenment, this enlightenment time was a little too long. Also, logically speaking, enlightenment should be withdrawn when a cultivator breaks through. Bailey Hongzhuang had already broken through twice, but she didn't seem to have any intention of withdrawing from this state. So it shouldn't be enlightenment. I feel an aura similar to the Primal Chaos Tablet from Hongzhuang's body. Bewitching's deep eyes flashed with a light of thought. His voice was heavy and hard to fathom. Hearing Bewitching's words, Shangguanying and Xiran's eyes were filled with astonishment. Similar aura to the Primal Chaos Tablet? That's not possible, right? When Xiran's face was filled with disbelief. What kind of existence was the Primal Chaos Tablet? Even if Bailey Hongzhuang had entered a strange state, she shouldn't have the same aura as the Primal Chaos Tablet, right? However, after hearing Bewitching's words, Mo Yunjue nodded with a serious expression. I had the same feeling too. Once he said that, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Since Bewitching and Mo Yunjue had the same feeling, then it couldn't be wrong. Lan Qingyan originally wanted to eavesdrop on what Bewitching and the rest were saying. However, Bewitching and the rest were obviously guarding against her, so she couldn't hear a thing at all. Unknowingly, it was already the end of the Battle of Shuolu. Tomorrow was the time for everyone to leave. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue finally succeeded in reaching the 3rd step on the last day, and once again obtained 9 identity tablets. The two of them seemed to have telepathy. Every time they comprehended, it was at the same time, causing everyone to be speechless. However, they also knew that it was impossible to determine a winner between the two of them. Lan Qingyan's progress was already unable to keep up with Bewitching and Mo Yunjue. She only hated that she didn't have enough time. If only she had a few more days, she would have 9 more identity tablets and completely overturned her original disadvantage. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. At this time, Lan Qingyan still glared fiercely at Ouyang Etienne, who was in the 2nd row. She would never forget how Ouyang Etienne had abandoned her. When she returned to the Lan family, she would settle the score one by one. After Ouyang Etienne felt Lan Qingyan's glare, he didn't have any thoughts of responding. He really wasn't worried that the Lan family could do anything to their Ouyang family. Beichen, Hong Zhuang still hasn't recovered from that state. The Battle of Zhuolu is going to end tomorrow. What should we do? Shangguan Yingying looked at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be with her until now. Now, most of the cultivators had already taken a step forward, but Bailey Hongzhuang still remained in the periphery. Speaking of which, this was truly a terrible situation. Di Beichen furrowed his brows and pursed his thin lips. There's nothing we can do when the Battle of Zhuolu ends. Everyone will appear in the center of the Battle of Zhuolu and Hong Zhuang's state will be forcefully interrupted. This was the setting of the Battle of Zhuolu for many years. No matter what the cultivator was doing, as long as it was time to end, everything would stop. Wen Xiren sighed. I hope Hong Zhuang can wake up today. Otherwise, who knows what kind of effect it will have on Hong Zhuang if it's forcefully interrupted. Gu Jiqin was also worried, but this kind of thing was completely beyond their scope of understanding. That night, many cultivators couldn't help but feel impatient. In their minds, they were constantly thinking about their ranking based on the number of identity cards they had obtained. Tomorrow was the end of the Battle of Zhuolu. Even if they worked hard to cultivate tonight, they wouldn't be able to make much progress. Xiao Bai, Baisher, do you think Master really won't wake up today? Xiao He frowned. It was really unwilling to give up such a great opportunity. It was already late at night, but the main hall was still bright. Just as everyone was either cultivating or bored to death, suddenly, a shocking aura exploded from Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Feeling this shocking aura, everyone's gaze couldn't help but be attracted to Bailey Hongzhuang. In this 1.5 months, Bailey Hongzhuang has already broken through 2 levels. Is she going to continue breaking through? I really don't understand what Bailey Hongzhuang is doing. She hasn't made any progress in comprehending the tablet, but her cultivation speed is extremely shocking. I really don't understand. I feel that comprehending the tablet will increase our realm, but it doesn't completely help our cultivation. Why is Bailey Hongzhuang's performance so different from ours? No matter what, I'm really envious. The cultivators were all discussing. At their current cultivation level, it wasn't easy to increase their strength by 1 level. However, in a short 1.5 months, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength increased by 3 levels. How could they not be envious? Lan Qingyan's expression became complicated when she saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was about to break through again. She was only at Blue Realm level 8, but Bailey Hongzhuang was about to break through to Blue Realm level 7. Previously, there was a difference of 4 levels between them. Now, it was rapidly shrinking. In addition, Bailey Hongzhuang had the blood aura field. She was afraid that she would have to be more careful if she fought with Bailey Hongzhuang head-on. For the first time, Lan Qingyan felt a strong sense of threat in her heart. Bailey Hongzhuang had now become an existence that could threaten her. This wasn't a good thing. Di Beichen and the rest smiled when they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was about to break through again. This was extremely good news. When dawn was about to arrive, Bailey Hongzhuang finally broke through to Blue Realm level 7. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly opened her eyes. There was still a rainbow light flowing in her eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hong Zhuang, you're awake. Shangguan Yingying immediately noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's movements. She had been counting the time, hoping that Bailey Hongzhuang would wake up soon. Yingying. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and couldn't help but stretch. She had been in the same position for such a long time that her body was a bit stiff. Hong Zhuang, it's great that you're awake. The Battle of Zhuolu is going to end tomorrow. We were really worried that something might have happened to you. Shangguan Yingying breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang could wake up, everything would be fine. Wife, how are you feeling? Di Beichen turned to ask Bailey Hongzhuang. I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a faint and calm smile. She didn't expect that she would wake up on the day when the Battle of Zhuolu was about to end. In fact, she didn't even know how long she had been in the vast starry sky. She was immersed in the changes in the Chaos Ring and the Rainbow Pearl. Now that she was out, she realized that time had passed quickly. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang's face was rosy and didn't look uncomfortable at all, Di Baichen and Mo Yunjue were relieved. If it was before, Lan Qingyan had no choice but to be afraid of Bailey Hongshuang and the others due to her isolated and helpless situation. But now that the Battle of Shualu was about to end, the Lan clan would come to welcome her once the Battle of Shualu ended. By then, she wouldn't need to be afraid of Bailey Hongshuang and the others. Therefore, Lan Qingyan's current confidence was sufficient. Hearing Lan Qingyan's words, Shang Guanying and the others couldn't help glaring at Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan definitely touched the pot that didn't boil. During this period of time, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Bailey Hongshuang. If she hadn't fallen into that strange state, Bailey Hongshuang's current comprehension level would definitely not be worse than Lan Qingyan's. The three beasties looked at Lan Qingyan with disgust. This woman was really annoying no matter what time it was. Bailey Hongshuang then shifted her gaze to Lan Qingyan. Her exquisite jade-like face revealed coldness and indifference. Lan Qingyan, I didn't expect you to like paying attention to me so much. Once these words came out, Lan Qingyan's face couldn't help but stiffen. She then snorted coldly. Don't flatter yourself. I just saw that you were so arrogant before, but now you only have this result. I think it's funny. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up slightly and asked in return, who told you that I only have this result? Lan Qingyan was left speechless by this question. At this time, could it be that Bailey Hongshuang could still make a comeback? Bailey Hongshuang had just woken up and she was already in a conflict with Lan Qingyan. Everyone was happy to see this and wanted to know who would gain the upper hand this time. In my opinion, Lan Qingyan and Bailey Hongshuang will continue to fight in the future. I'm afraid the enmity between these two people is a dead knot that can't be untied. Actually, I think this is pretty good. Usually, there isn't any girl who can challenge Lan Qingyan. But ever since Bailey Hongshuang appeared, this is the first time I've seen Lan Qingyan make a fool of herself in public. Do you still remember Lan Qingyan's attitude when she saw Di Baichen? I'm afraid there's already a grudge between these two women, and the reason is Di Baichen. No matter when, the gossipy hearts in everyone's hearts could not be dispelled. In the midst of these discussions, the love triangle between Lan Qingyan, Bailey Hongshuang, and Di Baichen had already been vividly imagined by everyone. TSK, Bailey Hongshuang, don't force yourself. I know it's hard for you to accept this result, but you look really pitiful when you pretend to be fine. Lan Qingyan shook her head and looked at Bailey Hongshuang with pity. The ridicule in her eyes became more and more obvious. Hearing Lan Qingyan's arrogant and haughty words, many people present couldn't help but frown. These words were really unpleasant to hear. Lan Qingyan, don't tell me you want to die in this battle for the deer? Di Baichen's deep eyes were filled with a bone-chilling light. The threat and warning in his words couldn't be more profound. Hong Zhuang had just woken up and he hadn't properly cared about Hong Zhuang's situation. This Lan Qingyan had already started to ridicule him time and time again. Did she treat him as if he didn't exist? Following Di Baichen's words, the cultivators present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Di Baichen's words were really domineering. Although Lan Qingyan's strength was not bad, in front of Di Baichen, Lan Qingyan was definitely not his opponent, just as Di Baichen had said. As long as Di Baichen wanted to take Lan Qingyan's life in this battle of Zhuolu, Lan Qingyan would not be able to survive until the moment she left. After hearing Di Baichen's words, the originally arrogant Lan Qingyan's face couldn't help but turn ashen. She could only swallow the words that she was about to say. She could only glare angrily at Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that the other party had the advantage in numbers, she was no match for them. Hence, she could only swallow her anger. Sure enough, a slut who doesn't listen to a more straightforward warning thinks she's so great. Shang Guanying looked at Lan Qingyan's face that had turned black from holding back her anger. She could not help but smile. Recently, this Lan Qingyan was like a housefly, always buzzing around people's ears. It was so annoying. Di Baichen has become more and more powerful recently. Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled with worship. Di Baichen's words had extinguished all of Lan Qingyan's arrogance. If Master did not want to personally finish off Lan Qingyan, Di Baichen would have already taken Lan Qingyan's life, Baisher said lazily. Some deep grudges could only be resolved with one's own hands. The reason why Di Baichen had tolerated Lan Qingyan was because of this. Only when Hong Zhuang defeated Lan Qingyan in front of everyone in the Lan family and gave those Lan family members who were optimistic about Lan Jingquang's family a slap in the face, would it be time for Bailey Hongzhuang's family to regain their dignity. Seeing that Bewitching was so protective of her, the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's face became brighter. The Battle of Zhuolu is indeed about to end, but isn't it not over yet? As soon as she said this, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang doubtfully. They didn't know what she meant by this sentence. Lan Qingyan's face was also filled with disbelief. She didn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could overturn the heavens in this last hour. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang stood up and walked forward without hesitation. Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on Bailey Hongzhuang. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang also comprehended the Primal Chaos tablet? Bailey Hongzhuang successfully took the first step, and 3 identity cards appeared in front of her. Seeing this scene, an ominous premonition emerged in Lan Qingyan's heart. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang not only had a breakthrough in her cultivation during this period of time, she had also comprehended quite a bit of the Primal Chaos tablet? If that was the case, then wouldn't her gains here not be comparable to Bailey Hongzhuang? Luckily, Bailey Hongzhuang had only taken the first step, and she was now on the second step. Bailey Hongzhuang should not be able to catch up to her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's next action directly shattered Lan Qingyan's fantasy, because after Bailey Hongzhuang kept the 3 identity cards, she did not hesitate to take the first step again. Similarly, it was extremely smooth, without any obstruction. Bailey Hongzhuang's charming face was filled with a clear and moving smile, and once again kept the 6 identity cards into her bag. Seeing this, the faces of Di Beichen and the others were full of smiles. Bailey Hongzhuang's performance at the moment really gave them a big surprise. After taking 2 steps forward, Bailey Hongzhuang was already standing beside Lan Qingyan. Her lips couldn't help but curve into a sarcastic smile. Lan Qingyan, I've disappointed you. Lan Qingyan's face was ashen. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang who appeared in front of her, her eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't want to believe this fact. The pride that she had been proud of for so long actually dissipated in just a moment after Bailey Hongzhuang woke up. In comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang's harvest was much better than hers. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was weaker than Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, in a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang has already reversed all the disadvantages. Needless to say, Bailey Hongzhuang's ranking is definitely higher than Lan Qingyan's. Didn't you see Lan Qingyan's pale face? This Bailey Hongzhuang is really talented. She can't be underestimated. Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang had not woken up, everyone couldn't help but change their opinion after seeing Lan Qingyan's results. However, in a short time after Bailey Hongzhuang woke up, everyone's impression of her changed again. Now, most of the cultivators felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's future development couldn't be underestimated. In addition to her relationship with the young sect master of Tiangang sect, the rise of Limitless Palace was absolutely expected. For a moment, many people were secretly thinking in their hearts. After this battle of Zhuolu ended, they had to pull their relationship closer with Limitless Palace. Limitless Palace's strength had always been good. However, because it had been established for a short period of time, its foundation was insufficient. Therefore, everyone didn't pay too much attention to it. Once Limitless Palace and Tiangang sect had a marriage alliance, the situation would completely change. In the past, there weren't many forces that had close contact with Limitless Palace. The earlier they contacted Limitless Palace, the better. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Ouyang Etien's heart was filled with emotions. He really didn't know how the palace master of Limitless Palace found such a successor. It was really heaven-defying. With Bailey Hongzhuang's speed of improvement and her perception, it would not be difficult for her to surpass Lan Qingyan in the future. The only thing was that the foundation of Limitless Palace could not be compared to the Lan clan. This time, after Lan Qingyan returned to the Lan clan, she would definitely use the clan's resources to improve herself. He and Lan Qingyan had known each other for so many years, so he knew her character very well. Therefore, the next time Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan met, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Just when everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang had shown enough talent, Bailey Hongzhuang's next move stunned everyone once again. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang did not stop there. She continued to move forward. The third step, when Bailey Hongzhuang appeared beside Di Beichen and the 9 identity cards in front of her, everyone was certain that Bailey Hongshuang had really reached the third level. "My wife, you're really amazing." Bewitching smiled and gave Bailey Hongshuang a thumbs up. He knew that Bailey Hongshuang's perception had always been very powerful. Now it seemed that the state that Bailey Hongshuang had entered previously had great benefits for her. Not only did she not fall behind in her comprehension, but her cultivation also increased rapidly. It was really eye-catching. "That's natural." Bailey Hongshuang smiled and winked at Bewitching. Her harvest from this trip was much greater than everyone's imagination. Originally, her rainbow god pearl was only flowing with rainbow light. Its effect wasn't small, but it wasn't that shocking. However, after obtaining that power in the vast starry sky, she finally knew what the real rainbow god pearl looked like. Now, if someone could see her dantian, they would discover that other than the rainbow light from before, her rainbow god pearl also had specks of light. It was like the vast universe, just like a small galaxy. Following the changes of the rainbow god pearl, Bailey Hongshuang also understood the true use of the rainbow god pearl. It was no wonder that the Lan family had been able to stand strong for so many years. The successor was already much stronger than ordinary cultivators with the rainbow sacred pearl. If he had the awakened rainbow sacred pearl, he would be even more powerful. However, she was also curious why Lan Qingyan didn't enter that state when she also possessed the rainbow god pearl. Regarding this, Bailey Hongshuang had two guesses in her mind. Firstly, Lan Qingyan's rainbow god pearl was stolen. She herself wasn't the possessor of the rainbow god pearl, so she didn't have the qualifications to enter that world. Secondly, even cultivators who possessed the rainbow god pearl might not be able to comprehend and enter that world. No matter which point it was, as long as Lan Qingyan didn't have such an opportunity, it was extremely good. She believed that even her master didn't know that the rainbow god pearl had such a miraculous effect. However, someone in the Lan family definitely knew. Perhaps the Lan family was hoping that Lan Qingyan could rely on this primal chaos tablet to break through in one go. Unfortunately, the final result would ultimately disappoint them. After obtaining another 9 identity tokens, Bailey Hongshuang's number of identity tokens had become third. Other than Bewitching and Mo Yunjue, she had obtained the most identity tokens. However, Bailey Hongshuang didn't intend to end like this. She also didn't expect that this battle of vying for deer would have such a good start. However, as long as there was such an opportunity, she wouldn't miss it. She wanted to use this opportunity to let her name, Bailey Hongshuang, resound throughout the world. This way, when she went to the Lan family, they wouldn't treat her as an ordinary person. In the next moment, Bailey Hongshuang continued forward. The current her was no longer as unfamiliar with this mysterious primal chaos tablet as before. Instead, she was extremely familiar with it. She was very thankful for the primal chaos tablet. If not for it, she wouldn't have such an improvement. The fourth step. When everyone saw Bailey Hongshuang take the fourth step, they couldn't help but gasp. So far, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue had made it the furthest. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongshuang would make it to the fourth step so smoothly after waking up? 12 identity cards appeared in front of Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang kept them without hesitation. Then, Bailey Hongshuang took the fifth step. Lan Qingyan was completely dumbfounded after seeing Bailey Hongshuang's actions. Her face was filled with disbelief. How difficult it was to comprehend the primal chaos tablet. All the cultivators present were extremely clear. If she didn't have the help of the rainbow god pearl, it wouldn't have been easy for her to reach this step. However, this extremely difficult task was accomplished so smoothly by Bailey Hongshuang. Lan Qingyan only felt that her heart had been ruthlessly smashed. This Bailey Hongshuang who was surrounded by a halo really made her envious. Feeling Lan Qingyan's gaze filled with jealousy, Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Seems like Lan Qingyan still didn't have a very good tolerance. Fifth step, sixth step, Bailey Hongshuang directly appeared in front of the primal chaos tablet, her right hand covering the tablet. Feeling that familiar aura, Bailey Hongshuang's smile couldn't help but widen. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards the primal chaos tablet. Ever since she entered the vast space, the primal chaos tablet had been using its own power to help her. Thinking about it, every cultivator who had the rainbow god pearl would be very thankful for the existence of the primal chaos tablet. Only, what made her surprised was that the primal chaos ring and the primal chaos tablet had a very special connection. If she linked everything together, she suddenly felt that her transmigration into Bailey Hongzhuang's body might have been predestined. Many thanks. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed towards the Primal Chaos Tablet. Maybe to other people, the Primal Chaos Tablet was just a tablet with the power of laws. But she knew that the Primal Chaos Tablet had its own spirituality. Any treasure born from heaven and earth would have its own spirituality. The vast space that she went to was the origin world of the Primal Chaos Tablet. All the cultivators present had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang walking step by step towards the origin world of the Primal Chaos Tablet. This scene completely stunned them, even if they knew Bailey Hongzhuang's comprehension, but at most she was on the same level as Bewitching and Mo Yunjue. But, Bailey Hongzhuang actually walked in front of the Primal Chaos Tablet. How could these cultivators who had worked so hard for so long just to take 1 or 2 steps endure this? In comparison, they were nothing but trash. The most important thing was that Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly bowed towards the Primal Chaos Tablet and said words of gratitude. This was really strange. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang had obtained the Primal Chaos Tablet's special inheritance without them knowing? That was why she was able to have such a shocking performance. No matter what, everyone was clear that the first place of the Battle of Zhuolu was definitely Bailey Hongzhuang. She had obtained so many identity tablets just from the Primal Chaos Tablet. Who could compare to Bailey Hongzhuang? Di Beichen and the rest looked thoughtfully at Bailey Hongzhuang's actions. If their judgment wasn't wrong, Bailey Hongzhuang definitely obtained the Primal Chaos Tablet's guidance in her previous state. If not, Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't be able to comprehend so much, but, to Di Beichen and the rest, this was an extremely good thing. Di Beichen, your wife's when's Bailey Hongzhuang's performance. As long as the Battle of Zhuolu ended, Bailey Hongzhuang's name would definitely spread throughout the world. With Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance, identity, and current strength, luckily Di Beichen had acted early. Otherwise, who knew how many people would be chasing after Bailey Hongzhuang? He couldn't help but admire his brother's eyesight. It was really good. Even the young master of Shirtian Tower didn't have such a good opportunity. Di Beichen smiled evilly and winked. My eyesight is naturally good. You're taking advantage of me. Seeing Di Beichen being so shameless, Zhuang couldn't help but shake his head. This guy would definitely be a wife-flaunting demon in the future. By the time everyone could see clearly again, they were already on the ground. Looking carefully, everyone found that there was a high platform in front of them. On the high platform stood a few powerful elders. These are the people in charge of announcing the results this time. They are the Lan family, the Cloudsword sect, and the Hang Mountain sect. Di Beichen whispered in Bailey Hongzhuang's ear. Every time the Battle of Zhuolu was held, not all forces would participate. Therefore, every time, 3 forces would send people with high authority to announce the final results. Not only that, most of the 3 forces were not involved with each other. This was to prevent the possibility of cheating. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. This method was indeed very fair. However, she felt that the name of the Hang Mountain sect seemed very familiar. Have we seen the people from the Hang Mountain sect before? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask. Di Beichen raised his handsome eyebrows slightly. Speaking of which, we really did not meet the cultivators from the Hang Mountain sect in the main hall. Previously, there were many forces, so he did not pay special attention. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang mentioned it, he remembered that they had not seen the team from the Hang Mountain sect from the beginning to the end. Master, wasn't the Hang Mountain sect the team that was trapped in the array by us before? Xiaohei could not help but remind him. The cultivators from Wuji Palace were also helpless. Their young palace master was really busy. Previously, he did not even pay with his life. Now, he even forgot who the other party was. If the Hang Mountain sect's young palace master knew about this, he would probably vomit blood again. So it's them. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly realized. I forgot, she did not see the cultivators from the Hang Mountain sect, so she did not remember them. However, according to Di Beichen's words, didn't this mean that the cultivators from the Hang Mountain sect had been trapped in the array from the beginning until the end of the Battle of Zhuolu? It seemed that the cultivators from the Hang Mountain sect were really tragic. Feng Qianni was very upset. The trial of the Battle of Zhuolu happened to fall on their Hangshan sect. He had originally intended to take advantage of this opportunity to perform well, but he did not expect that his identity card would be stolen by a sneak attack, and then he would be trapped in the array formation. He had already wandered around the demonic miasma forest countless times, but he just couldn't get out. In the end, the entire team was exhausted and did not have any hope of coming out. They might as well just wait for the Battle of Xuelu to end. This was really a bad start. Needless to say, they would be the last in the Battle of Xuelu. The most despicable thing was that the other party actually claimed to be the young palace master of Limitless Palace. Even if he lost, he must find out who the other party was. Just as everyone was discussing and thinking that they could have a good rest after the Battle of Xuelu, an old man on the high platform spoke first. "I'm the Cloud Sword Sect's Grand Elder, Feng Weilan." As soon as this was said, everyone present quieted down and listened carefully to the person on the high platform. "Next to me is the Lan family's Grand Elder, Lan Borong, and the Hang Mountain Sect's Grand Elder, Wei Lihua." Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all bowed. These three people were all very powerful and had a very high status among the three. "Today marks the end of the Battle of Xuelu. The three of us will witness everyone's strength." Feng Weilan's expression was indifferent. His gaze was even gentler when it landed on Xiren and Shang Guanying. He hoped that the young sect master and his wife would achieve good results in the Battle of Xuelu. The rankings of the Battle of Xuelu include the individual and team competitions. "We will first determine the team's results." The three elders clearly didn't intend to waste any more time on this matter. The final rankings were what they were most concerned about. As long as the rankings were confirmed, the major powers would make some adjustments in the next few years. As for the rest, everyone present was a cultivator who had experienced hundreds of battles. There was no need to continue with the formalities. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze landed on the Lan family's first elder, Lan Borong. According to what she knew from Lan Yunxiao, the majority of the Lan family's elders supported Lan Jingquang. Only a small portion of them supported Lan Yunxiao. Among them, Lan Borong was the elder who watched Lan Yunxiao grow up and treated him extremely well. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't expect to see Lan Borong here. She hesitated for a moment, but still felt that there was no need to hide her identity in front of Lan Borong. In any case, they would be heading to the Lan family soon. She believed in her father's judgment. Since her father believed that Lan Borong was on their side, then she didn't need to worry. Following Feng Weilan's words, the rankings of the teams appeared on the huge black square pillar at the front. There were a total of 40 teams present, and every team's ranking was clearly reflected on it. However, the rankings were slowly displayed from the bottom to the top. When everyone saw that the 40th team was from the Hang Mountain sect, their expressions couldn't help but become more interesting. The team that originally thought that they would be at the bottom didn't expect to have an existence worse than them. They were instantly overjoyed. The moment she saw the ranking, Wei Lihua's expression froze. Before the Battle of Xuelu began, their young sect master had bitterly cultivated for a long time and was full of confidence in this Battle of Xuelu. How could they be at the bottom? Moreover, this time, the Hang Shan sect was the one who announced the final result. This was a great loss of face. Feng Qianyi's face was already ugly to the extreme. Although he had already expected this situation, when it really happened, he still lost all his face. He just wanted to find a hole to hide in. All the cultivators present looked at the cultivators of the Hang Mountain sect and Wei Lihua. This time, the Hang Mountain sect was really a dark horse. Although the strength of the Hang Mountain faction was not the best, it should be in the middle level. Unexpectedly, it was at the bottom this time. We didn't see Feng Qianyi and the others in the main hall. Where did they go? After Wei Lihua heard everyone's discussion and saw Feng Qianyi's extremely vexed expression, she had already guessed a possibility in her mind. "Young sect master, you wouldn't have taken that path, would you?" As soon as she said that, Feng Weilan and Lan Borong's expressions changed a little. They immediately understood which path Wei Lihua was talking about. If that was really the case, then it was not surprising that the Hang Mountain sect had achieved such a result. Following Feng Qianyi's words, the cultivators who had some doubts suddenly understood what was going on. They had also heard of the legendary path, but they were very glad that they did not encounter it. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other cultivators from Limitless Palace looked at each other, not understanding what Feng Qianyi meant. Weren't they walking the same path as Feng Qianyi? Why did the others have such strange expressions? Xiren couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that the winner this time would be the Xianxia sect. No one else has such luck. Shangguan also covered her mouth and laughed. Didn't you see how ugly Feng Qian's face was? This time, the Xianxia sect has really lost face. Ying, what are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with the path that the Xianxia sect took? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. Hongzhuang, you don't know, but there is a path that none of the participating teams are willing to take in the battle for deer. It is the path that the Xianxia sect took this time. It is said that the test on that path is very difficult, and there is also the existence of the array. Therefore, the last place in every battle for deer is mostly the team that was assigned to that path. Shangguan Ying laughed and explained to Bailey Hongzhuang. Before participating in the battle for deer, they were constantly praying in their hearts, hoping that they would not be the unluckiest ones. Hearing this, the cultivators from Limitless Palace reacted. Previously, they were still lamenting that the difficulty of the battle for deer was really high. If it wasn't for the young palace master's heaven-defying ability, they were afraid that they would not be able to make it. Compared to that, the test in the underground passage was not difficult at all. Now, they finally understood what was going on. It wasn't that every team's path was so difficult. It was just that they weren't lucky. However, compared to their harvest, it could not be said that they were unlucky. I was wondering why the tests along the way were so difficult. It turns out that we took the path that no one was willing to take. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. As soon as this was said, Shangguan Ying and the others could not help but be stunned. They only suspected that they had misheard. Hongzhuang, what did you just say? Did you take that path as well? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right. I thought every path would be difficult. Instantly, the smiles on everyone's faces froze as they stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. Hongzhuang, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Wen Xiren asked. There's no mistake. Feng Qian's identity medallion is still with me. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally took out Feng Qian's identity card. This was the first identity card she had obtained. When everyone clearly saw Feng Qian's name written on the identity card, everyone's expression suddenly became interesting. Solid evidence, this was irrefutable evidence. Shangguan Ying couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, you can still walk out of that road. I really admire you. You broke the record of the battle for deer for so many years. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue did not know what to say at this moment. That road was notoriously difficult to walk, but Bailey Hongzhuang did not know anything and still walked down it. If Feng Qian knew, he would probably be angered to death. After all, every time a team participated in the Battle of Zhuelu, there would be such an unlucky team. Everyone was already used to it. It could only be said that their Xianxia sect was unlucky. It was not because they did not have the strength. At this time, Feng Qian searched through all the teams and finally found Limitless Palace's figure. The next moment, Feng Qian immediately walked to the front of Limitless Palace's team. He still remembered the words that guy said to him. Until now, he could not help but feel angry when he thought of it. The other party actually claimed to be the young palace master of Limitless Palace. Limitless Palace did not have a young palace master at all. Is there a young palace master of Limitless Palace in your team? Feng Qian stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. His face could not hide his annoyance. When these words came out, the cultivators present looked at Feng Qian in astonishment. They did not understand why Feng Qian would find trouble with Limitless Palace at this time. Only the disciples of Limitless Palace knew. To be honest, the young palace master had clearly left her real name. However, Feng Qian's brain did not believe it. The people who attacked us previously claimed to be from Limitless Palace. They even left the name of Limitless Palace's young palace master, Bailey Hongzhuang. I just want to know if this matter is true. Feng Qian was a stubborn person. He was unlucky to be trapped in the array this time. He accepted it, however, the other party played with him. He could not just let it go like this. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. No matter what, he had to know which team he was defeated by. Following Feng Qian's words, the expressions of all the cultivators present became strange. They only knew the name of Limitless Palace's young palace master, Bailey Hongzhuang when they were in the main hall. However, Feng Qianni was clearly surrounded by a sneak attack before that. Logically speaking, there should not be anyone who pretended to be Bailey Hongzhuang. On the high platform, Wei Lihua and the other two looked at Feng Qianni in confusion. They did not understand what Feng Qianni was doing at this time. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Feng Qianni in front of her. This guy's appearance did not match his name. Feng Qianni was slightly plump, and his round face was filled with indignation. The stubbornness in his bones was also revealed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, "That's right, I'm the one who took your identity card." From the beginning to the end, she had never intended to deny this matter. It was just that Feng Qianni himself did not believe it. Feng Qianni originally thought that he would definitely get a negative answer. Therefore, he did not seriously size up Limitless Palace's team. Instead, he wanted to know how long the team that ambushed him could last. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang admitted it, Feng Qianni was dumbfounded. "I am Bailey Hongzhuang." Bailey Hongzhuang emphasized again. Before she had participated in the Battle of Zhuolu, almost no one had known her name as Bailey Hongzhuang. Once the Battle of Zhuolu was over, she wanted everyone to know of her existence. Only then did Feng Qianni notice the identity card with his name written on it in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. He was dumbfounded. How could this be? Feng Qianni's face turned into the color of a pig's liver. His original imposing manner disappeared in an instant. The other party had been speaking the truth all along. However, he was angry because the other party had lied to him for such a long time. However, this Bailey Hongzhuang was too honest. Didn't the usual sneak attack not leave a name? Originally, everyone was confused about this matter, but after seeing the identity card in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, everyone understood the reason. It turned out that not only were Feng Qianni's group trapped in the array, even their identity tokens were taken away. So, Bailey Hongzhuang and Hengshan Sec's people took the same path? Then why did Bailey Hongzhuang's group walk out? The people from Limitless Palace couldn't have walked through the most difficult path, right? It seems to be so. The cultivators looked at each other in dismay. This news was really explosive. For so many years, no one had successfully walked through the group, but someone had actually walked through. Feng Qianni didn't think of this point before. Now that he understood, his gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang was filled with fear. He always thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's group would be trapped in the front, but from the others' expressions, it was clearly not the case. Wei Lihua and Feng Weilan, who were on the high platform, looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. Limitless Palace's group actually walked through this path. This was really amazing. Most importantly, for so many years, cultivators couldn't walk through it, so how did Limitless Palace's group walk through it? Logically speaking, Limitless Palace's palace master absolutely wouldn't reveal the content of this test. In fact, even if he revealed it, Bailey Hongzhuang's group wouldn't be able to pass with the difficulty of this test. However, they actually passed. The two's emotions kept changing. It seemed that Limitless Palace's cultivators weren't ordinary. Lan family's great elder Lan Borong stared at the pale golden figure in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his heart was in a perilous situation. How was this possible? The young woman in front of him was so similar to Mu Lingbing in the past, even, he could vaguely see Lan Yunxia's silhouette. However, that child couldn't have survived at that time. Lan Borong only felt that his brain had stopped at this moment, and he couldn't think properly. He understood everything that happened at that time. Everyone was helpless. Even if Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing took out their treasures, they still couldn't save him. After that, the Yu family wasn't willing to save him, so Lan Yunxiao's group completely disappeared. For so many years, he never received any news of Lan Yunxiao's group. However, the face in front of him was clearly so familiar. How could he not have any connection with her? If that child was still alive, he should have reached this age by now. Lan Borong kept thinking about all these possibilities in his mind. Then how did she become the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace? Moreover, her surname was Bailey, not Lan. Could it be, this was just a coincidence? Lan Borong couldn't figure it out. This news was too shocking for him. He couldn't figure it out at all. Wei Lihua and Feng Weilan couldn't help but look at Lan Borong on the side, but they saw the shocked expression on Lan Borong's face. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that Lan Borong's shock towards Bailey Hongzhuang was even greater than theirs. Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed the change in Lan Borong's expression. Others didn't know why Lan Borong was shocked, but she was very clear in her heart. Reveal it, you will know everything sooner or later. Such a despicable matter had happened to the usually glorious Lan family. No one stood on the side of justice and had persecuted their family to such a state. However, the truth would never be so easily covered up. Because those who were oppressed were so unreconciled. Even if they spent their entire lives and let themselves sink in pain, they would never forget that filthy and despicable scene. She would never forget, Lan Yunxia would never forget, Mu Lingbing would never forget, Mu Jins would never forget, Situ Yen would never forget, their entire family would never forget. Hence, they wanted to expose everything in front of everyone. The sharp Bewitching also noticed the changes in Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Borong's expressions. In fact, from the moment he knew that Lan Borong had appeared here, Bewitching couldn't help but worry. Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Lingbing looked too similar. As long as it was the older generation of the Lan family, anyone who had seen Mu Lingbing before would definitely recognize Bailey Hongzhuang. Hence, he had been paying attention to Lan Borong. As expected, the moment Lan Borong saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he was clearly stunned. He definitely recognized Bailey Hongzhuang. At the same time, he also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's indifference and calmness. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang was already prepared to meet the Lan family at any time. Since that was the case, he was relieved. With their current background, there was no need for them to hide like before. Even if they were to openly challenge the Lan family, they wouldn't be afraid. The blood feud that they had prepared for so many years was finally going to be unveiled. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Feng Qianni, who was staring at her in a daze with an awkward expression and didn't know how to get out of the embarrassing situation. She slowly said, "Young Master Feng, this is my first time participating in the Battle of Zhuolu. If I have done anything wrong, I hope that you will be magnanimous enough to forgive me." Speaking of which, Feng Qianni was also an unlucky fellow who had been harmed by her array. In a battlefield like the Battle of Zhuolu, small conflicts were extremely normal. Logically speaking, there was no need to be too calculative. She believed that Feng Qianni would not be so serious. After all, there were winners and losers in the competition. Feng Qianni originally didn't know how to get out of this situation. Now that he saw Bailey Hongzhuang giving him a way out, he naturally went along with it. "Young Palace Master Bailey, I am truly sorry for my ignorance." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "This is my first time attending as Limitless Palace's young palace master. It's normal for young Master Feng to not know." After Feng Qianni and Bailey Hongzhuang exchanged a few pleasantries, Feng Qianni returned to his team. Although it was still somewhat awkward, it was undoubtedly much better than before. Originally, he was full of resentment towards the person who ambushed him, but after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, he wasn't so angry anymore. On the contrary, he felt that his tolerance couldn't be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang. He was really apologetic. The rankings on the ranking board continued to appear. The earlier the teams saw their names, the more depressed they were. On the other hand, the teams that didn't see their names were filled with anticipation. Lan family, 20th place. When Lan Borong saw this ranking, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He only suspected that he had seen wrongly. 20th place, their Lan family was always in the top few every time. How did they fall to 20th place this time? However, after noticing Lan Qingyan's missing right arm, Lan Borong already understood in his heart. The Lan clan had probably encountered an extremely terrible situation in the Battle of Zhuolu this time. With Lan Qingyan's strength, it was easy to imagine that she had fallen to such a state. Wei Lihua, who was originally in a very bad mood, felt a little comforted after seeing the Lan clan's ranking. She didn't expect the Lan clan's performance to be so bad this time. They were originally in the top few, but this time they fell to the 20th place. Their Hengshan sect was originally in the middle level, but now they had fallen to the last place. In essence, they were the same. Cloud Sword sect's elder Feng Weilan was in an extremely good mood. It seemed that at least their Cloud Sword sect didn't encounter such an unexpected situation. The Ouyang clan's performance this time wasn't greatly affected by the Lan clan, and they obtained the 10th place. 8th place, Sun Moon Palace. After everyone saw the name Sun Moon Palace, the teams present couldn't help but sigh. Sun Moon Palace had been in seclusion for so many years, many people had already neglected them. However, they still obtained such an amazing result in the Battle of Zhuolu. From this, it seemed that even if the other party was in seclusion, their strength wasn't weak at all. If they underestimated them because of this, they would be the unlucky ones. Fourth place, Cloud Sword Sect. When he saw this result, Feng Weilan's face couldn't help but reveal a thick smile. This ranking was already an extremely good result for their Cloud Sword Sect. In the next few years, the Cloud Sword Sect's right to speak would increase again. The young palace master and young palace master's wife lived up to everyone's expectations, and their results were excellent. When Xiren and Shang Waningying also revealed joyful smiles after seeing this result. They didn't cultivate so hard for so long in vain. Looking at this result now, they felt that everything was worth it. Second place, Shurtian Pavilion. Second place, Tiangang Sect. When these two second places appeared, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Because there was no third place, but two second places, Lan Borong and the others were also surprised when they saw this situation, but after thinking carefully, they understood. Shurtian Pavilion and Tiangang Sect had obtained the same number of identity cards, so they were tied for second place. This kind of situation had happened before, but it was the first time it had happened in second place. Everyone could not help but exclaim. Previously, when they saw Bewitching and Mo Yunjua's performance in front of the Primal Chaos tablet, they felt that the two of them were equally matched. Who would have thought that the number of identity cards in this team would be exactly the same? These two people were really fated, the three beasts, when Xiren and the rest were speechless when they saw this scene. This was too much of a coincidence. What an ill-fated fate. Compared to everyone else's shock, Bewitching and Mo Yunjua's expressions were extremely calm. This result was not out of their expectations. After marveling at the strength of these two forces, everyone's gaze landed on Limitless Palace. As expected, the first place belonged to Limitless Palace. The number of identity cards that Bailey Hongzhuang alone had obtained was equivalent to the number of identity cards that the other team had. It would be strange if they didn't get first place, Limitless Palace. When these six resplendent words appeared, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. On the high platform, Feng Weilan and the other two couldn't help but be stunned. The result of this battle of Shualu was truly unexpected. In their opinion, the biggest possibility of getting first place was Tiangang Sect. However, the one who got first place turned out to be Limitless Palace, which no one thought of. This was really a dark horse. It seemed like Limitless Palace's development in these few years couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, Limitless Palace's team had passed through the most difficult team. Linking all of these together, it proved that Limitless Palace's team was truly strong. Lan Qingyan couldn't hide the jealousy in her eyes. All the glory and limelight had been snatched away by Bailey Hongzhuang alone. She was truly unhappy. She had already lost this battle of Shualu. The next time she met Bailey Hongzhuang, she would definitely win it back. After Lan Borong knew about Bailey Hongzhuang's achievements, he was even more shocked. If Bailey Hongzhuang was really Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's child, then it wasn't strange for her to be so outstanding. After all, like father, like daughter. However, her dantian was completely shattered and couldn't be recovered. It was impossible for her to become a cultivator. Lan Borong kept thinking about these thoughts. After returning to the Lan family, he would definitely tell the family head this news. All these years, they might have overlooked many things. He knew how important Lan Yunxiao was in the family head's heart. After that incident, the family head directly spat out a mouthful of blood. After so many years, the family head had never given up on searching for Lan Yunxiao. However, they seemed to have disappeared into thin air and couldn't be found at all. If Lan Yunxiao and the rest were still alive, the family head would be much more relieved. After all, it was a knot in the family head's heart that he couldn't untie. Lan Yunxiao and the rest had disappeared for nearly 20 years. Ever since they disappeared, the family head had never bothered with Lan Jingquang. As the family head's good brother, he clearly knew that the saddest thing for the family head was that the two sons he was so proud of couldn't help each other and instead fought to this extent. The top 3 teams this time will receive the cultivation resources provided by the major forces. After the Battle of Shualu, the resources will be sent to your respective forces as soon as possible. Feng Weilan said slowly. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled faintly. The cultivation resources offered by the various major forces would not be lacking, and gathering them together would naturally bring about benefits that could not be ignored. Next, we will announce the results of the individual competition. Only the top 10 will be announced. Lan Borong said slowly. At this moment, he had already recovered from his previous shock. No matter what the truth was, he had to wait until he returned to the Lan clan before making any other plans. Very quickly, the results on the stone pillar disappeared and were replaced by the individual rankings. Compared to the nervousness of the others, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were extremely calm, because they already knew the outcome. Master, our harvest this time is really not small. Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled. When she first participated in the Battle of Shualu, she was very nervous. She never thought that she would have a chance to win. Not only did Limitless Palace's reputation become more resounding, we also obtained many benefits. Xiaobai rubbed her hands. Even if she hadn't seen the treasures, she didn't need to think to know that these treasures were definitely not bad. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the happy faces of the three little guys and the smile in her eyes became even gentler. You guys have contributed greatly in this battle of vying for the throne. After we go back, I'll treat you guys to a big meal, how about it? Master is the best. The three beasties were full of smiles. They hadn't eaten any delicacies for 3 months and they really missed it. In the end, as expected, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue were tied for second place. When the crowd saw that Bewitching and Mo Yunjue had the same result again, they only thought that the two of them were at odds with each other. Things were so coincidental that it made people sigh in admiration. Bailey Hongzhuang also couldn't understand how the two of them could be so coincidental that they obtained the same number of identity tablets. Logically speaking, this was something that was hard to achieve even if it was specially arranged. First place, Bailey Hongzhuang. When the 7 different colored words appeared again, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in admiration. In this battle of vying for the throne, Bailey Hongzhuang was really in the limelight. No other powerhouse could compare to Limitless Palace. All the limelight had been overshadowed by them. Limitless Palace's cultivators were full of joy. Before the competition, although they hoped to get a good result, they didn't even dare to think of getting first place. They didn't think that it would actually land on their heads. They didn't disappoint the palace master's expectations for them. This would be their life's glory. Lan Qingyan didn't enter the top 10. This result was too different from what she had thought before coming. She was afraid that when she returned to her family, this result would be criticized. Once she thought of this and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang who was flushed with success, Lan Qingyan almost ground her teeth to pieces. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, the person who was flushed with success would be her. She really couldn't understand how Bailey Hongzhuang was able to obtain the Primal Chaos Tablet's approval. She believed that her senses weren't wrong. There was a connection between the Primal Chaos Tablet and the Rainbow God Bead. She felt that after comprehending the Primal Chaos Tablet, the Rainbow God Bead in her body had become stronger. Logically speaking, she was the one who was most likely to be accepted. Why was Bailey Hongzhuang accepted? When Lan Borong saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was the winner of this competition, his expression became even more complicated. From his perspective, Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely not an ordinary person. On the contrary, she was very outstanding. No matter if it was her way of dealing with people or her temperament, she was much more mature than Lan Qingyan. She was neither arrogant nor rash. Even if she had the upper hand, she knew how to use the simplest method to win the other party's favor. If it was Lan Qingyan, when Feng Qianyu was in that situation, it would be good enough if she didn't kick him while he was down. She wouldn't have given Feng Qianyu a way out. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was magnanimous enough. First, she lowered her own status so that the other party wouldn't feel the slightest bit of falsehood. Then, she gratefully accepted her good intentions. Previously, Feng Qianyu was still full of resentment towards Bailey Hongzhuang. But because of such a simple matter, Feng Qianyu already didn't care about the previous matter. On the contrary, he even accepted Bailey Hongzhuang's favor. This seemed like a very simple matter, but with his sharp eyes, he could already see a lot. Turning his gaze, Lan Borong also noticed Lan Qingyan's face filled with hatred. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Regarding Lan Qingyan's temperament, he had always felt helpless. If the clan leader had such a temperament, it would not be easy to handle the clan's affairs in the future. However, Lan Qingyan's temperament seemed to be innate and could not be changed. All these years, the elders had also discussed this matter. However, the most outstanding person in the entire Lan clan was Lan Qingyan. Moreover, Lan Qingyan was the owner of the Rainbow Pearl, so her position as the clan leader was unshakable. As the elders in the clan, they could only do their best to help Lan Qingyan. The Lan clan absolutely could not fall because of Lan Qingyan's temperament, but they still had a trace of hope. Lan Qingyan's current arrogant and domineering temperament was only due to her youth. When she truly became the clan leader, her temperament should change. The top 3 in the individual competition this time can enter the Lan clan's Divine Ice Lake to cultivate for a month. The Divine Ice Lake will open 3 months later. At that time, the 3 of you can come to my Lan clan as guests. Lan Borong's face was filled with a faint smile. His gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2. Following Lan Borong's words, the originally noisy crowd could not help but let out a cry of surprise. The Lan clan's Divine Ice Lake was very famous. Many years ago, the Lan clan had also used it as a reward for the Battle of Zhuolu. Cultivators who cultivated in the Divine Ice Lake for a month would have the opportunity to increase their cultivation. Moreover, their spiritual roots would also be improved to a certain extent, helping the cultivator to reach a higher level. The further a cultivator cultivated, the harder it would be to break through, especially when crossing from the blue realm to the purple realm. Any impurity could affect the result of the breakthrough. Therefore, everyone would make sufficient preparations to break through to the purple realm. As long as they could increase their chances of winning by a little, it would be excellent. This Divine Ice Lake was an opportunity that everyone had always been envious of. Who would have thought that the Lan clan would take it out as a reward this time? It was really enviable. Everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and Mo Yunjue. This was an enviable opportunity. Normally, the Lan family's ice snow divine pond was only used by the Lan family's cultivators. Other people had no chance to enter. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 would be so lucky? Not only that, but even though the divine pond of ice and snow belonged to the Lan family, it could not be used at any time. It was only available once every 3 years, and only a few people could use it each time. If he missed it this time, he would have to wait for 3 years. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know much about the divine pond of ice and snow, but from the envious expressions of the others, she knew that the divine pond of ice and snow wasn't simple. She had never enjoyed the cultivation resources of the Lan family. It seemed that she would have to make a trip to the Lan family in 3 months, speaking of which, she was really looking forward to it. The environment that she was supposed to be incomparably familiar with was now frighteningly unfamiliar. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue couldn't help but look at each other. This was really a coincidence. The Lan family had only taken out the opportunity to enter the divine pond of ice and snow twice. They didn't expect that they would encounter it this time. When Lan Borong returned to the Lan family, he would definitely report this matter. Needless to say, the Lan family would immediately send people to investigate this matter. Even though they had kept this matter under wraps, there was no guarantee that no clues would be leaked out. However, even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, they would still accompany Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head and saw Bewitching and Mo Yunjue's slightly dignified expressions. She couldn't help but smile. It seemed that they had the same idea. She would definitely not give up on this opportunity. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. 3 months later, going to the Lan family would probably be a different experience. After knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to the Lan family, Lan Qingyan's eyes couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. The Lan clan, that was Lan Qingyan's home ground. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang dared to bully her. When Bailey Hongzhuang went to the Lan family, she would let Bailey Hongzhuang have a good taste of what it felt like to bully others. The humiliation that Bailey Hongzhuang gave her, she would return it back in folds. Master, that Lan Qingyan must have some bad ideas in her heart. Baisher noticed Lan Qingyan's smug expression and couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Just by looking at this evil woman's expression, he knew that she must be thinking of some despicable means. After going to the Lan family, no one knew what would happen. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze turned slightly. As expected, she saw the viciousness in Lan Qingyan's eyes that hadn't dissipated in time. Lan Qingyan also didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to suddenly turn around. She couldn't help but feel guilty. She didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to run away. If Bailey Hongzhuang gave up this opportunity, then she didn't know when she would be able to turn the tables. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curved into a mocking smile. She looked at Lan Qingyan provocatively. Her meaning was obvious: if you have the ability, then come at me. No matter what Lan Qingyan did, she was not afraid. On the contrary, it was Lan Qingyan who should be afraid. Afraid that she didn't know when all the things she had snatched away would leave her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not intend to remind her. It wouldn't be long before the outcome of the battle was revealed. When Lan Qingyan saw Bailey Hongzhuang being so arrogant, she couldn't help but get angry. This woman was even more arrogant than her. It seemed that her previous worries were unnecessary. Bailey Hongzhuang was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. At that time, she would let Bailey Hongzhuang experience her, Lan Qingyan's, methods. So what if she killed Limitless Palace's young palace master? Everyone's gaze couldn't help but fall onto Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan. The reward that the Lan family had given out this time was too coincidental. The cultivators who were originally prepared to get closer to Limitless Palace after the Battle of Shuolu couldn't help but hesitate. Once Bailey Hongzhuang went to the Lan family, it could be a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. The Lan family was Lan Qingyan's home ground. It was almost impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang to take advantage of it. If something happened to Bailey Hongzhuang and the Lan family, they would have to carefully consider how the wind would change. The Battle of Shuolu had ended. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned home with a proud record, and went to the place where the transmission array was located. "Wife, are you mentally prepared for this trip to the Lan family?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "I've already mentally prepared myself. I'll have to go sooner or later. It's not a bad thing to go earlier." She no longer feared the Lan family. Even if she had to reveal her identity to everyone in the Lan family, she wouldn't care at all. The only thing she was worried about was her parents. She didn't know how her parents' bodies had recovered in the past few months. She hoped that the next time she returned to the Lan family, the whole family would return together. However, the 20 years of torture had taken a toll on their bodies. It wouldn't be easy for them to recover. Before she had left the Sun Moon Palace, she had already tried her best to concoct pills to help her parents recover. She believed that during this period of time, her maternal grandparents would also use all the heavenly treasures they had to help her parents recover. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know how long it had been since she had recovered. She would check on her parents' situation when she returned. If possible, it was time for them to appear in front of the Lan family. Bewitching saw that Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. She didn't seem to be worried or pretending to be strong. He was also relieved. Hongzhuang had always been strong. Perhaps other people would have been crushed by this kind of situation. However, Hongzhuang had managed to break through under this kind of pressure. He believed that Hongzhuang would be able to face the Lan family calmly in the future. Mo Yunjue looked at the strong Bailey Hongzhuang and didn't say anything. Hongzhuang didn't have the weakness and helplessness of other women. However, the strength she displayed made one's heart ache even more. In the past, he had always felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was carrying a burden on her shoulders. However, he wasn't sure what it was. Ever since he understood why Bailey Hongzhuang was so strong. Many times, it was the environment that forced people to grow. They didn't have a choice. Xiren and Shangguan didn't know the deeper meaning behind Bewitching's question. They only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would suffer Lan Qingyan's revenge when she went to the Lan family. "Hongzhuang, don't worry." Shangguan Ying's face rippled with a concerned smile. "This time, you are all going to the Lan clan as the top 3 in the Battle of Shuolu. Even if Lan Qingyan wants to make things difficult for you, you can't make it too obvious. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to the Lan clan's reputation. I believe that the people of the Lan clan will not allow Lan Qingyan to run amok." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and nodded. "I understand. This divine pond of ice and snow is a good opportunity. I will not give up just because of Lan Qingyan." Shangguan gave him a thumbs up. "If you don't go, then Lan Qingyan will be really happy. So you must go." Ying is right. Xiren echoed, "With your current strength and the help of the divine ice lake, you will be an existence that threatens Lan Qingyan's position in the future. That's why Lan Qingyan is acting like this." Bewitching and the others looked at each other and smiled. They were willing to do anything that made the enemy uncomfortable. That's right, Hong Zhuang, what happened to you in front of the Primal Chaos tablet? Why were you in such a strange state? Shangguan Yingying's face was filled with curiosity. Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang entered that state, she was already very curious. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's shocking performance, she became even more curious. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes focused on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Towards this point, they were truly curious. They had never encountered such a situation before. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. When I was comprehending the Primal Chaos tablet, I suddenly realized that I had entered a vast space. If I didn't guess wrongly, that should be the origin world of the Primal Chaos tablet. Afterwards, I kept walking in this vast space, feeling the power of the space to help me cultivate. I had no understanding of the outside world and had no way of leaving. Only when the Battle of Xuelu was about to end did I come out. With regards to this point, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't intend to hide it. Thinking about it, the fated people of the other Primal Chaos tablets would also see such a world. However, she didn't reveal the connection between the Rainbow God Pearl, the Primal Chaos Ring and the Primal Chaos Tablet. Before heading to the Lan family, she wouldn't reveal the Rainbow God Pearl. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Shangguan Yingying and the others' faces were filled with amazement. I didn't expect the Primal Chaos Tablet to have such a mystical world. Hongzhuang, you're the fated person of the Primal Chaos Tablet. Xiren's eyes were filled with indescribable emotions. Such a fortuitous encounter was truly enviable. Even though he only heard a few sentences from Bailey Hongzhuang, he could feel the uniqueness of that vast world. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue were also shocked by Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's comprehension was truly exceptional. Out of all the cultivators present, she had to be chosen. Just based on this point, it was enough to judge. It's just a coincidence. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. If it wasn't for the Rainbow God Pearl and the Primal Chaos Ring, she wouldn't have been able to enter the origin world of the Primal Chaos Tablet. Hongzhuang, where are you planning to go later? There were only 3 months left before heading to the Lan family. It seemed like there was still a long time, but in reality, there wasn't much time left. There was no teleportation array between Limitless Palace, Heavenly Dipper Sect, and Sun Moon Palace. If they were to rush, they would need to spend a lot of time on the journey. After not seeing Lan Yunxiao and the others for so long, Bailey Hongzhuang must have missed them very much. If Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to go directly to Sun Moon Palace, she could still go directly with Gu Zhiqin and the others. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered for a moment and said, I think I should make a trip back to Limitless Palace first. Now that the Battle of Xuelu is over, I have to go back and report to them. This was her first time participating in the competition as the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace. Furthermore, the cultivators of Limitless Palace did not know much about her. She could use this opportunity to go back and stabilize her position. What's more, Master and Mistress had high hopes for her. If she didn't go back, it would be inappropriate. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's reply, Di Baichen nodded his head, wait for me at Limitless Palace. I'll find you soon. Now that the Battle of Xuelu was over, they needed to discuss their next steps. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head. In the next 3 months, they still needed to prepare many things. Hongzhuang, if there's anything you need me for, just send me a letter. Mo Yunjue slowly said. Just from Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen's expressions, he could already guess what they were planning to do. Hearing Mo Yunjue's words, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a burst of gratitude in her heart. Her beautiful face also bloomed into a brilliant smile. Alright, when we meet at the Lan family, I'll teach you the art of disguise, okay? She had already said earlier that she would teach Mo Yunjue the art of disguise. However, during this period of time, they came and went in a hurry. She didn't have the chance to say anything else. When they went to the Lan family, she believed that the situation at the beginning wouldn't be so urgent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she could also teach the art of disguise to Mo Yunjue. Mo Yunjue's cold face suddenly revealed a smile. His voice was so gentle that it was surprising. All right. Shangguan Yingying and Wen Xiren sighed in their hearts when they saw Mo Yunjue looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of affection. All along, they felt that the Heaven Slaughter Tower was too mysterious. The young master of the Heaven Slaughter Tower was also a decisive person. However, no one had ever thought that the young master of the Heaven Slaughter Tower would be an infatuated person. This kind of understanding made them change their view of Imo Yunjue. In their hearts, they also felt a little sad for Imo Yunjue. If such a man found the right sweetheart, they should also be a pair of immortal companions. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the teleportation array. After everyone agreed to meet again next time, the Limitless Palace team, as the first-place existence, left first. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others opened their eyes again, they had already appeared in the teleportation array at the foot of the Limitless Palace mountain. Standing in front of them were the Palace Master, the Palace Master's wife, and many elders. Just as the Palace Master said before they left, they would be waiting for their return here. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others appeared in the center of the teleportation array, Yu Linfeng and the others revealed a smile on their faces. With a slight glance, they discovered that 2 people were missing from the team. However, these casualties were within their expectations. There were casualties in almost every battle of Shuolu. As long as the army wasn't completely wiped out, it wasn't too bad. Bailey Hongzhuang had lost 2 out of 10 people, which was a pretty good result. Palace Master's wife. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others immediately bowed to Yu Linfeng and Namgong Wu. Ever since they came back and saw the Palace Master and Madam personally welcoming them, they had an uncontrollable excitement in their hearts. It's good that you're back safely. Let's return to the sect first. Yu Linfeng had a faint smile on his face. He did not know the results of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. But no matter what, everyone was participating for the sake of Limitless Palace. 3 months of training was already tough enough. If he were to ask about the results now, it would hurt everyone's feelings. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also had smiles on their faces. After leaving Limitless Palace for 3 months, they couldn't help but feel happy when they returned. The feeling of returning home was always excellent. The elders were a little perturbed. They didn't know what the results were this time. This was the thing that they were most concerned about. This was because this result would affect the development of Limitless Palace and their right to speak for the next few years. Limitless Palace's strength had always been strong. It was just that they hadn't been established for a long time, so they still needed a certain amount of time. If they obtained good results in the Battle of Shuolu, then this situation would change. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest appeared at the peak of Limitless Palace, they saw the cultivators of Limitless Palace coming out to greet them. Look! They're back! The Battle of Shuolu is indeed dangerous. 10 people went and only 8 came back. I wonder how they did. Looking at their expressions, I think their results should be pretty good. The disciples discussed animatedly as they had countless guesses in their hearts. They only hoped that they could achieve a good result. As disciples of Limitless Palace, they were bound together for good or ill. If Limitless Palace could achieve a good result in the Battle of Shuolu, then as disciples of Limitless Palace, they would also share in the glory. Long Xianjing and the others were in an extremely good mood. At this moment, when they saw the many pairs of expectant eyes, they felt that they had not let down everyone's expectations of them. At the same time, they had also drawn a thick and heavy stroke in their careers. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest did not stay for long. Instead, they followed behind Yu Linfeng and Namgong Wu to the assembly hall. They needed to report the situation of the Battle of Shuolu to Yu Linfeng and the rest. After that, the other disciples would also know about their results. Namgong Wu and the rest were in a good mood. From Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest's expressions, they could tell that their results would not be bad. If it was really bad, he believed that everyone's faces would be filled with frustration, and they wouldn't be in such high spirits right now. In fact, the moment they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest, their hearts that were originally on tenterhooks relaxed a little. Assembly Hall. Palace Master, Palace Mistress, and the various elders took their seats. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest stood in the middle of the assembly hall. Speaking of which, they were not tired at all. The second half of the Battle of Shuolu was completely different from the previous battles. Hongzhuang, how are your results this time? Yu Linfeng knew that everyone was curious about this question. He immediately went straight to the point and asked. Now that everyone here was from Limitless Palace, there was no need to hide anything. As soon as he said that, all the elders looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. They were obviously very concerned about this result. Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face was filled with confidence and joy. She bowed to Yu Linfeng and said, "Fortunately, we didn't disappoint you. We won first place." Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the entire meeting hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Their eyes were filled with doubt and surprise. They wondered if they had heard wrongly. However, from the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, they felt that they had not heard wrongly. "You said, first place?" Nan Gongwu couldn't help but ask again. This result was something that even they had never imagined. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and said to everyone again in an affirmative tone, "That's right, we won first place." Haha, suddenly, the entire assembly hall burst into laughter. This news was too unexpected and pleasantly surprising. Even the elders who were usually calm couldn't help but laugh out loud at this moment. Bailey Hongzhuang would never lie to them about this kind of thing. This result was really something to be proud of. Yu Linfeng and Nan Gongwu looked at each other and a smile appeared on their faces. First place. Immediately, all the elders in the discussion hall looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others with fiery gazes. They were the heroes of Limitless Palace. Nurturing disciples was not an easy task. Furthermore, Limitless Palace had only been established for a short period of time. The cultivators they recruited were only ordinary cultivators. If they wanted to nurture these cultivators to a level where they could compete with the cultivators of other factions, they would need a period of time. Over the years, Limitless Palace had been improving every year. Although they knew that this was due to objective factors, the elders could not help but sigh in their hearts. There were many factions in Xianxia continent. The result was the result. Not many people would care about the process and reason. Therefore, their right to speak could not be compared to the other major factions. Originally, they only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would be able to obtain a good result in the battle for throne. At the very least, they would be able to improve. This was also related to Bailey Hongzhuang revealing her identity for the first time. However, none of them dared to imagine that they would be able to obtain first place. The successors and cultivators of the top factions were never weak. To defeat them and obtain first place was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But now, Bailey Hongzhuang had clearly told them that Limitless Palace had obtained first place. "How did you obtain first place?" Gu Taihong could not help but ask. This matter was simply too exciting. Even with their mentality, they could not wait to know the process at this moment. Looking at the excited faces of the elders, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled even more brightly. They had worked so hard for so long. Firstly, it was for themselves. Secondly, it was to live up to the expectations of Limitless Palace. At this moment, seeing the happy faces of the palace master and the elders, they felt a strong sense of pride. They had finally lived up to everyone's expectations. Before Bailey Hongzhuang could answer Gu Taihong's question, Yu Linfeng's voice rang out again, "Then who obtained first place in the individual competition?" The moment he said this, Long Xianjing and the others' gazes landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. "It's the young palace master." Everyone replied in unison. In such a joyous moment, everyone did not care about their usual etiquette and status. They only wanted to quickly share this good news. This news was no different from a heavy bomb that smashed onto everyone's body. Nan Gongwu was startled at first, but then her face was filled with ecstasy. She knew that Hongzhuang's performance would not be bad. However, this result was simply too shocking. First place. It was Bailey Hongzhuang's first time participating in the Zhuolu battle and she already won first place. This was truly a good start. There was no need for them to introduce Bailey Hongzhuang as Limitless Palace's young palace lord. Yu Linfeng was also a little surprised. Originally, he was a little worried that with Bailey Hongzhuang's strength, there would be a lot of pressure competing with the heirs of other forces. Because he was very clear that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation at that time could only be ranked in the lower middle level among the many outstanding heirs. Her strength was probably in the middle. He had always been worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would not be able to take it after meeting Lan Qingyan and being suppressed by Lan Qingyan. He did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would give them such a big surprise and obtain first place. Gu Taihong and the other elders also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with burning eyes. Their dignified faces were now filled with shock and astonishment. Everyone had been dissatisfied with the palace master's decision to let the young palace master lead the team to participate in the Battle of Shualu without informing them. Bailey Hongzhuang was too young and everyone did not know much about Bailey Hongzhuang. The successor was related to the future development of the sect. How could they make such a decision so casually? Moreover, before the Battle of Shualu began, Bailey Hongzhuang had not appeared. When she appeared, she immediately participated in the Battle of Shualu. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, other than Gu Taihong who knew a little about her, the other elders only knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was the champion of the assessment competition. At the same time, she was also a genius alchemist. If Bailey Hongzhuang was only a cultivator, her results would naturally be very good. However, if she wanted to be the successor, she would need to have a higher standard. However, at this moment, after knowing the results of Bailey Hongzhuang, the complaints in everyone's hearts had dissipated. Champion of the Battle of Shualu. Who would dare to say that Bailey Hongzhuang did not have the qualifications to become the young palace master? Such results were enough to make the entire Limitless Palace proud. Gu Taihong's face was filled with joy. Recently, many elders had been asking him about the young palace master's situation. The pressure on him was not small. Fortunately, the young palace master had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat now. He did not have to worry about the criticism of others. Results were everything, just as Gu Taihong had thought. All the elders felt that the palace master's foresight was indeed extraordinary. The successor that was suddenly chosen was actually so powerful. The other forces did not have such good foresight. Next, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly narrated the events that had happened in the Battle of Shualu. Thinking about it, everyone was very curious about their experiences during this period of time. Why not tell them now to save everyone's curiosity? So you're saying that you're taking the hardest path? Nan Gongwu could not help but raise her voice. Previously, she had discussed this matter with Yu Linfeng and felt that their team would not be so unlucky. Who would have thought that they would really be the unlucky ones? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Although the tests along the way were very difficult, we also gained a lot. Now that she thought about it, Bailey Hongzhuang was glad that they chose this path. Otherwise, they would not have gained so much, and she would not have been able to improve her strength. The greater the difficulty, the greater the improvement. This was the truth of the cultivation world. Young Palace Master, there is a formation on this path. How did you get there? Gu Taihong frowned slightly. Compared to the other tests, this array formation was the one that left him speechless. For so many years, almost every team had been trapped in this array. I cracked it, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the conference hall looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. She cracked it so easily. This kind of array formation should not be so easy to crack, right? Not only did the young palace master crack the array, but she also set up a new array formation to trap the Hangshan sect's team. We directly attacked the Hangshan sect and took their identity cards. As Yan Aoshuang's voice fell, the elders in the meeting hall looked at each other in dismay. There was only one question in their minds. Where did the palace master find the young palace master from? Arrays, the current cultivators would not even come into contact with such things, right? But now, it seemed that the young palace master had not only come into contact with it, but she had also mastered it thoroughly. Otherwise, the young palace master would not have been able to set up another array to trap the Hangshan sect cultivators so easily. At this moment, the elders could not help but mourn for the Hangshan sect. Needless to say, the Hangshan sect was in last place this time. When Yu Linfeng and the rest found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had crippled Lan Qingyan's hand, they were completely shocked. Lan Qingyan had been famous for a long time. They had a rough idea of her strength. With Bailey Hongzhuang's strength, logically speaking, it was impossible for her to seriously injure Lan Qingyan. Yet, Bailey Hongzhuang had done it. Nan Gongwu quietly gave Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. She thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would still need some time to seek revenge on Lan Qingyan. She did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so powerful. She had given Lan Qingyan a head-on blow the first time they met, but this feeling was really great. She had always been looking forward to the battle between Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan. Although she had not seen it with her own eyes, just hearing about it made her feel very happy. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest finished talking about what they had experienced in the Battle of Shualu, everyone finally understood. If Bailey Hongzhuang did not lead the team in this battle of Shuolu, their results would not be better than the previous years. On the contrary, they would be in the last place. This was because, in their team, other than Bailey Hongzhuang who could break this array, the others obviously could not do anything. In the end, it was also because Bailey Hongzhuang comprehended the Primal Chaos tablet that she was able to obtain enough identity cards. All the light was covered by Bailey Hongzhuang alone. After explaining everything, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to their respective residences to rest. After running around outside for 3 months, everyone wanted to go back to their own residences to relax. Before Bailey Hongzhuang left, Nangongwu gave Bailey Hongzhuang a look, indicating that she would look for her later. Now, they needed to announce this result to the entire Limitless Palace. This was a joyous occasion for the entire Limitless Palace. It was also a shot in the arm for all the disciples of Limitless Palace. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the 3 beasties returned to the palace, someone had already brought them food. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and knew that this was definitely prepared for her by Master's wife. Her heart couldn't help but feel warm. Master and Master's wife had always treated her as one of their own and gave her a lot of warmth. When the 3 beasties saw the delicacies in front of them, their eyes stared straight at Bailey Hongzhuang. They were just waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to give the order and they would eat heartily. Looking at the 3 beasties' excited looks, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile deepened. Although these 3 fellows could eat a lot, they were really cute. Let's eat. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. When she said that, the 3 beasties were like wild horses that had broken free of their reins and started to eat heartily. As they ate, they even raised their oily mouths and talked to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Cultivation is not an enjoyment. Training outside is not comparable to training at home, so the treatment is naturally incomparable. You guys should take advantage of this time to eat more delicious food. After a while, we will be setting off again. The 3 beasties had been with Bailey Hongzhuang for so long, and their feelings had long turned into familial love. Bailey Hongzhuang was very glad to have these 3 playful fellows by her side. No matter what, they would always support her. The 3 beasties nodded. When they went to the Lan family, they still did not know what would happen. With Lan Qingyan's personality, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Most importantly, they still did not know when their master was planning to reveal her identity in front of the Lan family. They had to be prepared. Although the strength behind their master could not be underestimated, the first time they went to the Lan family, it would not be a group of people killing their way in. Therefore, the Lan family could be said to be a tiger's den. No one could be sure of the Lan family's attitude. In their opinion, the Lan family was a very cold-blooded family. Initially, they felt that their master, who had been robbed of the rainbow pearl and crippled of her dantian, no longer had any value. Therefore, in order to protect Lan Qingyan's family, they turned against their master's family. Now, their value was even higher than Lan Qingyan's. They were really curious about what the Lan family would choose under such circumstances. It would be best if the Lan family maintained their usual style. Only by letting Lan Qingyan feel the feeling of being worthless and abandoned, would the pride in her bones be obliterated. Bailey Hongzhuang did not think too much. Before deciding on a specific course of action, she had to contact her parents. Only then, she could be sure of what to do next. She believed that her parents also wanted revenge. After all, so many years of humiliation and oppression. If they did not return it, they would not be able to let it go for the rest of their lives. Just after Bailey Hongzhuang and the 3 beasties finished eating, Yu Linfeng and Nangongwu also came to Bailey Hongzhuang's bedroom. Master, Mistress. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed to the 2 of them. Compared to her strict attitude in the meeting hall, there was no doubt that she was much more intimate now. Nangongwu pulled Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and sat down. It must be very tiring to participate in the Battle of Shuolu, right? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. I'm not tired. After so many years, she had long been used to such a life and did not feel tired at all. You've truly given us a huge surprise this time. I'm afraid none of the powers had expected such an outcome. Yu Lingfeng's face rippled with a smile like a spring breeze. His disciple really gave him face. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang in the past, because Bailey Hongzhuang could always explode with power that others could not imagine at the critical moment. Yes. Nan Gongwu's face was full of excitement. Just now, all the elders were full of praise for you, praising your master's eyesight. You don't know, before you all returned, all the elders were full of complaints. When I think of their change in attitude, I find it funny. Master, mistress, if you all did not give me this opportunity, I would not be able to reach this step. Bailey Hongzhuang was neither arrogant nor rash. She was very clear about her own strength. If it wasn't for this, she definitely wouldn't be able to get first place. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue were the real first-place existences. Nan Gongwu chuckled, if you participate as a Tiangang sect disciple, then the first place will definitely belong to Tiangang sect. If that's the case, then we're the ones who got a huge advantage. The smile on Yu Linfeng's lips widened. Letting Bailey Hongzhuang participate in the Battle of Shuolu was an idea that he had just decided on not too long ago. Originally, he didn't make this suggestion because he wanted to protect Bailey Hongzhuang. Without sufficient preparation, it would be harmful to Lan Qingyan. However, he felt that instead of letting Bailey Hongzhuang participate as a Tiangang sect disciple, it would be better for her to participate as the young palace master of Limitless Palace. At least, in terms of status, she and Lan Qingyan were the same. However, the surprise that Bailey Hongzhuang gave him this time was really too big. This time, the Lan family really failed miserably. Compared to Limitless Palace's previous excitement, the Lan family's current situation should be very bad. Hongzhuang, 3 months later, you'll be heading to the Lan family's Divine Ice Snow Pond. What do you think? A serious expression appeared on Yu Linfeng's face. When he heard this news, he was already worried. It was just that he didn't show it in the discussion hall. Bailey Hongzhuang was the daughter of Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing. Even if she didn't reveal her identity, there were many smart people in the Lan family. Seeing this familiar face, they might be able to deduce some clues. Once that happened, the situation might not be something that Bailey Hongzhuang could control. I didn't hide my identity. In the Battle of Shuolu this time, I met the Lan family's great elder, Lan Borong. If I didn't guess wrongly, he has already begun to suspect my identity. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. Now, she already had the confidence to face the Lan family head-on. There was no need for her to be cautious. After hiding for so many years, she no longer wanted to continue hiding. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Yu Linfeng and Nan Gongwu couldn't help but look at each other. In their minds, they had already vaguely guessed Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts. She was planning to lay all her cards on the table. I have already made preparations. As long as my parents recover, we can appear in front of the Lan clan at any time. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Now, they were not people who could be slaughtered so easily like before. With Tiangang sect, Sun Moon Palace, and Limitless Palace as their foundation, even if they went to the Lan clan would not dare to do anything to them. She was not afraid at all, however, she hoped that her parents could appear in front of the Lan family in a strong state. Back then, they had been in dire straits in front of the Lan clan. Now, they would not fall into that situation again. Yu Linfeng looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang. After seeing the determination and fearlessness in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had already thought everything through. Since you already have a plan, Master will definitely support you. When you go to the Lan clan, Master will go with you. Stay in the outer city. If there is any danger, release the signal flare and I will appear immediately. Yu Linfeng's gaze was soft as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. He wanted to see who dared to touch his disciple. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Yu Linfeng and Nan Gongwu, who had made up their minds. Her heart was moved. Thank you, Master and Mistress. You've always cared for me. Thinking back, she and her master had only met by chance, yet her master had done everything he could to help her. This was not something that could be expressed with just a few words of thanks. It would take a lifetime to remember and repay. We're all family. Why are you being so courteous? Nan Gongwu's face was full of smiles. She and Bailey Hongzhuang had hit it off at first sight. With her fiery personality, it was not easy for her to endure until now. Furthermore, Yu Linfeng had played a part in this as well. This time, she was finally going to visit the Lan family. She would not miss this opportunity. The Lan family was indeed a great power in the Xianxia continent. However, they were not the only great power. There was no need to fear them. There's no need to say such courteous words in the future. Don't forget, we're family. Yu Lingfeng's face rippled with an elegant and comfortable smile. He and Bailey Hongzhuang were originally related by blood. Furthermore, they were both people who had been expelled from the Lan family. This was a kind of fate in itself. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled as she looked at Yu Linfeng and Nangong Wu. Her eyes flashed with a resplendent smile. She then nodded. 1,000 words would not be enough to express her gratitude. Everything was expressed without words. She would engrave all of this in her heart. Hongzhuang, this is a letter from the Sun Moon Palace a few days ago. Yu Linfeng took out a letter from his Qianquan bag and handed it to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She received the letter and opened it. She had always wanted to know the current situation of the Sun Moon Palace. She never thought that the Sun Moon Palace would have already sent a letter before she had returned. Bailey Hongzhuang recognized Mu Lingbing's handwriting at first glance. The letter stated that Mu Lingbing and the others were in Sun Moon Palace as soon as possible. During this period of recuperation, Mu Lingbing, Lan Yunxiao, and Mu Jin's bodies were rapidly recovering. Compared to before, it was undoubtedly much better. Situ Yen even took out all the heavenly treasures he could find, hoping to help them recover as soon as possible. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing consumed heavenly treasures while working hard to raise their cultivation. In the past, their cultivation was not weak. Although their bodies had been ravaged beyond recognition, their strength had not been crippled. Perhaps it was because Yu Siqing and the others felt that the duo had no chance of escaping, so they didn't do so. Instead, they gave the duo a chance to recover. After such a long period of recovery, their strength had more or less recovered, and their essence, qi, and spirit were much stronger than before. Not only that, with Situ Yan's hard work, Mu Jinsei didn't reject Situ Yan as much as before. According to Mu Jin's judgment, it wouldn't be long before Mu Jin's and Situ Yan reconciled. After all, there had never been any problems between the two of them. It was only because of the misunderstanding back then that things had turned out this way. They had missed each other for so many years, and no one wanted to see them miss each other again. Thus, with Mu Lingbing and the others acting as matchmakers, the situation gradually improved. Bailey Hongzhuang read the contents of the letter, and her smile gradually widened. Her family was doing well. This was what she wanted to see the most. This was the kinship she had always longed for. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's smile getting brighter and brighter, Nangong Wu and Yu Linfeng glanced at each other, the smile in their eyes also getting wider. When they first met Hongzhuang, only Bewitching was by Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had found all her family members, compared to before, they could feel that Bailey Hongzhuang was much more cheerful. Master, do you know the relationship between the Rainbow God Pearl and the Primal Chaos Tablet? After Bailey Hongzhuang finished reading the letter, she looked at Yu Linfeng. It seemed like Yu Linfeng understood the Rainbow God Pearl the most. Primal Chaos Tablet? Yu Linfeng raised his brows as a wisp of contemplation flashed across his handsome and refined face. There does seem to be some relationship between the two, this is what I heard in the Lan family. However, I've never seen the Primal Chaos Tablet, so I don't know the true relationship. You're comprehending the Primal Chaos Tablet this time, is it related to the Rainbow God Pearl? Yu Linfeng quickly thought of the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang asked this question, and immediately asked. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Because of the Rainbow God Pearl, I was able to enter the origin world of the Primal Chaos Tablet. I discovered that the origin world of the Primal Chaos Tablet and the Rainbow God Pearl have different methods to achieve the same result, and the Primal Chaos Tablet has always been helping me strengthen the Rainbow God Pearl's energy in my body. How did the Rainbow God Pearl in your body change? There's an additional gold light, it's like a vast starry sky. Bailey Hongzhuang replied honestly. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang directly summoned the rainbow elemental energy in her body, the bright and resplendent rainbow light appeared in her hand seal. Compared to the simple rainbow light in the past, the current rainbow light seemed to be plated with a layer of gold, it was even more beautiful and beautiful. Yu Linfeng immediately sensed that the rainbow light didn't just change in appearance, its power had also increased greatly, almost to a whole new level. This rainbow elemental energy is indeed different from before, it looks really beautiful. Nan Gongwu's eyes flashed with shock when she saw the rainbow elemental energy in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. She had to say, it looked really beautiful. Looks like the rainbow god pearl we obtained previously was only in its initial state, there's still the possibility of improvement. Your rainbow god pearl has already improved, its power is much stronger, and will help you a lot. This is a good thing, and will be a great help to you. Yu Linfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with admiration. Bailey Hongzhuang was truly a person with great luck. That's right, your rainbow god pearl's condition. How is Lance's situation? It was reasonable to say that Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan both had the 7-colored god pearl, so it was very likely that both of them had improved. Lan Qingyan didn't improve. Nan Gongwu couldn't help but smile. A fake is a fake. Even if her parents helped her obtain the 7-colored divine pearl and fuse with it, she can't be considered a true possessor. Yu Linfeng nodded. Now it seems that this is the reason for it. Lan Qingyan has the rainbow god pearl, but she wasn't chosen by the rainbow god pearl, so she can't enter the primal chaos tablet's origin world. As he spoke, the corners of Yu Linfeng's mouth suddenly curled into a smile. Perhaps, the Lan clan has great hopes for Lan Qingyan this time, hoping that her rainbow divine pearl can be improved. Bailey Hongzhuang, Yu Linfeng, and Nan Gongwu looked at each other. They all had the same thought. However, it was precisely because of this that they felt relieved. If everything was so easily taken away by Lan Qingyan, then that would be the greatest injustice. Sun Moon Palace. Early in the morning, Mu Jintze, Si Tuyen, and the others were already waiting for Gu Zhiqin and the others to return. They also wanted to know the results of the Battle of Zhuolu. What they cared about the most was not the results of the Sun Moon Palace. The Sun Moon Palace had been in seclusion for many years and did not care too much about these things. What they cared about the most was how Bailey Hongzhuang fared in the Battle of Zhuolu. Ever since they knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to participate in the Battle of Zhuolu and would meet Lan Qingyan in the Battle of Zhuolu, they were somewhat worried. Usually, just from Bailey Hongzhuang's performance, they could tell how much Bailey Hongzhuang hated the Lan family. From the moment Lan Qingyan took everything from Bailey Hongzhuang, they were destined to be enemies. As Bailey Hongzhuang's relatives, what they were most worried about was Bailey Hongzhuang's safety and that Bailey Hongzhuang would be unhappy. Not long after, Gu Zhiqin and the others returned one after another. Seeing so many people coming to greet them, Gu Zhiqin and the others were overwhelmed by the favor. When Mu Jintze and the others learned that Bailey Hongzhuang had participated in the Battle of Zhuolu as the young palace master of Wuji Palace and had won first place, they could not help but be stunned. Most importantly, Bailey Hongzhuang had cut off Lan Qingyan's hand and even forced Lan Qingyan to kowtow and apologize to her in front of everyone. This was something that none of them had expected, but it was indeed in line with Bailey Hongzhuang's personality. Yun Xiao, Yixuan finally did it. Mu Lingbing could not conceal the joy on her face. As Yixuan's mother, she had not been able to properly protect her from the moment Yixuan was wronged. And now, Yixian had used her own strength to accomplish all of this. How could she not be happy? Only by defeating the person who had snatched one away from him would he be worthy of himself. Lan Yunxiao couldn't conceal the shock on his face. He always knew that his daughter was very outstanding, but Yixuan had accomplished all this in such a short time. It was truly unbelievable. However, the smile on his lips had already revealed his emotions. 19 years ago, he always felt that he was an existence worthy of being proud of. But now, Yixuan was his greatest pride. Mu Jinsei was even more agitated. Yixian is indeed formidable, worthy of being your daughter. Originally, their family had already fallen into a situation of being broken up, but because of Lan Yixuan, they were able to gather together like this. Yixuan is truly capable. You can be completely at ease now. Situyen grinned, revealing his white and neat teeth. His granddaughter was indeed extraordinary. The value of first place was not something that other competitions could compare to. He was truly comforted in his heart. Gu Jinghe and Gu Zhiqin's hearts were also filled with admiration. Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed a legendary woman. It was truly amazing that she could achieve this step. For a moment, the entire Sun Moon Palace was filled with cheers and laughter. There was nothing more joyous than seeing one's family member obtain proud results. Lan Clan. Lan Qingyan returned with Lan Borong. As soon as she appeared at the transportation array, the Lan clan was already there to welcome her. However, looking at the people who welcomed her, Lan Qingyan and the group of disciples behind her didn't have any joy on their faces. On the contrary, their faces were very ugly. Their results in the Battle of Shuolu this time could be said to be the worst in the history of the Lan clan. The process was even more humiliating. Since the end of the Battle of Shuolu, they were already thinking about how to explain it when they returned. That kind of situation was really hard to talk about. Thinking back to when they participated in the Battle of Shuolu, they were full of confidence and were only waiting to kill everyone in the Battle of Shuolu. They didn't expect that now they would come back dejected. Thinking about the expectant eyes of their family members, they felt ashamed to face others. Not to mention that they would be ridiculed by their competitors. Just thinking about it made their heads explode. Lan Borong looked at Lan Qingyan and the others with a complicated gaze. When he knew about this result, he also felt it was inconceivable. Now that they returned to the huge Lan clan, everyone's thoughts could be imagined. However, what should be faced would be faced sooner or later. This result couldn't be concealed. Moreover, Lan Qingyan's injuries were so serious that she had to recover as soon as possible. 3 months later, the divine pond of ice snow would open. Lan Qingyan had to adjust her condition in this period of time so that she could obtain the best results in the divine pond of ice snow. When the elders and disciples of the Lan clan who came to welcome them saw the situation of Lan Qingyan and the others, their faces couldn't help but change. Just looking at Lan Qingyan's missing arm, they already had a bad premonition in their hearts. With Lan Qingyan's strength, she actually fell to such a state in the Battle of Shuolu. It seemed that the competition in this Battle of Shuolu was extremely fierce. Lan Qingyan looked at the embarrassed expressions of the elders in front of her. Her heart was even more upset for no reason. Since young, when had she, Lan Qingyan, ever been so dejected? It was simply a loss of face. The next moment, Lan Qingyan directly said to Lan Borong, "First elder, I'm not feeling well and will go back to rest first. I'll have to trouble you to help me deal with these matters." After her voice fell, Lan Qingyan didn't wait for Lan Borong's reply. She turned around and directly walked towards her residence. She didn't want to stay here and face everyone's doubtful gazes. This battle for the throne was the greatest humiliation of her life. Seeing Lan Qingyan leave just like that, Lan Borong couldn't help but sigh. Until now, Lan Qingyan still had such a childish temper. No matter what happened, as long as she didn't want to face it, she would leave it behind and walk away. However, not everyone was willing to help her clean up this mess. All these years, because Lan Qingyan was the owner of the Rainbow Pearl, her halo was too dazzling. Everyone was used to praising her, so she didn't even have the courage to accept these things and the patience to admit her mistakes. It was worrying. Following Lan Qingyan's departure, the faces of the other Lan family disciples who were also participating in the battle for deer chasing became even uglier. Originally, with Lan Qingyan here, everyone's focus was on Lan Qingyan. This reduced the pressure on them by a lot. As expected, all the elders' gazes landed on Lan Borong and the other disciples. It was obvious that something unexpected had happened in the Battle of Shuolu. Lan Borong looked at the elders in front of him and said, "Let's go to the conference hall first." The elders nodded their heads one after another. The joy on their faces when they were waiting had already disappeared, and it was replaced by a heavy feeling. The results this time were probably worse than they had expected. Conference hall. According to Lan Borong's arrangement, other than the participating disciples, all the other disciples had gone back to rest. Only the participating disciples and the elders entered the conference hall together. As soon as they entered, all the elders couldn't help but ask, "Great elder, what exactly happened?" All the elders were confused. They couldn't understand. With the strength of their Lan family team, it shouldn't be possible for them to have a bad result. Could it be that they had been persecuted? Lan Borong's expression was heavy. He sighed helplessly. This time, our Lan family's results in the Battle of Shuolu were very bad. We were ranked 20th. Following Lan Borong's words, all the elders' expressions changed. It was as if they had heard an impossible answer. Our Lan family has never been ranked in the top 10. This time, with the young master leading the team, our results should be better. How did we end up with such a result? Lan Borong shook his head, "I'm not too sure about this. We'll have to ask them." As soon as this was said, the gazes of all the elders landed on the participants. They had to figure out what had happened in the middle of this. Tell us what happened from the moment you entered the Battle of Shuolu to the end. Looking at the elders' serious expressions, the participating disciples didn't dare to hide anything. They immediately recounted the entire process. Actually, they were regretting it. If they didn't have the intention to snatch Limitless Palace's elixirs, their results wouldn't be so bad. Limitless Palace. When the group of elders found out that the culprit behind their team's poor results was Limitless Palace, almost all of the elders' faces were filled with anger. Ever since Limitless Palace expressed their unwillingness to interact with the Lan family and Limitless Palace were at odds. Who would have thought that something like this would happen during the Battle of Shuolu? Damn it. This Limitless Palace is really incompatible with our family. I think we have to take some action. The second elder's face was filled with anger. After that incident, he advocated to teach Limitless Palace a lesson. However, in the end, the family felt that there was no need to do so. Not interacting with each other for the rest of their lives was already a form of opposition. Lan Borong, on the other hand, wasn't as angry as the second elder. Speaking of which, we can't blame Limitless Palace's team for this matter. It was our team that went to look for trouble first. However, we didn't expect Limitless Palace to have a helper like the Heaven-Devouring Pavilion. Great Elder, this Limitless Palace's young palace master is also the wife of the Heavenly Dipper sect's young sect master. A disciple said slowly. After the disciples finished recounting everything that happened in the Battle of Shuolu, the elders couldn't help but fall into silence. Although Bailey Hongshuang's attitude towards Lan Qingyan made them extremely unhappy, Bailey Hongshuang's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. You guys must be tired after running around for so many days. Go back and rest first. Lan Borong said. Once these words came out, the disciples who participated in the Battle of Shuolu immediately retreated as though they were pardoned. They stayed in the discussion hall and felt the low pressure. It wasn't a normal kind of pressure. After all the disciples had left, the elders exchanged glances with each other, each having their own thoughts. This Limitless Palace's young palace master seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Could it be that Limitless Palace has been secretly developing all this time? Third elder's face was solemn. They didn't pay attention to this news before. They didn't expect Limitless Palace, Big Dipper sect, and Slaughter Sky Tower to have countless connections. In the past, there weren't many forces that had a good relationship with Limitless Palace. They didn't expect them to have so many allies in just a few years. This wasn't what they wanted to see. I've heard of this Bailey Hongshuang's name before. A few days ago, Medicine Sect and Big Dipper Sect's alchemist competition was Bailey Hongshuang who obtained first place. Logically speaking, Bailey Hongshuang should be a disciple of Big Dipper Sect. I don't know when she became Limitless Palace's young palace master. Fourth elder said. In reality, they weren't unfamiliar with the name Bailey Hongshuang. It was just that no one knew of the relationship between Bailey Hongshuang and Limitless Palace before this. It really made them helpless. Now that things have come to this, Limitless Palace's development will probably be even faster in the next few years. We have to pay more attention. Lan Borong's expression was slightly calm. There was no point in pursuing this matter now. It was more important for them to prepare for what was coming next. Great Elder, the Primal Chaos Tablet appeared in the Battle of Shuolu this time. I wonder if young Palace Master had a breakthrough? All the elders looked at Lan Borong. This was what they were most concerned about. In the Lan family's history, it was recorded that the Primal Chaos Tablet and the Rainbow God Pearl were inextricably linked. As long as one entered the Primal Chaos Tablet's origin world, the Rainbow God Pearl would be upgraded. Therefore, they had high hopes for Lan Qingyan this time. Although the Lan clan's ranking this time was very bad, as long as Lan Qingyan's Rainbow Divine Pearl improved, then it was worth it. Lan Borong sighed. Young Master is in a bad mood now. He didn't say much along the way, and I didn't ask. Let's wait until young Master calms down before asking. I believe the Patriarch and Master Kuang should know. Hearing Lan Borong's words, the group of elders all nodded. They knew Lan Qingyan's temperament better than anyone else. Only the clan head and Lan Jingquang could convince her wholeheartedly. They just had to report this matter to the family head and Master Kuang. Since Limitless Palace's young palace master Bailey Hongzhuang obtained first place, then 3 months later when the icy snow god's pond opens, she will come. I want to see how capable this Bailey Hongzhuang is. The dissatisfaction between second elder's brows did not dissipate. This Bailey Hongzhuang was really too much. She actually made their young palace master kowtow and apologize in front of everyone. This was really intolerable. Lan Borong looked at the dissatisfied expressions of the elders and felt a little helpless in his heart. He wasn't dissatisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang. On the contrary, Bailey Hongzhuang was a remarkable existence for being able to achieve such results at such a young age. Most importantly, Bailey Hongzhuang had that person's shadow on her. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't related to Lan Yunxiao, he couldn't dislike Bailey Hongzhuang. Moreover, he felt that they were too similar. If they weren't related by blood, it was impossible for them to be so similar. He must report this matter to the head of the family as soon as possible. If Bailey Hongzhuang really was that child, then all of this would be incredible. After leaving the meeting hall, Lan Borong headed for the house head's residence without hesitation. The house head had been in seclusion all these years. As long as there wasn't a big problem, he wouldn't appear. In fact, the house head had always been brooding over Lan Yunxiao's matter. The elder's actions had greatly disappointed the head of the family. Most importantly, the head of the family did not want to see Lan Jingquang again. When the incident happened, the house head was in seclusion. It was a crucial moment for him to break through his bottleneck. At that time, Lan Jingquang probably knew that the house head wouldn't come out to deal with this matter, so he chose that time to act. By the time the house head came out of seclusion and found out, Lan Yunxiao and his family had already disappeared. At that time, he was heartbroken by Lan Jingquang's actions. Unfortunately, Lan Jingquang had already colluded with second elder and the other elders. No matter how much he objected, it was useless. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing could no longer tolerate it under such circumstances, and he could only watch helplessly as it happened without being able to do anything about it. This matter wasn't just a pain in the house head's heart. It was also an unspeakable pain in his heart. The house head had angrily reprimanded Lan Jingquang and severely punished him. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any trace of Lan Yunxiao. Even though so much time had passed, he knew that the house head had never given up. No matter what the outcome was, he needed to discuss this matter with the house leader. He could not tell Lan Jingquang's people. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble would ensue? If Bailey Hongzhuang was really the child from back then, they had already let her down at that time. They absolutely could not let that kind of thing happen again. Not long after, Lan Borong appeared in front of the patriarch. Seeing Lan Borong's arrival, Lan Hongtai's expression was indifferent as he said, "You're here." Even though Lan Hongtai was just standing there quietly, the aura and authority of a superior had already been displayed. It could be said that he was born with it. If Lan Yunxiao saw the current Lan Hongtai, he would notice that compared to 19 years ago, the corners of Lan Hongtai's eyes had traces of wind and frost. His sharp eyes also revealed some helplessness and sorrow. Lan Borong bowed to Lan Hongtai, patriarch. Lan Hongtai nodded slightly. Qing Yan and the others have returned. How are the results? He no longer cared about many things in the Lan family, but the power was still in his hands. He had no way of handing over the enormous Lan family to Lan Jingquang. This kind of ambitious person would even harm his own brothers. He was simply inhuman. Although it was a question, Lan Hongtai didn't pay much attention to it. Lan Borong shook his head and said, "Qing Yan met an unexpected opponent in the Battle of Shuolu. Her right arm was crippled, which affected her strength. As a result, we only ranked 20th, Lan Hongtai couldn't help but frown. Our Lan family hasn't encountered such a situation for many years. What kind of extraordinary seedling has appeared in the younger generation? The results of the Battle of Shuolu would affect the family's development in the next few years." Therefore, Lan Hongtai's expression couldn't help but change when he learned that the Lan family's ranking was so poor. The young palace master of Wuji Palace, Bailey Hongzhuang. She is very powerful and has never appeared as the young palace master of Wuji Palace before. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang won first place in the Battle of Shuolu when she led Wuji Palace's team. She also won first place in the individual competition. Lan Borong's voice was filled with admiration and admiration. Although the relationship between Wuji Palace and the Lan family wasn't good, Bailey Hongzhuang's results were praiseworthy in anyone's eyes. Hearing Lan Borong's words, Lan Hongtai's gaze deepened as he looked into the distance, as if he was recalling the past. When Yin Xiao led his team to participate in the Battle of Shuolu for the first time, he also achieved such good results. Unfortunately, after Yin Xiao left, our Lan family never won again. Lan Hongtai's voice was filled with nostalgia and sadness. Lan Yinxiao was the son he was most proud of. Not only was he powerful, but he also cultivated diligently and was extremely friendly. Therefore, Lan Yinxiao easily won the respect of the entire family. At such a young age, he had already established his position as the young master and no one could shake him. When Lan Yinxiao was the young master, the Lan family had gradually grown stronger under his leadership. Lan Hongtai couldn't help but think that if Lan Yinxiao was still alive, the Lan family would be in a much more prosperous state now. Then, this old man would be able to cultivate in peace and ignore worldly affairs. Ever since they were young, Lan Yinxiao had always been sensible and was Lan Hongtai's greatest pride. It was a pity that he couldn't even protect his own son and let his granddaughter suffer such a great grievance. Although he had always been proud of Lan Yinxiao, he had never overlooked Lan Jingquang. He didn't expect Lan Jingquang to do such a deranged thing. He was simply a beast. He had once wanted to kill this bastard with his own hands, but all the elders in the clan had stopped him. He only had 2 sons, Lan Yunxiao and Lan Jingquang. If both of them died, then there would be no one to take over the position of house head. In fact, he didn't care about these things at all. He only wanted to get rid of that unfilial son with his own hands. However, as the head of an aristocratic family, he couldn't be stubborn. At least, as long as he didn't hand over the position of the head of the family, no one would dare to have the slightest objection. Lan Borong looked at Lan Hongtai, who couldn't help but feel sad at the mention of Lan Yunxiao. That scene back then was really nostalgic. Patriarch, I actually discovered something during the Battle of Shuolu, but I can't confirm it. Lan Borong said slowly. After seeing Lan Hongtai's sad appearance, he couldn't help but wonder if he should tell Lan Hongtai the news. Looking at Lan Borong's hesitant appearance, Lan Hongtai couldn't help but frown. His wise and sharp eyes shot straight at Lan Borong. Just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. For so many years, Lan Borong had always firmly supported him. Something that could make Lan Borong so hesitant was probably not simple. After thinking about it for a moment, Lan Borong decided to tell Lan Borong about this matter. Lan Hongtai was able to survive such a big incident in the past. Even if his judgment was wrong this time, Lan Borong believed that it wouldn't be a big blow to Lan Hongtai. Master, I found that the young palace master of Wuji Palace, Bailey Hongzhuang, looks very much like Ling Bing and Yun Xiao. I can see their shadows from her face. Hearing this, Lan Hongtai's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Lan Borong with a burning gaze, his eyes full of anxiety. Is what you said true? Lan Borong nodded. It's true. I never thought there would be someone who looked so similar to Ling Bing. When I first saw her, I was also shocked. But they really look so similar. Could she be that child? After a brief shock, Lan Hongtai quickly regained his composure, but his hands under his sleeves were still trembling uncontrollably. For so many years, he had never received any news about Yun Xiao and Ling Bing. As for his granddaughter, it was impossible for her to survive in that situation. No, you and I know what happened back then. Yixuan's dantian was broken when she was young. Qiuni was helpless and couldn't save her life even with rare treasures. The Bailey Hongzhuang you mentioned had outstanding ability and tyrannical strength, so her dantian was naturally intact. Moreover, if they are really alive, why hasn't there been any news for so many years? Hearing Lan Hongtai's words, Lan Borong's expression showed some hesitation. It was because this was impossible that he didn't dare to be sure. If he knew that they were really alive in this world, then he was almost certain that Bailey Hongzhuang was Lan Yixuan. If not, he would never believe that people who were not related by blood would look so similar. Patriarch, I've thought about what you said, but it's too similar. If you had seen it with your own eyes, your thoughts would be the same as mine. In fact, for so many years, we have never received any news about Yun Xiao and the others. Although the hope is slim, we cannot conclude that they have died. If they were really still alive, wouldn't the current Bailey Hongzhuang and Yunxiao be as good as each other? The person who was truly chosen by the Rainbow Divine Pearl is Yixian. Hearing this, Lan Hongtai couldn't help being shocked. For so many years, he had been thinking that if that incident had not happened, Yixian would definitely be extremely outstanding now. Her degree of excellence would very likely surpass Lan Qingyan. Like father, like daughter. How outstanding was Lan Yunxiao back then? Moreover, Lan Yixuan was the chosen successor of the Rainbow Pearl. He was almost certain that Bailey Hongzhuang's excellence would far exceed their expectations. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to see this scene again. Are you sure? Lan Hongtai stared at Lan Borong. He had always believed in Lan Borong's judgment. In fact, he also hoped it was true. Lan Borong nodded with certainty, I'm sure. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was related to Lan Yunxiao because they looked too similar. He believed that any elder who saw Bailey Hongzhuang would have the same thought as him. The family head must be the same as well. Since that's the case, you should investigate Bailey Hongzhuang's background first. Lan Hongtai made a prompt decision after receiving Lan Borong's confirmation. No matter what the final result was, as long as there was a trace of possibility, he would not give up. Hearing Lan Hongtai's words, Lan Borong revealed a smile, rest assured, family head. I will immediately arrange for people to investigate. However, our relationship with Wuji Palace has always been bad, so it won't be easy to obtain information. Don't worry, everything can be done slowly. Remember, you must find a trustworthy person to inquire about this information. You must not leak any information. Currently, many people in the family stood on Lan Jingquang's side. If Lan Jingquang's people knew about this, they would probably act immediately. He had already made such a mistake before. This time, he would not let the same mistake happen again. Yes. Lan Borong immediately replied. Family head, this time, Bailey Hongzhuang won first place in the Battle of Shuolu, so 3 months later, she will come to our Lan family to enter the Divine Pond of Ice. At that time, you can also take a look. The smile in Lan Borong's eyes widened. He felt that perhaps this was the heaven's intention to help them. Coincidentally, this time, they took out the Divine Pond of Ice as a reward, and Bailey Hongzhuang won first place. He believed that after the family head saw Bailey Hongzhuang with his own eyes, he would believe in his judgment. Hearing this, Lan Hongtai's eyes brightened, this is really good news. No matter whether Bailey Hongzhuang was his granddaughter or not, as long as he could see that face that was very similar to Yun Zhao's, he would be extremely happy. After Lan Hongtai and Lan Borong discussed for a long time, Lan Borong finally left the room. After Lan Qingyan returned to her residence, her face was full of unhappiness. Especially when she saw that everyone wanted to ask her about her expression, she became even more annoyed. She just wanted to be alone and didn't want to talk about anything else. When Yu Manlan saw Lan Qingyan enter the room without saying a word after returning, she was also puzzled. Usually, Lan Qingyan would be very happy on days like this. She had always been full of confidence in Lan Qingyan, so she didn't go to welcome her today. Because Lan Qingyan had long been accustomed to this kind of competition, her results would definitely not be bad. Just now, she didn't even see Lan Qingyan's figure clearly before the door was closed. Qingyan, what's wrong? Yu Manlan asked with concern. Don't bother me, let me be alone for a while. Lan Qingyan threw out these words in annoyance and didn't say anything else. She didn't want to face all of this. Hearing this, Yu Manlan couldn't help but be stunned. She wanted to say something, but she had no choice but to shut her mouth. Not long after, Lan Jingquang also returned. Before Yu Manlan could speak, Lan Jingquang's cold and sullen voice sounded, Where's Qingyan? Qingyan is in the room. Yu Manlan replied, Jingquang, do you know what happened to Qingyan? Yu Manlan's expression couldn't help but change. Although she had thought of this outcome, she still felt that it was impossible. They all understood the cultivators of the major powers. It was impossible for Qingyan to perform at such a low level. Lan Jingquang walked directly to Lan Qingyan's door and knocked, Qingyan, come out. Lan Qingyan frowned when she heard the noise outside, but she was still lying on the bed, unwilling to get up. Let me be alone for a while. Lan Jingquang's face turned colder, the Lan family has never had a top 10 in the Battle of Martial Arts for so many years. You led the team and became 20th. You still have the face to be alone, the entire family is waiting for you to explain the situation, but you ran back yourself. You have no sense of responsibility, you still dare to brag about yourself. Now come out and go to the meeting hall. Lan Jingquang was furious when he heard the news. The entire family was talking about this. He could feel everyone's suspicious gaze. Most importantly, a loss was a loss, but Lan Qingyan did not even give any explanation and directly ran back. What was this? As the future head of the Lan family, how could she not have any sense of responsibility? Before he came back, the elders had already expressed their dissatisfaction with him. As the young master, he could make mistakes, but he definitely couldn't run away. Just this point alone was enough for Lan Qingyan to make a big mistake. When Yu Manlan heard that Lan Qingyan had only obtained 20th place, she was completely dumbfounded. 20th. This was something that had never happened in the Lan family. How could Lan Qingyan's result be so bad this time? At this moment, Yu Manlan finally understood why Lan Jingquang was so angry. This result couldn't be explained to the entire Lan family. Lan Qingyan was already frustrated. After hearing Lan Jingquang's reprimand, she was even more ashamed and angry. She didn't want to face this situation, but Lan Jingquang still forced her. I don't want to go out now. All of you, leave. Lan Jingquang was even angrier when he heard Lan Qingyan's words. Do you still want to be the young master of the Lan family? What right do you have to talk about me? You can't even be the young master of the Lan family in this lifetime. Bang! After Lan Qingyan finished speaking, Lan Jingquang slammed the door open and pulled Lan Qingyan down from the bed. Pa! Before Lan Qingyan could react, Lan Jingquang had already ruthlessly slapped her face. Who allowed you to talk to me like that? Lan Qingyan was also stunned by the slap. She stared blankly at Lan Jingquang and her eyes flashed with anger. You hit me? Yu Manlan was also shocked by Jingquang's actions. She immediately grabbed Jingquang's hand and said, Jingquang, what are you doing? I usually spoil you, don't be too ignorant. Lan Jing's voice was still fierce. Now that your hand has become like this, you still want the family to take out medicine to treat you. If you have such an attitude, could it be that you don't want your hand anymore? Only then did Yu Manlan notice that Lan Qingyan was missing an arm. She was stupefied. What's going on? Qingyan, where's your arm? Only now did Yu Manlan realize the seriousness of this matter. Gone? Yu Manlan was in disbelief. Who did it? That person is too daring. As the young master of the Lan family, Lan Qingyan's position was unshakable. Even if the other party made a move, they wouldn't dare to be so ruthless and directly break her arm. It's all Bailey Hongshuang's fault. Sooner or later, I'll pay her back in double. Once she thought of Bailey Hongshuang, Lan Qingyan's expression became extremely gloomy. Her gaze became extremely malicious. She remembered the pain of losing her arm clearly, and the slap on her heart was unforgettable. Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Qingyan's appearance, but the gloominess in his eyes didn't dissipate. Since you still want to take revenge, you better get your act together now. If you continue to run away after making a mistake, you'll be the one losing. Hearing this, Lan Qingyan's expression didn't look good, but she knew that what Lan Jingquang said was true. She was afraid that after her return, the entire Lan family would be in an uproar. If she didn't show up, it would cause everyone to criticize her. She really couldn't continue to be so willful. Then what should I do now? Lan Qingyan looked helplessly at Lan Jingquang. Now that things had come to this, she was already in a mess and didn't know what to do. Go to the assembly hall. Lan Jingquang's face was cold, and his gaze towards Lan Qingyan was filled with anger. However, after seeing that Lan Qingyan had finally come to her senses, his expression eased a little. I'll go inform the elders. Lan Qingyan nodded. Once Lan Jingquang got angry, it was very scary. Even she didn't dare to talk back. You'd better correct your attitude. As the young master, you have to be responsible. Only then will the elders not be disappointed in you. Do you understand? Before leaving, Lan Jingquang fiercely threw down a sentence before turning to leave. After Lan Jingquang left, Yu Manlan said with concern, Qingyan, your father's temper is like this. Don't take it to heart. This arm will definitely recover. Don't worry. I know. The displeasure on Lan Qingyan's face was still strong. I'll go to the conference hall first. Normally, Lan Jingquang only cared about status. Even when she was seriously injured, he didn't say a word of concern. She already understood. However, she did not care. When she became the head of the family, she wouldn't care about Lan Jingquang. Yu Manlan originally wanted to say something, but Lan Qingyan simply did not have the mood to continue talking to her. She turned around and left. Only Yu Manlan remained in the room, watching the two leave in the blink of an eye. She felt helpless. Lan Qingyan's personality was very similar to Lan Jingquang's. Regardless of whether she faced Lan Jingquang or Lan Qingyan, she could only feel helpless. When Lan Qingyan arrived at the assembly hall, Lan Jingquang had already informed all the elders to gather in the assembly hall. I'm sorry, elders. I was in a bad mood earlier, so I left first. I'm really sorry. Lan Qingyan took the lead in apologizing and bowed to the elders. Only then did the elders' complexions become better. Previously, Lan Qingyan's disregard for everything really made everyone a little disappointed. If Lan Qingyan could only run away like this in the future, then their Lan family would not be able to see the future. In comparison, Lan Jingquang was much more suitable to be the head of the family. Young lord, we have already understood your experience in the Battle of Shuolu. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang is indeed a strong opponent. However, since things have already come to this, we hope that you will not lose your fighting spirit. Victory and defeat are common in war. The second elder slowly said. He was originally a member of Lan Jingquang's faction, so he had always supported Lan Qingyan. Now that he had taken the lead to say these words, the other elders would not say much about this matter. Thank you, elders, for your understanding. I was too impulsive before. I will definitely not do this again. Please rest assured. Listening to Lan Qingyan's words, all the elders nodded their heads. This was how a young lord should behave. Young lord, regarding this matter, what plans do you have for the future? Lan Borong asked. In fact, he had always hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang was really Lan Yixuan. Even though he had only met Bailey Hongzhuang once, from his understanding of the situation, Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely more suitable than Lan Qingyan to be the patriarch. In fact, Lan Hongtai had long wanted to not care about the matters of the clan. However, Lan Qingyan was still not mature enough. He could not rest assured that the Lan clan would be handed over to Lan Qingyan. Taking advantage of the previous effort, he had already sent out trustworthy people to inquire about Bailey Hongzhuang. He only hoped that the final result would not disappoint them. Hearing Lan Borong's words, Lan Qingyan could not help but look at Lan Jingquang. The first elder had always been an upright and plain-spoken person. He was different from the second elder, who was completely on their side. The first elder was the patriarch's man. If she did not answer these questions properly, it would not be long before the news reached the ears of the patriarch. This was not good news. Lan Jingquang gave Lan Qingyan a look. Only then did Lan Qingyan speak. I will work harder in my cultivation. The next time I see Bailey Hongzhuang, I will definitely not let such a thing happen again. First elder, now that things have come to this, the young master already knows where the problem lies. In my opinion, there's no need for us to be tangled up in this matter. The second elder looked at Lan Borong. This time, Lan Qingyan had indeed made a big mistake. However, he could not allow the first elder to harp on this issue. Lan Borong naturally knew what the second elder was thinking. When Lan Jingquang did those crazy things, the second elder was the first to stand up for Lan Jingquang. All these years, he and the second elder were at odds with each other on the surface. But now that Lan Yunxia's family was no longer here, there was no need for a conflict between him and second elder. Indeed, our Lan clan is a clan that can accept failure. As long as we can snatch back our results in the next battle for deer chasing, that's good enough. In the next moment, Lan Jingquang couldn't help but glance at the second elder. The second elder immediately stood up. This time, the young master's poor performance in the battle for deer chasing was due to an unexpected situation. However, everyone has seen the young master's usual performance. Her strength is absolutely unquestionable. Moreover, this time, the young master was injured for the sake of the clan's ranking. We should quickly take out pills to help the young master recover. Long ago, Lan Jingquang had already communicated with the second elder. Now, the most important thing was to treat Lan Qingyan's injuries. That's right. In another 3 months, the divine ice snow pond will open. Young Lord must quickly recover from her injuries so that she can better absorb the energy of the divine ice snow pond. Regarding this, the elders did not have any objections. Even though this pill was extremely precious, the person who needed it was the young lord. Naturally, there was no problem. On this point, Lan Borong also agreed. Young lord, this time you encountered the primal chaos tablet in the battle of Zhuolu. Did you gain anything? Lan Borong's eyes were wise and calm. This was something that the family head was extremely concerned about. If the Rainbow God Pearl could improve through the power of the primal chaos tablet, then it would be a joyous matter. Even if the results of the battle of Zhuolu were not good, as long as they gained something, it would be enough. Following Lan Borong's words, the other elders' gazes all landed on Lan Qingyan. This news was something that they were also very concerned about. The connection between the Rainbow God Pearl and the Primal Chaos Tablet was something that had been passed down in the family. It was just that this Primal Chaos Tablet was in the Battle of Zhuolu and would not appear every time. This time, they were all looking forward to Lan Qingyan's Rainbow God Pearl being improved because of this Primal Chaos Tablet. Lan Jingquang's expression also changed a little. For so many years, Lan Qingyan had been using the power of the Rainbow God Pearl very well. The thing that they were worried about did not happen. It was as if this was also arranged by the heavens. Lan Qingyan's body did not reject it at all. It was as if it was naturally in her body. He believed that this time would not be an exception. After hearing the questions of the elders, Lan Qingyan was also shocked. She did not tell anyone about this. Why did the elders seem like they already knew about it? I discovered that this Primal Chaos Tablet is very close to the Rainbow God Pearl. Because of this, I was able to comprehend it. Lan Qingyan smiled faintly. Hearing Lan Qingyan's words, the elders were first happy, but then they were puzzled. Young lord, what did you comprehend? I've comprehended the Primal Chaos Tablet's contents and improved by 2 steps. However, that Bewitching and Yunjua's talents are truly perverted. I'm slightly lacking compared to them. Lan Qingyan was not willing to mention Bailey Hongzhuang at all. From her point of view, Bailey Hongzhuang was absolutely lucky. Otherwise, how could she have such results? Is there no change to the Rainbow Divine Pearl? Lan Jingquang frowned. According to their understanding, the owner of the Rainbow Sacred Pearl could enter the Source World and increase the power of the Rainbow Sacred Pearl by a level. But according to Lan Qingyan's answer, it seemed that such a thing did not happen. Lan Qingyan looked at the second elder in confusion. She did not understand what the second elder meant. It was just comprehending the Primal Chaos Tablet. What did it have to do with the Rainbow God Bead? The two were completely different things. Even if the Rainbow Divine Pearl helped her speed up her comprehension, it was impossible to change the Rainbow Divine Pearl. Thinking of this, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but shake her head, no. Hearing Lan Qingyan's words, the originally expectant crowd couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression. Previously, they were incomparably anticipating that there would be a change. Then, their Lan family would definitely rise to another level under Lan Qingyan's leadership. They did not expect that there would be no movement at all. Logically speaking, the information passed down by the ancestors should not be wrong. Why did it not have any effect? Some of the elders could not help but suspect that Lan Qingyan's Rainbow Sacred Pearl did not truly belong to her. Perhaps in the past, they did not feel that there was any problem after Lan Qingyan absorbed the Rainbow Sacred Pearl. It was as if she was the true successor of the Rainbow Sacred Pearl. However, the truth was that the Rainbow Sacred Pearl had changed. It was likely that the Rainbow Sacred Pearl would no longer be able to improve after being taken away. It was just that they did not voice this guess out loud. After all, at this point, Lan Yixuan no longer existed. There was no point in mentioning this matter anymore. Lan Jingquang and the second elder's expression also changed. This was not a situation they wanted to see. They also had the same guess in their minds, but they were unwilling to believe it. Lan Qingyan had obtained the Rainbow Sacred Pearl for so many years and there had never been any problems. Instead, she was like the previous owners of the rainbow sacred pearl in the Lan family. Her cultivation speed was very fast and her battle strength was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. However, in the current situation, if they were to mention this matter, it would definitely cause a lot of opposition. Moreover, Lan Qingyan's previous evasion had already caused a lot of elders to be dissatisfied. Lan Qingyan's performance over the years was not bad, so everyone was quite supportive. However, many of the elders had the Lan family's interests as their starting point and did not blindly support Lan Qingyan. Now that Lan Qingyan's performance was obviously not mature enough, their plan had to be pushed back. Lan Jingquang nodded. This matter was really not handled properly by Qingyan. Now is indeed not a good time to mention this matter. It's better to wait for the impact of this matter to subside before mentioning it. It's good that Master Kuang understands. Mentioning it at this time will definitely cause a lot of criticism. It's better to wait until the young lord breaks through to the Purple Realm. Second elder sighed. This time, Lan Qingyan's performance was really too disappointing. Even though he had always supported Lan Jingquang and Lan Qingyan, after seeing such a result, he could only sigh. It was really too shameful. Now that this news had just spread, the impact would be even greater after a few days. Because not only was Lan Qingyan forced to kowtow and apologize in the Battle of Shuolu, she even offended a few big forces. After the other forces knew about this matter, they would definitely think carefully. In short, this trouble was really not small. As the young lord, it was extremely unwise to cause a conflict to this extent. Most importantly, now all the elders already knew the reason. From the beginning to the end, it was Lan Qingyan who stirred up trouble first. However, in the end, she went for wool and came back shorn. Not only did this not cause the slightest bit of sympathy or anger, on the contrary, they only felt that Lan Qingyan was too stupid. As the young lord, she should know that before she had enough strength to defeat the opponent, she could only endure silently. However, Lan Qingyan just had to do something that she should not have done. It was really helpless. The second elder left after saying those words. He was really disappointed. Lan Jingquang looked at second elder's back as he left. The deep look in his eyes became even more intense. Lan Qingyan's performance this time was really disappointing. Even he did not expect it. This was simply the most shameful thing that Lan Qingyan had done since becoming the young lord. There was another point that the second elder did not mention. That was, Lan Qingyan had actually destroyed the relationship between them and the Ouyang clan. The disciples of the family did not hide anything about what had happened, so everyone knew about it clearly. Come to think of it, the Ouyang clan must have already known the whole story. If they wanted to mend their relationship, they would have to pay a certain price. It was really troublesome. The Lan family's performance this time had already caused many forces to have a clearer view of them. In addition, they had made a few opponents. If they lost an ally at this time, it would be incomparably embarrassing. After Lan Qingyan returned to the house, she kept waiting for Lan Jingquang to return. She really didn't understand what the elders' expressions meant. Qingyan, what did the elders say after you went to the assembly hall? Yumanlan looked at Lan Qingyan with concern and asked. Lan Qingyan frowned. After I apologize, what else can they say? However, mother, do you know what is the relationship between the Rainbow God Pearl and the Primal Chaos Tablet? I don't know. Seeing Yumanlan's clueless appearance, Lan Qingyan felt even more vexed. As Lan Jingquang's wife, Yumanlan didn't have the slightest understanding of Lan Jingquang's thoughts. It had been like this for so many years. She was truly speechless. As a woman, she didn't have any tricks up her sleeves. She was simply too incompetent. Qingyan, tell mother the exact situation. Yumanlan couldn't hide the anxiety and concern in her eyes. Ever since Lan Qingyan and Lan Jingquang left, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Yet, she didn't know what had happened. Now that Lan Qingyan was back, she naturally wanted to know what had happened. Lan Qingyan impatiently waved her hand. Don't bother me. What's the use of telling you? Anyway, no matter what she said to her mother, it wouldn't be of any use. It was just a waste of time. After so many years, she had long since gotten used to it, and the little bit of patience she had left had long since been exhausted. Seeing Lan Qingyan's annoyed and impatient appearance, Yu Manlan felt a wave of sadness in her heart. She didn't know when it started, but Lan Qingyan had always treated her like this. It was as if she was an insignificant existence in this family. No one took her seriously. Outsiders might think that she was very impressive, but the Lan family members knew that she didn't have any status at all. This was something she had slowly come to realize over the years. It was because of this that she was even more jealous of Mu Lingbing. Even though Mu Lingbing had been tortured beyond recognition in the dungeon, Lan Yunxiao had always treated her the same way. That kind of doting and heartache couldn't be faked. With just a glance and a sentence, this kind of affection had been displayed incisively and vividly. Back then, she had put in so much effort to do all this for Lan Jingquang and Lan Qingyan. However, in the end, she had become an existence that was despised by them. She really could not understand why this was so. So, all these years, she had tried her best to show off in front of Mu Lingbing, wanting to show off her outstanding qualities. Unfortunately, only she knew the weakness and envy in her heart. Perhaps she would rather suffer as long as the man by her side could always dote on her. God was just so unfair. She had done everything she could, but she still couldn't get what she wanted. Lan Qingyan was too lazy to pay attention to Yu Manlan. She turned around and walked into the house. Only when Lan Jingquang returned would she get the answer she wanted. Not long after, Lan Jingquang returned. Yu Manlan was just about to ask when she saw Lan Jingquang's extremely gloomy face. She didn't dare to say anything else. Every time Lan Jingquang showed this kind of expression, she knew that something bad was going to happen. If she angered Lan Jingquang at this time, it would not end well. Lan Jingquang didn't even look at Yu Manlan and immediately walked into Lan Qingyan's room. The door to the room had already been smashed into smithereens. When Lan Jingquang walked in, he saw Lan Qingyan calmly drinking tea. He looked as if everything had already passed. He was so carefree that he didn't know how serious his mistake was. Looking at Lan Qingyan's nonchalant attitude, the anger in Lan Jingquang's heart intensified. He reached out and slapped Lan Qingyan's face. Slap. This slap was louder than the previous one. Lan Qingyan's face swelled up in a short period of time. Seeing this, Lan Qingyan looked at Lan Jingquang in a daze. She didn't understand why Lan Jingquang hit her. Wasn't everything already settled? All the elders didn't say anything. Why did Lan Jingquang still hit her? Without waiting for Lan Qingyan to ask, Lan Jingquang's roar had already rung out. Do you know how big of a mistake you've made? You've always been proud of yourself and thought that you're amazing. The Lan family has never had such a bad result in the battle for supremacy. Not only did you not gain anything, you even offended several forces. You even strained your relationship with the Ouyang family. You've caused so much damage to the family. If you don't have the ability, then stay put. You went to find trouble with others. In the end, not only did you lose your own face, but you also lost the entire family's face. Lan Qingyan was stunned by Lan Jingquang's roar. She couldn't regain her senses for a moment. Her face was burning and her brain was buzzing. After hearing Lan Jingquang's words, Yu Manlan's face turned ugly. She didn't expect things to be this bad. Didn't we already know? The elders didn't say anything. Lan Qingyan couldn't help but feel guilty when she spoke. She understood that this matter was indeed terrible. However, for the Lan family, this wasn't a mistake that they couldn't bear. Didn't say anything? Seeing that Lan Qingyan was still unrepentant, Lan Jingquang's anger came out of nowhere. Originally, I wanted to use this opportunity to make you the true clan head. Now, everything has been ruined by you. Even the elders who were originally drawn over to support you now have some opinions. The second elder is also disappointed in you. Do you know how much I've done to stabilize this all these years? It's all because of your stupidity. Now, everything has to be rearranged. Do you really think that you're amazing just because you have the rainbow pearl that was snatched? It's not something you can have. Don't the others know about this? Do you really think you're an unparalleled genius? Lan Jingquang's words were like a sharp knife piercing Lan Qingyan's heart. Lan Qingyan was completely dumbfounded. Even though Lan Jingquang had beaten her and scolded her before, he had never spoken to her in such a serious manner. She had always felt that she was the destined successor of the Lan family, and everyone else's light was overshadowed by her. However, after hearing Lan Jingquang's words, she finally understood that everything was under Lan Jingquang's control. She hadn't realized this until now. Yu Manlan covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out in surprise. She hadn't seen Lan Jingquang so furious in a long time. This time, Lan Qingyan really crossed Lan Jingquang's bottom line. Lan Qingyan looked at the raging Lan Jingquang and didn't dare to say another word. She was afraid that Lan Jingquang would slap her again. All these years, Lan Qingyan knew that Lan Jingquang had suppressed the other outstanding children in the family to help her stabilize her position. However, she believed that it was because of her own strength that all the elders supported her. After all, she was the owner of the Rainbow Pearl. Everyone who had the Rainbow Pearl had a pivotal position in the Lan family. Because of this, she never took it to heart. Moreover, her usual performance in the family was indeed good, so Lan Jingquang never told her about it. Until now, when she heard Lan Jingquang's angry rebuke, she finally understood that she had been thinking too highly of herself all these years. The atmosphere instantly froze. Lan Qingyan's gaze towards Lan Jingquang was filled with fear. Once Lan Jingquang got angry, he was extremely terrifying. Even though Lan Qingyan was usually arrogant, she didn't dare to be impudent in front of Lan Jingquang. Just from Lan Jingquang's actions towards Lan Yunxiao, she could tell that he wasn't a kind person. On the contrary, he was very frightening. Yu Manlan also stood outside the room, not daring to move. All these years, her position had been precarious. She clearly knew that Lan Jingquang didn't have her in his heart. Back then, Lan Jingquang treated her well simply because he wanted to marry her and gain the backing of the Yu family. After this backing was secured, Lan Jingquang didn't care about her anymore. This was also the biggest pain in Yu Manlan's life. In the past, she was too stupid and thought that Lan Jingquang truly liked her. She even thought that no one was happier than her. But in the end, she was just a chess piece. Now that Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were dead, she was no longer useful as a chess piece. If she wasn't careful, she could be abandoned at any time. This was something she couldn't accept. Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Qingyan coldly. You better perform well during this period of time. Don't make any more mistakes, you have to go and apologize to the Ouyang clan. Not everyone will help you clean up the mess you created. His cold words didn't contain the slightest bit of emotion, only endless coldness and command. Lan Jingquang's deep, dark eyes were engulfed in a terrifying storm. In the past, Lan Qingyan wasn't as reckless as she was now, so he didn't say too much. But now, Lan Qingyan felt too good about herself. It was as if everything was already hers and she couldn't run away. However, he knew very well that because of Lan Qingyan's character, many elders were slightly worried. Strength was one of the reasons to become the patriarch. But as the patriarch weighed the pros and cons, character was equally important. With Lan Qingyan's personality, Lan Jingquang, Lan Jingquang, Lan Jingquang, 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 Jingquang. Lan Hongtai, that old man, was obviously determined not to hand over the patriarch's position to him, but he didn't care. As long as Lan Qingyan became the patriarch, what was the difference between him and the patriarch? He just couldn't understand how he couldn't compare to Lan Yunxiao, but Lan Hongtai only had Lan Yunxiao in his heart. He hated it. At that time, he was also high-spirited and the things he did were also praised by the family. However, that old man Lan Hongtai only saw Lan Yunxiao's achievements and didn't see his hard work. He was the eldest son. What's more, Lan Hongtai had already announced Lan Yunxiao as the next family head so early and didn't even consider him. What was laughable was that Lan Hongtai actually hoped that he could help Lan Yunxiao and become his right-hand man. Why, he was the one who should be the next family head. Lan Yunxiao was just a stumbling block. That damned old man couldn't forget Lan Yunxiao even after so many years. He was simply too hateful. What part of him couldn't compare to that dead person? Strength, he was stronger. Wife status, the Yu family was still the Lan family's ally. Most importantly, the Rainbow Pearl had also successfully merged into Lan Qingyan's body. In his opinion, this was clearly arranged by the heavens. If the heavens didn't feel that it was unfair for him, how could they arrange everything so cleverly? Fusing with the seven-colored divine pearl was not a simple matter. Unfortunately, Lan Qingyan had succeeded in fusing with it, which determined the outcome. Lan Qingyan looked at the terrifying Lan Jingquang in front of her and could only nod slightly, afraid that she had done something wrong to provoke Lan Jingquang's fury. After Lan Jingquang vented his anger, his mood calmed down a bit. Things had already reached this stage, so there was no point in being angry. He had to think of a way to make up for all of this. He still needed to visit the various elders before he could settle all of these matters. Fortunately, although Lan Qingyan's actions were overboard, it didn't arouse everyone's opposition. After Lan Qingyan saw that Lan Jingquang wasn't so angry, she was relieved. "Father, what is the relationship between the Primal Chaos Tablet and the Rainbow Pearl?" After thinking for a moment, Lan Qingyan still mustered up her courage to ask. She really wanted to know why the elders were so disappointed when they found out that her Rainbow Pearl didn't change. However, other than Lan Jingquang, no one else could give her an answer. Lan Jingquang coldly glanced at Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan only thought that she had asked a question that she shouldn't have asked. Her heart was filled with apprehension when Lan Jingquang's reply rang out. According to the news passed down by the ancestors, if the owner of the Rainbow God Pearl is able to enter the origin world of the Primal Chaos Tablet, then the Rainbow God Pearl's power will increase. Therefore, all the elders have high hopes for your participation in the Battle of Shuolu. They especially hope that the seven-colored God Pearl can change. If that was the case, then no one would be able to shake your position. Unfortunately, you didn't. Hearing this, Lan Qingyan finally understood, but her feelings were somewhat complicated. I only felt that the Primal Chaos Tablet was somewhat close to the Rainbow God Pearl, but I didn't discover the source world at all. Lan Qingyan frowned. Why is that? Could it be that the information passed down by our ancestors is inaccurate? Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Qingyan's self-righteous appearance and glanced at her, saying, "If I'm not wrong, it should be because you're not the chosen successor of the Rainbow God Pearl, so you can't enter the Primal Chaos Tablet's origin world." However, Lan Jingquang's answer was like a sharp knife stabbing into Lan Qingyan's heart, causing her to bleed profusely. She never thought that it would be such an answer. All these years, she had been fusing well with the Rainbow Pearl and there had been no problems. Most of the time, she felt that she was the one chosen by the Rainbow Pearl. Only when people mentioned her dead sister would she feel a trace of jealousy, even if it was a dead person. Because the Rainbow Pearl chose Lan Yixuan and not her, Lan Qingyan. This was an unjustified feeling. Even if the Rainbow Pearl was already hers, it was still an extremely unpleasant feeling. She didn't understand why the Rainbow Pearl chose Lan Yixuan and not her. She was still outstanding enough. Could it be that she couldn't compare to Lan Yixuan? In this short period of time, Lan Qingyan's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. In the end, there was only one thought left: anger. Since Lan Jingquang thought of the answer to this question, the other elders must have also understood the problem. In this way, didn't this mean that everyone would think that she, Lan Qingyan, was unjustified as the successor of the Rainbow Pearl? For a moment, an indescribable feeling of humiliation spread in her heart. This feeling made her feel like she was about to collapse, but she was powerless to refute. Because it really wasn't hers to begin with. After Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Qingyan's defeated expression, he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and left. He felt that compared to Lan Qingyan's self-righteousness in the past, it was a good choice to recognize her own worth earlier. Otherwise, if things continued to develop like this, Lan Qingyan would really have no hope. Lan Qingyan was immersed in her own thoughts and didn't even notice Lan Jingquang's departure. All along, she had been living with pride. Since young, no one could overshadow her brilliance. She had long been used to it. However, Lan Jingquang's words today were too big of a blow to her, so she couldn't recover for a while. Yu Manlan saw that Lan Qingyan was in a daze by herself and couldn't help but walk over. She said with concern, "Qingyan, your father said this because he was too angry. Don't take it to heart." Only then did Lan Qingyan regain her senses, but her expression was extremely ugly. Don't keep it in mind? How could they not remember it? Now all the elders must be thinking that I am a fake, that I am not legitimate, that is why I am unable to get the Primal Chaos Tablet's recognition. Lan Yixuan had already been dead for so many years, but grandfather still remembered her. This is all because of you and father's incompetence, but now you're putting all the pressure on me. Lan Qingyan felt a burst of anger. Just thinking about all this, she felt that she would not be able to go out and meet people for a while. After saying all this, Lan Qingyan covered herself with the quilt, unwilling to say anything else. Yumanlan looked at Lan Qingyan's appearance and felt helpless. Indeed, she was useless. If she was useful, she wouldn't be living like this for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, he had already walked down this path and there was no way to change it. Lan Qingyan buried her head in the quilt, wanting to forget everything. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. She couldn't help but hate Bailey Hongshuang even more. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongshuang affecting her performance in the Battle of Zhuelu, she wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation after returning to the clan. These 2 slaps were all because of Bailey Hongshuang. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongshuang's sabotage, she would have been able to successfully sit on the Lan clan's clan head seat. In this way, no one would be able to shake her position. Why would she need to apologize to the various elders? On the contrary, it should be that group of old fellows who would listen to her orders. The resentment in Lan Qingyan's eyes gradually deepened. Since everything was ruined now, she would definitely take revenge on Bailey Hongshuang after 3 months. She wanted Bailey Hongshuang to die. What Limitless Palace's young palace lord, Bailey Hongshuang, caused her to fail to sit on the clan head seat. Then she would make sure that Bailey Hongshuang also had no chance to sit on the Limitless Palace's palace lord seat. Relying on Bewitching's favor, she became undisciplined and out of control. As long as Bailey Hongshuang died, she wouldn't be able to obtain anything. Lan Qingyan's mind was constantly thinking about how to make Bailey Hongshuang suffer a painful death in order to vent her anger. She had to ask her grandaunt for some extremely cruel poisons. Once her grandaunt's poison was activated, she knew very well how terrifying it was. This was because many of the people she disliked had died in her hands like this. This time, she had to ask her grandaunt for the most vicious poison. Only then could she truly vent her anger. Just as Lan Qingyan was thinking about this, Lan Qingyan suddenly felt a faint pain coming from her body. After realizing this, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but frown. Why was her body suddenly in pain? She was only injured on her arm. However, gradually, the pain became more and more intense. Lan Qingyan didn't dare to ignore it and immediately shouted for Yumanlan, who was outside the room. "Mother!" After hearing Lan Qingyan's call, Yumanlan walked into the room. She originally thought that Lan Qingyan wanted her to help with something again. She didn't expect to see Lan Qingyan lying on the bed with a painful expression. Seeing this, Yumanlan also became anxious. "Qingyan, what's wrong with you?" "I don't know." Lan Qingyan clenched her teeth and cried out in pain, "My body hurts so much. Quickly help me call a doctor and an alchemist." Hearing this, Yumanlan quickly nodded. "I'll go right away. I'll be back soon." Yumanlan didn't dare to delay and immediately ran out. Lan Qingyan's complexion had already turned deathly pale. She felt that every cell in her body was transmitting the feeling of pain. The heart-wrenching pain was everywhere. She had never felt such unbearable pain before. Even when her arm was broken, there was only a sharp pain, and this pain would gradually lessen. However, the pain that came from her body was like countless insects drilling into her body. It was so painful that she couldn't hide it. It was as if her body was riddled with holes. Following this pain, she found that her broken arm that was originally no longer in pain began to hurt again. Not only that, the wound on her broken arm that had already healed began to bleed again. Under such a situation where she felt like she was being bitten by hundreds of insects, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but think of the pill that Bailey Hongshuang had fed her. Ever since she had consumed it, she had not felt any discomfort, so she had gradually ignored it. She thought that it was the pill that Bailey Hongshuang had fed her in order to scare her and threaten her. After all, when Bailey Hongshuang had drugged her, the strength of their 2 teams were equally matched. Logically speaking, if Bailey Hongshuang had fed her poison, then Bailey Hongshuang should have threatened her. However, Bailey Hongshuang had never mentioned this matter, as if this pill had no effect at all. She also thought that Bailey Hongshuang didn't need to threaten her anymore after she had the backing of Tian Gang sect and Tian Pavilion. However, she couldn't think of any other reason for the sudden burst of pain in her body other than that pill. Damn Bailey Hongshuang. Lan Qingyan gritted her teeth, hating that she couldn't transfer all this pain to Bailey Hongshuang. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang, who had a sanctimonious appearance, would actually poison her. The next time she saw Bailey Hongzhuang, she would definitely give her a taste of her own medicine. The poison that her grandaunt had concocted was the best in the entire Xianxia continent. Bailey Hongzhuang's poison couldn't be compared to it. Although she was in great pain at the moment, Lan Qingyan wasn't too worried. The Yu clan was a famous medical family in the entire Xianxia continent. Wasn't Bailey Hongzhuang showing off her slight skill in front of an expert by poisoning her? It wouldn't take long for her poison to be cured, and Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't get what she wanted. Yu Manlan quickly found a doctor and an alchemist. At the same time, this matter had alarmed the entire Lan clan. Lan Qingyan had just returned to the clan today. The previous disturbance hadn't passed yet, but now another matter had happened. It was very suspicious. Quickly take a look, what's wrong with Qingyan? Yu Manlan's face was filled with anxiety. She had never seen Lan Qingyan reveal such a painful expression. When the Lan clan's doctor and alchemist came in and saw Lan Qingyan's pale face and bleeding wounds, they were shocked. Originally, on the way here, many people were still guessing that Lan Qingyan had caused such a ruckus in order to get the clan to treat her arm as soon as possible. But now, after seeing Lan Qingyan's condition clearly, they understood that it was not an act. Lan Qingyan struggled to turn her body. Under this kind of pain, her strength had been completely exhausted in a short period of time. The doctor quickly took Lan Qingyan's pulse, but after taking her pulse, the doctor couldn't help but frown. Lan Qingyan's her pulse was calm, as if there was no problem. However, Lan Qingyan was in so much pain right now. What was this situation? Quickly help me stop the pain. I can't take this anymore, she shouted. This kind of pain could make a person collapse. She only wanted to calm this pain quickly. Hearing this, the doctor quickly nodded and immediately used a method to help Lan Qingyan reduce her pain. However, the doctor's method was useless because Lan Qingyan still looked like she was in incomparable pain. The doctor was startled by Lan Qingyan's sudden roar. His complexion became extremely unsightly. Young master, I've already used my medical skills to reduce your pain. Is there any effect? Lan Qingyan frowned and rebuked angrily, if there is an effect, why am I in so much pain? This doctor was simply a good-for-nothing. Seeing this, the doctor's eyes flashed with doubt. Logically speaking, Lan Qingyan shouldn't be in so much pain anymore. The doctor couldn't help but look at the pharmacist beside him and asked, do you have any good ideas? The pharmacist shook his head. Pharmacists weren't doctors. They could only refine pills and couldn't treat illnesses. Moreover, most of the pills refined by pharmacists were beneficial to cultivation. At the same time, they could also refine some pills to treat injuries. However, this had nothing to do with relieving pain. There had never been a pill that could relieve pain. Yu Manlan saw that the doctor and pharmacist were looking at each other but couldn't think of a solution. Lan Qingyan was in extreme pain. Her face instantly turned gloomy. Young master is in so much pain. Can't you find the reason? You've studied medicine for so long, yet you can't even determine this point? The Lan clan's doctors had outstanding medical skills. Some of them even went directly to the Yu clan to study medicine. After all, the Lan clan and the Yu clan were in-laws. Therefore, it was very convenient for them to help each other. Being reprimanded by Yu Manlan, the doctor lowered his head in shame. Madam, I've checked the young master's pulse. It's peaceful and there's no problem at all. Therefore, I don't understand why the young master is in so much pain. The doctor thought that his medical skills weren't bad. However, he couldn't tell what the problem was. How could he treat it? Hearing the doctor's words, Yu Manlan couldn't help but be startled. Peaceful pulse? How can the young master's pulse be peaceful in this state? The doctor's face was bitter. He knew that no one would believe his words. However, the pulse was indeed peaceful. He had studied medicine for so long. He couldn't be wrong about this point, right? Trash. Yu Manlan slapped the doctor's face. She couldn't understand the use of sending this trash to the Yu clan to study medicine. After being slapped, although the doctor was very angry, who asked Yu Manlan to have a noble status. Thus, even if he felt vexed, he could only endure it. Yu Manlan gazed at the alchemist before her and said, go get all the doctors in the clan. If they can't cure the young master, then all of you don't have to live anymore. Hearing Yu Manlan's words, the pharmacist didn't dare delay. She quickly ran out of the room. To him, every time he came to the place where the young master's family lived, it was a kind of torture. After ordering the pharmacist around, Yu Manlan looked at the doctor, who was still in a daze. She couldn't help but say angrily, "Why are you still in a daze? You want to rule by law." Hearing this, the doctor came back to his senses and went to Lan Qingyan's side. "Young master, what did you experience before this?" Since he couldn't diagnose it directly, he could only ask for the specific reason. Even though Lan Qingyan's heart was furious to the extreme, under this kind of pain, she simply did not have the strength to do anything. She could only report the situation to the doctor. After receiving Lan Qingyan's answer, the doctor was also shocked. If it was poison, then such a situation was not impossible. When he was studying medicine in the Yu clan, he had learned that some extremely powerful poisons could cause people to be unable to detect the cause. At least, Xianxia was able to concoct such a poison. Therefore, he had always been full of reverence for Xianxia's attainments in poison were simply unparalleled. In their hearts, Xianxia was simply a godlike existence. However, according to his understanding of the situation, there were not many poison masters in the entire Xianxia continent who could concoct such a level of poison. Although he had always believed in his own medical skills, he also knew his own limits. Encountering such a level of poison, he had no way to neutralize it. The doctor took Lan Qingyan's pulse again. After confirming that there was no sign of poisoning, he became more certain of his conjecture. After thinking for a moment, the doctor still told Yu Manlan his conjecture. After hearing this answer, Yu Manlan's heart was also shocked. As a member of the Yu clan, she naturally had a certain understanding of such a situation. However, she had never had much interest in medicine. Therefore, all these years, she only knew a little about it, but was not proficient in it. If this was really the case, then the person who poisoned Lan Qingyan was not simple. "Qingyan, tell mother, who poisoned you?" Yu Manlan's eyes were gloomy. The other party actually poisoned Lan Qingyan so viciously. It was truly abominable. Until now, she still did not know what Lan Qingyan encountered in the Battle of Shualu. Now, it seemed that she really experienced a lot of danger in the Battle of Shualu. Lan Qingyan naturally heard the doctor's answer. Her hatred for Bailey Hongzhuang immediately deepened. She did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to poison her so horribly. She really underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang. Lan Qingyan gritted her teeth and said Bailey Hongzhuang's name. "It's all because of that bitch. I will definitely take her life." However, after saying this, Lan Qingyan's entire body was about to collapse. It was really too painful. Bailey Hongzhuang? Yu Manlan silently repeated this name. Ever since Lan Qingyan returned, she had already heard this name several times. The other party caused Qingyan to lose her position as the patriarch and broke Qingyan's arm. Who would have thought that he would actually dare to poison Qingyan? Did the other party not know that the Yu clan was also Qingyan's backer? This was simply a provocation. At this moment, Yu Manlan bore a grudge against Bailey Hongzhuang. Not to mention that Lan Qingyan would not let Bailey Hongzhuang off, she would not let her off either. After the pharmacist called all the doctors over, the news of Lan Qingyan's accident spread throughout the Lan family. The cultivators who were participating together with Lan Qingyan quickly guessed the reason behind this. They couldn't help but lament in their hearts. The young lord had really made an unwise decision in the battle for deer chasing this time. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Lan Jingquang and the others couldn't help but frown when they found out about this matter. This was truly a case of one trouble after another. After the diagnosis of all the doctors in the Lan clan, everyone helplessly concluded that there was no problem with Lan Qingyan's pulse. Therefore, they all affirmed the first doctor's judgment. Because, other than this reason, they couldn't think of any other reason. They had no problem treating ordinary illnesses, and they could also detoxify ordinary poisons. However, for a poison of this level, it wasn't something they could easily detoxify. Even in the entire Xianxia continent, there were only a few people who could detoxify it. Therefore, after everyone's discussion, there was only one way left, and that was to send Lan Qingyan to the Yu clan. Other than this, there was no other way. After Lan Qingyan knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had poisoned her with such a powerful poison, her feelings were extremely complicated. She really didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to have such a level of poison. She really underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. Although she was extremely angry, Lan Qingyan's life was hanging by a thread under the torment of such pain. This kind of torture was simply unbearable. Lan Jingquang, the second elder, and the others rushed over after knowing that Lan Qingyan's situation was so serious. Lan Qingyan's arm was bleeding non-stop, and her face was extremely pale. Cold sweat covered her forehead. Jingquang, we can only send Qingyan to the Yu clan now. If this continues, Qingyan definitely won't be able to take it. After seeing Lan Jingquang, Yu Manlan felt as if she had seen her pillar of support. She immediately told him the suggestions of the doctors. Lan Jingquang looked at Lan Qingyan's painful appearance and couldn't help but frown. He said, Qingyan's injuries are very serious now. If the journey is bumpy, I'm afraid it will be even more unfavorable. Why don't we invite your aunt over? But if we inform my aunt and wait for her to come over, it will take a lot of time. Looking at Qingyan's condition, I don't know if she can hold on for that long. Yu Manlan's face was full of worry. If possible, it would be best to invite Yu Siqing. However, with the current situation, it was really too late. She was also very helpless in her heart. When the Yu clan was in trouble, she and Qingyan were the first to return. Just this point alone had already caused the Yu clan to have a lot of complaints. It could be felt just by looking at the communication between them these days. If she sent someone to invite her aunt at this time, her aunt might not be willing to come. She knew Yu Siqing's character very well. Even if it was the Yu clan's clan master, Yu Siqing would not give him face. Let alone her. If she directly sent Lan Qingyan over and brought some greeting gifts, she believed that Yu Siqing would be willing to help. Hearing Yu Siqing's words, Lan Jingquang thought for a moment and felt that Yu Siqing's words made sense. Anyone could tell that Lan Qingyan's current state was too weak. If this dragged on, no one knew if she could hold on. Since that's the case, let's not delay any longer. Immediately send someone to prepare the carriage and set off. Lan Jingquang immediately gave the order. Lan Borong and Lan Hongtai also came to visit Lan Qingyan after they heard the news. As the young master of the Lan clan, nothing must happen to Lan Qingyan. Along with the news of Bailey Hongzhuang leading Limitless Palace's team to obtain first place in the team and individual competition, Bailey Hongzhuang's reputation in Limitless Palace rose rapidly. Initially, the disciples who were suspicious of Bailey Hongzhuang, the sudden appearance of the young palace master, no longer had any doubts after knowing the results. On the contrary, everyone was more and more supportive of Bailey Hongzhuang. They had never seen Bailey Hongzhuang before and never knew that Limitless Palace had such a young palace master. That was why they had doubts in their hearts. And when they found out about Bailey Hongzhuang's battle results from Pei Yifan and the others, all the disciples' worship for Bailey Hongzhuang was like a torrential river. Some of the cultivators who didn't have the opportunity to participate in the Battle of Zhuolu were even more vexed. Just thinking about it, they knew how great it was to participate in the Battle of Zhuolu. It was simply limitless glory. The young lord of the Lan family was actually taught a lesson by the young palace master. She had helped everyone in Limitless Palace to vent their anger. It was a pity that they didn't have the chance to experience it personally. But now that they knew about it, they felt incomparably refreshed. Not only were the disciples full of admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang, even the elders of Limitless Palace were glowing with radiance. They were full of praises for Bailey Hongzhuang. All these years, they had been bullied by the elders of other forces. Now, they could finally hold their heads high. The next time they went out, they wanted to see which force's elders still dared to look down on them. At this moment, even if the elders of the Lan family were to stand in front of them, they wouldn't have any confidence. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally felt the changes in Limitless Palace. Thinking back to before she participated in the Battle of Zhuolu, she was met with suspicious gazes. Now, no matter where she went, the disciples of Limitless Palace would politely address her as young palace master. The change in treatment wasn't small at all. Since Bailey Hongzhuang came out of the assessment, she had been criticized and doubted by everyone all the way until now. Speaking of which, the feeling of being supported like this was really good. Bailey Hongzhuang liked this feeling very much. After all, she had relied on her own strength and performance in exchange for this. No one liked to be questioned and ridiculed. Although Bailey Hongzhuang didn't care much about these things, she felt particularly peaceful when these voices disappeared. Bailey Hongzhuang was no longer in a hurry after learning that the Sun Moon Palace's situation had taken a turn for the better. Instead, she directly sent a letter to the Sun Moon Palace, writing down her thoughts. If father and mother's body condition recovered well enough, then 3 months later, they would be able to appear in the Lan family. If his parents had not fully recovered, then they would wait a little longer. Anyway, she had already waited for so many years. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't mind waiting a little longer. During these days, she was cultivating in Limitless Palace while waiting for Bewitching. She believed that Bewitching would come to find her very soon after he had settled the matters of Tiangang sect. Actually, she had a plan in her heart. It was just that she wasn't sure if it would succeed. "Master, what kind of poison did you give Lan Qingyan?" Not only Little Black, Little White and Baisher could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang after hearing the discussion. They were also very curious. Looking at the excited faces of the 3 little radish heads, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. These 3 little guys had always wanted to know everything. 10,000 worms gnawing on the heart. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. When she went to rescue her parents, Lan Qingyan and the rest went to the dungeon to see Mu Lingbing and Lan Qingyan. When she rescued her parents, she clearly noticed the new scars on her mother's body. She didn't need to think to know that it was either Yu Manlan or Lan Qingyan who had caused it. Especially the red and swollen slap on Mu Lingbing's face, it was as if it had hit her heart. From that moment on, she was determined to return all of this to Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan. Furthermore, after understanding the pain her parents had to endure, she felt that no matter what she did, she would never be able to return all of this to them. She wanted Lan Qingyan and the rest to know what pain was and what it was like to be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. 10,000 worms gnawing on the heart? The 3 beasties' eyes lit up. Just by hearing the name, they knew that this poison was not simple. This poison should have already taken effect in Lan Qingyan's body. She will feel immense pain all over her body. Countless amounts of pain will drill out from every cell, making it impossible to avoid. Furthermore, as long as there are wounds on her body, the wounds will not heal. Every 7 days of pain, the pain will disappear for a day. However, when the pain comes again, the pain will rise to another level. When Bailey Hongzhuang was concocting this poison, she only wanted Lan Qingyan to have a taste of this pain. All these years, the pain that Lan Jingquang and his family gave them was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more painful than this. Now, she wanted them to have a good taste of what pain felt like. However, although this pain is unbearable, it won't take her life. After all, I still need to fight her head-on. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Lan Qingyan had been in the limelight for so many years because she stole her rainbow pearl. Now, she wanted to defeat Lan Qingyan with her own hands. Letting her die like this would be letting her off too easily. Most of the time, the pain in the heart was much more painful than the pain in the body. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the 3 beasts nodded. "I'll let Lan Qingyan suffer for a period of time and collect some interest. In the future, she'll be in for a good time." Xiao Hei's face was filled with excitement. Ever since it saw Lan Qingyan, it hated Lan Qingyan even more. However, just as its master had said, it felt that defeating Lan Qingyan in front of everyone in the Lan clan would be the most satisfying. Xiao Bai and Baisher also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with sparkling eyes. No matter what choice master made, they would support her 100%. Right now, Lan Qingyan still did not understand why they were doing all this. However, not long after, when the Lan clan found out about all this, their expressions would be very interesting. If I'm not wrong, the Lan clan has no way of dispelling the poison that I concocted. Right now, they should have brought Lan Qingyan to the Yu clan. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Everything was within her plan. They had some understanding of Yu Xiqing's attainments in the art of medicine and poison. However, in their opinion, their master's medical skills were still superior. After all, Yu Xiqing took such a long time to detoxify their master's poison, causing the entire Yu clan to suffer heavy losses. Thinking about it, until now, the Yu clan still hadn't recovered from that loss. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. The poison this time is harder to detoxify than the previous one. I'm not sure if Xianxia can detoxify it. Ever since the previous incident, Xianxia must have been working hard to make greater progress in the art of medicine and poison these days. Regardless of whether she can detoxify it or not, this poison has a time limit. After 3 months, it will automatically detoxify. We just need to keep them busy for a while. Lan Qingyan wanted her to make a fool of herself in front of the Lan clan. Now, it seemed that this wasn't an easy task. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, the 3 beasts finally understood. Their master wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. Preparing such a strange poison for Lan Qingyan first made the entire Lan clan shocked, then made the entire Yu clan busy. Their master deliberately didn't let them be idle. Thinking about it, the Lan clan was also surging like a storm. The young lord was poisoned, and the situation was so serious. The disturbance wasn't small. Once Lan Qingyan died, the Lan clan's situation would be even more mysterious. Just these 3 months' time was enough to make the Lan clan stir up quite a lot of commotion. Originally, as the successor of the Rainbow Pearl, Lan Qingyan's position in the Lan clan was unshakable. However, there were definitely many outstanding juniors in the Lan clan. No one would be willing to be under others, not to mention that Lan Qingyan herself wasn't a virtuous young lord. As long as Lan Qingyan's situation wasn't stabilized, the changes in the Lan clan would be irreversible. I think that Xianxia will find it difficult to resolve this problem in a short period of time. That would be very interesting. Xiao Bai's eyes flickered with interest. She was really curious about this good show. I've already sent people to monitor the movements of the Lan clan and Yu clan. I believe there will be news in a few days. Bailey Hongshuang was full of smiles. In the past, they had been passive for so many years. Now, it was time to create some trouble for Lan Qingyan and the others. Thinking about it, they, who were in the dark and didn't know that revenge was approaching, should be enjoying this process. Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan accompanied Lan Qingyan all the way to the Yu clan. Ever since Lan Qingyan fell into a state of severe pain, her condition had not improved at all. Lan Qingyan could not even speak after such an action. She had fallen into a coma. Not only that, the wounds on Lan Qingyan's body were constantly bleeding. No matter what method was used, it could not be stopped. Therefore, Yu Manlan could only continuously feed Lan Qingyan blood-forming pills. Otherwise, if this continued, Lan Qingyan would have already died from excessive blood loss. In fact, Yu Manlan was also a little dissatisfied. If Lan Jingquang and the rest could have healed Lan Qingyan's arm earlier, then the current situation wouldn't be so bad. In Jingquang, that Bailey Hongshuang is too hateful. Her methods are so despicable. Qingyan's current state is all because of that Bailey Hongshuang. You have to avenge Qingyan. Yu Manlan's eyes were filled with hatred. That damned Bailey Hongshuang dared to hurt her daughter. She couldn't let her off so easily. Hearing this, Lan Jingquang's eyes were malicious and ruthless. The battle between opponents is cruel. Qingyan didn't win against her this time, so she ended up like this. If Qingyan was strong enough, the one who would end up like this would be Bailey Hongshuang. Hearing this, Yu Manlan's expression couldn't help but change a little. Qingyan has already ended up like this. Instead of helping Qingyan vent her anger, you say such words? Yu Manlan couldn't help but be angry. Her chest heaved violently. She felt that Lan Jingquang was becoming more and more inhumane. No matter what, Lan Qingyan was still his daughter. Now that he saw his daughter suffering so much, shouldn't Lan Jingquang's heart ache and think of ways to avenge his daughter? Lan Jingquang glanced at Yu Manlan indifferently. It's because of you that Qingyan has developed such a character. The Battle of Shualu is a battle for the younger generation. You and I can't participate. What's the use? Are we going to charge into Limitless Palace now? Do you know how strong Limitless Palace is? Once the two sides clash, no one will have an advantage. Even if we win, the Lan family will suffer heavy losses. All of our opponents will take advantage of our weakness to take a share of the loot. Is this good for Qingyan? What a woman! Lan Jingquang couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes. He chose Yu Manlan because she was a young miss from an aristocratic family. Her background was solid and her judgment wasn't bad. But now, it seemed that Yu Manlan was extremely stupid. She couldn't even understand such a simple problem. Every time something happened, other than being angry and anxious, Yu Manlon couldn't give any meaningful suggestions. She was extremely stupid. It was because of this that he didn't want to interact with Yu Manlon. He already had enough questions to think about. If he still had to answer her questions, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Following Lan Jingquang's words, Yu Manlon was also stunned. She stood rooted to the ground and opened her mouth, but no words came out. Indeed, she had never thought about these problems. She only felt that Qing Yan was being tortured so miserably, so she must give the other party a ruthless lesson. This was the only way for them to vent their anger. However, after hearing Lan Jingquang's explanation, she realized that she had underestimated the situation. Are we just going to do nothing and let Bailey Hongshuang continue to be arrogant? When Yu Manlon thought of this, she also felt that it was unbearable. If this was the case, then wouldn't Qing Yan have suffered so much for nothing? Lan Jingquang looked at Yu Manlon's helpless expression, and the disgust in his heart grew even stronger. This woman had been with her for so long, but she still didn't know how to look at the whole thing from the perspective of the family. Not to mention that Bailey Hongshuang poisoned Lan Qing Yan, they didn't have any evidence. On the contrary, the other party might even splash dirty water on them. Even if they did produce evidence, the other party was in opposition to them. They wouldn't care at all. If the Lan family really used this reason to reason with Wuji Palace, they would become a joke in everyone's eyes. Qing Yan should solve the trouble she caused herself. If you had listened to me all these years, Qing Yan would have become like this again. Before you have enough confidence, don't rashly alarm the opponent. Once you make a move, you must kill the opponent. Don't try to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Not only is there no effect, but it's also a joke. Lan Jingquang's expression was gloomy. If Lan Qingyan's personality was similar to his, she would have long been the head of the Lan family. Why would they need to pay attention to that old man Lan Hongtai, since that old man's head was filled with thoughts of the dead Lan Yunxiao? Then let him continue. They didn't need to pay attention to him at all. Back then, how much did he hate Lan Yunxiao? That was why he plotted all of this. In fact, he succeeded. Before he made his move, Lan Yunxiao and the rest didn't notice anything. It was because of this that Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were caught unprepared. Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's attitude and behavior were all within his expectations. Even if he was labeled as despicable and shameless, so what? In this game, he was the winner. Lan Yunxiao was only a prisoner. He had let Lan Yunxiao live in glory for more than 20 years, but it was only 20 years. After that, everything had nothing to do with Lan Yunxiao anymore. Now, in the Lan family, who dared to mention this matter, except for that old man Lan Hongtai? However, he had long since stopped caring about that old man. This was enough. Hearing Lan Jingquang's words, Yu Manlon was speechless. Lan Jingquang's gaze was malicious and terrifying. Seeing him like this, Yu Manlon couldn't help but recall the Lan Jingquang from 19 years ago. At that time, when she learned of Lan Jingquang's thoughts, she was also shocked. However, she didn't like Mu Lingbing and chose to agree. At that time, Lan Jingquang acted like he was Lan Yunxiao's good brother in the entire Lan family. No one suspected him. What happened after that overturned everyone's understanding of Lan Jingquang. In fact, she also felt that Lan Jingquang was very terrifying. Lan Qingyan woke up in a daze and heard Lan Jingquang's words. Her heart was filled with regret. It was because she had underestimated Bailey Hongshuang that she had ended up in this situation. If she hadn't, the situation would have been completely different. Unfortunately, at this point, she had no other choice. She only hoped that her great-aunt could remove the poison in her body as soon as possible. 3 months later, she would have a chance to compete with Bailey Hongshuang again. When that happens, I will definitely succeed in one fell swoop and strangle that damned Bailey Hongshuang to death. She, Lan Qingyan, would not allow any stain in her life. She would personally use her own blood to wipe away this stain. At this moment, Lan Qingyan finally understood what Lan Jingquang had taught her all these years. Lan Jingquang was right. After running around for a while, Lan Qingyan's group finally arrived at Yutian City. However, compared to the welcome Lan Qingyan and the others had received when they first arrived, the attitude of the Yu clan's people when they saw them this time was clearly a lot colder. This situation was within Yu Manlon's expectations. when they left, they were too disloyal. It wasn't strange for them to receive such cold treatment. However, she didn't dare to continue staying here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if she was implicated and died. Lan Jingquang naturally knew where the problem lay. He felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. Yu Manlan hadn't done a single thing right during this period of time. She came to the Yu clan to play when she was full and had nothing to do. In the end, she left first after such a storm. The Yu clan was a huge support behind them. Now, a crack had appeared because of Yu Manlan's stupid actions. If they wanted to make up for it, they would have to pay a huge price. Lan Jingquang knew Yu Xiqing's personality better than Yu Manlan. Yu Xiqing had wanted to deal with Lan Yunxia's family. However, because of his eagerness, he had paid a huge price. All these years, he had often given many treasures to Yu Xiqing. If possible, he didn't want to interact with this woman. This woman was cold-blooded. She had no feelings, didn't care about family, and didn't care about morality. As long as she offended Yu Xiqing, she could do anything. Therefore, even Lan Jingquang had to be careful when facing Yu Xiqing. Once Yu Xiqing was angered, even he couldn't bear the consequences. The Yu clan head was obviously disappointed in his daughter Yu Manlan. A married daughter was like water that had been poured out. She had left at such a crucial moment. Therefore, the Yu clan head was unwilling to pay attention to her. In this regard, Yu Manlan could only awkwardly please everyone. This was related to her daughter's life. "Father, is Aunt at her place now?" Yu Manlan's face was full of smiles as she probed Yu Taotian. Yu Taotian glanced at Yu Manlan indifferently. His eyes were filled with indifference. "Her place has been destroyed. It's not like you don't know. She has moved to a new place." Hearing the mockery in Yu Taotian's words, Yu Manlan felt even more awkward. However, she could only pretend that she didn't hear it. "May I know where Aunt is living now?" "Qingyan has been poisoned and is on the verge of death. Only Aunt can save her." Yu Taotian's expression changed when he heard this. He didn't expect Lan Qingyan to be in such a situation. Xiqing has been in seclusion recently to research the art of medicine and poison. She's staying in another courtyard. You guys should go take a look. Even though he was very concerned about Lan Qingyan's situation, the displeasure on Yu Taotian's face did not dissipate. Lan Jingquang's face was full of smiles. He walked up and said, "Father-in-law, this is the jade coral I got a few days ago. I've been wanting to give it to you for a long time. I hope you like it." Yu Taotian looked at the jade coral in front of him and his expression turned slightly better. He had always liked jade, and this jade coral's design and craftsmanship were very outstanding. He fell in love with it at first glance. In comparison, he liked Lan Jingquang more than he liked Yu Manlan. "Since you're already here, there's no need to bring gifts. Father-in-law, apart from this, I also brought many gifts for mother-in-law and siblings. However, Qingyan's injuries are very serious, so we have to go and find Aunt first. I hope father-in-law will forgive us." Lan Jingquang's face was brimming with a humble and courteous smile, and his words were flawless. Yu Taotian looked at Lan Jingquang with satisfaction and nodded. "Qingyan's injuries are the most important. Go quickly." Yu Manlan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yu Taotian's attitude soften a little. Speaking of which, Lan Jingquang was the one who dealt with these matters in an orderly manner. He was able to solve these problems extremely well every time. Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan left together. On the way, Lan Jingquang was unwilling to say anything to Yu Manlan. If not for Yu Manlan's low EQ, how could the relationship be so rigid? The last time she came to the Yu clan, every time Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan caused trouble, he had to help clean it up. Lan Qingyan was fine, but Yu Manlan couldn't even handle this kind of matter. It was really disappointing. Whenever Yu Manlan caused such trouble, it would usually require a huge price to solve it. Thinking about it, he had given a lot of things to the Yu clan over the years. Yu Manlan naturally knew that she had caused trouble for Lan Jingquang again and didn't dare to say anything. She wasn't as good at dealing with people as Lan Jingquang. In the past, she was the young miss of the Yu clan. Her life had been smooth sailing since she was young. After marrying into the Lan clan, she didn't need to worry about these things. Very quickly, Lan Jingquang and the rest brought Lan Qingyan to Yu Xiqing's new residence. Aunt was very angry about the previous matter. It won't be easy to calm her down and save Qing Yan. Yu Manlan looked at Lan Jingquang with difficulty. Yu Xiqing had always been cold and heartless. Only the matters of the Yu clan could move her. The main reason was that Yu Xiqing wanted to live here. It would save her a lot of trouble. Although Lan Qingyan was Yu Manlan's daughter, she was still an outsider to Yu Xiqing. I know. If it wasn't for your stupidity, I wouldn't have so many things to deal with. Lan Jingquang looked at Yu Manlan coldly and said, watch your words later. No matter what she asks, just agree to it. Yu Manlan nodded. This matter concerned Lan Qingyan's life, there couldn't be any more problems. Lan Jingquang's eyes were gloomy. He had dealt with Yu Xiqing for many years and knew her very well. Before coming to the Yu clan, he was already prepared to pay the price. What happened next was just as Lan Jingquang had expected. Yu Xiqing's attitude after seeing Yu Manlan was even colder than Yu Taoyin's. It was as if she didn't want anyone to disturb her. Yu Manlan hurriedly told her about Lan Qingyan's poisoning. Only then did Yu Xiqing close the door. Tu was tu, so what? Yu Manlan was dumbfounded. It seemed that Yu Xiqing really didn't care about their friendship at all. Even though they were dissatisfied, Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan could do nothing about it. After all, the most important thing now was to save Lan Qingyan's life. Compared to some treasures, Lan Qingyan's life was more important. However, this price really made Lan Jingquang's heart ache. His anger towards Yu Manlan became even stronger. Yu Manlan also knew the anger in Lan Jingquang's heart. She felt guilty and didn't dare to say anything. It would be terrible if she angered Lan Jingquang. After checking on Lan Qingyan's condition, Yu Xiqing's brows furrowed. This poison was more complicated than she had imagined. It was on the same level as the disease that appeared in the Yu clan last time. Last time, she spent a lot of time and effort to break it. In the end, she succeeded. However, the Yu clan still suffered heavy losses. It was because of the previous incident that she felt that her medical and poison skills weren't good enough. All along, she felt that her medical and poison skills were unparalleled in the entire Xianxia continent. However, after encountering the poison last time, she realized that there was always someone better than her. The other party's poison skills were even better than hers. If she didn't seize the time to improve her medical and poison skills, the next time she met this opponent, it would be terrible. Last time, she didn't know whether the other party's intention was to take revenge on her or the Yu clan. No matter what, the existence of such an opponent was an unspeakable threat. During this period of time, she had been concentrating on researching medical and poison skills in order to improve herself. The Yu clan naturally complied with all of her requests. All kinds of rare and precious materials were sent to her. Now that Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan had delivered themselves to her, she naturally had to ask for more. These things were very useful to her. However, she didn't expect to encounter this level of poison in Lan Qingyan's body. This was really not simple. After Yu Manlan and Lan Jingquang noticed the change in Yu Xiqing's expression, their hearts couldn't help but sink. It seemed that the situation was much worse than they had imagined. Do you know who poisoned her? Yu Xiqing didn't immediately diagnose Lan Qingyan's condition after checking. Instead, she turned around and looked at Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan. It was not easy for the other party to possess such a level of poison. However, whether the other party had obtained such a poison by chance or had a poison master of such caliber backing him, that would require another judgment. Bailey Hongshuang. Yu Manlan responded immediately. Bailey Hongshuang? Yu Xiqing raised her eyebrows. There was a trace of unfamiliarity between her brows. She had never heard of this name. Who is this person? Limitless Palace has just chosen a young palace master. She and Qing Yan had quite a bit of conflict during the Battle of Shuolu. Qing Yan's current state is also related to her. Lan Jingquang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Yu Xiqing finally understood. Originally, she was very worried that the opponent might be targeting them specifically. However, she didn't have any dealings with Limitless Palace. Thinking about it, this was just a dispute between young people. It was just a coincidence. Thinking of this, Yu Xiqing also relaxed a little. Aunt, how is Qing Yan? Can this poison be cured? This poison is very complicated. It's definitely not a poison that an ordinary poison master can concoct. From Qingyan's pulse, there are no signs of poisoning. Other than being a little weak, there are no other problems. Even for me, I can only be sure that Qingyan has been poisoned. However, I don't know what kind of poison it is or how to detoxify it. I need time. Yu Xiqing explained the situation frankly. Based on what she knew, it was most likely a neurotoxin. However, she had no idea how to treat it. Because there were no clues from her pulse, there were no signs of poisoning from Lan Qingyan's appearance. At this moment, Lan Qingyan only showed pain and weakness. However, her lips were not purple and there were no signs of poisoning in other parts of her body. She had to extract the poisoned blood to be able to determine the cause. However, based on her experience, judging from the other party's secretive nature, it was definitely not an easy task to determine the cause. Hearing Yu Xiqing's words, Yu Manlan and Lan Jingquang's hearts sank. Even with Yu Xiqing's medical skills, she could still say such words. This proved that this poison was not just difficult to detoxify. Lan Qingyan was obviously in great pain every day. They had no idea how long she could hold on. And, based on Qingyan's current state, I'm afraid she can't hold on for long, right? Lan Jingquang asked slowly in a deep voice. His eyes shone with worry. Although Lan Qingyan had made a big mistake earlier, he was only angry. If something happened to Lan Qingyan, it would be terrible. Yu Xiqing glanced at Lan Qingyan and continued, if the other party wanted Qingyan's life, they could have directly used a poison that would kill her immediately. However, the other party didn't. From the effects of the poison so far, the other party wants to see Qingyan in pain and torture her. Therefore, Qingyan will be fine for a short period of time. She will just have to suffer a lot. When she said this, Yu Manlan and Lan Jingquang's expressions changed. They didn't know if this news was good or bad news, that Bailey Hongzhuang is really too vicious. To actually use such a despicable method to torture Qingyan, simply abominable to the extreme. Yu Manlan was so angry that her face turned ashen. The previous matter had already made her extremely angry. Now that she knew Bailey Hongzhuang's original intention, she was about to explode. Even if they had formed quite a bit of enmity during the Battle of Shualu, there was no need to use such a vicious method, right? Although she could not personally experience Lan Qingyan's pain, she could tell from Lan Qingyan's expression that this kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. According to what you said, that Bailey Hongzhuang is only 20 years old. This poison should not be made by her. She might have obtained it by chance. Yu Xiqing analyzed. For a poison of this level, the other party must have been immersed in the art of poison for a long time, and his attainments in it were astonishing. Her understanding of the art of medicine and poison was far superior to that of ordinary people, but until now, she still had no idea how to deal with this kind of poison. The other party should be about the same age as her. Yu Manlan and Lan Jingquang looked at each other. If this was really the case, then Qingyan was unlucky. However, this result also made them feel more at ease. And, I'll leave the poison in Qingyan's body to you. You must cure Qingyan. Yu Manlan looked at Yu Xiqing expectantly. Yu Xiqing was their only hope now. If even Yu Xiqing couldn't cure Lan Qingyan, then they really didn't know what to do. If Bailey Hongzhuang had the antidote, then it would be fine. They might be able to get the antidote back by paying a price. But according to Yu Xiqing's judgment, Bailey Hongzhuang only got the poison by chance. Then Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't possibly have the antidote. Wouldn't that be terrible? Yu Xiqing nodded calmly, I'll do my best. But I can't guarantee the result. To her, this kind of poison was also a challenge. However, every new poison would open a new door for her. Therefore, she didn't mind deciphering it. Now, she could no longer underestimate the power of this kind of poison. So she couldn't guarantee anything. After all, when the Yu clan was in trouble last time, she was confident that there wouldn't be any problems. But in the end, the Yu clan suffered a great loss. Hearing Yu Xiqing's words, Yu Manlan and Lan Jingquang looked at each other. Just from Yu Xiqing's attitude, they could tell that Yu Xiqing didn't have enough confidence. Whether or not Lan Qingyan could be saved would depend on Lan Qingyan's luck. Even though the two of them were indescribably anxious, There was no other way except for this method. They could only pin all their hopes on Yusiching. And, then we'll have to trouble you. Lan Jingquang said in a deep voice, if there's anything you need, just let us know. Yusiching nodded and said, you guys go out first. I have to hurry. No one knew how long Lan Qingyan could hold on. But under this kind of pain, the torture for a cultivator was extremely terrifying. Hearing this, Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan didn't dare to continue wasting Yusiching's time. Based on the current situation, the more time they wasted, the more pain Lan Qingyan would have to endure. Bailey Hongzhuang had always been cultivating in Limitless Palace. When she participated in the Battle of Zhuolu, her strength had a huge breakthrough. Although it was good to break through several levels in a row, Bailey Hongzhuang had to pay attention to other problems. Therefore, during this period of time, she had been cultivating on the stairway to heaven. The Primal Chaos Tablet helped her raise her cultivation level, but that was only in terms of cultivation level, and her elemental energy density was still a distance away. Taking advantage of this period of time, she had to make up for this gap as soon as possible. If she ignored the existence of this problem, then it would be much more difficult for her to break through in the future. All this time, she had never encountered any bottlenecks in her breakthrough. On one hand, it was because she already had a certain understanding of this kind of breakthrough in her previous life. On the other hand, it was because of her solid foundation. To a cultivator, the most important thing was their foundation. Once the foundation was unstable, it was like building a house. Problems could occur at any time. Yu Linfeng and Nangong Wu saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was so bitterly cultivating, and the two of them felt gratified. Hongzhuang's success was all for a reason. Even though she had such a great achievement this time, she still didn't have the slightest bit of pride or complacency. A few days later, Bewitching had successfully arrived at Limitless Palace. Compared to the time when Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang first came to Limitless Palace, many disciples didn't know about Bewitching's identity. After the Battle of Zhuolu, the relationship between their young palace mistress and Tiangang sect's young sect master was known by the disciples of Limitless Palace. For a moment, all the female disciples were envious of Bailey Hongzhuang. Tiangang sect's young sect master, Bewitching, was the dream lover of many girls. Now, he had been captured by their young palace mistress. What's more, Li Yangbing and the others had vividly described the domineering performance of their young palace mistress and Bewitching in the Battle of Zhuolu. Especially when facing the Lan family's young master, Bewitching's reaction was simply too cool. Therefore, everyone had been looking forward to the appearance of Bewitching. Once their young palace mistress and Bewitching were together, the relationship between Limitless Palace and Tiangang sect would be unshakable. At that time, Limitless Palace's status would also rise. This was a great thing. When Bewitching arrived at Limitless Palace, he noticed that many disciples were looking at him with admiration. Those whispers and discussions accompanied him all the way. He could vaguely hear the discussions of the crowd, and the corner of his lips couldn't help but reveal a smile. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang was living well in Limitless Palace during this period of time. All the discussions he heard about Bailey Hongzhuang were praises and support. The results of the Battle of Zhuolu had completely changed Limitless Palace's view of Bailey Hongzhuang. For a long time, no matter where Hongzhuang appeared, she would always be questioned. Now that such a situation had occurred, Bewitching was truly happy for Bailey Hongzhuang. Soon, Bewitching arrived at Bailey Hongzhuang's palace. Seeing that Bewitching had arrived, Bailey Hongzhuang's face instantly revealed a joyful smile. Bewitching, you're here. Bewitching's handsome face had a faint smile, and quickly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. I rushed over immediately after I finished settling my matters. Did you miss me during this period of time? The three beasts sat quietly at the side, swinging their feet and sniggering. Bailey Hongzhuang pursed her lips, yes. I missed you so much. As soon as these words came out, Bewitching's eyes widened. His wife was indeed getting bolder and bolder. Since Bailey Hongzhuang, naturally, I'll have to perform well. Bewitching's smile grew wider and wider. He opened his arms and hugged Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned for a moment when she was suddenly hugged. However, she did not reject him, and a smile appeared in her eyes. Now that all the top forces in the Xianxia continent knew about their relationship, this feeling was somewhat different from before. Even if they had not held a wedding ceremony, it was open and aboveboard. Bailey Hongzhuang wrapped her arms around Debachen's back and slowly closed her eyes. Her entire body was extremely relaxed. There was only one battle left to fight. After that, she would be completely at ease. And that day was not far away. Debachen could feel the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's state of mind. Immediately, the arm that was hugging Bailey Hongzhuang tightened. Hongzhuang had shed a lot of burden compared to before. Just from her performance alone, one could see that. Following the sound of footsteps from afar, Debachen let go of Bailey Hongzhuang and turned around to see Yu Linfeng and Nangong Wu slowly walking towards them. After seeing Debachen and Bailey Hongzhuang, Nangong Wu and Yu Linfeng's faces also revealed a big smile. "I'm really looking forward to the day you two get married," Nangong Wu said with a smile. "Hongzhuang will definitely be the most beautiful bride in the world." Although she didn't know how Debachen and Bailey Hongzhuang met, seeing how close the two of them were and how they had supported each other along the way, she knew that the relationship between the two of them was incomparable to that of ordinary people. She only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to complete her revenge as soon as possible and enjoy the happiness that belonged to her. Hearing Nangong Wu's words, Debachen and Bailey Hongzhuang's faces revealed a smile. That day was not far away. "Hongzhuang, send people to keep an eye on the movements of the Lan family and the Yu family." "The news has already been sent back," Nangong Wu said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. "What's the situation now?" She had been waiting for this specific news. Only after confirming it could she confirm the next step of the plan. It said that Lan Qingyan's poison acted up not long after she returned to the Lan family. No one in the Lan family could treat her, so they hurriedly sent Lan Qingyan to the Yu family. The three beasties also came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. It seems that the situation was exactly as their master had thought. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a playful smile. This situation was already within her expectations. It seemed that Lan Qingyan's life was not easy now. Nangong Wu and the rest noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's smile and understood. "Hongzhuang, you poisoned her?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head, frankly admitting it. "That's right. When Lan Qingyan and I clashed during the Battle of Zhuelu, I fed her this poison." As soon as she said this, Nangong Wu and the others looked at each other, but they all felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was right. Compared to what Lan Jingquang did to Bailey Hongzhuang's family, this was nothing. According to the news from the spies, Lan Qingyan's poison was not fatal, but extremely painful. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "This poison itself is not fatal, but it is very torturous." She would not let Lan Qingyan die so easily, because she still had many things to do. Only when all these things were revealed to Lan Jingquang's family, that would be the most important moment. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's reply, the three of them could not help but be stunned. So, was Bailey Hongzhuang deliberately teasing the Lan family? The Lan family thought that Lan Qingyan was going to die and hurriedly sent her to the Yu family. "I'm afraid that the Lan family is not peaceful during this period. If they knew the true effects of this poison, I'm afraid they would be angered to death." Nangong Wu's face also showed a playful smile. It seemed that this situation was more interesting than she had imagined. Debachen also knew about the poison during the Battle of Zhuelu, but he did not care. No matter what Hongzhuang did, his attitude was only one: support. The Yu family's Yu Siqing's medical and poison skills are very good. Can she neutralize this poison? Yu Linfeng, who had been silent all this while, slowly spoke up. Hearing this, Nangong Wu and the others couldn't help but think of the disaster caused by Bailey Hongzhuang's poison in the Yu clan. In terms of medical and poison skills, Yu Siqing might not be Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent. In any case, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't intend to use this opportunity to kill Lan Qingyan. As long as she could stall for some time, it would be enough. According to the news from the Yu clan, after Lan Jingquang and his group went to the Yu clan, they were given the cold shoulder. Because of the previous incident, the Yu clan had some complaints about Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan, so they didn't welcome them this time. However, after Lan Jingquang gave them a lot of gifts, the situation changed. It said that in order for Yu Siqing to treat Lan Qingyan, Lan Jingquang paid a big price. Debachen frowned. Yu Siqing is Lan Qingyan's great-aunt. Does she need to ask for a reward for treating Lan Qingyan? Yu Linfeng nodded and said slowly, "You don't know this. Yu Manlan is famous for being cold-blooded and heartless. Even if it's her own people, if you want her to treat someone, you have to see if she's in a good mood. Besides, the previous incident made her feel resentful. It's not strange for her to do something like this. Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with coldness. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. If you're not a family, you won't enter the same house. No matter if it's Yu Xiqing or Lan Jingquang, their family only valued benefits and not feelings. Therefore, their way of interacting was also like this. It was really amazing. If Lan Jingquang's family had the slightest bit of affection, they wouldn't have treated them so poorly. Now that they had to pay such a price, they deserved it. Is there any progress on Yu Xiqing's treatment of Lan Qingyan? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Nan Gongwu shook her head. It said that Yu Xiqing is thinking of a way to cure the poison. However, from Lan Jingquang and the others' serious expressions, I'm afraid that Yu Xiqing doesn't have enough confidence. At this point, Nan Gongwu couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. Her ability was really amazing. If Lan Jingquang and the others knew that there was an enemy like Bailey Hongzhuang waiting for revenge from afar, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. They didn't have much time left. It wouldn't be long before everything would be revealed to them. That's good news. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. The Lan family had spent a large amount of resources, and Yu Xiqing's medical and poison skills had also been questioned. From the looks of it, it will be very difficult for Yu Xiqing to harm you at the Divine Pond of Ice and Snow in 3 months. Bewitching's face was relaxed. Initially, he was worried that they would encounter a lot of problems after going to the Lan family. Now that Lan Qingyan had become like this, the entire Lan family was in turmoil. Thinking about it, by the time they went to the Divine Pond of Ice Snow, Lan Qingyan might not be able to participate. This poison will probably be cured in less than 3 months. At least in these 3 months, Lan Qingyan's strength won't be able to increase by much. Everyone in the Lan family is focused on this matter. I'm afraid that they won't have the energy to pay attention to me. At this time, Yu Lingfeng's voice rang out again. Next month is the Yu family's day to recruit doctors. Every time the Yu family recruits doctors, it's a big event in Yutian City. I just don't know if the Yu family will continue to hold it this time. The Yu clan is recruiting doctors? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows rose slightly, her dark and deep eyes filled with interest. This really made her very interested. Ah. That's right. Yu Linfeng nodded. As a medical family, the Yu clan's reputation in the Xianxia continent has always been very resounding. Every 3 years, the Yu clan would recruit doctors. The selected doctors would be nurtured by the Yu clan and learn the art of healing and poison. Most importantly, they would be trained in medicine. A portion of these doctors would stay in the Yu clan while the rest would be recommended by the Yu clan to other powers. It is because of this that the Yu clan's position is so stable. Many powers owe the Yu clan a favor, and those doctors who went to other clans would also thank the Yu clan and return the favor. Following Yu Lingfeng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang also completely understood. So there was such a relationship between the two. No wonder the Yu clan's position was so high. Using this method for many years, the benefits would be huge. It seemed like the Yu clan was helping some doctors to improve their medical skills without any requirements, but in reality, the Yu clan's benefits were definitely not small. No power would not need doctors. Even if the Yu clan did not ask for anything and recommended doctors, the other party would not accept them without giving them anything. Therefore, this was an extremely profitable business. The Yu clan had lost a lot of people because of that incident. I think they would place extra importance on this recruitment, so this plan should not be cancelled. Debachen's eyes were filled with wisdom as he analyzed the situation. Nan Gongwu nodded. Indeed, the Yu clan would not give up. This was the best time for the Yu clan to recover their strength. The previous loss had greatly damaged the Yu clan's strength. If they did not quickly recover, it would not be a good thing for the Yu clan. If their judgment was not wrong, the scale of the Yu clan's recruitment this time would be bigger than before. The number of doctors they would recruit would also be more. This is a good opportunity. Why don't we take this opportunity to go to Yutian City again? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a charming smile. She had originally planned to go to Yutian City, but she did not think that there would be such an opportunity. In this way, many doctors would go to Yutian City together. Then, when they went there, no one would suspect them. She could even sneak into the Yu clan as a doctor. Towards the Yu clan, Bailey Hongzhuang's hatred was not any weaker than Lan Jingquang's. If it wasn't because Yu's mischief, all this would not have happened. Grandpa and Grandma would live happily together. Without Yu Xiqing's help, Lan Jingquang would not be able to transfer the rainbow deity pearl from her body into Lan Qingyan's body. In this way, even if Lan Jingquang was crazy enough to take out the rainbow sacred pearl from her body, as long as Lan Qingyan was unable to merge with it, their family would not be reduced to such a state. With Yu. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang thought of how her father and mother had knelt in front of the Yu clan while holding her in swaddling clothes, begging them to save her, not only did they not help at all, they even tried to kill them. She felt the hatred in her bones tremble. This was a blood feud. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Yu Linfeng and the rest looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. They didn't know what Bailey Hongzhuang was planning. The last time we went to Yutian City, we were in too much of a hurry, so we couldn't do anything to the Yu clan. Now that there are so many people entering Yutian City, we don't have to worry about hiding. Coincidentally, I also want to see Lan Qingyan's situation. I can also see Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan in advance. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a playful smile. Back then, she didn't have the ability and could only allow them to do whatever they wanted. But now, she had to collect interest bit by bit. The Yu clan, Lan Jingquang's family, she would make them pay a painful price. When she saw the pain her grandmother had suffered all these years, from a young and beautiful beauty to a person that even she didn't want to see, this kind of pain was definitely hard for ordinary people to understand. From then on, she made up her mind. She would return all of this to Yu Xiqing. The pain Yu Xiqing had inflicted on her grandmother all these years, she would return it to her double. Originally, it would take a lot of effort to get in touch with Yu Xiqing. Now that there was such a good opportunity in front of her, she naturally wouldn't miss it. She had also prepared a big gift for Yu Xiqing, a gift that Yu Xiqing felt was very familiar, but she couldn't understand it at all. Yu Linfeng and the rest looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Just from Bailey Hongzhuang's tone, they already knew that the Yu clan was in trouble this time. Last time, Bailey Hongzhuang's actions had already caused the Yu clan to suffer a huge loss. But from Bailey Hongzhuang's words, they didn't do anything. This meant that when Bailey Hongzhuang went to the Yu clan this time, she would definitely do something. Just by thinking about it, they could guess the situation that the Yu clan would encounter. Yu Linfeng and Namgong Wu looked at each other. They could vaguely guess what Bailey Hongzhuang was going to do. However, they believed that Bailey Hongzhuang already had a plan in mind. Since he wanted revenge, they had always supported him. Hongzhuang, there are many smart people in the Yu clan. Yu Xiqing is even more vicious and merciless. If you go to Yutian City, you must be careful. Do not be careless. Yu Linfeng warned. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Master, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to me. The last time she went to Yutian City, she already had a certain amount of experience. She also had a certain understanding of the Yu clan spies. What's more, she wasn't strong enough the last time. This time, she and Bewitching had improved in all aspects. I will accompany Hongzhuang. You can rest assured. His deep and generous voice was filled with determination. It also gave off an indescribable sense of security. Protecting Hongzhuang was his responsibility. Yutian City wasn't a tiger's den. No matter what kind of defense the other party had, they were confident that they could deal with it. Seeing this, Yu Linfeng and Namgong Wu were also relieved. Whether it was Bewitching or Bailey Hongzhuang, they were all outstanding people in the younger generation. With their strength, it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with this. After all, even the Yu clan's young master couldn't be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang and Namgong Wu. After Yu Linfeng and Namgong Wu left, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching entered the bedroom to discuss the matters of the trip to Yutian City. Bewitching, actually, I was planning to go to Yutian City. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. She had been waiting for news from the Yu clan spies. As long as Lan Qingyan went to the Yu clan and Yu Xiqing was unable to break the antidote, then she would have a chance. Bewitching nodded slightly and did not reply, only listening to Bailey Hongzhuang. I was planning to disguise myself and enter the Yu clan with another identity. As long as Lan Qingyan's poison is not broken, Then I only need to say that I can break the poison, then Lan Jingquang and the others will definitely treat me as an important guest. This way, I can also do some things to the Yu clan. However, it just so happens that the Yu clan is recruiting doctors. If I go as a doctor, it will not attract attention. The Yu clan did so many evil things in the past. Since I am going to face the Lan clan soon, then the Yu clan will be prepared. Once Yu Xiqing knew that her parents weren't dead and had recovered, she would know that her poison had been neutralized and would be on her guard. At that time, it will not be so convenient for us to make a move. However, before all of this is revealed, it would be better if we settle the Yu clan's matter first. Lan Jingquang will lose a huge support. When my parents and I appear in the Lan clan together, the situation will also change. Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with wisdom. During this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang had been thinking about whether to deal with the Yu clan or the Lan clan first. However, in the end, it would be best to deal with the Yu clan first. Only by making Lan Jingquang lose his left and right arms would they have a better effect when the time comes. Therefore, she fed Lan Qingyan poison during the Battle of Zhuolu. Perhaps everything was predestined. She also did not think that her plan would go so smoothly. After Bewitching heard the plan in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind, his eyes brightened. Wife, your idea is very good. Compared to the first method, this second method is the best way to enter the Yu clan. When the time comes, there will be many strangers in the Yu clan. If we leave after doing all this, no one will notice. At that time, Lan Jingquang and the others will definitely panic. Once the Yu clan is in danger or a plague, with Lan Jingquang's personality, he will definitely leave. Then, the enmity between the Yu clan and Lan will be formed. Not only that, when we were heading towards the Lan clan, the Yu clan must still be busy with their own matters. They simply had no time to care about the Lan clan's situation. 2. Beichen and Lan was Yu's. Lan Qingyan and Lan and the others were Lan's. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's right. That's the way. The two of them looked at each other. They had already made up their minds. Next, it was time for them to take action. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately wrote a letter and sent it to the Sun Moon Palace. She had to tell her parents about her plan so that they would not worry about her. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had made their decision, Bailey Hongzhuang began to immerse herself in making the poison. She would give them a taste of their own medicine. The Yu clan was most proficient in the art of medicine and poison. She would use this poison to give the Yu clan and Yu Xiqing a slap in the face. Yu Xiqing would never have thought that the baby, who was not a threat in her eyes, would give her a slap in the area she was most proficient in. It was not that she did not want revenge, but the time had not come yet. The evil things she had done in the past, she would have to taste the consequences sooner or later. Bailey Hongzhuang was not a kind person. In her opinion, the entire Yu clan was an accomplice in that matter. Bewitching and the others also knew that. Bailey Hongzhuang's poison was very important, so they did not disturb her. However, no matter what Bailey Hongzhuang needed, they would always find it for Bailey Hongzhuang. Yu Linfeng was also very generous to Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as it was something in Wuji Palace, once Bailey Hongzhuang needed it, he would immediately send it over. Nangongwu was also very interested in the art of medicine and poison. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang busy with these herbs all day long, she also felt very curious. After 2 confrontations with Yu Xiqing, Bailey Hongzhuang had a good understanding of Yu Xiqing's strength. This time, she wanted to make a poison that even Yu Xiqing could not detoxify, and let this famous family in the Xianxia continent suffer a huge blow. It was precisely because she wanted to ensure that the effect of the poison could not be detoxified that Bailey Hongzhuang spent a lot of time on it. In fact, during this time, Bailey Hongzhuang had also been thinking about the method of making the poison. After so many things, she found that only this kind of poison could have enough lethality and destructive power in the face of an entire force. Just like how she dealt with the Qing dynasty's royal family, a poison was enough to make the strength of the Qing dynasty's royal family regress by decades or even destroy them. While Bailey Hongzhuang was working hard to concoct the poison, Yu Xiqing was working hard to neutralize the poison in Lan Qingyan's body. Lan Qingyan was already tortured beyond recognition by the pain. Sometimes, she even wished that she could just die like this. That way, she wouldn't have to endure such pain. She begged Yu Xiqing to think of a way to alleviate her pain, but the answer Yu Xiqing gave her made her feel even more despair. This kind of pain was all-pervasive, and ordinary methods could not reduce the pain at all. Only when Yu Xiqing saw that Lan Qingyan really could not take it anymore, would Yu Xiqing make a move. At this time, Lan Qingyan could take the opportunity to rest for a while, but in the end, the medicine's effect would wear off and she would wake up again from the pain. Lan Qingyan had fainted several times due to dehydration. During this process, her hatred towards Bailey Hongzhuang had reached its peak. She had never thought that a single poison from back then could cause her to suffer to such an extent. She thought that the poison was nothing special, and that it would be easy to detoxify it with her grandaunt's strength. But now, she had no clue. During this time, Yu Xiqing had tried a lot of methods, but in the end, the results were not good, and she could not successfully detoxify it. Lan Qingyan even felt that there was a high possibility that she would die from the pain. Seeing Lan Qingyan like this, Yu Manlan felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Ever since Lan Qingyan was young, she had never suffered such great pain. In a short period of time, Lan Qingyan's figure had become much thinner. If this continued, Yu Manlan was really worried that she would never have the chance to see Lan Qingyan again. However, no matter how anxious she did not dare to show the slightest bit of complaint in front of Yu Xiqing. Lan Qingyan was the same. Compared to Yu Manlan's pure anxiety, Lan Jingquang's mood was much more complicated. Ever since Lan Qingyan's accident, the Lan clan's situation had changed. This was within Lan Jingquang's expectations, so he had always sent people to pay close attention to the Lan clan's situation. In the past, Lan Qingyan's performance was not bad. With him controlling everything, their position was unshakable. But now, Lan Qingyan had caused such a ruckus during the Battle of Shuolu. Now, her life and death were unknown. In addition, Lan Hongtai had already made it clear that he would never allow Lan Jingquang to sit on the patriarch's seat. So now, there were many people in the Lan family who had other ideas. Although this was within Lan Jingquang's expectations, he was currently in the Yu clan and could not leave. It was not easy to control these things. At this moment, Lan Jingquang was extremely disgusted with Wu Ji Palace and Bailey Hongzhuang. If it were not for these things, how could everything that should have been done smoothly become like this? When Yu Manlan knew that Yu Xiqing was going to organize the Yu clan's recruitment of doctors, she could not help but feel anxious. Aunt Qingyan's situation is so serious. She still has not been cured. If you are going to organize the recruitment of doctors, what will happen to Qingyan? Yu Manlan's eyes were full of anxiety. Yu Xiqing was already the last hope to save Lan Qingyan. During this period of time, no matter how anxious she did not dare to disturb Yu Xiqing. But at this time, Yu Xiqing actually wanted to organize other things? I will organize the recruitment of doctors for only a day. Other times, other people will go on my behalf. It won't waste much time. Yu Xiqing said indifferently. But we don't know how long Qingyan can hold on. Aunt, can you not go? Yu Manlan could not hide the nervousness in her words. Lan Qingyan's current situation already made her very worried every day. If Yu Xiqing still did not look after her, then what would happen to Lan Qingyan? Hearing Yu Manlan's words, Yu Xiqing couldn't help but reveal a hint of impatience. Yu Manlan, you really don't think of yourself as a member of the Yu clan after getting married. Don't you know what kind of situation the Yu clan is in? For so many years, the Yu clan had never suffered such a huge blow. Now was the time when they needed people. Could it be that the Yu clan didn't need to recover their strength? Didn't they need to improve themselves? Do you only have the Lan family in your heart? Yu Xiqing's eyes were filled with anger. It wasn't that Yu Manlan didn't know about the Yu clan's situation, but she still did such a rude thing. It was really infuriating. The head of the Yu clan, Yu Taotian, was about to look for Yu Xiqing to discuss the matter of recruiting a doctor. He didn't expect to hear a roar coming from the house just as he walked to the door. Instantly, his disgust towards Yu Manlan deepened. Yu Manlan's daughter's performance in the Yu clan was not outstanding to begin with. It was not a bad idea to get an ally for the Yu clan when she married. Yu Manlan was stunned by Yu Xiqing's roar. She was just worried about Qingyan's condition. Now that she heard Yu Xiqing's words, she had no room to refute. The Yu clan's current situation was indeed a serious loss. recruiting new blood was an urgent matter. She did not intend to stop the Yu clan from recruiting doctors. She only hoped to delay the recruitment. After all, the most important thing now was Lan Qingyan's life. And, I didn't mean it that way. Yu Manlan explained. However, Yu Xiqing did not want to say anything more to Yu Manlan. She immediately asked her to leave. Get out. Hearing this, Yu Manlan's face turned red and white. She did not dare to say anything and walked out. Yu Manlan had just walked out of the house when she saw Yu Taoyan's ashen face. She could not help but widen her eyes in panic. From Yu Taoyan's expression, she could tell that he must have heard their conversation. She had offended her father again. Father, Yu Manlan opened her mouth to explain, but Yu Taotian ignored her. He walked into Yu Xiqing's house as if he did not see her. Seeing this, Yu Manlan stood outside the house in a daze. She recalled what had happened. Her head was still buzzing. She had no idea what had happened. After Bailey Hongzhuang finished all the preparations, she and Bewitching packed their luggage and prepared to leave for Yutian City. Master, mistress, we'll be leaving first. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Yu Linfeng and Nan Gongwu in front of her. Her exquisite face was filled with a dazzling smile. Yu Linfeng nodded slightly. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, who had matured a lot, his heart was filled with emotions. The current Bailey Hongzhuang was much more mature than when he first met her at the assessment competition. She could already take charge. Nan Gongwu held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, her enchanting and bright face filled with concern. Hongzhuang, Beichen, you must be careful when you go out. We will wait for you to come back. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Ma'am, don't worry. We will definitely return safely with good news. I'll protect Hongzhuang, Beichen said. Hearing this, Nan Gongwu and Yu Linfeng looked at each other, then smiled and sent Bailey Hongzhuang and Yu Linfeng off. Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen set off together with the three demonic beasts. When the disciples of Limitless Palace saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen suddenly leaving, they were puzzled. They thought that the two of them were going out to train again. In a few days, the Yu clan will start recruiting doctors. Right now, many people have already rushed to Yutian City. Yutian City should be very lively right now. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a faint smile. This time, they were not as nervous as before. In this kind of situation where there were so many people, fishing in troubled waters was never a difficult thing to do. Beichen nodded. We have to hurry up. The earlier we reach Yutian City, the earlier we can understand the situation. According to their thoughts, it would be best if they could make some friends after reaching Yutian City. Beichen held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. The two of them walked forward as if they were taking a stroll in the park. However, if one looked carefully, they would realize that although they seemed to be walking slowly, their speed was not slow at all. Yutian City. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen arrived at Yutian City, they felt that the atmosphere was completely different from the last time they were here. The entire Yutian City was much more lively than before. There was an endless stream of people, and even the number of stalls had increased. The last time they were here, Yutian City was filled with people from the Yu clan. This time, there were many outsiders. When the others noticed Bailey Hongzhuang and Yutian City's appearance, they did not feel that there was anything wrong. There had been too many people entering Yutian City recently. Furthermore, the recruitment event that was held once every 3 years was a big event in Yutian City. At this moment, Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang had already changed their appearances. It seemed that no one would be able to link them to their previous appearances. The two of them appeared here as a couple. Beichen was not proficient in medicine, so he accompanied Bailey Hongzhuang this time. The two of them casually walked into a restaurant, only to find that all the rooms were filled. The people who came here were not only doctors who were participating in the recruitment event, but also people who came to watch the show. It was only at this time that Yutian City was extremely open. People from all walks of life could be seen here. Not only that, there were also some small powers who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to recruit some doctors. After all, every time there was a recruitment event, almost all the capable doctors would come. Firstly, they wanted to enter the Yu clan to learn more about medicine. Secondly, they wanted to seek better opportunities. The Yu clan's position in the medical world was deeply rooted. As long as the Yu clan was able to recruit a doctor, it was as if they were plated with a layer of gold. Therefore, no doctor wanted to give up this opportunity. However, if they wanted to be recruited by the Yu clan, they would need to be extremely outstanding. If they were just an ordinary doctor, they would not be able to enter the Yu clan. Therefore, many small powers thought that even if they could not recruit the most outstanding doctors, they would still be able to find the most outstanding ones. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they saw this. This was indeed a grand occasion for Yutian City. The two of them walked around Yutian City's restaurants and finally found a place to stay. However, there was only one room left. Hearing this, Bewitching turned around and smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. "We'll take this one." Bailey Hongzhuang naturally knew the meaning behind Bewitching's smile. She only glared at Bewitching and said. Bewitching's smile widened. It was really interesting to tease his wife every time. As the two of them stayed in the inn, they learned a lot of information. In fact, the entire Yutian city was talking about the recruitment conference, so almost all the news was shared. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching rushed over. Their speed was very fast and they finally arrived 2 days before the recruitment conference. Now, everyone was talking about the recruitment conference in 2 days. Coincidentally, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yutian did not know anything about it, so they carefully listened to everyone's conversation. After learning about it, they finally understood that the recruitment conference was not just a conference. It was divided into the preliminary round and the final round. Only after passing the preliminary round would they be able to enter the most important final round. The finals were where the genius doctors would compete. Every time the finals of the recruitment tournament were held, it would attract a lot of attention. Many doctors relied on the finals of the recruitment tournament to show their talents and gain fame. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to the discussions of the crowd. After seeing the excitement on the faces of the young doctors, she understood the importance of the recruitment tournament in the hearts of the doctors in the Xianxia continent. A carp leaping over the dragon's gate, this was the status of this recruitment event in everyone's mind. However, she did not come here with such a goal in mind. Have you heard that the Lan clan's young clan master, Lan Qingyan, is currently undergoing treatment in the Yu clan? Even great master Yu Xiqing was unable to cure the poison in her body. In the hall of the restaurant, a 25-year-old man spoke to the crowd as if he knew an incredible secret. As soon as he said this, many people immediately agreed with him. I've also heard this news. It said that Lan Qingyan has been tortured beyond recognition by this poison. Do you know who poisoned her? Who poisoned her? Everyone's faces were filled with curiosity. The Yu clan's matters had always been tight-lipped. Therefore, although everyone had heard some rumors, they did not know the exact situation. Looking at the curious faces of the crowd, the man's face was filled with pride. Limitless Palace's young palace master, Bailey Hongzhuang. Following the man's words, there was an uproar in the restaurant. I heard that Limitless Palace's young palace master, Bailey Hongzhuang, is the champion of the battle for deer. She is very powerful. I didn't expect her to poison Lan Qingyan. Is it because she can't defeat Lan Qingyan? The battle for deer, as the top competition in the Xianxia continent, had always been very concerned about it. However, they were not at the center of the incident, so they had only heard rumors. When Bailey Hongzhuang heard the crowd suddenly talking about her, she could not help but be surprised. Not only that, from the crowd's expression, it seemed that everyone had heard of her name. Are you surprised that you're suddenly so famous? After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, Bewitching lowered his voice and laughed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Previously, she was still in existence that most people did not know. She did not expect that in less than a month after the battle for deer, so many people already knew her name. Bewitching chuckled. Every time the results of the Battle of Zhuolu are announced to the public, you appeared out of nowhere and won 2 first places. Naturally, it will leave a deep impression. You haven't returned to Tiangang sect yet. The disciples of the sect were also surprised when they found out about your identity. Li Muzi and the others also came to talk to me about this. However, you didn't go back with me, so they could only ask me to congratulate you on their behalf. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang understood Bewitching's words. It was no wonder that every time there was a battle for the throne, everyone would sharpen their brains and try to squeeze in. Once they succeeded, they would truly become famous throughout the world. That's where you're wrong. I heard that Bailey Hongzhuang cut off Lan Qingyan's arm. She shouldn't be any weaker than Lan Qingyan. Moreover, Lan Qingyan's ranking is so low. It shouldn't be like this. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Bailey Hongzhuang's poison is more powerful than Master Yu Xiqing's? In the eyes of the doctors and poison masters, Yu Xiqing was the authority in the art of medicine and poison, an insurmountable mountain. However, there was a poison that even Yu Xiqing couldn't detoxify. This was out of the ordinary. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, but no one could give an answer to this person's question. This was because this news was the truth. If Yu Xiqing could detoxify it, then Lan Qingyan wouldn't have stayed in the Yu clan. The doctors and poison masters who worshipped Yu Xiqing also found it hard to accept this news. After all, in their hearts, Yu Xiqing was omnipotent in the art of medicine and poison. They didn't expect such a thing to happen now. They didn't know how to judge. After Bailey Hongzhuang noticed everyone's expression, she understood that her thoughts weren't wrong. This matter had indeed caused a certain blow to Yu Xiqing's reputation. However, this was what she liked to see. Presumably, Yu Xiqing would be extremely unhappy when she found out about this. After all, she was extremely proud in this aspect. The hall, which was originally bustling with noise and excitement, suddenly became silent. It was obvious that everyone was already used to the Yu clan's position as the number one in the medical field. Now that something like this had happened, they didn't know if the situation would change or not. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching finished their meal, they returned to the house and directly called for a waiter. "Dear guests, what can I do for you?" the waiter asked with a smile. Bewitching directly placed a bag of money on the table and said, "We're new here, so we don't know much about the process of this recruitment event. Why don't you explain this matter to us, and these are all yours." Hearing Bewitching's words, the waiter's face suddenly revealed a deep smile. He reached out and placed the bag of money in his hand. After feeling the weight of the bag, the waiter's attitude became even more cordial and enthusiastic. "Dear guests, you've asked the right person for this matter. I can't be more familiar with this situation." The servant immediately told Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching all the processes and things he knew. He himself was from Yutian City, so these things could be said to be very clear. Every year at this time, people would ask about this kind of thing, and it was also a good opportunity for the waiter to earn money. After this understanding, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang also completely understood. This method was simple and convenient, much more convenient than learning from others. Moreover, given the current situation, their actions would not arouse anyone's suspicions. According to the attendant, on the first day of the recruitment, they needed to go to the central plaza of Yutian City to receive their tokens. All the doctors and poison masters who wanted to participate would receive a special number. Doctors had their own number, while poison masters had their own number. After receiving the number plate, the doctor or poison master would wait for the preliminary round according to the number on the plate. Every time, there would be a lot of people in the preliminary round, so the preliminary round would take a lot of time. The earlier they participated in the preliminary round, the later they would have to wait. The final round would be held a few days later, but the specific time would depend on the end of the preliminary round. It was precisely because the Yu clan had recruited a lot more people than usual that a few doctors who usually had no hope had come to try their luck. This might be the best opportunity in their lives. Once they missed it, they would not have another chance in the future. After all, no matter what kind of criteria the Yu clan used to recruit them, as long as they could pass the recruitment ceremony, their reputation would be different from before. I never thought that the Yu clan's influence would be so big. The heavens really don't have eyes. Xiao Hei's face was full of resentment. This Yu clan did not have the slightest bit of morality to help the world. On the contrary, they were an extremely powerful clan. However, it was this kind of clan that was the holy land in the hearts of the Xianxia continent's doctors and poison masters. Speaking of which, it was really a pity. Yu Xiqing herself is so vicious, yet she is a doctor. Isn't this a very ironic thing? Xiao Bai shook its head. From its point of view, Yu Xiqing did not learn medicine to save people, but to harm people. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. It's not a pity to destroy such a cold-blooded and heartless clan like the Yu clan. However, to destroy the Holy Land in the hearts of the Xianxia continent's doctors and poison masters, I don't know if it will hurt the hearts of many people. She had never considered this problem before. If the Yu clan was a clan with a conscience that helped the world, then even if she had a deep hatred with Xianxia, she would not destroy the entire Yu clan. Unfortunately, the reality was not so. The entire Yu clan was in cahoots with evil, cold-blooded and heartless to the bone. Just from the fact that Xianxia needed to collect such a large amount of remuneration to treat Lan Qingyan, it could be seen that for a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang sympathized with Lan Qingyan. This was because Lan Qingyan's family members were all so cold and heartless. In comparison, although Bailey Hongzhuang had suffered many years of humiliation in the general's residence, at least the people by her side now treated her with sincerity and had never asked for anything in return. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's worry, Bewitching reached out and held Bailey Hongzhuang's soft hand. His voice was magnetic and full of persuasion. Wife, every world has a certain order. When a power disappears, there will always be a new power rising. This is just like the fall and rise of a dynasty. Just like how we have destroyed the Yu clan now, it might be a great loss to the doctors and poison masters, but in the future, a medical aristocratic family with medical ethics might appear. At that time, who can say that everything is wrong now? The gentle and elegant smile on his extraordinarily handsome face swept across Bailey Hongzhuang's heart like a spring breeze, brushing away all her original worries. What's more, the Yu clan's own power, their goal has always been to seek benefits. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right. I was thinking too much. Just now, when she was eating in the restaurant's lobby, she saw the excited eyes of all the doctors and poison masters when they talked about the recruitment conference. She could feel that it was a kind of worship that came from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, she felt that she shouldn't have destroyed everyone's hopes. However, after thinking about it carefully, things were just as Bewitching had said. Everything was related to karma. It was impossible for her to not take revenge for the Yu clan. All this while, the Yu clan has always prioritized benefits. Over the years, many sick people have come to the Yu clan to seek medical treatment, but as long as they don't pay enough, the Yu clan wouldn't care at all. Who knows how many bones and tears have been buried in Yutian City. Under the Yu clan's influence, the doctors they nurtured were also affected by this kind of atmosphere. In comparison, the destruction of this kind of power would only cause a certain amount of damage in a short period of time. They might develop better in the future. Actually, there are also many medical families that have been developing these years. It's just that they have always been suppressed by the Yu clan to strengthen the Yu clan's position. Bewitching's gaze was gentle and doting. Actually, he always knew that his wife was kind. If others didn't hurt her, she wouldn't take the initiative to hurt others. The reason why Bailey Hongzhuang felt this way was because she herself was a doctor, so she could empathize with the expectations of other doctors. Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang was busy concocting the poison, he had already asked around about the recruitment event and the Yu clan's movements in recent years. This was also to let Bailey Hongzhuang not have any psychological burden. Bailey Hongzhuang could hear the deep sense of comfort in Bewitching's words. The smile on her lips widened, her smile bright and beautiful. Bewitching, thank you. Thank you for always staying by my side, supporting me no matter what happens. Bewitching saw the seriousness and gratitude in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. He stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped the tip of Bailey Hongzhuang's nose. Little fool. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang had already fallen into Bewitching's embrace. Bewitching's right hand stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's silky hair, his lips curling into a happy smile. How could he not love this kind of woman? To him, even if he had to destroy everything in this world, as long as his wife was happy, that was enough. He didn't care about what other people thought. Upon seeing this, the three beasts tacitly returned to the chaos ring. They were really looking forward to the marriage between their master and Bewitching. In the blink of an eye, the day of the recruitment meeting arrived. Early in the morning, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching woke up early and headed towards the central plaza of Yutian City. They needed to get their tokens first. Bewitching did not participate in the recruitment conference, so he only accompanied Bailey Hongzhuang. When the two of them arrived at the central square, they discovered that the central square was filled with a sea of people. The bustling scene was not the slightest bit worse than when the Battle of the Four Palaces was held. It was just that the flow of people was more complicated. Even though it was just the preliminary round, there were still many people paying attention to it. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching scanned the crowd and found the place to get their tokens. However, there was already a very long queue. As they knew that the number of people in the queue would be very shocking, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had especially woken up early in the morning. They never thought that there would be so many people here. Looking at the long queue, Bailey Hongzhuang even suspected that this group of people had been queuing since last night. The number of people here is really terrifying. The sun will be high up in the sky in a while. I wonder how long we'll have to wait here. Baisher sighed. Judging from the number of people here, it would be impossible for them to wait for more than a few hours. Xiaobai will stay with me. When the queue is about to end, it will go to the restaurant to inform you to come. Bewitching's face rippled with a gentle and refined smile. The weather had been hot recently, how could he bear to let his wife be exposed to the scorching sun for several hours? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled, but after seeing Bewitching's doting eyes, the corners of her lips blossomed into a bright smile. I'm fine. Over the years, she had experienced all kinds of difficult situations, even if the scorching sun was in the sky, it did not matter. However, Bewitching shook his head with a tough attitude, go back and rest obediently. When you participated in the competition in the past, I was unable to be by your side. Now that I'm by your side, let me do it. All this time, he did not have much time to spend with Hongzhuang and was unable to give her more love. Now, he would do everything that he should do one by one. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with warmth. Apart from Bewitching, no one else had given her such concern. Although it was a very simple matter, it was enough to warm her for a long time. Perhaps, one day, she would also not have to work hard. Relying on Bewitching like this was also a kind of indescribable happiness. Go back quickly, I'll inform you when the time comes. Bewitching's face was stern, as if he was going to use force if Bailey Hongzhuang did not go back. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, then nodded helplessly, then I'll go back first. Bewitching nodded and watched Bailey Hongzhuang's back as she turned to leave. Only then did he walk into the long queue. After taking a few steps, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but turn to look at the tall and imposing figure. The high and mighty young sect master of the Tiangang sect had now become an ordinary man. Xiaohe and Baisher accompanied Bailey Hongzhuang by her side. Seeing the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's face for a long time, Xiaohe and Baisher were also full of smiles. Sure enough, Master was happiest when she was with Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the restaurant. At this moment, the restaurant was undoubtedly much more deserted. Apart from the people in the restaurant, almost everyone else had gone to the central plaza. In the house, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look through the windowsill. Even though there was a sea of people, Bailey Hongzhuang could still see the unique figure at a glance. Bewitching would always be different in her heart. Just as she was looking at Bewitching's back, Bewitching suddenly turned his head and smiled in the direction of the windowsill. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled. The smile on her lips became even more brilliant. This feeling was really good. While waiting like this, Xiaobai's figure also appeared in the house as the afternoon arrived. Master, the queue is almost there. Let's go. Xiaobai's face was full of excitement. Her fluffy hair was a little wet at this moment. It was really hot under the scorching sun. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and smiled faintly, let's go quickly. When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the central plaza again, she realized that the number of people in the queue had not decreased at all compared to the morning. However, Bewitching's figure had already appeared at the front of the line. It could be seen how great the influence of the recruitment convention was. It was really shocking that it took such a long time just to receive the number plate. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly passed through the crowd and came to Bewitching's side. Bewitching's forehead was also sweating because of the heat. She took out a handkerchief from her bosom and helped Bewitching wipe his sweat. She smiled and said, "Are you tired?" Bewitching chuckled, "How can I be tired when I line up for my wife?" After saying that, Bewitching walked out and let Bailey Hongzhuang stand in his seat. When the surrounding people saw that Bewitching was so considerate, Towards Bailey Hongzhuang, their eyes were filled with envy. Look at him, how can the one in our family compare to him? Comparisons are odious. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching didn't think that their actions would cause so many people to resent their lover. They couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. However, the smile in their eyes didn't disappear. Wife, in a while, when you receive your number plate, you still need to go through a few basic tests before you can receive your number plate. This is also to prevent cheating. It was precisely because there was such a process that it took so long to line up. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang understood. The Yu clan had held so many recruitment meetings, and the process was very strict. There wasn't the slightest bit of mistake. I understand. Then I'll go outside and wait for you. Bewitching glanced at the surrounding situation. There were a total of 2 rows in the queue. Everyone was lining up by themselves. Him and Bailey Hongzhuang standing in the same row had undoubtedly aroused the suspicions and dissatisfaction of many people at the back. Okay, I'll look for you when I'm done. Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Bewitching nodded and walked towards the back of the queue. With Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills, passing this test was definitely not a problem. Not long after Bewitching left, a disdainful voice suddenly sounded. One look and I can tell that you're not the real deal. You're still showing off your love in a place like this. What a joke. Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that it was a woman on the left who was looking at her with disdain. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. The others didn't have any objections, but she didn't expect such a fellow to appear. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not care about her thoughts. After all, she didn't even know who the other party was and didn't intend to have too much interaction with these people. The woman saw that Bailey Hongzhuang only glanced at her indifferently and didn't say anything. She felt a little proud and immediately began to preach again. In the future, don't do such things to please the crowd. When you fail, go and cry to your husband. The woman smiled proudly and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang as if she was looking at a failure. Xianxia, there are a lot of people who came to participate in the recruitment this year. Many Tom, Dick, and Harry came, thinking that they could pass the test with their mediocre medical skills. Why bother with these people? At this moment, the other man behind the woman, Tiansong, also spoke slowly. Hearing this, Xianxia chuckled. That's true. Even if there are more people in the recruitment this year, the competition is still not small. Many people thought that the Yu clan was a shelter, so they came to try. They didn't know that it was a complete joke. Bailey Hongzhuang, who had originally intended to ignore them, saw that the 2 people were getting more and more out of hand, and her expression changed a bit. What does it have to do with you if I want to play to the gallery? Others don't talk as much as you. Bailey Hongzhuang opened her mouth and went straight to the other side. Since the other side liked to take the initiative to find trouble, she wasn't a person afraid of trouble. She was originally in a good mood today, but these 2 disgusting fellows just had to ruin her mood. It really made her unhappy. Xianxia and Tiansong's expressions changed when they heard that. They didn't expect this ordinary-looking girl to provoke them. The people around them who were unhappy with Xianxia and Tiansong's words felt a little better when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang stand up. If Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't stood up, they wouldn't have been able to resist standing up. Woman, how dare you talk back to me? Xianxia looked coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. She could tell at a glance that this girl was from an ordinary family. How dare she talk back to her? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. I say, aren't you feeling too good about yourself? Who do you think you are? Talk back, the other party wasn't her elder, so how could she talk back to her? I am Xianxia. Xianxia emphasized. Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang proudly after she said that, as if Bailey Hongzhuang would be afraid when she heard her name. However, Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged nonchalantly and said, never heard of you. Xianxia? Xianxia? She had never heard of her name. The girl was waiting to see Bailey Hongzhuang's frightened expression, but she didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to suddenly say such a thing. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, many people's expressions changed when they heard Xianxia's name. Xianxia? That's the young miss of the Ji family, right? I heard that the young miss of the Ji family has always been interested in studying medicine. I didn't expect her to participate in this recruitment. I've also heard that the Ji clan isn't far from Yutian City. It's said that Ji Lixue received guidance from Grandmaster Yu Xiqing in the past. Lixue has always wanted to become Grandmaster Yu Xiqing's disciple. Ji Lixue's medical skills are very outstanding. Everyone said that she would definitely become Master Yu Xiqing's disciple this time. I didn't expect it to be her. Ji Lixue's expression only improved a little when the people around her knew who she was. Bailey Hongzhuang also understood. However, from the discussion of the surrounding people, this Ji family wasn't a real aristocratic family. It was just a small family. This kind of identity, for Bailey Hongzhuang, was simply nothing in her eyes. Who was she, the young palace master of Limitless Palace? Just this identity alone was enough to throw Ji Lixue far behind. You, hurry up and apologize to me, and I might consider letting you off. Ji Lixue put her hands on her hips and looked down at Bailey Hongzhuang, waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to submit. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced coldly at Ji Lixue. She really didn't know how this girl developed the princess syndrome. If you shut your mouth now, I can still let you participate in this assessment. Otherwise, I'll make you cry. Do you believe me? Almost everyone present thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely apologize to Ji Lixue. After all, Ji Lixue's identity wasn't simple. If they offended Ji Lixue here, they definitely wouldn't have a good ending. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's answer stunned everyone present for a moment. She still dared to go against Ji Lixue at a time like this. Wasn't she just looking for trouble? This was too unwise. Moreover, judging from Bailey Hongzhuang's situation, she should be just an ordinary person. She didn't look like she had any background at all. Bailey Hongzhuang came here with a completely different image in front of others, so she bought the most ordinary clothes. In everyone's eyes, she was just an ordinary person. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Ji Lixue was so angry that she laughed. Do I believe you? Of course I don't. One had to know that she, Ji Lixue, was a very famous person in this recruitment event. No matter who she said bad things about, they could only endure it. This guy who came out of nowhere dared to threaten her. He was simply courting death. Di Tianxong's eyes turned cold when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang being so stubborn. If you kneel down and apologize now, I can spare your life. Di Tianxong's voice was emotionless, as if it was a simple matter to take Bailey Hongzhuang's life. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard Di Tianxong's words. They didn't expect Di Tianxong to be so ruthless. It was just a spat, but he wanted to take the other party's life. This was a little too cold-blooded. Master, it seems like we have to teach these two guys a lesson. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with a cold and fierce light. Master had originally planned to participate in this recruitment convention in a low-key manner, but there were always people who didn't have the foresight to ruin everything. Then I'll just take care of them. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression turned even colder. She hadn't seen such a blind person in a long time. In the distance, Bewitching was waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to receive her number plate. However, when he saw that the situation in front of him was not right, his deep eyes could not help but be filled with a complicated light. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground shocked everyone present. When everyone saw the scene in front of them clearly, the entire scene seemed to have frozen. Everyone stood there in a daze, wondering if they had seen wrongly. She saw that Bewitching, who had left before, had appeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and was stepping on Di Tianxong's chest. What did you just say? Bewitching opened his mouth slowly. His light tone was filled with coldness. He was very angry. He had only been away from Hongzhuang for a short while, and someone actually dared to cause trouble for Hongzhuang. Moreover, it seemed that the cause of this matter was still him. Di Tianxong was completely unprepared. When he reacted, he felt as if he had been attacked by a flood or a ferocious beast and fell to the ground. The other party's foot was on his chest, making it impossible for him to breathe. However, that wasn't the only thing that shocked everyone. When Bewitching stepped on Di Tianxong's chest, Bailey Hongzhuang's hand had already grabbed Ji Lixue's neck and faintly lifted her body off the ground. Ji Lixue stared at Bailey Hongzhuang with her eyes wide open. This scene was beyond her imagination. She didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to treat her like this after knowing her identity. Did Bailey Hongzhuang have a death wish? Everyone's eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Their actions were really shocking. Where the hell did these two people come from? How dare they attack Miss G? Aren't they digging their own graves? I don't think so. These two are so powerful right from the start. I don't think they are ordinary people. We don't know who will win in the end. These two are so powerful. They must be cultivators. Everyone kept thinking. Generally speaking, doctors and alchemists were the same. They put all their energy into studying medical skills and were not interested in cultivation. However, it was obvious that Bailey Hongzhuang was not only a doctor, but also a cultivator. Otherwise, how could her strength be so amazing? Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching restrained Di Tianzong and Bewitching, their subordinates rushed up. Xianxia saw her subordinates rushing over and quickly said, "Kill. Kill them." As soon as she said that, the thugs quickly rushed toward Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, and the doctors in the line around them also retreated. If they were implicated at this time, they would really want to cry but have no tears. Bailey Hongzhuang loosened her right hand and threw Xianxia to the ground. Bewitching also released his foot from Di Tianzong's chest. Bang! 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 The sound of fists and feet colliding rang out, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. This development was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Xianxia and Di Tianzong were completely dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, all the thugs had been dealt with by Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. At this moment, they were piled up like a human pyramid, like a pile of garbage. Bailey Hongzhuang clapped her hands, then turned around to look at Xianxia and Fengyu. Kowtow and apologize or die. Choose one. Xianxia and Di Tianzong's faces were pale. They felt like scholars meeting a soldier, unable to reason with him. Aren't all the people here doctors? How many doctors were there that were so valiant? Their subordinates weren't weak either. Normally, they could do whatever they wanted, but now, they were dealt with in the blink of an eye. This kind of psychological difference was too unacceptable. At this moment, Xianxia was filled with regret and hatred. If she had known that Bailey Hongzhuang was such a difficult person to deal with, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to find trouble with her. She had originally planned to establish her prestige at this recruitment event. Previously, she had been very successful, but she did not expect to be slapped in the face. Now, almost everyone's attention in the central square was on them. This was really embarrassing. After today's incident, she was almost certain that they would become the butt of everyone's jokes. This time, she wanted to become Master Yu Xiqing's disciple. If this matter spread to Master Yu Xiqing's ears, wouldn't her image be greatly damaged? Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that things were really terrible. Bailey Hongzhuang was too lazy to talk nonsense with Xianxia. She had originally planned to keep a low profile and enter the Yu clan through the recruitment ceremony. Once she entered the Yu clan, it would be much easier for her to complete her task. During this period of time, although Yutian City had been open to the public, the Yu clan's security was much stricter than usual. Because the current Yutian City was very complicated, there was no lack of people like Bailey Hongzhuang who harbored evil intentions. Therefore, the Yu clan was patrolling day and night. Anyone who got close to the Yu clan would be questioned or even warned. Therefore, it was very difficult for Bailey Hongzhuang to sneak into the Yu clan. She might as well go in openly, catching the Yu clan off guard. However, after such a commotion, everyone knew that she would become famous in Yutian City after today. Bailey Hongzhuang would never dwell on such matters. Originally, she had planned to keep a low profile. Since she could no longer keep a low profile, she would pass with a high profile. As long as she could achieve her goal, it didn't matter what the process was. Seeing that Xianxia and Di Tianzong did not speak for a long time, and that it was Bailey Hongzhuang's turn to enter the queue, Bewitching gently said to Bailey Hongzhuang, "Wifey, you go in and get your number, I will take care of the rest." Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. It was her turn now. She couldn't waste her time on these two insignificant fellows. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang directly walked into the house to get her number plate. Bewitching looked at the two dumbstruck fellows in front of him and walked up to them. Following that, amidst the two exclamations, Bewitching directly carried Xianxia and Di Tianzong to the back of the line. The two people's weight fell on Bewitching's hands, but they were carried away as if they were weightless. The surrounding crowd stared blankly at this scene and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Cultivators were indeed powerful. This kind of strength. Doctors couldn't even fight back. After Bailey Hongzhuang entered the house, she was able to obtain her number plate very smoothly. The test was also very simple, it was only to identify medicinal herbs. As long as all the medicinal herbs were identified, one would be able to receive a number plate. Although this method was very simple, it was very effective. Only a doctor would know all of these medicinal herbs like the back of his hand and be able to differentiate them easily. After Bailey Hongzhuang obtained her identity card and walked out, she felt the gazes of all the doctors in the queue fall on her. Their expressions were filled with fear and curiosity. After all, it wasn't Bailey Hongzhuang who started this trouble, but Ji Lixue. However, after this incident, everyone knew that this seemingly ordinary woman in front of them was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, this woman either had a powerful background or was fearless. Although the Ji clan's strength couldn't be compared to the Yu clan, they were still quite famous in this area. Bailey Hongzhuang taught Ji Lixue a lesson as soon as she made a move. With Ji Lixue's character, she definitely wouldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang off so easily. When that time came, there would be trouble. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked out. When she saw Bewitching again, she saw that Tianxia had already been beaten into a pig's head. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. At this moment, he was looking at Bewitching with tears in his eyes and kept saying that he wouldn't dare to do it again. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw this scene, she couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect Bewitching to be so interesting when he was teaching people a lesson. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile and gave her a look, silently asking if she was satisfied with this result. If someone provoked Bailey Hongzhuang on a normal day, Bewitching would definitely kill them without hesitation. However, they were in Yutian City now, and these two people had a certain background. If they were killed, the other party's forces would definitely come to cause trouble for them. In this way, it would be very troublesome for them to pass the recruitment ceremony. After all, it wasn't good to complicate matters. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood the meaning of Bewitching's actions. In fact, she didn't care about these two people at all. She just wanted to teach them a lesson and stop causing trouble for them. Of course, the premise was that these two people were tactful enough to stop causing trouble for them. When Tianxia and Ji Lixue saw Bailey Hongzhuang, a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. They had been taught a lesson by Bewitching just now, but they didn't know how Bailey Hongzhuang planned to deal with them. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at them indifferently and said, "Do you still dare to cause trouble for me in the future?" As soon as the words came out, Tianxia and Ji Lixue shook their heads like a rattle drum. Today's matter, they had already suffered a big loss. If they went to find trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, the two of them would be seeking their own deaths. Moreover, although their families had a certain amount of influence in this area, they didn't bring many people this time, so it wasn't considered revenge. Most importantly, they just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The surrounding mocking gazes made them want to find a hole to hide in. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and walked towards the restaurant together. Tianxia and Ji Lixue heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Ji Lixue leave. They didn't want to kill them. Tianxia and Ji Lixue didn't have the face to stay here any longer, so they quickly went to the restaurant they were staying in. Although receiving a number plate was very important, at the very least, they didn't have the courage to stay in front of so many people. When Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the restaurant, it was still very quiet. The others were obviously still in the central square. "Wife, what number did you receive?" Bewitching smiled warmly. Although something had just happened, it didn't ruin their mood. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Her smile was filled with emotion. "Number 169, there's really a lot of people lining up. Based on this situation, I'm afraid there will be as many as 500 people participating in the recruitment ceremony today." Such a number was really shocking. In the Xianxia continent, cultivators made up the majority of the population, while doctors and poison masters were relatively few. For there to be 500 doctors and poison masters participating in the recruitment ceremony, it could be assumed that all those with good medical and poison skills were here. Hearing this, Bewitching nodded. The number was even more than they had imagined. There are more doctors and poison masters participating in the preliminary round, but I believe that there will be fewer people entering the finals. Bewitching's deep eyes were filled with wisdom. This time, all the poison masters and doctors know that the Yu family will recruit more people than usual, so almost everyone with some ability has come. However, even if the Yu family is in urgent need of manpower, they will not recruit people casually. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. It seems that the preliminary round will take a few days. According to her understanding, the recruitment event's preliminary round was originally going to be held today. However, when the Yu clan's people saw that there were actually so many people receiving their tokens today, they decided to set today as the day to receive their tokens. The real preliminary round would only be held tomorrow. This was what she heard when she received her queue number. From the looks of it, she might not even be able to get her turn as number 169 tomorrow. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang was not in a hurry. The recruitment event would end in 10 days at most. She just had to wait here. Master, if we let those two guys go just like that, will they not know what's good for them and come looking for trouble again? Xiaohei frowned slightly. Just by looking at Ji Lixue and Bewitching's appearance, she knew that they were arrogant and domineering people. Now that they had been bullied like this, they would not let it go. If it were not for the fact that everyone was watching, Bewitching would have already taken their lives. It could only be said that the two of them were lucky. However, if they took advantage of the night to kill the two of them, it would be easy. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and said, Ji Lixue and Bewitching only have a certain amount of power around here. However, no matter what power they have, they only value cultivators. As for doctors, although they pay attention to them, I can be sure that Ji Lixue's status in the Ji family is definitely not high. Now that such a thing has happened, Ji Lixue has embarrassed the entire Ji family. I believe that she is not willing to spread this matter back to the family. I'm afraid that she won't dare to cause trouble directly. Bewitching's lips curled into a confident smile. Just from Di Tiansong and Ji Lixue's previous performance, he was certain that his judgment was not wrong. Even if they want to cause trouble, they will at most cause some trouble during the competition. They won't be able to cause any waves. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. She was determined to win the recruitment assembly this time. Moreover, with her medical and poison skills, it wouldn't be difficult for her to successfully enter the Yu clan. On the contrary, if Di Tiansong and Ji Lixue died today, everyone would suspect them. Perhaps if the two of them were wronged, the family members would not step forward. However, if the two of them died, things would become much more troublesome. Moreover, this Ji clan was originally a clan near the Yu clan, so they must have had some dealings with the Yu clan. Once things had developed to this point, it would not be easy for Bailey Hongzhuang to enter the Yu clan again. The three beasts nodded after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's words. Since they had already made a decision, they would not have any objections. After today's incident, Bailey Hongzhuang's mood was not affected at all. On the contrary, it was very good. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching caused such a ruckus today, their reputation quickly spread throughout Yutian City. Everyone knew that a couple had taught Ji Lixue and Di Tiansong a lesson in front of everyone, two people that no one dared to provoke normally. Moreover, these two people were very powerful. They took care of all the thugs in the blink of an eye. In the end, Ji Lixue and Di Tiansong could only leave with their tails between their legs. For a moment, everyone was talking about Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. However, these two people had kept a low profile and weren't familiar with anyone, so no one even knew their names. However, in the blink of an eye, everyone had already regarded Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching as people that they couldn't afford to provoke. Even someone like Ji Lixue had suffered a loss at their hands. If anyone else dared to provoke them, they would really be courting death. Many people were inquiring about Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Tiansong's true identity, but they didn't get a definite answer in the end. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching came to the restaurant's main hall to eat, they found that the originally bustling restaurant instantly quieted down. Everyone lowered their heads and ate quietly, but they couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Tiansong from the corner of their eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that their actions today were indeed very sensational, the two originally planned to eat in the restaurant's main hall, but after seeing this scene, they gave up on the idea and directly ordered the food back to their rooms. If they continued to eat in the restaurant's main hall, they were afraid that everyone around them would feel uncomfortable eating. The three beasts were very satisfied with this result. This way, they could eat their fill. Xianxia and Tiansong were extremely depressed. Originally, they were very imposing in Yutian City, but today, they had become a joke. First, they were taught a lesson by Bailey Hongzhuang and Tiansong. Then, they had to queue up again to get their number plates. It was really sad. After the two of them returned to the restaurant, they didn't come out because it was too embarrassing. Even though he was standing by the window, he could still hear the discussions of the pedestrians downstairs. Tiansong, what is the background of those two? How dare they treat us like this? When I think about the upcoming competition, I feel that I don't have the face to appear in front of others. Xianxia couldn't hide her embarrassment. She had never been so embarrassed in her entire life. This time, the whole family had high hopes for her when she came to participate in the recruitment. In their eyes, her success was inevitable. This should have been a glorious matter, but because of today's matter, there was a stain. If Master Yu Siqing knew about this matter, how would she feel? Thinking of this, Xianxia was furious. Tiansong shook his head and frowned. I've already sent people to inquire about them, but no one knows where they came from. Even their names have yet to be found. I think these two people should be doctors from other places. They don't have any background. Tiansong was also very helpless. Today's matter really made him lose face. Hearing Tiansong's words, Xianxia's face was full of disbelief. Logically speaking, if these two people did not have any background, they would not have the guts to confront them head-on. Therefore, Xianxia did not believe Tiansong's words at all. Tiansong shrugged. In fact, he also found this answer hard to believe. Perhaps their background was not simple, but they had not found out yet. Xianxia, in my opinion, we shouldn't make an enemy out of them. If they really have a background, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage if we look for trouble again. Tiansong's face was full of worry. He really could not figure out the real identity of these two people. The reason for that was because the aura emitted by his opponent was simply too domineering. Even if they did not have any background, their strength was not to be underestimated. If they looked for trouble again, they would probably lose their lives before they could deal with the other party. After all, some desperados were very terrifying once they went crazy. Tiansong had seen such people before. As the saying went, those who were barefooted were not afraid of those who were wearing shoes. Both of them still had a bright future ahead of them. There was no need to put themselves in danger because of this matter. Xianxia nodded after hearing Tiansong's words. Although today's matter had made them lose face, at least they were safe and sound. From Bewitching's behavior, it was fortunate that they did not do anything to Bailey Hongzhuang. Otherwise, Bewitching would have killed them directly. Just recalling Bewitching's eyes was enough to make her feel terrified. She really did not want to have any dealings with them. You're right. Let's leave it at that. I believe that after we show our strength in the competition, everyone will forget about what happened before. As a member of the family, Xianxia understood this very well since she was young. Everyone liked to watch a good show, but when something new happened, everyone's attention would be quickly diverted. She believed that even if this matter caused a sensation, it would not affect them for too long. The next day, the long-awaited preliminary round of the recruitment meet finally began. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also got up early and headed to the central square. Up until now, they still didn't have any understanding of how the preliminaries worked. It was said that every time the recruitment assembly was held, the competition method would be different. And this time, the recruitment assembly was especially important to the Yu clan. Presumably, the competition method would also be unique. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked through the crowd, numerous gazes fell upon them. These two are still alive. Looks like Xianxia and the others didn't take their revenge yesterday. That should be the case. However, the strength of these two people is not simple. I think they must be very powerful experts. That's right. Did you see their fight with your own eyes yesterday? In just the blink of an eye, he took care of so many thugs. His strength is really amazing. Since you're already an expert, why did you participate in the recruitment meet? Could it be that all the experts have started to practice medicine? The crowd discussed animatedly, some of them unable to understand. One must know that there were very few doctors among the cultivators. What's more, these two people were true experts, and they even became doctors. This was even more strange. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen arrived at the central square, they found that the Yu clan had already set up the high platform in the central square. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang saw the rows of seats that appeared on the high platform, her eyes could not help but flash with a touch of doubt. There were hundreds of seats on the high platform. At first glance, it was very shocking. Could it be that the preliminary round is a test? Bailey Hongzhuang's dark eyes flashed with surprise. Previously, she had thought of many ways to compete, but such a test was really beyond her expectations. There were many competitions in the Saint Continent, but a test like this was only used during the imperial examination. However, after thinking about it carefully, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that the Yu clan's method of competition was very good. This way, they could solve the problem of having too many participants and save a lot of time. Looking at the situation, the Yu clan is preparing to let everyone participate in today's preliminary round. Di Beichen said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze swept across the high platform. Although many people from the Yu clan appeared here, she did not see Yu Xiqing. Not only that, she also did not see Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan. It seemed that Yu Xiqing was still treating Lan Qingyan. Yu Xiqing would not appear until the final round. After Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, she found that there were two gazes in the crowd on her. She swept her gaze across them. Who else could it be other than Ji Lixue and Di Beichen? Ji Lixue and Di Tiansong did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction to be so fast. They only took a glance and Bailey Hongzhuang had already discovered their existence. Seeing this, the two of them could not help but rejoice in their hearts. From this point, they could see that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was astonishing. Fortunately, they did not act rashly yesterday. Otherwise, the outcome would be unpredictable. The two of them immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen again. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen naturally noticed the changes in Ji Lixue and Di Beichen, and the corners of their lips slowly widened. It seemed that their judgment was not wrong. Ji Lixue and Di Beichen did not dare to find trouble with them again. Lixue, so you're here. Just as Ji Lixue was wondering if Bailey Hongzhuang continued to pay attention to her, a slightly happy voice entered her ears. Hearing this, Ji Lixue could not help but raise her head to look at the person behind her. In front of her was a man in a yellow brocade robe. He was about 23 years old and had a dignified appearance. At this moment, he was looking at Ji Lixue with a smile. After Di Tiansong saw the man, his expression couldn't help but change a little. Then, a thick smile appeared on his face, vaguely revealing a hint of flattery. You. Seventh. You. Was you. Although Di Tiansong thought that his identity was not bad, in front of Yu Ruilin, he was nothing. As the seventh young master of the Yu clan, Yu Ruilin's medical skills were also very good. Not only that, Yu Ruilin was also interested in Ji Lixue. Di Tiansong also wanted to pursue Ji Lixue, but after knowing Yu Ruilin's plan, he gave up the idea. Yu Ruilin nodded at Di Tiansong, but his expression was filled with disdain. He had known Di Tiansong for some time, so he was very clear about Di Tiansong's previous thoughts. However, Di Tiansong had wisely chosen to give up after Yu Ruilin had expressed his thoughts. Although it was a smart choice, Yu Ruilin still looked down on Di Tiansong. After all, as a man, it was too cowardly to give up the woman he liked so easily. When Ji Lixue saw Yu Ruilin again, she was stunned at first, but then she bowed to Yu Ruilin. Young Master Yu Lixue, since you came to Yutian City, why didn't you contact me earlier? I can arrange for you to stay in the Yu clan directly. You don't have to stay in a restaurant. Yu Ruilin was full of smiles, and he did not hide his intentions when he looked at Ji Lixue. Ji Lixue smiled, but her smile was filled with helplessness. Young Master Yu is too polite. I haven't passed the recruitment ceremony yet, so it's not appropriate for me to stay in the Yu clan. It's easy for you to enter the Yu clan, so why do you have to pass the recruitment ceremony? As long as you marry me, none of this will be a problem. Ji Lishua's expression changed when she heard this, and she subconsciously looked at Tian Song. She already knew Yu Ruiling's thoughts, but she did not like him. As far as she knew, although Yu Ruiling's medical skills were not bad, he was also a bully. Although they were not officially married, he already had many maids serving him. She really did not want to have anything to do with Yu Ruiling. Moreover, the person she liked since she was young was Tian Song. However, Tian Song turned a blind eye to Ji Lishua's gaze, and he was still full of smiles. Lishue, young master Yu is right. Why do you have to work so hard? Ji Lishua's expression turned ugly when she heard Tian Song's words. At this time, not only did Tian Song not help her out, but he also agreed with Yu Ruiling. This made her very sad. In fact, she had always felt this. In the past, Tian Song clearly liked her, but ever since Yu Ruiling appeared, Tian Song began to avoid her. She had wanted to ask Tian Song, but as a woman, how could she express her feelings so clearly? It was because of this that when she saw how well Bewitching treated Bailey Hongzhuang, she could not help but feel jealous. That was why she had mocked Bailey Hongzhuang. However, in her heart, she knew very well that her words were completely out of envy and jealousy. Lu Shui understands young Master Yu's good intentions, but I just want to pass the recruitment. Ji Lishua's expression was calm, but her eyes were filled with disappointment. At this point, there was no point in saying anything more. From Tian Song's behavior, it was clear that he had made up his mind. Ji Lishua stood alone on the other side with a cold expression. She clearly had no intention of continuing the conversation. Yu Ruiling couldn't help but frown when he saw her like this. Although Ji Lishua was usually cold to him, it wasn't to this extent. What was going on today? Young Master Yu, there's a reason why Lishua is so unhappy. Tian Song said slowly. What's the reason? Yu Ruiling raised his eyebrows. Could it be that something had happened? Lishua was wronged. Hearing Tian Song's words, Yu Ruiling's eyes flashed with surprise. There are people in Yutian City who dare to offend Lishua? Yesterday, when Lishua was receiving her number plate, she had a conflict with a woman. Then, she was taught a lesson by the woman and her husband. She was greatly wronged. Therefore, Lishua was not in a good mood the whole day. Tian Song told Yu Ruiling about what had happened yesterday with exaggerated details. The other party's attitude was very arrogant. Young Master Yu, look at the wounds on my face. They were left behind by them. Yu Ruiling glanced at Tian Song. Tian Song's face was indeed covered with many scars. Yu Ruiling found his bruised and swollen face very interesting and wanted to ridicule him. He did not expect that Lishua was also bullied in Yutian City. Who are they? How dare they? Yu Ruiling's face was full of displeasure. Ji Lishua was the woman he liked. The other party dared to attack his woman in his territory. It was simply outrageous. After seeing the anger on Yu Ruiling's face, Tian Song felt a burst of joy in his heart. When he thought about what had happened yesterday, he felt extremely angry. However, with his strength, it was not easy to deal with those two people, so he could only swallow his anger. Now that Yu Ruiling had come to stand up for him, it was undoubtedly the best. Just thinking about using someone else's knife to kill someone made him happy. He had liked Ji Lishua for so many years, but because of Yu Ruiling, he had to give up. Now, since the opportunity was in front of him, it was not in line with his character not to take advantage of it. I don't know who they are either. I only know that they live in a restaurant nearby and are now among the crowd waiting to participate in the preliminary round of the recruitment meet. When these words came out, Yu Ruiling's eyes became sharper. They dared to touch the woman he liked and wanted to participate in the recruitment meet. It was not so easy. Under Tian Song's guidance, Yu Ruiling quickly found Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang in the crowd. Is it the two of them? Yes, young Master Yu, you must avenge Lishua. Tian Song was indignant. You can leave this to me. Yu Ruiling patted his chest, was confident and confident. But his eyes looked at Tian Song's contempt masters was disdainful. Yu Ruiling's now was despised. Master Yu was. He couldn't. On the contrary, he now had to rely on him to solve the problem. It was really embarrassing. He believed that as long as he avenged Ji Lixue would definitely look at him in a new light. After all, he was the man who could protect Ji Lixue. Di Tiansong was just a good-for-nothing. Di Tiansong looked at Yu Ruilin's constantly changing expression and knew that Yu Ruilin had made up his mind to teach Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching a lesson. He was very pleased. Ji Lixue stood alone at the side, watching Di Tiansong and Yu Ruilin whispering to each other. She couldn't help but frown, not knowing what they were talking about. However, Ji Lixue was in a very bad mood, so she wasn't in the mood to think about it. She felt that her previous thoughts were too extravagant. Judging from Di Tiansong's current attitude, she knew that he had completely given up. Facing such a Di Tiansong, Ji Lixue also had mixed feelings. Perhaps she should have given up long ago. Yu Ruilin slowly walked in front of Ji Lixue, a concerned smile on his handsome face. Lixue, don't worry, I will definitely help you get revenge for the grievances you suffered. Ji Lixue couldn't help but be startled. She didn't expect Yu Ruilin to suddenly say such words to her. Without waiting for Ji Lixue's reply, Yu Ruilin's figure had already disappeared in front of Ji Lixue. It was as if he was full of confidence as he went to find Bailey Hongzhuang for revenge. Only then did Ji Lixue react. She hurriedly looked at Di Tiansong and said, Tiansong, did you tell young master Yu what happened yesterday? Di Tiansong nodded and said, yes. Didn't you say that yesterday's matter was over? Now you want young master Yu to find trouble with them. If their background is really not simple, what should we do? Ji Lixue's face was full of confusion. She had already talked with Di Tiansong last night, and they had both made a decision. Why did Di Tiansong tell young master Yu about this matter now? Right now, she didn't want to connect yesterday's matter at all. She just wanted to let it go. However, Di Tiansong did indeed look indifferent. Lu Shui, with our abilities, it will naturally be difficult for us to deal with them. But young master Yu is different. He is the 7th young master of the Yu clan. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with them? This is the Yu clan's territory, and they want to enter the Yu clan. It is undoubtedly best for us to deal with them. Di Tiansong's eyes flashed with a fierce and sinister light. He had lost face in front of everyone yesterday, and today he must get it back from Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Hongzhuang. Ji Lixue couldn't help frowning when she saw Di Tiansong acting like this. She understood that Di Tiansong wanted to use his power to bully others. Although this kind of revenge could let them vent their resentment, it was not relying on their own strength, but on someone else. It made her feel a little uncomfortable. She felt that the Di Tiansong in front of her was no longer the person she was familiar with, because the things he did were beyond her expectations again and again. I think it's better not to complicate this matter any further. With that, Ji Lixue prepared to stop Yu Ruilin. Right now, she didn't want to care about any of this at all. She just wanted to quietly participate in this preliminary round. What happened yesterday was already very embarrassing. If Yu Ruilin went to deal with this matter today, it would undoubtedly remind everyone of what happened yesterday, and the impact would be even greater. Moreover, if Master Yu Xiqing knew about this matter, he would probably think that she had asked Yu Ruilin to stand up for her. It would be terrible if his impression of her was affected. This was what Ji Lixue cared about the most. Ji Lixue glanced at Di Tiansong with disappointment in her eyes. I'm not happy about what happened yesterday, but I don't want Yu Ruilin to avenge me. She didn't like Yu Ruilin, so she didn't want to owe him anything. Once you owed him something, you had to pay him back. However, Di Tiansong still didn't let go. Things have already come to this. Even if you stop Yu Ruilin, he won't let it go. I don't need you to meddle in my business. Ji Lixue waved Di Tiansong's hand away, the disappointment in her eyes reaching its peak. She felt that Di Tiansong didn't do it for her sake. He said that he did it for his own selfish reasons. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were waiting in the crowd for the preliminaries to begin. Suddenly, a group of people walked toward them aggressively. They were coming from the direction of the two. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. It seemed that they had made a mistake, and the other party had come to cause trouble. It seemed that this person was the helper that the other party had found. Bewitching's deep eyes flashed coldly. He had given the other party a chance yesterday, but he didn't expect that they would dare to cause trouble today. Since that was the case, he could only deal with them together. Yu Ruilin swaggered in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. He could tell at a glance that these two were just ordinary people. Di Tiansong was a good-for-nothing, so it wasn't strange that they had beaten him into a pig's head. However, they couldn't touch Ji Lixue. Were you two the ones who bullied Lixue yesterday? Yu Ruilin stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. He crossed his arms and looked down at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. Do you know that Lixue is my woman? You must have eaten a leopard's guts to bully her. Yu Ruilin immediately declared his sovereignty. In his opinion, even if Ji Lixue hadn't agreed to him yet, Ji Lixue would be his woman sooner or later. From the moment he took a fancy to Ji Lixue couldn't run away. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. It seemed that Ji Lixue had found her man. Who are you? Di Beichen glanced at Yu Ruilin lazily. He had to at least know the other party's identity before he dealt with him. Seeing that the other party didn't know his identity, Yu Ruilin didn't feel strange. If the other party had known his identity, he would have kowed out and begged for mercy. I am the Yu clan's 7th young master. Now you should know who you have offended. As soon as he said this, the viciousness in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes deepened. If the other party was someone else, she might not care so much. However, the other party was a member of the Yu clan, so he was one of her enemies. It seemed that the relationship between her and the Yu clan was not small. She hadn't taken the initiative to find trouble with the Yu clan, but the Yu clan had already come to find her. What 7th young master of the Yu clan, as long as they came to die, she wouldn't refuse them. However, the situation that Yu Ruilin expected did not happen. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at Yu Ruilin indifferently, as if his identity did not intimidate them at all. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's attitude, Yu Ruilin could no longer maintain his arrogance. Why didn't these two act according to common sense? When the surrounding people saw Yu Ruilin, their expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. The Yu clan's 7th young master has come to stand up for Ji Lixue. I'm afraid that these two are going to be in trouble. I heard that the Yu clan's 7th young master has already taken a fancy to Ji Lixue, but Ji Lixue doesn't seem to like him. Looking at the current situation, it's impossible for these two to enter the Yu clan through the recruitment assembly. For a moment, everyone could not help but sympathize with Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. Speaking of which, this matter was completely instigated by Ji Lixue and Di Beichen. It was just that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's reaction was a little unexpected. They thought that Ji Lixue and Di Beichen did not intend to take revenge, but now it seemed that this revenge was more serious than they thought. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. It seemed that the situation was a little out of their expectations. If the other party forced them to take their lives, then they could only find another way to enter the Yu clan. After all, this was not the only way to enter the Yu clan. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were about to take action, Ji Lixue hurriedly walked to Yu Ruilin sighed. Lixue, you're here. When Yu Ruilin saw that Ji Lixue had arrived, a deep smile appeared on his handsome face. The two of them were the ones who bullied you yesterday, right? Tell me, how do you want to deal with them? I'll definitely avenge you. Yu Ruilin said confidently. In the Yu clan's territory, if he wanted to deal with these two people, it was undoubtedly a simple matter. In his opinion, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity for him to perform. When Ji Lixue saw Bailey Hongzhuang, her expression was filled with guilt and embarrassment. If possible, she really didn't want to see Bailey Hongzhuang and Lin Yiqian ever again. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at Ji Lixue calmly. They wanted to know how Ji Lixue was going to deal with them. However, Ji Lixue's performance once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Young Master Yu, thank you for your kind intentions. However, this matter has already been settled. I hope that you will not be entangled in this matter. Ji Lixue's attitude was very clear. She would rather suffer a loss than continue to blow this matter up. Most importantly, she was unwilling to accept Yu Ruilin's kindness. Hearing Ji Lixue's words, Yu Ruilin's expression changed slightly as a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Lixue, you don't have to be afraid. With me here, no one can bully you. Ji Lixue shook her head stubbornly. I didn't suffer any grievances. I hope young master you won't take this matter to heart. Master, what's the situation with Ji Lishue now? She actually took the initiative to stand up and reject? Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with doubt. This didn't match Ji Lishue's character yesterday. I don't know what's going on either. I'm afraid there's some other reason behind this. Bailey Hongzhuang said telepathically. However, since the situation had changed, she didn't mind continuing to watch. I heard from Tian Song that you're in a bad mood because these people bullied you. Yu Ruilin frowned as anxiety appeared on his face. He didn't understand why Ji Lishue would say such a thing. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally understood after hearing Yu Ruilin's words. It turned out that Ji Lishue wasn't the one who started it, but Tian Song. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. It seemed that Tian Song wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work. If Ji Lishue hadn't stopped them, they would have blamed everything on Ji Lishue and Yu Ruilin. I didn't think that Tian Song was such a despicable person. Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with disgust. They hated Ji Lishue the most after yesterday's incident and didn't feel much about Tian Song's group. However, judging from the current situation, Tian Song was even more despicable than Ji Lishue. Ji Lishue also felt uncomfortable as everyone looked at her in confusion. She immediately explained, "Young master Yu, it's not like that. I'm not in a bad mood, and it's not because of them. The preliminaries are about to begin, and I'm just a little nervous." Yu Ruilin didn't know what to say when he saw how determined Ji Lishue was. He only glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Bai. Judging from the situation, he could only give up on revenge. "Young master Yu, let's go back first." Ji Lishue didn't want to stay here any longer. She immediately grabbed Yu Ruilin's arm and wanted to leave. Yu Ruilin didn't want to give up, but the moment Ji Lishue grabbed his arm, that thought disappeared from his mind. Ever since he had met Ji Lishue, she had never been so close to him. No matter what, it was worth it. After Ji Lishue, Yu Ruilin, and the others left, the surroundings quieted down again. Bailey Hongzhuang looked in the direction Ji Lishue and the others left. Her gaze changed slightly. She felt that Ji Lishue looked very different today. Yesterday, Ji Lishue had been spoiled and domineering, but today, she seemed to have suffered a great grievance. It was really interesting. "Master, I don't think it's that simple. Why don't I follow them and take a look?" Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with excitement. It was very interested in such things. Most importantly, it wanted to know how Tian Song would react when he saw the scene being stopped. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and said, "Go." After receiving Bailey Hongzhuang's approval, Xiao Hei immediately followed after Ji Lishue. Thinking about it, Yu Ruilin would definitely ask Ji Lishue the real reason later, then it would be able to know the ins and outs of this matter. This is really interesting. In comparison, Ji Lishue's attitude is rather unfathomable. Bewitching's expression was calm. Even if something like that had just happened, it did not affect him at all. It was just that the situation was rather interesting. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. "Xiao Hei will report to us in a while." With Xiao Hei's size, no one would be able to discover it after it had shrunk. Tian Song's face darkened when he saw that Ji Lishue had stopped Yu Ruilin from taking revenge. Ji Lishue's actions had put him in an awkward position. Yu Ruilin would definitely ask him what was going on, and it might even cause Yu Ruilin's displeasure. Tian Song was extremely depressed when he thought of this. Such a good opportunity had been ruined just like that. "Lishue, are you really not unhappy because of them?" Yu Ruilin asked Ji Lishue. He had a feeling that things were not so simple. Moreover, when he went to look for trouble, he had heard the discussions around him. There must have been a conflict between Ji Lishue and the two people yesterday. Ji Lishue shook her head. She knew Yu Ruilin's character. If she said yes, then Yu Ruilin would definitely not give up looking for trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang and the other person. When she saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other person just now, the fear she felt was even more obvious. She felt that these two people were definitely not ordinary people, and it was better not to offend them. Moreover, yesterday's matter had already been laughed at, so why bring it up again now? "Young Master Yu, I'm really fine. I just want to participate in this recruitment assembly properly and enter the Yu clan legitimately. I hope you can help me." Ji Lishue stared at Yu Ruilin. Although she did not have a good impression of Yu Ruilin, she was still grateful that Yu Ruilin was willing to stand up for her just now. Hearing Ji Lishua's words, Yu Ruilin nodded and said, I understand. Lishua, don't worry. With your medical skills, you definitely won't have a problem passing the recruitment assembly. A smile appeared on Ji Lishua's face. Thank you, young master Yu. I'll go and prepare now. The preliminaries are about to begin. Okay, I'll see you after your competition. After Ji Lishua left, Yu Ruilin went to look for Di Tiansong. He was very unhappy that Di Tiansong dared to lie to him about this matter. When Di Tiansong saw Yu Ruilin walking towards him with an unfriendly expression, his heart sank. Without waiting for Yu Ruilin to ask him, he took the initiative to explain. Young master Yu, I'm telling the truth. However, Yu Ruilin looked at Di Tiansong coldly. Nonsense, Lu Shui doesn't care about this at all. Young master Yu, I guarantee that I am speaking the truth. Lu Shui was just afraid of those two people, so she didn't want to get into trouble. Think about it, today is the Yu clan's exhibition conference. If you attack the people who are participating in the recruitment conference, wouldn't that damage your reputation? I think, Lu Shui must have compromised because of this. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Everyone knows what happened yesterday. Hearing Di Tiansong's explanation, Yu Ruilin's expression became better. After all, as the seventh young master of the Yu clan, if he came back without doing anything after going to look for Yu Yang in such an aggressive manner, it would really damage his reputation. However, if Ji Lishua was doing this for his sake, then everything would be different. That better be the case. If you lie to me, you should know the consequences. Yu Ruilin spat out these words and turned to leave. He wanted to investigate this matter himself. With Yu Ruilin's departure, Di Tiansong looked at Ji Lishua in the distance with a hint of annoyance. This was supposed to be killing two birds with one stone, but Ji Lishua had ruined it, and now he was the one who had gotten himself into trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching already knew that he was the one behind it, and Yu Ruilin was suspicious and dissatisfied with him. He had originally planned to push all the blame to Yu Ruilin and Ji Lishua and stay out of it, but he didn't expect that all the trouble would come to him. Thinking of this, Di Tiansong didn't dare to look at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. He only hoped that they wouldn't be angry because of this. Ji Lishua had Yu Ruilin's support in the Yu clan's territory, but Di Tiansong had nothing. After understanding the situation with Di Tiansong, Xiaohe didn't immediately report to Bailey Hongzhuang, but followed behind Ji Lishua. It felt that Ji Lishua still had a lot of stories. Since it was already here, it naturally had to figure out everything before reporting back. After thinking about it, Di Tiansong still went to find Ji Lishua. He really didn't understand why Ji Lishua wanted to ruin his show and put him in such an awkward situation. Lishua, what did you mean by doing that? Di Tiansong looked at Ji Lishua with an angry face. He didn't understand why Ji Lishua put him in such a situation. Ji Lishua's mood was already very bad, and now that Di Tiansong actually came to criticize her, the anger in her heart was self-evident. You still have the nerve to ask me what I mean? I want to ask you what you mean. What do I mean? Di Tiansong frowned. What can I mean? Don't I want to take revenge for you? Take revenge for me? Ji Lishua sneered, and the coldness in her eyes gradually condensed into ice. I think you want to take revenge for yourself? I don't need you to think for me. Seeing Ji Lishua's attitude, Di Tiansong's face instantly darkened. Yesterday's conflict was caused by you. Now that someone can take revenge for you, you're still not happy? Instead, you're blaming everything on me. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Ji Lishua's voice was filled with anger. She felt aggrieved about what had happened yesterday, but she had never thought of asking Yu Ruilin to avenge her. Di Tiansong, you know that I don't want to have anything to do with Yu Ruilin, but you still ask Yu Ruilin to do these things for me. You know what you are thinking. I admit that I've always liked you, but now you're giving me to someone else. Aren't you being a little too simple-minded? Who I, Ji Lishua, marry in the future is not something you can decide. In the future, you'd better not appear in front of me again. Let's just pretend that we've never met. Ji Lishua didn't even want to look at Di Tiansong after saying that. She turned around and walked toward the entrance of the preliminaries. After today's incident, she finally saw through Di Tiansong. In fact, ever since Yu Ruilin appeared, she had gradually discovered that Di Tiansong was gradually becoming different from the person she liked. It was just that she was unwilling to admit it. Now that everything was laid out in front of her, she could no longer deceive herself. Di Tiansong stared blankly at Ji Lishue's departing figure. He did not expect Ji Lishue to suddenly say something like that. However, the disgust and determination in Ji Lishue's words made him feel a stab of pain in his heart. He could feel the deep disappointment, and when Ji Lishue admitted that she had been in love with him all these years, he was shocked. However, Di Tiansong quickly regained his composure. He did like Ji Lishue, but what was the use? From the moment Yu Ruilin fell in love with Ji Lishue, everything was meaningless. He could not compete with Yu Ruilin at all, so he might as well use this to please Yu Ruilin, and he would have a better future. Xiao Hei's eyes widened. The scene in front of it was really beyond its expectations. It did not expect to see such an emotional drama after following it here. However, Di Tiansong was too much of a jerk. Because of the other party's power, he even gave up the woman he liked. Was he still a man? Soon, Xiao Hei told Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen everything it knew. After knowing all this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen also understood. No wonder she was so angry when she saw us being lovey-dovey yesterday. It turns out that she was jealous. Di Beichen raised his eyebrows and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a faint smile. His devilishly handsome appearance exuded a fatal temptation. Bailey Hongzhuang understood Di Beichen's thoughts just by looking at his eyes. The corners of her lips could not help but curl up. She did not expect that their public display of affection would provoke someone. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others understood why Ji Lishue was so angry. In comparison, it was understandable. I feel a little sorry for Ji Lishue now. Di Tiansong is obviously not responsible at all. He is not as reliable as Yu Ruilin. Her beautiful eyes showed a touch of coldness. From Bailey Hongzhuang's point of view, Yu Ruilin was definitely more reliable than Di Tiansong. At least, Yu Ruilin dared to stand up for the woman he liked when she was bullied. However, Di Tiansong didn't even have the courage to stand up for himself. On the contrary, he wanted to use others to help him vent his anger. What a coward. After today's incident, Ji Lishue has seen Di Tiansong's true colors. She has jumped out of the fire pit. Di Beichen looked indifferent. He didn't care about other people's affairs, but he had to deal with Di Tiansong. Ji Lishue's judgment of people naturally can't compare to Master's. Baisher looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. Master and Di Beichen were a match made in heaven. Hearing Baisher's words, Di Beichen reached out and stroked Baisher's head. The smile in his eyes gradually deepened. Baisher is getting better and better at talking. Baisher raised his head proudly. Of course. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were laughing, a voice suddenly came from the high platform. The noisy central plaza instantly quietened down. Welcome everyone to Yutian City to participate in the Yu Clan's recruitment event. As soon as the words came out, a deafening applause came from below the high platform. Next, let us welcome the Yu Clan's clan leader, Yu Taotian, to host today's preliminaries. The Yu Clan's clan head wasn't someone that could be casually seen. Thus, everyone's gaze was focused on him. They wanted to see what kind of demeanor the illustrious Yu Clan head had. In their line of sight, they saw a man dressed in an ink-colored brocade robe slowly walking up the stage surrounded by a group of people. The man's figure was tall and straight, his back as straight as a spear. His eyes were bright and sharp. Even with just a glance, one could feel his terrifying aura and intimidating power. Only the gray hair at his temples made him seem more weathered. However, from his outstanding silhouette, one could vaguely see that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. However, just as everyone's attention was on the Yu Clan head, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was fixed on the figure on Yu Taotian's left. The man was about 40 years old. His figure was tall and sturdy. His handsome face wasn't as elegant as a youth's, but more mature and resolute. His pitch-black eyes were like a bottomless abyss, faintly revealing a sinister vibe like that of a venomous snake. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang saw the man, she could already tell that he was Lan Jingquang. As brothers, Lan Jingquang and Lan Yunxiao naturally had similarities. At the very least, they were both tall and handsome men. However, Lan Jingquang didn't have Lan Yunxiao's magnanimity and elegance. Instead, he had a malicious and deep aura. Bailey Hongzhuang finally met this uncle who had killed his own people and caused her entire family to be in such a state. Come to think of it, no matter who looked at the radiant and elegant man on the high platform, they would not be able to associate him with those despicable and sinister things. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her phoenix eyes, a trace of coldness quietly imprinted in her eyes. This kind of glory wouldn't accompany Lan Jingquang for much longer. Soon, Lan Jingquang would forever sink into darkness and pain. A strong murderous aura spread in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart. That kind of hatred had been hidden in her heart for so long that it was almost uncontrollable. Actually, among all her enemies, Lan Jingquang was the one she couldn't forgive the most. Because no one else was related to them by blood, but Lan Jingquang had always been Lan Yunxiao's beloved big brother. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to lose control of the murderous aura pouring out of her body, Bewitching's hand slowly wrapped around Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. The warm embrace pulled Bailey Hongzhuang out of her previous negative and violent emotions. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her head and saw Bewitching's warm smile. She relaxed a little. He won't be in the limelight for much longer. Bewitching whispered into Bailey Hongzhuang's ear. He understood Bailey Hongzhuang. When facing such an enemy, no one would be able to control their emotions. If Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were the ones standing here, they would be even more uncontrollable. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and withdrew from her previous state. Now wasn't the time to expose herself. On the stage, Lan Jingquang furrowed his brows. Just now, he had felt a murderous aura pressing towards him, but before he could pinpoint its exact location, it had already disappeared. It was truly strange. He rarely came to the Yu family, so logically speaking, there shouldn't be any enemies here. Welcome everyone to the recruitment assembly. This old man will be the host for today's preliminaries. I hope everyone can get good results. Thunderous applause resounded. Everyone below the stage looked at Yu Taotian with respect and reverence. The Yu clan master was such a powerful existence. Being able to participate in the recruitment assembly hosted by the Yu clan master was also a matter of honor. Yu Taotian looked at the lively scene around him and the smile in his eyes became even more intense. Although the Yu clan had met with an unforeseen event, the Yu clan's prestige was still the same as before. As long as they could recruit more outstanding seedlings this time, the Yu clan's vitality would be able to recover very quickly. I see that everyone has been waiting for a long time. This old man will not say any unnecessary words. Let the preliminary round of the recruitment assembly begin immediately. Yu Taotian waved his sleeves and announced the start of the preliminary round. Then, he sat down on the stage. The Yu clan great elder followed up and said, since the number of doctors and poison masters participating in the preliminary round is much more than before, the preliminary round of the recruitment assembly this time will be conducted through an examination. As everyone can see, we have already prepared the venue and items for the examination. The questions were set by Master Yu Xiqing. Everyone only needs to answer them. Anyone who reaches 60 points will be considered to have passed the preliminary round. You will be awarded 1 point, 70 points and above will be awarded 2 points, 80 points and above will be awarded 3 points, 90 points and above will be awarded 4 points and above 95 points will be awarded 5 points. After that, every additional point will be awarded 1 point. The person who gets full marks will be awarded 10 points. The results of the examination will be announced tomorrow. At that time, everyone can check their results on the ranking board. Hearing the method of the competition, the crowd below the stage started to discuss fervently. Everyone had thought of many kinds of competitions, but they never thought that there would be such a test. They were astonished and curious at the same time. I wonder what will be tested. Could it be the identification of medicinal herbs and diagnosis methods? This question was set by Master Yu Xiqing. I'm afraid it won't be easy. However, as long as one can pass the preliminary round with 60 points, I think it shouldn't be too difficult. I think so too. 60 points is just a passing mark. One will definitely pass easily. The doctors and poison masters who were about to participate in the competition were full of confidence. It seemed that their judgment was indeed correct. The Yu clan was currently recruiting talents. Therefore, even the method of the competition had become much simpler. After all, it wasn't easy to pass the preliminary round of the previous recruitment conventions. Some of the doctors and poison masters who wanted to make up the numbers also had smiles on their faces. Even if they couldn't pass the recruitment, as long as they passed the preliminary round, it was a result worth mentioning. Master, this test looks very simple. You'll only get 1 point out of 60. I think many people will probably score more than 90, right? Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baishir had already returned to the Chaos Ring. However, they were still aware of the situation in the outside world. The scores in front are too low. If you want to get good results, you have to score high, Xiao Bai said. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes flashing with a thoughtful and silent light. This question was set by Yu Siqing. I don't think it's that simple. She and Yu Siqing had also crossed swords in the field of medicine and poison, and Yu Siqing's knowledge in this area was definitely very impressive. Since she came up with such a question, she must have enough confidence to filter out good doctors and poison masters through this method. Everyone thought that the Yu clan needed to recruit a large number of people this time, so the conditions would be relaxed. However, according to Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment, things wouldn't be so simple. The Yu clan was able to stand tall in the Xianxia continent for so many years because they had their own family rules. Although they had suffered a great loss last time, they wouldn't be so desperate that they wouldn't be picky. After all, this would affect them even more. This was because the Yu clan's doctors and poison masters wouldn't always stay in the Yu clan. They would be sent to various powers. Bewitching's thoughts were the same as Bailey Hongzhuang's. I'm afraid there won't be many people who will be able to pass 60 marks. This 60 marks could be a threshold. Some questions would be enough to exclude people who didn't have a solid foundation from passing 60 marks, while doctors and poison masters who had a solid foundation would be able to pass with high marks. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Looks like this recruitment event won't disappoint us. Now, the participating doctors and poison masters can go up the stage and find your seat to take the test. Following the Yu clan great elder's words, the people below the stage rushed up the stage. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching beside her and said, I'm going to take the test too. Good luck. Bewitching's lips curled into a gentle smile. Even though his appearance had changed, his outstanding temperament was still captivating. Bailey Hongzhuang also walked up the stage. Many people had already found their seats, and Bailey Hongzhuang also found the seat of number 169 after some searching. Among the many participants, Bailey Hongzhuang's seat was considered to be in the front. Although the doctors and poison masters were taking the test together, Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed that the poison masters were in a separate area. Presumably, the questions would be different. The recruitment event this time is really bustling. I'm sure there will be many outstanding doctors and poison masters. Lan Jingquang said to Yu Tao Tian with a face full of smiles as he looked at the people who were preparing for the exam. Yu Tao Tian was already in a good mood. Now that he heard Lan Jing's wild agreement, he couldn't help but feel even more pleased. Indeed, the recruitment assembly this time is even more grand, and Siqing's reputation is becoming more and more resounding. Ant's medical and poison skills are truly astonishing. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Xianxia continent can compare to you. Lan Jingquang was not stingy with his flattery, but there was a cold glint in his eyes. The Yu clan's strength really couldn't be underestimated. After these years of development and expansion, the Yu clan had become more and more formidable. Because of this, the Yu clan had been demanding more and more from him in recent years. He was already impatient, but he couldn't show it. Currently, his position in the Lan clan had already stabilized, but he still needed the backing of the Yu clan to intimidate them. With regards to Yu Siqing, this disgusting woman, if he could, he really didn't want to bother with her at all. Everyone in front of her felt that Yu Siqing was a master in their hearts. But if they really saw Yu Siqing, they would know how stupid their thoughts were. Lan Jingquang hid his emotions very well, but Bailey Hongzhuang did not miss the sinister look in his eyes. Lan Qingyan's condition had not improved at all. Presumably, Lan Jingquang's people were already frustrated to the point of no return. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up. Lan Jingquang liked to pretend so much in the past, so why not wear this hypocritical mask and continue pretending? Actually, it was also a kind of pain to not be able to express one's true feelings and have to pretend to be another kind of emotion. Bailey Hongzhuang sat down on a chair. There were no extra things on the table, only paper, pen and a small copper gong. The paper and pen were used for the exam, while the small copper gong was used by the participants to hand in their papers after they had finished writing. The exam time is 2 hours. Once the time is up, you must hand in your papers. Otherwise, you will be considered to have given up. The Yu clan great elder's dignified voice rang out, waking everyone up. After all the contestants had taken their seats, the Yu clan members who were holding the test papers also slowly walked over and distributed the test papers to everyone. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the group of doctors in front of her who were eagerly waiting for the exam. Her black and clear eyes could not help but smile. This situation reminded her of the scene when her old man tested her before. Very quickly, Bailey Hongzhuang received the papers. The questions on the paper were not few, but also not many. 2 hours was enough. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the questions on the paper and found that the points for these questions were very interesting. It seemed that her judgment was not wrong. Xianxia did not intend to relax the standards for this preliminary round and was still as strict as before. This was because the points for many of the smaller questions were spread out, totaling up to 40 points. And at the end, there were 2 major questions, each with 30 points. This meant that one of the 2 major questions had to be answered correctly in order to pass. If they could not answer it, then even if they answered all the questions correctly, it would be meaningless. These 2 major questions were very tricky. They raised a specific case and asked the doctor to diagnose and treat it. Although it was just a question, the introduction was very detailed. It was no different from seeing a real patient. A doctor who could cure this kind of illness would not be weak. The competition begins now. Following Yu Taoyan's words, all the doctors and poison masters picked up their pens and wrote down their number before starting to answer the questions. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was unhurriedly looking at the questions on the test paper, her expression leisurely. "Master, this kind of question shouldn't be difficult for you at all, right?" Xiaohei transmitted her voice. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "This question is very good. Xianxia really lives up to her reputation." "Ah? Don't worry, I'm just thinking about how much I should score." These questions were indeed difficult for others, but as a doctor whose medical skills were better than Xianxia's, it was naturally not a problem. "Let's get a perfect score and show Di Tianzong," Xiaobai said as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Di Tianzong was such a despicable person. It would be unforgivable if she did not teach him a lesson. If her master's results were average, wouldn't Di Tianzong and the rest jump up and laugh at her? She didn't care about Di Tianzong and Ji Lixue at all. The only thing that worried her was Yu Ruilin. As the 7th young master of the Yu clan, Yu Ruilin naturally had a say in the clan. Once Yu Ruilin decided to take revenge on them, the Yu clan wouldn't care if her results weren't outstanding enough. On the contrary, if her results were outstanding enough, it wouldn't be easy for Yu Ruilin to squeeze her out of the recruitment assembly. Therefore, it was best to get a high score. Ji Lixue had been paying attention to Bailey Hongzhuang ever since she stepped onto the stage. No matter what happened yesterday had made her lose face. She also wanted to know how capable Bailey Hongzhuang was to be so arrogant. However, after Ji Lixue finished 2 questions, she looked up and found that Bailey Hongzhuang was still looking at the test paper. She didn't even start to answer. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't even answer the first question? If that was the case, it would be interesting. However, Ji Lixue didn't continue to pay attention to Bailey Hongzhuang. This time, she was aiming to become Master Xianxia's disciple. Therefore, whether it was the preliminary round or the final round, she had to get a good result. Only if she performed well enough would she have a chance to succeed. After making up her mind, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't delay any longer. She picked up her pen and started to write quickly. This test paper was child's play for Bailey Hongzhuang, so the speed at which she answered the questions was extremely amazing. She didn't even need to think and could directly write out the answers. She didn't even need 2 hours. After all the doctors and poison masters started to answer the questions, the entire central square quieted down. Everyone's eyes fell on the contestants who were answering the questions. 2 hours wasn't a long time. I heard that Ji Lixue has the highest expectations this time. She received guidance from Master Yu Siqing before and has been studying medicine all these years. It's very likely that she will become Master Yu Siqing's disciple through this recruitment assembly. Di Tianzong's strength is not bad either. He has always been on par with Ji Lixue. Speaking of which, I'm really curious. Don't underestimate the other contestants. Many of them are famous outside, it's just that we don't know about them. Once the results of the preliminaries are out, we'll know who has the highest chance of winning. Everyone was discussing in low voices, especially the locals of Yutian City. Every time the recruitment event was held, it was a good time to place bets. Therefore, the results of the preliminaries were very important. Ding, just as everyone was thinking about who had the highest chance of winning, a clear gong sound suddenly came from the high platform. Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at the high platform in astonishment. Didn't the exam just start? How did the gong sound so? Quickly, not only were the onlookers stunned, even Yu Taotian and the others were stunned. They knew that someone would answer the questions early, but it seemed to be a little too fast. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the green figure on the high platform. Look, isn't that the woman who taught Ji Lixue and Di Tianzong a lesson yesterday? She actually handed in her paper so early? Could it be that she couldn't do it, so she gave up? Suddenly, they heard the sound of a gong. Everyone who was taking the exam raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. However, when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang sounding the gong, they were all stunned. Ji Lixue was also stunned. When she started answering the questions, Bailey Hongzhuang was still looking at the papers and had not even started answering. Now, she had not even finished answering the questions in front of her, and Bailey Hongzhuang was actually handing in her paper. What was going on? Was Bailey Hongzhuang planning to hand in a blank paper? At this moment, this was the only possibility that flashed in Ji Lixue's mind. Because in such a short time, Bailey Hongzhuang did not have time to answer the questions. However, when she knew this, Ji Lixue could not help but sigh in relief. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang did not have any achievements in medical skills. Thinking about it carefully, this kind of result was expected. Bailey Hongzhuang was so strong that she was obviously a cultivator. It seemed that she only had a little understanding of medical skills. However, the Yu clan's recruitment event was not something that could be passed by people with a little understanding of medical skills. It was better to give up now that she knew the difference. In this way, Bailey Hongzhuang should be leaving Yutian City soon. Then, she would not have to face these troubles again. When Di Tianzong saw Bailey Hongzhuang handing in her paper like this, a mocking smile appeared in his eyes. He had already guessed that this woman was not capable. She actually dared to teach him a lesson. Since Bailey Hongzhuang was so useless, it should be easy to borrow Yu Ruilin's hands to teach her a lesson. Although Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Tianzong's strength was not simple, the number of experts in the Yu clan was also very shocking. Dealing with two cultivators was a piece of cake. The Yu clan great elder walked to Bailey Hongzhuang with a doubtful heart. Looking at the ordinary-looking but confident girl in front of him, he asked, "You want to hand in your paper?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head slightly and passed the test paper in her hands to the Yu clan great elder, saying, "Yes." Hearing this, the Yu clan great elder took Bailey Hongzhuang's test paper. He thought that even if he wanted to give up, he should have waited a little longer. Because he gave up, he became the first person to hand in the test paper. It was really a little strange. However, when the great elder of the Yu clan discovered that the test paper was filled with beautiful handwriting, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. There wasn't a single blank spot on the entire test paper. This proved that this woman had answered all the questions in such a short time. Don't they need time to think? As the great elder of the Yu clan, he had a certain understanding of Yu Siqing's craftiness and methods in setting questions. It was definitely not easy to answer. However, the answers on the test paper were not fake. It was just that he did not know whether they were correct or not. Bailey Hongzhuang left the examination stage under the great elder of the Yu clan's incredulous gaze. She slowly walked to Bewitching's side. The surrounding discussions also entered Bailey Hongzhuang's ears. In reality, other than the great elder of the Yu clan who knew that she had answered the questions, everyone else thought that she had given up because she was not strong enough. As a result, everyone looked at her strangely. If she was not strong enough, she should have kept a low profile. How could she play to the gallery like this? Wouldn't she be the one losing face in the end? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching did not continue to stay in the central plaza. Today's preliminary round was over, and the results would only be announced the next day, so there was no need for them to stay. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of the others, it helped to turn their guesses into reality. Bailey Hongzhuang must have been afraid of losing too much face, so she hurriedly left. It was likely that her face would also leave Yutian City today. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the recruitment assembly. Many people thought that they had some understanding of medicine, so they tried to enter the Yu clan to learn medicine. It was a pity that the threshold to enter the Yu clan was much higher than they thought, so many people left when they realized that they could not meet the standards. Of course, after so many years, the only loser who was as arrogant as Bailey Hongzhuang was Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, your answering speed is too fast. I think no one believes you. Xiaohei's eyes were filled with emotion. Master was in the limelight, and everyone thought that she had failed. This was a very rare scene. This kind of question is difficult for others, but it's easy for me. The answer is in my heart, so naturally it won't take much time. Bailey Hongzhuang's bright and beautiful eyes were filled with confidence. Bailey Hongzhuang was called a godly doctor at such a young age. This kind of skill was not exaggerated, and it was not something that people like Xianxia could compare with. Looks like tomorrow's results will shock everyone. White Lion's face was filled with anticipation. Wherever his master appeared, she would always be the most dazzling one. After Yu Ruilin sent people to find out what happened to Xianxia and the others yesterday, he already knew the whole story. Di Tianxong did not lie to him, Xianxia had indeed suffered at the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. You still haven't found out the identity of these two people? No, these two people have not contacted anyone since they came to Yutian City. They also did not mention their names, so we can't find out their identities. These two people are so sneaky, there must be something wrong. Yu Ruilin narrowed his eyes. Since the matter had been investigated, no matter what happened, as long as the other party had wronged Xianxia, he would not let them go. Otherwise, wouldn't others say that he, Yu Ruilin, could not even protect the woman he liked? At night, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were eating in the house. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from outside the door. When the three beasts heard the sudden sound, they quickly returned to the chaos ring. Although their identities in Yutian City were not known in Yutian City, if Lan and the others heard it, things would be different. Bang uses the use, you, and Bailey SSSSS, and the others. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were not surprised. They had already guessed that Di Tianxong would urge Yu Ruilin to cause trouble, and they had been waiting here. When Di Tianxong saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were still in the restaurant and had not left, he could not help but look excited. You're about to die, yet you're still in the mood to eat. Di Tianxong sneered at Bailey Hongzhuang. But that's good. At least you won't starve to death. Bewitching looked coldly at Di Tianxong, whose face was still bruised. It seems that you haven't remembered the lesson I taught you yesterday. Today, I'll leave you with an unforgettable memory. Noticing Bewitching's cold gaze, Di Tianxong couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Yesterday, Bewitching had taught him a lesson that he couldn't fight back. He knew very well how strong this man was. However, now that he had Yu Ruilin's support, he mustered up his courage. I'm telling you. Don't threaten me, young Master Yu is here. Even if you threaten me, I won't be afraid. After saying this, Di Tianxong quietly took 2 steps back and made way for Yu Ruilin. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Tianxong, who was acting like a lackey, and couldn't help but frown. Xianxia's taste in people is really bad. She actually likes a lackey like you. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang really felt sorry for Xianxia. After receiving Xiaohei's report today, she had already guessed the ins and outs of the whole thing. Presumably, the reason why he had called Yu Ruilin and the others to cause trouble these days was also hidden from Xianxia. It seemed that Di Tianxong's despicableness wasn't something ordinary people could achieve. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Tianxong and Yu Ruilin's expressions couldn't help but change. Their expressions were somewhat complicated. Di Tianxong couldn't help but feel guilty. He didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang and Yu Ruiling to know that Ji Lishua liked him. However, now that they said this in front of Yu Ruiling, the situation wasn't very optimistic. Yu Ruiling's expression was slightly cold. He knew that Ji Lishua had always rejected him, and it had something to do with Di Tiansong. Now that someone had said it so bluntly, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, Yu Ruiling was much better than Di Tiansong in every aspect. Such a huge commotion had naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, with Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the crowd burst into an uproar. Suddenly, Yu Ruiling and Di Tiansong's faces turned even uglier. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Di Tiansong hurriedly said. However, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the extremely guilty Di Tiansong in front of her, and an idea came to her mind. As the saying goes, killing two birds with one stone. She didn't want to be the first bird. Since Di Tiansong liked to play this game with her, she didn't mind playing with him. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang turned her gaze to Yu Ruiling. Young Master Yu, anyone with a clear head would know that Di Tiansong is using you to help him vent his anger. Ji Lishua's attitude today is already very obvious, but Di Tiansong is still egging you on. It's not because of anything else, but because the person who was taught a lesson yesterday was Di Tiansong and not Ji Lishua. You're the dignified seventh young master of the Yu clan. Are you going to take revenge for such a despicable person? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. In fact, Bewitching had only intimidated Ji Lishua yesterday. He hadn't caused any harm to her body. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Yu Ruiling couldn't help but frown. He had originally planned to help Ji Lishua vent her anger, and Ji Lishua would probably be very grateful to him when she found out about this tomorrow. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly revealed everything, he couldn't understand it himself. Ji Lishua's behavior this morning was really strange. Seeing Yu Ruiling's hesitation, Di Tiansong hurriedly said, Young Master Yu, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. Young Master Yu, Ji Lishua has already fallen out with Di Tiansong. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a beauty's heart, you have to seize the opportunity now. If you're still with Di Tiansong now, I don't think Ji Lishua wants to see you. If you don't believe me, you can ask the girls here. Master, you're provoking an internal strife. Xiaobai said softly. Anyway, both of them are bad people. Let's pick first. It'll be best if they can fight. Just treat it as a free show. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders. She was just looking at Di Tiansong's smug face and wanted to cut down his prestige. What if I don't succeed? Then I'll cripple them all. Bewitching knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was just doing it on a whim. He wasn't in a hurry and just treated it as a good show. Anyway, this group of people in front of them didn't pose any threat to them. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Yu Ruiling couldn't help but look at the onlookers. He saw many girls secretly nodding their heads. From a girl's point of view, Ji Lishua's attitude this morning was the attitude she had in mind. For a moment, Yu Ruiling was also a little dumbfounded. This development was different from what he had imagined. However, at this moment, the Yu clan's great elder also appeared in the restaurant. Ruiling, what are you doing? The great elder of the Yu clan looked at Yu Ruiling unhappily, his expression revealing a bit of unhappiness and anger. Suddenly seeing the great elder of the Yu clan, Yu Ruiling couldn't help but be startled. He hurriedly bowed and greeted, Great Elder. Now is the time for the recruitment event. As the young master of the Yu clan, not only did you not help the Yu clan to maintain the peace of Yutian City, you even brought people here to cause trouble. What a scandal. While speaking, Yu clan's great elder couldn't help but glance at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had a deep impression of this girl who was the first to hand in her paper today. The most important thing was that Yu Xiqing had already given the results. The results were extremely shocking. It was because of this that he was prepared to meet this woman. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Yu Ruiling had never thought that the great elder of the Yu clan would appear here. He was completely stupefied. Didn't the great elder usually stay in the clan? Moreover, today was the day when they were busy judging the results of the preliminary round. How could the great elder have nothing better to do than to stroll around here? Come back with me. The great elder of the Yu clan did not have the mood to continue staying here. After throwing down a sentence, he turned around and left. Although Yu Ruilin was usually domineering, in front of the great elder of the Yu clan, he didn't have the slightest bit of temper. He could only bring his people and leave. However, Yu Ruilin also didn't know what to do next. He also didn't want to be used by others. Now that he had the chance, he would go back and think about it. If he was really used, wouldn't he become a joke? Di Tiansong also wanted to leave with Yu Ruilin, but Di Baichen had already seen through Di Tiansong's plan. Therefore, when Di Tiansong was about to leave, Di Baichen had already blocked his path. Seeing Di Baichen suddenly blocking his path, Di Tiansong's face turned ugly. He wanted to leave immediately, but the Yu clan great elder was here, so he didn't dare to make too much noise. Most importantly, from Yu Ruilin's attitude just now, he could see that Yu Ruilin was already suspicious of him. If he still dared to call Yu Ruilin at this time, he was afraid that he would completely offend Yu Ruilin. Under such circumstances, Di Tiansong could only watch Yu Ruilin and the others leave. After Yu Ruilin and the others left, the onlookers couldn't help but withdraw their gazes and look at Di Tiansong with sympathy. Di Tiansong really went for wool and came home shorn. Yesterday, Di Tiansong was taught a lesson by Di Baichen, so he was afraid that today, Di Tiansong would be in big trouble. Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang were like two mountains blocking Di Tiansong's path. Di Tiansong couldn't help but sweat, and his face became even paler and more embarrassed. Di Tiansong couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat and speak, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. "Wife, how do you think we should solve this?" Di Baichen turned his head and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Yesterday, his punishment was still too light. Today, he wouldn't let Di Tiansong, who was full of bad ideas, have a chance to leave. Torture him first, then kill him. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was relaxed, and these cold and cruel words were said as if the weather was good today. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Tiansong couldn't help but shiver. He only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "I'll listen to my wife." Di Baichen smiled faintly. Today, Di Tiansong would definitely not have a good ending in their hands. Hero, I was wrong, please let me go today." Di Tiansong's face was bitter, he was completely at his wit's end. He was no match for Di Baichen and Yu Ruilin's strength. And Yu Ruilin and the others weren't here, so he couldn't ask for help. Thinking of the ferocity of Di Baichen's attack, he knew that Di Baichen would really take his life. "When you were arrogant before, you didn't think that you would do something like this now. Why didn't you think to you now? To you twos too? To Baichen's to be a bully others. S's, you. I to see to you. Baichen's, to him to him. To me. His S was S's. When the onlookers saw this, they couldn't help but shrink their necks. They all felt pain for Di Tiansong. In the next second, Di Baichen directly picked up Di Tiansong, walked into the room, and then closed the door. Seeing that there was no good show to watch, the onlookers could only disperse. However, they could imagine that tomorrow, Di Tiansong wouldn't be able to continue to be arrogant in Yutian City. In the end, when Di Tiansong left Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen's room, his face was bruised and swollen. It was impossible to see his original appearance. However, Di Tiansong being able to leave alive still surprised the onlookers. They thought that Di Tiansong would completely lose his life today. "Master, you just taught Di Tiansong a lesson and let him go?" Xiao He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a puzzled expression. This was not in line with Master's personality. Killing him here would dirty this room. I've given him some itching powder so that he can enjoy himself tonight. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. Killing Di Tiansong like this might cause some trouble. It was better to let Di Tiansong enjoy the taste of pain. Moreover, the two of them could shirk all responsibility. Most importantly, killing Di Tiansong so cleanly was letting him off too easily. Hearing this, the three beasties looked at each other. They knew that things were not so simple. Master would not let Di Tiansong off so easily. "Master, that Di Tiansong is also a good doctor. Can he neutralize the itching powder? If he can neutralize it, he should be Yu Siqing's direct disciple." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up. The effect of this itching powder was really good. It was best used to torture people. Yu Xiqing might be able to neutralize it, but Di Tiansong did not have the qualifications to ask Yu Xiqing to do it. Therefore, the result was already set. Di Tiansong would not live for more than 3 days. Once these words were spoken, Di Beichen and the 3 beasties understood that offending Bailey Hongzhuang would not end well. This method was indeed more suitable than directly taking Di Tiansong's life. I heard that Lan Qingyan's injury has not improved. Her body's condition is getting worse. Lan Jingquang and the rest should be under pressure right now. Di Beichen slowly said. After coming to Yutian City, Lan Qingyan's condition was no longer a secret. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Very quickly, everyone knew about this matter. Now that more than a month has passed, Lan Qingyan's right hand injury has not recovered. She must have lost a lot of blood. It is expected that her body's condition is getting worse. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. If the poison acted up again after Lan Qingyan's injuries had healed, then Lan Qingyan's condition wouldn't be so bad. But perhaps the heavens also did not like Lan Qingyan, so she suffered even more pain. This is all thanks to White Lion. Xiao He and Xiao Bai both gave White Lion a thumbs up. White Lion's actions that day were truly awe-inspiring. Even now, when they thought about it, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Master, if this continues, will Lan Qingyan die? No, with Yu Xiqing's ability, she can't cure this poison, but she can still keep Lan Qingyan's life. Regarding this point, Bailey Hongzhuang was very clear. As long as the effects of the poison wore off, Lan Qingyan would recover on her own. However, this period of time was enough for some changes to occur in the Lan clan. She didn't believe that Lan Jingquang had complete control over the Lan family. She didn't believe that the Lan family didn't have any other voices. As long as there was still such a long period of time, it was enough for the other party to do a lot of things. At that time, when she went to the Lan clan, the situation would be more favorable. That vicious woman should live first. We have to let her know what happened next before she can die. White Lion raised his head. Thinking back to when he bit off Lan Qingyan's arm, that feeling was really satisfying. Compared to the crowd who were rushing to see the results, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were much more leisurely as they walked towards the central plaza unhurriedly. The Yu clan had been busy the entire day yesterday before they managed to sort out the results. This morning, the great elder of the Yu clan had already brought everyone to release the results. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen arrived at the central plaza, it was already in full swing. Everyone was crowded at the place where the results were announced, wanting to see the results of the preliminary round clearly. As cultivators, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen used their movement techniques to smoothly walk to the front of the list. As expected, they immediately saw the number 169 and the name Xianyi hanging at the top. Coming to Yutian City, Bailey Hongzhuang naturally could not use her real name, so she wrote Xianyi's name upside down. Thinking about it, no one would think too much about this seemingly ordinary name. Who is this Xianyi? How come I've never heard of him before? I don't know, there's no such person in the list of hot candidates. He should be from somewhere else, right? Full marks. This Xianyi actually managed to get full marks for Great Master Yu Xiqing's questions. This is really amazing. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Xianyi's name and the 2 shocking words full marks. As people of Yutian City, they all knew that Great Master Yu Xiqing's examination questions were not simple. Full marks, that was something that had never happened before. Even the previous hot candidate, Ji Lixue, only got 95 points and was ranked second. The difference between the two of them was a whole 5 points. Although the difference did not seem big, in reality, the difference was shocking. The higher the score, the more one could see how amazing Xianyi's medical skills were. When Ji Lixue saw Xianyi's name, she could not help but frown, her face full of shock. She was originally full of confidence that she would definitely get first place in the preliminary round, but she did not expect that there would actually be someone with a higher score than her, and by such a large margin. From the looks of it, she only got 5 points, but this Xianyi got 10 points. This kind of score would greatly benefit Xianyi in the finals. Master, you're really amazing. Full marks. Xiao He could not hide the excitement on her face. Apart from Ji Lixue, who was in second place, who had 95 points, and Di Tian-sung, who was in third place, who only had 93 points, most of the others had less than 90 points. The list only announced the names of those who scored 60 points and above. As for those who were eliminated, their names could not be found on the list, and their scores could not be known. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. From the looks of it, the Yu clan great elder's sudden appearance in our restaurant yesterday was not an accident. The three beasts couldn't help but stare blankly at his words, but Bewitching had already understood. Looks like your performance is too outstanding, even the great elder of the Yu clan wants to come and understand. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, it's just that I didn't think that Yu Ruiling would be here, so the Yu clan great elder could only bring Yu Ruiling away. When everyone saw that Bailey Hongzhuang actually dared to come and look at the list today, their expressions became very interesting. This girl gave up so early yesterday, I didn't think that she would come to look at the results today. Could it be that she still thinks that she can pass the preliminary round by luck? I think that's the case. How interesting. Bailey Hongzhuang was one of the most eye-catching people at the recruitment assembly. She was very famous. However, she didn't become famous because of her fame and medical skills, but because of her conflict with Di Tian-sung and the others. The strangest thing was that this woman had always been very mysterious. Until now, no one had found out her identity or name. Xianxia also came to the list of names. She looked straight at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching and asked, "Who are you?" At a closer look, one could see that Xianxia's face was more haggard than before. What does it have to do with you who we are? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Xianxia playfully. Could it be that after she taught Di Tian-sung a lesson yesterday, Xianxia couldn't stand the pain of a scumbag, so she came to reason with her? I admit that it was my fault for starting the conflict. However, you've already taught him a lesson. Why can't you let Di Tian-sung go? Xianxia's expression was filled with helplessness. She was indeed angry with Di Tian-sung, but she also felt very uncomfortable when she saw Di Tian-sung in pain last night. We've already dealt with the trouble you caused, but Di Tian-sung came to cause trouble again yesterday. Naturally, he had to endure it again. You should know the whole story of such a simple matter, right? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was gentle. Her impression of Xianxia was not as bad as before. After all, it was indeed a very sad thing to be given away by the person you liked. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression was somewhat awkward. She knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was telling the truth. If Di Tian-sung hadn't gone to cause trouble again, he wouldn't have ended up like this. However, the other party's methods were too cruel. Di Tian-sung's painful expression was still vivid in her mind. If this continued, Di Tian-sung might really die. Then, I'll apologize on Di Tian-sung's behalf. Can you let Di Tian-sung go and hand over the antidote? Xianxia bowed deeply to Bailey Hongzhuang. They were indeed in the wrong. Moreover, Di Tian-sung's life was still in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Not interested. Bewitching dropped a few words and then left the list with Bailey Hongzhuang. There were a lot of people squeezing in and out of the crowd. This answer was completely out of Xianxia's expectations. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching ignored her request, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and make a decision. Plop, a voice rang out behind Bailey Hongzhuang, followed by Xianxia's voice. I beg you. Yesterday, she had thought of many ways to cure Di Tian-sung, but no matter what she did, she still couldn't cure him. The other party clearly wanted to torture Di Tian-sung, so they didn't give him a quick death. She had grown up with Di Tian-sung and couldn't bear to see him in such pain. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but stop in their tracks. The two looked at each other, and Bewitching only smiled faintly. The choice was up to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground, and sighed in her heart. Xianxia was truly pitiful. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked in front of Xianxia and squatted down. Xianxia, I advise you to think about it carefully. Di Tian-sung doesn't have true feelings for you. In comparison, he doesn't even like you as much as Yu Ruiling. If you really get together with him, that would be a tragedy. Don't let yourself sink into a tragedy, or else no one will be able to save you. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her voice and stood up after saying this. She didn't give him the antidote, because Di Tianxong's death was already set the moment he thought of taking revenge on her yesterday. She wouldn't hesitate to kill such a scumbag. Ji Lishua's body trembled as she looked at Bailey Hongshuang's back in astonishment. Her heart was filled with disbelief. She never thought that Bailey Hongshuang would say such words to her. However, the content of those words was what she had been struggling with. She could tell that Bailey Hongshuang was thinking for her when she said those words, which was what she found unbelievable. However, she couldn't refute those words. All along, she just didn't want to admit it, didn't want to face it, but in fact, she knew very well that everything was true. The surrounding crowd looked at Bailey Hongshuang and Ji Lishue in confusion. They didn't understand what Bailey Hongshuang had said to make Ji Lishue reveal such an expression. "Master, you didn't hand over the antidote, but why is Ji Lishue's expression so strange? She doesn't seem to hate you." Xiaohei was a little confused. The change just now was really hard to understand. "She will actually thank me." Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Ji Lishue wasn't a stupid person. She wanted to free herself from this pain, but she couldn't make up her mind. Thus, it wasn't a bad idea to borrow someone else's help. It was better to get the pain over with. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, the three beasts in the chaos ring couldn't help but look at each other. What did she mean? Not long after, when everyone had already gathered at the central plaza, the voice of the great elder of the Yu clan resounded from the high platform. "The list of those who have passed the preliminary round is out. The finals will be held next. The doctors and poison masters whose names I have called out, come up to the stage one by one." The Yu clan great clan elder's face was full of smiles. Many good seedlings had appeared in this recruitment event, especially the first place Xianxia. His results were simply breathtaking. Yesterday, when Xianxia saw Xianxia's test paper, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This girl was born to be a doctor. However, for her to be so powerful, she wondered if she had a famous teacher. Therefore, he wanted to investigate last night, but he didn't expect to see Yu Ruilin looking for trouble with Xianxia and Xianxia. However, he also understood some things from Yu Ruilin. Logically speaking, these two people should have fought their way out of the Yu clan alone. Now, they probably wanted to continue living in the Yu clan's safe haven. First place, number 169, declare your will. The great elder of the Yu clan was the first to call out this name. Although the finals hadn't started yet, he felt that this Xianxia would definitely become a member of the Yu clan. Following the great elder of the Yu clan's words, everyone's gaze searched the crowd. They had long been curious about who this Xianxia was. In the next second, Bailey Hongshuang slowly walked up to the stage under everyone's shocked gazes. Seeing this scene, everyone present was already dumbfounded. Impossible, right? How could this girl who handed in her paper so early be first place in the preliminary round? However, when Bailey Hongshuang naturally walked to the Yu clan great elder's side and stood still, everyone could confirm that this girl was really first place Xianxia. In that moment, everyone's gaze towards Bailey Hongshuang changed. Compared to yesterday's contempt and ridicule, it had now turned into shock and admiration. "Oh my god, this girl is first place Xianxia? She really doesn't reveal anything. Does that mean that she handed in her paper so early yesterday because she had already finished the questions? Isn't her speed a little too shocking? She's so strong, she's simply a weirdo." Ji Lishue also looked at Bailey Hongshuang in shock. She had never thought that Bailey Hongshuang would be first place. This woman had never shown any arrogance in her medical skills. She even thought that Bailey Hongshuang was only here to try her luck at the recruitment ceremony. However, Bailey Hongshuang had actually finished all the questions in such a short time and even got full marks. All these years, she had always been working hard on her medical skills and had never slacked off. Even so, she still encountered some questions that were difficult to answer and needed to think carefully. Bailey Hongshuang had only taken such a short time to finish the questions. How much did she understand to be able to answer them? Yu Ruilin, who had just arrived at the central plaza, was also stunned when he found out that Bailey Hongshuang was first place. However, after thinking carefully, he immediately understood why the great elder had appeared in the restaurant yesterday. At this moment, Yu Ruilin couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't kill Bailey Hongshuang yesterday. If he did, he's afraid that the family would punish him greatly. After all, the first place of the preliminary round had died in his hands. To the entire Yu clan, this was a slap in the face. Tiansong, that bastard, also told me that this woman was not capable and that it would not be a problem to kill her. How could the first place be called not capable? Yu Ruilin's face was full of anger. Although Xianxia was only first place in the preliminary round, judging from the great elder's attention, he was afraid that Xianxia was not ordinary. If Xianxia won first place in the recruitment competition, then she would have a very high status in the Yu clan. She couldn't be easily offended. Yu Ruilin quickly made up his mind. He would act as if nothing had happened and not look for trouble with Xianxia. Second place, number 317, Lixue. Lixue slowly walked up the stage and came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. At this moment, her feelings towards Bailey Hongzhuang were even more different than before. No wonder after Bailey Hongzhuang poisoned Tiansong yesterday, no matter what she thought of, she couldn't help Tiansong break the poison. It could be seen that Bailey Hongzhuang had dabbled in poison techniques to a certain extent. As a doctor, she had a certain understanding of poison techniques. It was just that the poison she knew was not as good as a poison master. Third place, number 318, Tiansong. After the great elder of the Yu clan announced Tiansong's name, no one went up the stage for a long time. If no one comes up, then we'll take it as giving up. The Yu clan great elder's face was cold. No matter what the reason was, he could only take it as giving up. The Yu clan great elder didn't understand the reason, but there were many people who understood it. Tiansong had been taught a lesson yesterday, and Lixue had knelt down and begged Bailey Hongzhuang today. Needless to say, it was Bailey Hongzhuang who made Tiansong unable to come. This Tiansong is really unlucky. He had to offend the two of them, and now his future is ruined. Speaking of which, Tiansong didn't know what was good for him. They had already let him go, but he insisted on finding trouble with them. Who can he blame? Actually, I also think that Tiansong is just a lackey who reaps what he sows. Everyone shook their heads. The news of Tiansong's performance in the restaurant yesterday had spread like wildfire. No matter what, it was Tiansong who refused to give up. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lixue couldn't be blamed. Even if it was someone else, they wouldn't let Tiansong go so easily. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lixue's actions were completely within their expectations. After Lixue saw that Tiansong couldn't appear, her expression was very complicated, but she eventually calmed down. No matter what, she was still a girl who grew up in the clan. After this incident, she could see clearly that Tiansong didn't like her at all. He only treated her as a bargaining chip. After Yu Ruilin saw that Tiansong didn't appear, his mood was very good. He originally wanted to teach Tiansong a lesson himself, but now it seemed that he didn't need to do anything. This was a good sign. Compared to the number of participants in the preliminary round, there were less than 100 people left in the final round. 1 in 5, this probability was much lower than what everyone had guessed before. However, when these 100 people stood on the high platform, it still seemed like a lot. The Yu clan great elder looked at the people on the high platform with satisfaction. This number was much more than in previous recruitment gatherings. Yusiching didn't lower the difficulty of the preliminary round. From this, it could be seen that there were many capable participants. The final round will be held later. It will be hosted by Master Yusiching. There are a total of 3 rounds. According to different performances, there will be different scores. If you have a total score of 10, you can pass the recruitment gatherings. As the voice of the Yu family's great elder fell, everyone couldn't help but stare at Bailey Hongzhuang's body. A total score of 10 was enough to pass. This Bailey Hongzhuang's score in the preliminary round was already enough for her to pass. This Bailey Hongzhuang is definitely one of the people who passed. She's really amazing. In the history of the recruitment conference, there has never been a case where someone directly passed after participating in the finals. Lixue looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a myriad of emotions. She thought that she would definitely take the lead in this recruitment gatherings. She didn't expect a dark horse to appear halfway. Bailey Hongzhuang was completely unaware of everyone's gazes. Her mind was only thinking that she would be able to see Yusiching soon. Not long after, Yu Tao Tian and Yu Xiqing slowly walked up the stage under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing Yu Xiqing's appearance, everyone's eyes were filled with a trace of worship. In Yutian City, Yu Xiqing's reputation was the most resounding. Because she was fully deserving of the title of Master Poison Doctor, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze also landed on Yu Xiqing. This was her second time seeing Yu Xiqing. However, the last time she saw Yu Xiqing, it was too urgent, so she didn't really see Yu Xiqing's appearance clearly. Yu Xiqing was dressed in a dark green robe. Her figure was slightly plump, but her face was extremely thin. Her eyes revealed a trace of sharpness and ruthlessness. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Yu Xiqing. She couldn't help but admit that in terms of appearance, Yu Xiqing definitely couldn't be compared to Mu Jinsei. No wonder Yu Xiqing had always been jealous of Mu Jinsei. Back then, there were countless people who pursued Mu Jinsei and Tiangang sect. However, there weren't many who pursued Yu Xiqing. As a member of the Yu clan, Yu Xiqing was naturally proud and arrogant. She looked down on Mu Jinsei's background, and seeing everyone pursuing Mu Jinsei, she was already dissatisfied. It was only until Si Tuyan's appearance that the conflict intensified. Speaking of which, the young Mu Jinsei and Mu Lingbing were too naive. That was why they fell into the hands of the Yu clan women. Because of her jealousy, Yu Xiqing had ruined Mu Jinsei's appearance. However, if the restored Mu Jinsei were to appear in front of Yu Xiqing would probably collapse. When she went to the Lan clan, Yu Xiqing would also know about it. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was sizing up Yu Xiqing's gaze also landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. She was extremely curious about the doctor who had obtained full marks this time. According to the Great Elder, this Xianxia had quickly handed in her paper. However, she was able to obtain full marks. It could be seen that Xianxia's foundation was very good. Her medical skills should also be very good. Yu Xiqing liked this kind of talent. The Yu clan needed this kind of talent. If her medical skills were outstanding, she would be able to make a name for herself in the Yu clan. As the number one medical family, the Yu clan would definitely be able to give Xianxia the best training. Yu Xiqing was very satisfied with this. She had even decided that if Xianxia's performance in the finals was outstanding enough, then she would accept Xianxia as her personal disciple. In this way, Xianxia could take care of most of the patients in the future, and she would have more things to do. After all, no matter who it was, they all liked to beg her to take action. She was also very annoyed, and it was also very good to have someone to share the burden. She had originally planned to recruit a personal disciple, but she felt that Ji Lishue was a good candidate. She had been interested in medicine since she was young, and she was very motivated. However, she didn't expect Xianxia to be even more outstanding than Ji Lishue. This made Yu Xiqing change her mind. However, the final result would depend on their performance in the finals. Today, Lan Jingquang and Yu Manlan did not appear. It was obvious that Yu Xiqing was hosting the recruitment assembly. They had to take care of Lan Qingyan. Congratulations on passing the preliminaries of the recruitment meet. As long as you pass the finals, you can become a part of the Yu clan and learn the Yu clan's medicine and poison arts. In the future, you can choose to stay in the Yu clan or join other forces for a better development. Yu Xiqing's face was filled with a faint smile, but it did not reach her eyes. After hearing Yu Xiqing's words, the doctors and poison masters were even more excited. This was what they were looking forward to the most. No matter if they stayed in the Yu clan or joined other forces, their status would be much higher than before. So, you have to do your best in the finals. Only those who perform well will be able to stay. When Yu Xiqing saw the excited expressions on the faces of nearly 100 doctors and poison masters, she revealed a satisfied expression. She could see the fanaticism and worship on these young people's faces, and she was the one they worshipped the most. Yu Taotian was also very emotional when he saw the scene. In this recruitment meet, even as the Yu clan's clan master, he could not compare to Yu Xiqing. Ji Lishua's eyes were shining. She had admired Yu Xiqing since she was young and had always wanted to become her disciple. All these years, she had worked hard and only participated in this recruitment meet when she had enough confidence in herself. Now that she saw Yu Xiqing standing in front of her, she could not help but feel excited. Next, we will begin the first round of the competition, identifying medicinal herbs. After Yu Taotian, Yu Xiqing and the rest sat down on the high platform, the Yu Clan Great Elder announced the content of the first round of the competition. After hearing that the first round of the finals was to identify medicinal herbs, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Whether it was a doctor or an alchemist, identifying medicinal herbs was the most basic thing. Now that they were being tested on their ability to identify medicinal herbs, it was a waste of time. Master, the first round of the finals is to identify medicinal herbs. Everyone should be able to do it, right? Xiaohe was puzzled. The doctors and poison masters who could pass the preliminaries were not weak, so it should not be a problem for them to identify medicinal herbs. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Whether it is a doctor or a poison master, understanding medicinal herbs is the most important thing. Many times, this foundation cannot be neglected. Moreover, many medicinal herbs in the Xianxia continent look very similar, but their effects are not the same. Even some old doctors who have practiced medicine for many years may make mistakes. I think that this round is a trap set by the Yu clan. If you underestimate it, I'm afraid there will be problems. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohe did not understand. Anyway, it did not have much understanding of medicinal herbs, but since its master said so, there must be a reason. There are a total of 100 types of medicinal herbs to be identified, and a total of 5 points will be given. 1 point will be deducted for each mistake. If all the points are deducted, you will fail. After 3 rounds, including the preliminary round score, you will fail. Following the Yu Clan Great Elder's words, the faces of all the participants became serious. Previously, they didn't think much of it. But now, it seemed like they had to make sure that they didn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, if they made too many mistakes, they would have no chance at all. Very quickly, the Yu clan disciples brought the 100 sets of medicinal ingredients to the center of the stage. Around the 100 sets of medicinal ingredients were long tables. Every time, 50 cultivators would come forward to answer the questions, writing the names of the medicinal ingredients one by one on a piece of paper. The cultivators behind them had to maintain a certain distance, and were not allowed to see the content written by the cultivators in front of them. The duration of the competition was half an hour. The participants had to write down the names of all the medicinal ingredients on a piece of paper and hand it over to the Yu clan. After hearing the rules of the competition, everyone looked at each other. They were not sure if the competition was simple or not. Now, the top 50 participants can come forward to compete. Following the Yu clan Great Elder's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked to the long table, and the 100 sets of medicinal ingredients fell into their eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang only took a glance and understood Yu Xiqing's plan. Many of these medicinal ingredients were extremely similar, with only slight differences. Now that they were placed together and separated by a certain distance, one had to have a solid foundation in order to distinguish them. Otherwise, it would be easy to make a wrong judgment. After seeing this scene, the other participants naturally knew that the first round of the finals was not so simple. If they wanted to get a high score, they had to be careful. Otherwise, if they made a mistake, it would be terrible. Ji Lishua naturally also noticed the uniqueness of these medicinal ingredients. It was obvious that the Yu clan had deliberately arranged this. She could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang, wanting to know Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression did not change much from the beginning to the end, as if this competition did not pressure her at all. It was impossible to see what she was thinking. If it was before, Ji Lishua would definitely think that Bailey Hongzhuang was deliberately pretending. But now, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, she only had an unfathomable feeling. Not revealing the mountain, not revealing the water, this was her current understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang. While Ji Lishua was sizing up Bailey Hongzhuang, Yu Xiqing was also looking at Bailey Hongzhuang. She also wanted to know how Bailey Hongzhuang felt about this, but Bailey Hongzhuang's lack of reaction made her think even more highly of her. Bailey Hongzhuang could feel that Yu Xiqing was looking at her, but she pretended not to feel it. In fact, it was not easy for her to hide her disgust for Yu Xiqing. However, in order to deal a blow to Yu Xiqing, she could only hide her hatred and disgust. After everyone had a clear look at these medicinal herbs, they quickly started to write. Many of the herbs here were unfamiliar and unconventional. Coupled with the fact that there was a certain distance between them, it wasn't easy to determine which one was which. As everyone started writing, the spectators below the stage realized that many of them were frowning. After writing some content, they stopped and revealed a look of deep thought. Seeing this, even though many officials did not know about medicinal ingredients, they knew that this test was not that easy. Otherwise, they would not be stumped. Xianxia could not help but observe Bailey Hongzhuang as she wrote. Many doctors and poison masters couldn't help but glance at the people around them as they filled in the form. They wanted to judge whether their answers were correct or not. However, everyone had their guard up against others, so this method wasn't very effective. Furthermore, the elders and disciples of the Yu clan were all around them. It would be even more awkward if they were discovered. Xianxia couldn't help but frown as she filled in the form. She had always memorized medicinal herbs, but many of the herbs here were very obscure. She didn't have a deep impression of some of them. Furthermore, they were all similar herbs mixed together, so she had to think about them. Many of the obscure herbs weren't used at all, so even some doctors and poison masters didn't bother to memorize them. Xianxia had thought that anything could happen at the recruitment event, so she had done her research on a lot of unorthodox things. Over the years, the Yu clan's recruitment assembly had tested many obscure herbs. However, these herbs were even more obscure than she had expected. While writing, Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Compared to her, who sometimes needed to think, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was always calm, without the slightest change. Bailey Hongzhuang identified the herbs as she wrote down the names of the herbs calmly. She didn't stop from beginning to end, nor did she show any signs of distress. Although there were some changes in the herbs from 1,000 years ago and 1,000 years later, they were still roughly the same. After Bailey Hongzhuang had crossed over, she had already crammed all of this into her head and firmly remembered it in her mind. In her mind, she had to be familiar with all kinds of herbs. Many herbs that weren't used on a daily basis could play a crucial role in certain situations, so none of them could be ignored. The herbs that Xianxia had taken out, apart from a small number of familiar herbs, were mostly unorthodox, rarely used, and rarely seen. However, this kind of problem was easy for Bailey Hongzhuang. Xianxia couldn't help but feel anxious when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang like this. She thought that other doctors and poison masters couldn't compare to her in this aspect, but she had a bad premonition when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang, who was as calm as the wind. This woman really hid her strength well. It seemed that this stage wasn't difficult for her. Xianxia felt a faint sense of helplessness in her heart. She was afraid that she couldn't compare to Bailey Hongzhuang. It wasn't easy for Master Yuxicheng to recruit a direct disciple, so she came with this goal in mind. If there was no Bailey Hongzhuang, then it was very likely that he would be the candidate for the prodisciple position. But with the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang, the situation would change a bit. Xianxia couldn't help but feel sad when the opportunity in front of her disappeared just like that. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang had already finished the test and handed the test paper over to the Yu family's first elder. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was the first to hand in the test again, and the test was very short, the Yu clan great elder didn't feel so doubtful anymore. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance yesterday was already shocking. It wouldn't be strange if it happened again today. After finishing the competition, Bailey Hongzhuang walked to the resting area below the stage to wait. Because this round of the exam only took 2 hours, the second round of the finals would continue after the first round ended. She could only wait nearby for now. My wife's grace is truly incomparable to others. Bewitching saw Bailey Hongzhuang walking down with a face full of smiles, and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang walked to Bewitching's side and sat down. Thank you for the compliment. This is the truth. Xianyi's name is going to resound throughout Yutian City. Bewitching's deep and handsome eyes rippled with a complicated yet resplendent light. When they left, her name would probably be even more resounding. If Yuxicheng and the others knew that Xianyi was Xian, their reactions would definitely be very interesting. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. We can't keep a low profile anymore. When the spectators below the stage saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was the first to finish the competition again, they all exclaimed in surprise. This Xianyi is really amazing. I feel that in this year's recruitment meet, she won't be able to escape the title of first place. I thought that the first place of this year's recruitment meet would definitely be Xianxia. I didn't expect that it would be snatched away by an outsider. You all must have noticed that even Master Yu Xiqing was paying attention to Xianyi's performance just now. Her results are so outstanding, it's hard for her not to be noticed. She will definitely stay in the Yu clan in the future. Luckily we didn't offend her. Otherwise, our days in Yutian City wouldn't be good. In a moment, the people of Yutian City had already listed Bailey Hongzhuang as one of the people they couldn't afford to offend. In Yutian City, powerful doctors and poison masters couldn't be offended. Once they entered the Yu clan, their status would follow. Even if they were part of the Yu clan's branch family, their status couldn't be compared to theirs. Master, I think that Yu Xiqing seems to admire you quite a bit. Xiao Hei's eyes rolled around. Previously, when Yu Xiqing appeared, it had specially sized her up. Yu Xiqing's gaze only stayed on two people for a moment. That was Master and Ji Lixue. Among them, it stayed on Master for the longest time. Isn't that good? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a playful smile, the sarcasm in her eyes growing more and more intense. The baby girl that Yu Xiqing had almost killed back then was now standing right in front of her. Yu Xiqing, Yu Xiqing, Yu Xiqing, Yu Xiqing's, Yu Yu. Yu Yus, Yu. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Some ideas were forming in her mind. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching's eyes lit up. Seems like my wife already has an idea? Doctors are also a very precious resource. These years, all the powerful doctors have been monopolized by the Yu clan. If you want to recruit powerful doctors, you must have a favor with the Yu clan. Bailey Hongzhuang also had a certain amount of confidence in this. Her medical skills were not inferior to Yu Xiqing's, so it was not a problem for her to guide doctors and poison masters. It was just that she was not too flamboyant in this aspect. Once she destroyed the Yu clan, these doctors and poison masters would have no place to go for a while. If Limitless Palace was willing to recruit them, everyone would be willing to do so. If we nurture these doctors, Tian Gang Sect and Sun Moon Palace would not need to worry about this aspect in the future. In the long run, they would become more and more famous. I think this is a good direction. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with confidence. She understood the value of doctors and poison masters very well. Although doctors did not seem to be of much use on normal days, they would be of great use in some crucial moments. It was impossible for any power not to need the existence of doctors. Snatching away the fruits of Yu Xiqing's labor would definitely be a huge blow to Yu Xiqing. Master, this is a good idea. Xiao Hei immediately jumped up after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's idea. This was simply too good. First give the Yu clan a devastating blow, then recruit these people. Presumably, the Yu clan would be completely dumbfounded. Di Beichen also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with admiration. My wife's idea is very good. If it is developed, it is indeed a good opportunity. However, my wife, have you thought of how to start? Seeing that Di Beichen also agreed with her idea, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile could not help but widen. Let's start with Ji Lixue. When she said this, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang both smiled tacitly. It was obvious that the two of them had the same idea on this point. The three beasts were confused when they heard their conversation. The relationship between their master and Ji Lixue was already so stiff, how could they start with Ji Lixue? However, since their master and Di Beichen both agreed, they could only wait and see. After Bailey Hongzhuang finished her test, Ji Lixue also finished her test. She slowly walked to the side and sat down. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ji Lixue with interest, but Ji Lixue did not dare to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, no matter if it was strength or medical skills, she was below Bailey Hongzhuang. She no longer had the confidence she had before. Yu Ruilin immediately went to Lixue's side. Lixue, you completed the first test so quickly, your results must be very good. A wisp of annoyance couldn't help but appear in the depths of Ji Lixue's eyes when she saw Yu Ruilin, but she didn't dare show it directly. Yu Ruilin was the Yu clan's seventh young master. Normally, his position in the Yu clan was not bad. If she had a direct conflict with Yu Ruilin, she would not have a good time in the Yu clan. She originally thought that if she could become the direct disciple of Master Yu Xiqing, then even Yu Ruilin would not dare to disturb her. However, with the sudden appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang, all her plans were ruined. Ji Lishua did not know what to do now. If she could not become a direct disciple, she would not be able to avoid being pestered by Yu Ruilin after entering the Yu clan. However, feelings could not be forced. She no longer liked Di Tiansong, but she still did not like Yu Ruilin. This scene did not escape Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. This made them even more certain of the feasibility of their idea. It seemed that with Yu Ruilin's assistance, it would be even easier for them to complete this task. However, they would have to wait until they had all entered the Yu clan before they could take action. 2 hours passed very quickly, and all the participants had handed in their test papers. After the Yu clan great elder had collected all the test papers, he sent the clan's disciples to send the test papers back to the clan so that they could be approved as soon as possible. Next, we will proceed to the second stage of the finals, prescription test, poison test. The Yu clan great elder immediately explained the second stage of the test. However, after hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled, not knowing what kind of test it was. This round of the test will be divided into 2 groups. Doctors and poison masters will undergo different tests, testing the methods and abilities you have grasped. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly listened to the Yu family great elder's introduction, secretly thinking in her heart. It seems that Yu Xiqing intended to use this test to figure out everyone's strength and truly understand everyone's strength. Very quickly, the high platform also became 2 examination rooms. Doctors were in the left examination room, while poison masters were in the right examination room. However, the number of poison masters was obviously less than the number of doctors. There were about 20 poison masters, while the rest were all doctors. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had gathered together, the Yu clan great elder told them the details of the test. In front of them were a total of 50 types of medicinal ingredients. Everyone could write the prescription according to the different combinations of these medicinal ingredients. Not only that, everyone could add the medicinal ingredients they thought of into the prescription. However, they could only add 2 medicinal ingredients at most. The more prescriptions they wrote, the higher their score would be. Hearing this test method, many doctors frowned. This recruitment assembly really lives up to its reputation. The test method is ingenious and completely unexpected. There are a total of 50 types of medicinal ingredients here, and only a few prescriptions can be formed. However, from the great elder's performance, it seems that the situation is not so simple. This is a test of the prescriptions we have grasped. However, there are so many prescriptions in this world, and we can casually add 2 medicinal ingredients. As long as we don't think clearly, we might write less. Everyone frowned. There was no accurate answer to this kind of test. This was not only a test of their knowledge, but also their patience and attentiveness. In this limited time, they had to spend enough time together to come up with a prescription. Just thinking about it made him feel very troubled. Ji Lishua couldn't help but frown when she saw this. This method of assessment really made her feel helpless. She was already upset after being disturbed by Yu Ruilin earlier, and now she had to think about it again. It was really troublesome. Now, the test begins. Following the Yu clan great elder's command, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others took up their brushes and started writing down the recipes that they had already thought of. There were quite a number of recipes that could be formed from the combination of these 50 herbs. If he didn't memorize them now, he might forget them later. Do you guys think that this declaration will be the first to be completed again? That's possible. I feel like none of these questions are too difficult for Xianxia. To Bailey Hongzhuang, these questions were nothing. In the past, she would also test the doctors of the Bailey family with such questions. She also remembered the prescription very clearly. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly wrote down the prescription that appeared in her mind and handed it in again. From the beginning to the end, she was the undisputed first person to hand in her paper. After the great elder of the Yu clan received Bailey Hongzhuang's paper, he directly handed it to Yu Xiqing. Yu Xiqing was also very curious about Bailey Hongzhuang's results. Patience and attentiveness were also very important in the second round. Most people would spend enough time thinking about it. As long as they could think of one more way, their chances of winning would be higher. Xiqing, you are also very concerned about Xianxi's performance. Yu Taotian couldn't help but ask when he saw Yu Xiqing marking Bailey Hongzhuang's paper for the second round of the examination. Yu Xiqing nodded. Her slightly cold face didn't have much expression. I think this is a good seedling. Her performance is very outstanding. If this paper is done well enough, then I have found someone to be my direct disciple. Hearing Yu Xiqing's words, Yu Taoyan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Yu Xiqing to have the idea of accepting Xianyi as her direct disciple so quickly. In the past, he had been persuading Yu Xiqing to accept a direct disciple. As long as Yu Xiqing was able to inherit her skills, she would have more things to do. However, Yu Xiqing didn't have much of a reaction to this. He didn't expect Yu Xiqing to suddenly be interested. This was really a good thing. In the past, everyone came to the Yu clan because of Yu Xiqing's reputation. However, after Yu Xiqing taught them some things, she wouldn't teach them anymore. Instead, she would let the other doctors of the Yu clan teach them. This caused many people to be disappointed. As Yu Xiqing's elder brother, he knew Yu Xiqing's character very well. As long as Yu Xiqing wasn't willing to do it, even if he asked her to do it, it would be useless. If Yu Xiqing had a direct disciple, then he could let Yu Xiqing's direct disciple do many things in the future. In this way, wouldn't it be more convenient? I think this announcement is very good. Yu Taoyan's face was filled with a satisfied smile. It would be a good choice if I could become your personal disciple. Yu Xiqing was non-committal as her gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang's test paper. As for the specifics, it will depend on his performance. Upon hearing Yu Xiqing's words, Yu Taotian couldn't help but look at the content submitted by Bailey Hongzhuang. Taking a closer look, Yu Taotian realized that Bailey Hongzhuang had written more than 20 possibilities. Seeing this, Yu Taotian could not help but smile. According to the answers he saw just now, there seemed to be a total of more than 20 possibilities. This proved that Bailey Hongzhuang had roughly written down all the possibilities that could appear. It seems that Bailey Hongzhuang's performance is not bad. Yu Taotian couldn't help but look at Yu Xiqing, only to see Yu Xiqing staring blankly at the test paper in her hand. Her expression was somewhat unnatural. Is there a problem? Yu Taotian frowned. Yu Xiqing's expression was a little strange. Seeing Yu Xiqing's strange reaction, Yu Taotian was puzzled and took the answer sheet to have a look. When Yu Taotian saw the answer sheet, he suddenly understood why Yu Xiqing had such an expression. This was because Yu Xiqing had written a total of 25 answers, but Xianyi's paper had 26 answers. Although there was only one more type, the difference between the two was not small. Even Yu Xiqing could only come up with 25 answers, but Xianyi was able to come up with 26 answers. This was too terrifying. Xiqing, is the additional answer correct? Yu Taotian couldn't help but ask. Yu Xiqing remained silent for a moment before nodding her head. That's right. Even I overlooked this possibility. Yu Xiqing's expression was extremely complicated. This possibility was unorthodox, but it was a fact. She knew that there was such a possibility, but before she saw the content of the answer sheet, she had indeed overlooked this possibility. This Xianyi reminded her. If that's the case, Xianyi's ability isn't ordinary. Yu Taotian couldn't help but exclaim. Even Yu Xiqing had overlooked this possibility, but Xianyi was able to come up with it. This proved how solid Xianyi's foundation was and how terrifying her knowledge was. However, Yu Taotian couldn't help but size up Yu Xiqing as he said this. As Yu Xiqing's brother, he knew her character very well. Xianyi's performance was too outstanding, and this matter was undoubtedly a slap to Yu Xiqing's face. He wondered if Yu Xiqing would be angry because of this. One must know that sometimes, it might not be a good thing for a disciple to be too outstanding. Yu Xiqing wasn't a broad-minded person, and Yu Taotian was very clear about this. Hearing Yu Taoyan's words, Yu Xiqing nodded her head. Her calm face didn't reveal any thoughts. That's right. This Xianyi is indeed a good seedling. If she were to become my direct disciple, I would be able to save a lot of effort in teaching, and it would be much more convenient. Seeing that Yu Xiqing wasn't angry because of this matter, Yu Taotian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It would be a pity if Xianyi lost the opportunity to become his direct disciple because of her outstanding performance. As long as they could recruit this Xianyi, he would definitely become one of the Yu clan's signboards in the future. The others naturally noticed the changes in Yu Taotian and Yu Xiqing's expressions and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What did Bailey Hongzhuang write on the test paper that could make Master Yu Xiqing reveal such a strange expression? Bailey Hongzhuang naturally noticed this, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with what she wrote. Therefore, she didn't know what exactly happened. When Ji Lixue saw that Yu Xiqing had actually taken the initiative to look at Bailey Hongzhuang's answers, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The limelight that should have belonged to her was now completely stolen by Bailey Hongzhuang. And from Yu Xiqing's performance, she didn't just admire Bailey Hongzhuang. If this continued, she would really have no hope at all. Soon, Ji Lixue also handed in her paper. When Yu Xiqing saw that Ji Lixue had handed in her paper, she couldn't help but take a look at Ji Lixue's paper. Ji Lixue was originally the candidate for her direct disciple. Seeing Yu Xiqing's action, Ji Lixue couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile on her face. "My wife, are you preparing to become Yu Xiqing's direct disciple?" Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was sitting next to him, and slowly asked. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Yu Xiqing has always been a very careful person. If I don't become her direct disciple, I'm afraid that I won't even have the chance to come into contact with her normally. If I want to poison her, it won't be an easy task. When she found out that Yu Xiqing had poisoned Mu Jin's, she had already made up her mind. She wanted to increase the intensity of the poison on Yu Xiqing's body. Hence, she had added some ingredients to the original poison and was waiting to use it. She wanted Yu Xiqing to have a taste of the pain of being poisoned by the poison. Only then would she not let down her grandmother's hard work. Even if you become her direct disciple, with her sinister and vicious personality, it won't be easy for you to accomplish this. Bewitching said in a low voice. This was what they had always found difficult. If it wasn't for this, it would be very easy to poison the Yu clan directly. However, only after dealing with Yu Xiqing would Bailey Hongzhuang truly feel relieved. Yu Xiqing was not only skilled in the art of medicine and poison, she was also very powerful. Hence, when they were dealing with Yu Xiqing, they had to be extra careful. Bailey Hongzhuang's pitch-black eyes flashed with understanding. She said in a low voice, I've already expected this. However, I feel that as long as we get close to Yu Xiqing, we'll have a chance sooner or later. She believed that no matter how cautious Yu Xiqing was, there would be a time when she would relax. Given some time, she would definitely be able to find a chance to poison Yu Xiqing. Furthermore, once she poisoned the Yu clan, Yu Xiqing would definitely be in a terrible fix. In that kind of situation, it would be hard to avoid negligence and her chances of success would greatly increase. Bewitching quietly held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand tightly. I'm still here. Even if something really happened, he would not let anything happen to Bailey Hongzhuang. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, revealing her white and neat teeth. That smile went straight to the bottom of her heart. I know. She was no longer afraid of anything, and her heart was incomparably strong. At the end of the second round of the competition, the results of the first round of the written test were already out. The first round of the finals, first place, Xianxia. 5 points. Following the announcement of Bailey Hongzhuang's results, there was another burst of exclamations. Bailey Hongzhuang's results in the preliminary round were already very amazing. Who would have thought that she would get full marks in the first round of the finals? It was really amazing. Similarly, Ji Lixue was in second place with 4 points. Because there was a mistake in one of the names of the herbs she had written down, 1 point was deducted. Seeing this, Ji Lixue could not help but frown. She did not think that she would lose to Bailey Hongzhuang in the first round of the finals. Compared to the other people's exclamations and envy, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression did not change much from the beginning to the end. However, one could vaguely see that there was some joy on her face. Of course, this trace of joy was purposely put on by Bailey Hongzhuang. If she really did not have any reaction at all, it would probably arouse suspicion. After knowing this result, no one doubted that Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely get first place in the recruitment competition. The third round of the finals was more normal. It was a consultation with a doctor. However, this illness was very special. If one's medical skills were not up to a certain standard, they would not be able to diagnose it. After the third round of the competition, the final result was out. Bailey Hongzhuang won the first place without a doubt, and this result was extremely shocking. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang was the only person in the history of the recruitment tournament to pass with full marks. Such a result caused a huge uproar in Utian City. Even though some people had guessed before, they still found it hard to believe when it actually happened. After all, this result was too shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang passed with full marks. How amazing must her medical skills be to be able to obtain such a result? Ji Lixue was also stunned when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang's result. However, it was true that she couldn't compete with such results. She couldn't compete at all. The participants who passed the recruitment tournament can enter the Yu clan tomorrow morning and become a member of the Yu clan. Following the Yu clan great elder's words, all the doctors and poison masters who passed the recruitment tournament had smiles on their faces. This night, some people in Utian City were happy, while others were sad. Many of the failed doctors and poison masters chose to leave. If they continued to stay, it would only increase their sadness. When Ji Lixue returned to her residence and saw Di Tiansong, she found that Di Tiansong's skin had been scratched beyond recognition. Moreover, he was still scratching non-stop. Seeing Ji Lixue return, Di Tiansong could not help but move closer to Ji Lixue with a pleading look on his face. "Lixue, help me. If this continues, I'm really going to die." Di Tiansong felt that he was going crazy from the itchiness. Even if he died, he would not be in such pain. Ji Lixue looked at Di Tiansong in front of her. She did not know why, but Bailey Hongzhuang's words today were especially shocking to her. She felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was telling the truth. Since even an outsider could understand this, how could she continue to sink into oblivion? It was precisely because of this incident that she felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was not as annoying as before. On the contrary, these conflicts were originally caused by Di Tiansong. She just envied Bailey Hongzhuang. "From the day you gave up on me, we went our separate ways. You can solve your own problems. It has nothing to do with me." Ji Lixue made up her mind. In fact, she had done everything she could, but it was useless. Perhaps, this was God's way of helping her get over this matter. Hearing Ji Lixue's words, Di Tiansong was dumbfounded. He had never thought that Ji Lixue would treat him like this. "Lixue, what do you mean by this? You can't do this to me." Without waiting for Di Tiansong's reply, Ji Lixue closed the door and ignored him. The next morning, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other doctors and poison masters who had passed the recruitment ceremony had already arrived at the Yu clan's entrance. From today onwards, they were part of the Yu clan. Everyone's faces were brimming with excitement, and Bailey Hongzhuang was no exception. She was very excited. Her plan could finally be implemented. After all the doctors and poison masters had moved into the Yu residence, Bailey Hongzhuang and Ji Lixue were called to Yu Xiqing. Yu Xiqing had decided to accept the two of them as her personal disciples, but Bailey Hongzhuang would be the head of the personal disciples. This news made Ji Lixue extremely excited. She had never thought that Master Yu Xiqing would accept her as her personal disciple. This had always been her goal. Bailey Hongzhuang did not care about what Yu Xiqing was thinking. Perhaps others would think that becoming Yu Xiqing's personal disciple was a very glorious thing, but to Bailey Hongzhuang, this title was disgusting. After that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Ji Lixue were arranged to stay not far from Yu Xiqing's residence. They were not in the same place as the other doctors. Although they were staying in the Yu residence, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could enter and leave freely. Everything was very convenient. After this interaction, Bailey Hongzhuang also found that Yu Xiqing was an extremely cautious person. Because of her unknown background, Yu Xiqing sometimes trusted Ji Lixue more. After all, Yu Xiqing understood Ji Lixue's situation very well. This was within Bailey Hongzhuang's expectations. Since Yu Xiqing was so vicious, she must have made a lot of enemies. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life at any time. Otherwise, Yu Xiqing would not have stayed in the Yu residence for so many years and rarely left. "Master, Yu Xiqing is still so guarded against us. It will not be easy to poison her." Xiao Hei's face was full of helplessness. It did not think that this matter would be difficult, but after experiencing it personally, it could not help but feel that Yu Xiqing was really an old fox. It is indeed not easy to gain Yu Xiqing's trust. "My wife, don't be anxious." Bewitching's bright eyes were filled with confidence and a deep luster. He placed one hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder, his voice filled with faint concern. A sinister and cunning person like Yu Xiqing was not easy to deal with. If he acted too hastily, it would be easier for him to give himself away. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly, a smile appearing on her beautiful face. I have already entered the Yu clan for half a month. Yu Xiqing has tried many ways to test me, but I have dealt with them all. I could feel that she had let her guard down a little recently. As long as she kept it up, it shouldn't be difficult. If a month isn't enough, then I'll have to start with Ji Lixue. Yu Xiqing didn't believe her, but she believed Ji Lixue. As long as she started with Ji Lixue, she might have a chance. This Yu Xiqing is really sinister. In this half a month, she didn't teach you anything at all. She completely treated you as handymen. That Ji Lixue is so happy even when she's doing odd jobs. I'm really impressed. White Lion shook its head. It really admired Ji Lixue's optimism. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Ji Lixue is really someone who is obsessed with medicine. Yu Xiqing's medical skills are publicly recognized as the best, so Ji Lixue has always been proud to be Yu Xiqing's disciple. After so many years of achieving her goal, she is naturally willing to do odd jobs. In this period of time, the gap between her and Ji Lixue had gradually disappeared. On the contrary, Bailey Hongzhuang also admired Ji Lixue's pure love for medicine. Yu Xiqing seemed to be isolating Bailey Hongzhuang on purpose. Normally, she would contact other doctors and poison masters and leave them to Ji Lixue. Therefore, although Bailey Hongzhuang was the eldest direct disciple in name, in the eyes of the Yu clan's discerning people, Bailey Hongzhuang's position was actually not as high as Ji Lixue's. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not show any dissatisfaction because of this. On the contrary, she silently completed the basic tasks that Yu Xiqing had given her. During these days, Bailey Hongzhuang gradually understood the Yu clan's situation. The Yu clan's martial arts hall had suffered quite a bit of damage after being blown up by Bailey Hongzhuang. Fortunately, the most important things did not disappear. As a medical aristocratic family, the Yu clan's martial arts hall not only had martial arts and techniques, but also many rare medical books. Bailey Hongzhuang felt that this was a very good resource. Since she wanted to destroy the Yu clan, then she would also take these things with her. Perhaps it would be difficult for her to enter the various restrictions, but it would be easier to leave it to Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and the primordial chaos ring. Lan Qingyan endured the torment of pain every day. Now, she was only skin and bones. Later on, perhaps she had a mental breakdown, sometimes she would cry out loud. Bailey Hongzhuang lived near Yu Xiqing's residence, so she was very clear about this. Seeing Yu Manlan's tear-filled face every day, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt a sense of satisfaction. The evils that one brought upon themselves were the hardest to bear. If Yu Manlan and Lan Jingquang had not done such an unforgivable thing, Lan Qingyan would not have to endure such pain. Lan Jingquang stayed in the Yu clan for a period of time. After seeing that Lan Qingyan's condition did not improve, he could not stay any longer and chose to return to the Lan clan. From the expression on Lan Jingquang's face, Bailey Hongzhuang was sure that the Yu clan was also in turmoil. If not, Lan Jingquang would not be in such a hurry to return. This was a good sign. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The night was especially dark. The entire land was covered by a thick layer of darkness. Bewitching took advantage of the night to sneak into the Yu clan. This time, the infiltration was very successful. Bailey Hongzhuang had already understood the Yu clan's situation within this month. If there were no accidents, they would not be discovered. In this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang had already placed poison in the Yu clan's important places. However, to make it happen, they still need to do it. Wifey, did you successfully put the goo in Yu Xiqing? Bewitching lowered his voice and asked Bailey Hongzhuang. Yes. Succeeded. Use, she's, she s2, she, the uses as gg's gs had. And instead, hung you. However, she did not expect Lan Qingyan to struggle like a madwoman today. Yu Xiqing had been troubled by Lan Qingyan for almost 2 months. Facing Lan Qingyan and Yu Manlan every day, Yu Xiqing could not help but feel annoyed. Taking advantage of this, Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to be concerned about Yu Xiqing and handed her a cup of tea. Yu Xiqing drank it just like that. Perhaps because Bailey Hongzhuang's performance was impeccable, Yu Xiqing lowered her guard. After seeing Yu Xiqing drink the tea with her own eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang asked Xiao Bai to inform Di Beichen that they would start their operation tonight. During these days, Di Beichen had always been prepared. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang completed the goo poison, their plan would be able to start. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's reply, Di Beichen didn't ask further. What should we do next? Spread the poison powder one by one. We will move together. I have already checked every area, so we won't be discovered. Originally, when they entered the Yu clan as outsiders, the Yu clan members were a little wary of them. However, after a month of peace, their wariness had gradually dissipated. Moreover, she had the title of eldest direct disciple, so no one would suspect her. Di Beichen nodded. Bailey Hongzhuang was also a meticulous person. Since she was so confident, there wouldn't be any other problems. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, follow the method I told you to sneak into the martial arts hall and put the things inside into the chaos ring. Master, don't worry. Leave it to us. Xiao He and Xiao Bai patted their chests, their faces filled with excitement. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Every day, they hoped that they would be able to move earlier. Now, the opportunity had finally come. They would definitely complete their mission without any problems. Let's go. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen turned into black shadows and disappeared from the Yu clan. It was now late at night, so everyone was already resting. The two of them turned into ghosts and quickly appeared in every corner of the Yu clan, displaying the effects of the poison powder. Bailey Hongzhuang chose to poison the water well. This was the best way to spread the poison. Previously, the Yu clan had used their medical skills to force their entire family into a corner. Now, she was using her medical skills to return everything to the Yu clan. The poison this time was definitely not as easy to detoxify as the previous one. Bailey Hongzhuang was sure that very soon, the enormous Yu clan would collapse and Yutian City's prosperity would no longer be the same as before. After Yu Xiqing was poisoned by the goo poison, she probably didn't have the heart to detoxify the poison. Moreover, she had already been annoyed by Lan Qingyan for the past 2 months and her condition wasn't good. With all these reasons, Bailey Hongzhuang could almost predict what would happen next. This process was still filled with risks. Bailey Hongzhuang did not go to the residence of the Yu clan's top-notch experts to poison them. The other party's mental power was extremely sensitive, and as long as there was even the slightest movement, he would definitely notice. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had a certain degree of confidence in their own movement skills, they were still unwilling to take the risk. Once they were discovered, they would be in danger. With the increase in the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Luo, the operation this time was undoubtedly much easier and faster than the last time. After everything was done, the two of them returned to the vicinity of Yu Xiqing's residence. Inside the house, Lan Qingyan's moans were still coming out intermittently, but it was very annoying. Yu Xiqing had already used her elemental energy to seal her ears when she slept, so she didn't want to pay attention to it. Therefore, there was even less risk here. Bailey Hongzhuang directly wrote 2 words on the wall of Yu Xiqing's room: revenge. She was here for revenge. Perhaps, the Yu clan members tomorrow would not understand the true meaning of the word revenge, but after 2 days, the weight of this revenge would be known to them. Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was beside him with a piercingly cold expression. He knew that everything that had happened today was of great significance to Bailey Hongzhuang. The source of all these grievances would be destroyed in the next few days. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were not slow either. After finishing their business, they immediately rushed back to gather. After the 2 little fellows shrunk, they were like pebbles, slowly moving into the martial arts hall. The guards of the martial arts hall only treated them as 2 little insects and did not take them seriously. After all, who would expect 2 little insects to cause any damage to the martial arts hall? It was a pity that Xiao He and Xiao Bai, these 2 abnormal demonic beasts that could change their sizes, were present. Master, let's go quickly. Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly jumped onto Bailey Hongzhuang, their expressions revealing a hint of panic. At the same time, they returned the chaos ring to Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing Xiao He and Xiao Bai's expressions, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Bai knew that the 2 little fellows had most likely encountered a problem during their mission. They immediately turned around and left without any hesitation. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching turned around and left, a figure with an ugly expression appeared at the place where they had been previously. There are indeed people's auras here. The elder who was guarding the martial arts hall had a solemn expression. He was originally cultivating when he suddenly heard a voice coming from the martial arts hall, breaking the original silence. After hearing this voice, he felt that something was wrong. Before he could even take a look, he sensed two auras escaping at high speed. As far as he was concerned, this was simply an impossible matter. This was because he hadn't sensed any auras approaching the martial arts hall. He quickly chased after the two auras that had escaped, only to discover that there were two more auras here. Turning his gaze, the elder suddenly saw the word revenge on the door of Xianxia's house. The premonition in his heart became even more uneasy. He immediately shouted. After calling out to Xianxia, he didn't stay any longer and hurriedly chased in the direction that the aura had left. At present, he still didn't know what had happened in the martial arts hall, but no matter what, he couldn't let them escape. How were you discovered? Bailey Hongzhuang asked Xiao He and Xiao Bai as she teleported away from Yutian City. She had already thoroughly investigated the Yu clan's situation. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have been discovered. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other and could not help but feel a little guilty. When we were picking up the martial skill books, we accidentally dropped a martial skill book on the ground, and we were discovered. This was definitely something that they didn't expect. At that time, they just wanted to take everything away as quickly as possible. In the end, this happened because of a moment of carelessness. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood. With your small arms, the speed at which you carry things is really slow. Although Xiao He and Xiao Bai could change their body shape, judging from their body proportions, their hands were definitely not considered long and slender. It's all our fault for being careless. Xiao He's voice carried a hint of dejection. Originally, everything had been going smoothly, but they didn't expect to have to leave like this in the end. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Her smile was filled with joy and happiness. This time, when Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching left Yutian City, they weren't as miserable as the first time. As their strength increased, their speed increased as well. Even if an elder was chasing after them, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Of course, if that elder was talented enough to catch up to them, they wouldn't mind letting that elder die prematurely. Xiao He and Xiao Bai saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was in such a good mood, and a big smile appeared on their faces. Indeed, no matter what, they had already completed what they needed to do. Next, they just had to wait for the Yu clan to change. Thinking about it, when all of this exploded, it would be very exciting. The elder chased after Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching all the way. However, he realized that the more he chased after them, the bigger the gap between them. He was very clear about his own strength. The other party was actually able to escape from his pursuit. It could be seen that the other party's strength wasn't ordinary. Thinking about the word revenge written on the wall, the elder had a very bad premonition in his heart. The other party was so strong that even he didn't notice that they had snuck into the martial skills hall. Now that they had left in a hurry, the Yu clan had probably suffered a huge loss. After chasing for a while, he realized that he couldn't catch up to them. The elder could only give up helplessly and return to the Yu clan. Ever since this elder shouted at Xianxia's door, Xianxia and the rest were all awakened and walked out of their houses. When they came out, they also noticed the word revenge written on the wall. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The Yu clan head, Yu Taotian, also rushed over immediately. However, when he realized that Xianxia wasn't there, his face couldn't help but turn gloomy. Could something have happened to Xianxia? The other party had specially written the word revenge on Xianxia's wall. It was obvious that they were after Xianxia. Thinking of this, Yu Taotian couldn't help but push open Xianxia's house with a heavy heart. If Xianxia had really fallen, it would be a huge loss to the Yu clan. Xianxia and the rest were also pale as they stood quietly outside the house. It was obvious that they couldn't believe this result. Previously, they didn't notice anything. Could it be that Grandmaster Xianxia's life was taken away by someone else without anyone noticing? However, when Yu Taotian opened the door, he didn't see a bloody scene. He only saw Xianxia sleeping on the bed. Xianxia immediately woke up when she noticed the commotion. When she realized that Yu Tian was in her room, she couldn't help but frown. "Big brother, why are you here?" Yu Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yu Xiqing talking to him normally. "Xiqing, why didn't you react when there was such a huge commotion earlier? We thought you were killed." Hearing that, Yu Xiqing couldn't help but be taken aback. She looked at Yu Tian in astonishment. "What do you mean? Qing Yan has been too noisy these days. When I was resting, I used my essence force to seal my ears, so I didn't hear anything." Yu Tian finally understood. "If you do this, wouldn't it be a great opportunity for someone to attack you? But as long as you're fine, I can rest assured." He heaved a sigh of relief. It should be because the elder appeared in time that Yu Xiqing was not harmed. Yu Xiqing slowly walked out of the house. After seeing the two large words on the wall outside, her face couldn't help but turn gloomy. Revenge? The other party was here to seek revenge? For a moment, thousands of thoughts ran through Yu Xiqing's mind. All these years, there were many situations where she didn't save people, but there weren't many situations where she took the initiative to offend people. This was because she had always stayed in the Yu clan and rarely left. In this world, the people who hated her the most were Mu Jin's, Mu Lingbing, and the others. However, they already didn't have the chance to seek revenge, so there was no need to worry. Therefore, there was only one possibility for the person who came to seek revenge, and that was the person she didn't save. However, she didn't know how many people she didn't save, so there was no way to determine who came to seek revenge. Ji Lixue and the others were originally in a heavy mood. When they suddenly saw Yu Xiqing come out of the house safe and sound, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. So nothing happened to Grandmaster Yu Xiqing. Where did Elder go now? Yu Xiqing turned to look at Yu Tian. She didn't hear any movements earlier, so she could only judge everything from Elder's position. Elder should have gone to chase after the person who left. Yu Tian said slowly, "Xiqing, is there really no movement at your place?" The other party had come for Yu Xiqing. Could it be that before they could do anything, they had already been discovered by the elders and forced to leave? Yu Xiqing nodded. "I didn't notice any movement. At least, no one entered my house." "How is Qing Yan?" Yu Xiqing's gaze turned to Ji Lixue. Lan Qing Yan lived in the same courtyard as her. Perhaps the other party's target wasn't her, but Lan Qing Yan. Ji Lixue couldn't help but be startled when she heard this. She quickly walked towards Lan Qing Yan's house. At this moment, Yu Manlan walked out of Lan Qing Yan's house, her face filled with worry. When did the Yu clan's defense become so weak? Even a stray cat or dog can come in and cause trouble? Yu Manlan hurriedly rushed out after hearing Elder's voice. The first thing she did was to confirm Lan Qing Yan's safety. These days, Lan Qing Yan was already tortured beyond recognition. If she were to be framed again, it would be too miserable. Fortunately, nothing happened to Lan Qing Yan. However, the events of the past few days had already caused Yu Manlan to be extremely vexed. Therefore, her words were not pleasant to hear. Following Yu Manlan's words, Yu Tian and Yu Xiqing both frowned. Their expressions were cold. "If Madame Lan thinks that our Yu clan's defense is not strong enough, why don't you just return home?" Yu Xiqing's words were not polite at all. Yu Manlan was just a junior, yet she dared to speak so impolitely. Yu Manlan was slightly stunned. She looked at Yu Xiqing and Yu Tian in astonishment. Just now, she recalled that there were so many people around. Her accusation just now was really inappropriate. However, she did not choose her words carefully, which was why she said those words. Looking at the cold faces of Yu Tian and Yu Yang, it was obvious that it was useless for her to explain further. "And, I didn't mean that. I'm just worried that something might happen." An awkward expression appeared on Yu Manlan's face. Although Yu Xiqing had no way to remove the poison in Lan Qing Yan's body, she could at least help Lan Qing Yan extend her life. Yu Xiqing snorted coldly. Her face was cold as usual. Obviously, she didn't care about Yu Manlan's explanation. Ever since Yu Manlan came, she had been disturbing her life. The reason why she was willing to treat Lan Qing Yan was because of their blood relationship. However, Yu Manlan didn't know how to be grateful. On the contrary, she had a lot of opinions. If it wasn't for Lan Jingquang's gift, she would have driven Yu Manlan away. If it wasn't for Lan Qingyan being too noisy these days, she wouldn't have used her origin energy to seal her ears. As a result, she didn't notice this immediately. Yu Xiqing didn't give Yu Manlan any face at all. She directly humiliated Yu Manlan in front of so many juniors. Yu Manlan was very sullen, but there was nothing she could do. It was true that she didn't control her temper just now. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Yu Xiqing was always so high and mighty. In terms of status, she wasn't inferior to Yu Xiqing at all. Yu Xiqing had always looked at her with the same eyes as before she was married. This made her extremely dissatisfied. Yu Taoyan's face was gloomy. Although he was very unhappy, he didn't make a fuss about this matter. The most important thing now was to know if the Yu clan suffered any losses. Xiqing, are your disciples here? Did they suffer any losses? Yu Xiqing also turned to look at Ji Lixue and the others. She found that Xianyi wasn't in the crowd and frowned. Where is Xianyi? Ji Lixue and the others were stunned. Previously, they were only thinking about Yu Xiqing's possible death and didn't have time to pay attention to anything else. Only when Yu Xiqing asked did they remember that they hadn't seen Xianyi's figure. Master, I'll go take a look. Ji Lixue bowed. After receiving Yu Xiqing's affirmation, she hurriedly rushed to Xianyi's residence. When Ji Lixue arrived, she found that the house was empty and there were no signs of disorder. Obviously, they had left long ago. Master, Xianyi isn't in the house, Ji Lixue replied truthfully. Hearing Ji Lixue's words, everyone couldn't help but be in an uproar. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Could it be that the person who came for revenge is Xianyi? I saw that Xianyi had always been very honest and steady in his work. He didn't reveal any clues at all. Could it be that Xianyi was kidnapped? Ji Lixue had a complicated expression on her face. She had gotten along well with Xianyi over the past month. However, she always felt that Xianyi was somewhat unfathomable. It was as if there was a layer of mysterious gauze draped over his body. It was hazy and could not be seen clearly. After everything that had happened today, she suddenly felt that it might have something to do with Xianyi. Perhaps, this was the place that she had been unable to see clearly all this while. Yu Xiqing's expression gradually changed from gloominess to astonishment and finally to rage. She had always been wary of Xianyi because Xianyi's background was unknown. Even though she had sent people to investigate Xianyi's identity, she still did not find any clues. However, according to Xianyi's behavior these days, he didn't seem to have any intentions at all, so she gradually let down her guard. She didn't expect such a thing to happen today. She had a hunch that this was Xianyi's doing. Is there a problem with the newly recruited Xianyi? Looking at Yu Xiqing's change of expression, Yu Taotian understood the gist of the matter. However, Yu Xiqing did not reply immediately. She only said indifferently, "Let's wait for the elder to return before making a judgment." Even though she had already determined the result, she still had to wait for the elder to return before making a definite judgment. Yu Taotian nodded. His thoughts were complicated. Xianyi's performance in the recruitment assembly was obvious to all. He thought that recruiting Xianyi would become another golden signboard of the Yu clan. He did not expect that not only did it not become a golden signboard, but it also brought back his enemy. Once this news spread out, it would be a huge loss of face for them. Just as Yu Taotian was pondering, the elder had already returned to the Yu clan with a dejected look. Seeing that Yu Xiqing was safe and sound, the elder could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Xiqing, luckily you are fine. Yu Xiqing nodded, answering the elder's words. However, from the elder's complicated and helpless expression, she had a bad premonition. Elder, did you catch the other party? Yu Taotian's voice was slightly hoarse as he asked. The elder shook his head. The other party's speed was very fast. I chased them all the way, but they still managed to escape. With your speed, how could the other party escape from your hands? Yu Xiqing was in disbelief. Even though she knew that Xianyi's strength was not bad, it was impossible for his speed to be comparable to the elder's. The guardian elder's strength was something that the entire Yu clan had witnessed. Xianyi was only around 20 years old. How could his strength be comparable to the elder's? This is the truth. The other party's speed was extremely fast. He was even faster than me. The group of doctors and poison masters could not help but gasp. None of them expected Xianyi to be such a top-notch expert. Ji Lishua's pupils shrank. Xianyi's strength was so strong that it would be easy for him to kill her. Fortunately, she was not too proud of Yu Siqing's closeness to her these days. Otherwise, she would have gone to hell to meet the king of hell. The other party left directly and did not kidnap anyone, right? Yu Siqing's voice was slightly cold. She had always prided herself on being smart, but she didn't expect that someone would act under her nose and she would be deceived. Kidnap? The hall-keeper elder frowned, then shook his head. No, if the other party kidnapped someone, they wouldn't have done it so quickly. The result was obvious. Yu Taotian couldn't help but sigh with a complicated expression. I didn't expect Xianyi to have such good acting skills at such a young age. After pausing for a second, Yu Taotian continued, from the looks of it, Xianyi must have known that you used your essence force to cover your ears and wanted to take this opportunity to make a move on you. I didn't expect to be discovered by the guardian elder, so I had to leave before I could do anything. Yu Siqing nodded. From the looks of it. This should be the case. Although they had accidentally recruited Xianyi into the Yu clan, they didn't suffer any losses. This was already a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Yu Manlan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard all of this. Fortunately, the problem wasn't serious. Hearing that, the elder's expression changed. He couldn't help but smack his forehead, his face filled with frustration and nervousness. *T. I've forgotten the most important thing. Yu Taotian and the rest looked at the elder. They were originally relieved, but now their hearts were in their throats again. I heard the commotion in the martial skills hall and hurriedly chased over. In the process of chasing, I saw the word revenge written on Siqing's residence. I hurriedly shouted and continued to chase. I wonder how the martial skills hall is now. The elder had been so engrossed in talking that he had forgotten the most important thing. At this moment, almost everyone's expression changed. Everyone thought that Xianyi was here to take revenge on Yu Siqing. They didn't expect her to make a move on the martial skills hall. According to what you said, Xianyi wasn't the only one. She had other helpers? The elder nodded and said in a deep voice, I chased 2 auras from the martial skills hall and sensed 2 more auras here. They should have met up here and left together. Let's go to the martial skills hall to take a look. Yu Taotian's hoarse voice had a hint of sharpness because he was anxious. The martial skills hall was the most important place in every clan. It was fine if there were no losses. However, if the martial skills hall was damaged, it would be terrible. The elder didn't dare to delay. His mission was to guard the martial skills hall. If the things in the martial skills hall were lost, he wouldn't be able to escape the blame. In the next second, Yu Taotian, the elder, and the rest rushed to the martial skills hall. In this 1 year, their Yu clan had met with terrible things one after another. After Yu Taotian and the rest left, the doctors and poison masters who were left behind were in an uproar. Oh my god, I didn't expect Xianyi to be here for revenge. If she killed Master Yu Siqing, it would really be. I wonder if the martial skills hall suffered any losses. It seems like this was a planned conspiracy. She even became Master Yu Siqing's disciple. This news is really shocking. Ji Lishue, you spent the most time with Xianyi. Did you notice anything? Everyone's gazes landed on Ji Lishue, wanting to know more about her. Ji Lishue quickly shook her head. I'm the same as you guys. I don't know anything at all. I still find it hard to believe. Now, she was almost certain that the man who came with Xianyi was also one of the people involved. Their guts were really too big. Facing a colossus like the Yu clan, ordinary people wouldn't even have the courage to provoke them. Xianyi and the others actually dared to infiltrate the Yu clan to take revenge on Yu Siqing. They were really too powerful. When everyone arrived at the martial skills hall and saw everything in the martial skills hall, even someone as calm as Yu Taotian almost fainted. That was because the huge martial skills hall had been emptied. In the entire martial skills hall, other than some of the lowest grade martial skills, everything else, including the medical books, had been taken away. With its empty appearance, no one would be able to connect this place with the martial skills hall that was previously filled with martial skills. How could this be? Yu Taotian almost fainted. This was a loss that the clan could not bear. End of chapter 2597. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.